Roommate wanted, female only. This was the title of a Reddit post uploaded almost 10 years ago now. It refers to the title of a Craigslist ad a girl named Amanda had seen while looking for a place to rent. The post consists of her detailed experience. Amanda was browsing the internet when she came across the ad. The listing was for a room in a house for $225 a month, which was pretty cheap for the area. The occupant listed herself as a 23-year-old college student who wasn't comfortable living with any males. Amanda would get her own room and bathroom. The only thing was the Craigslist ad only had one picture. It was a picture of the outside of the house. There were no pictures of the inside. But still interested, Amanda sent an email to the occupant. In less than an hour, she got an email back with all the details and the time to stop by. The time said 8 p.m., past when it would have gotten dark. In the email, the occupant said this was because she worked late. So, that night at 8 p.m., Amanda arrived at the house. She walked up to the front door and was met by a handwritten note that said, "Door broken, use back door." She started walking around towards the back, and as she did, she noticed how unkempt the place looked. The windows were covered in dust, and the grass was way overgrown. She knocked on the back door. An older man opened it. At first, she thought she was at the wrong house, but the guy went on to explain how he was the landlord, and that the occupant asked him to show her around. The post described him as clearly in his 40s, unshaven, and a guy who looked like he lived in his car. A bit hesitant, Amanda stepped inside and allowed the man to give her a tour. Immediately, she noticed the place had no furniture whatsoever. There was only one light on, the light in the kitchen. The landlord would answer questions, but was irritable to keeping lights on for too long. He rushed her around, only letting her look in rooms for a few seconds. They eventually got to one room that the landlord wouldn't open. He said it was the occupant's room and that she wouldn't want them to go in there. As they were heading back to the living room, Amanda noticed a plank nailed across the front door. She tried to get out of there, thanking the owner for the tour and heading back towards the back door. That's when the man perked up and mentioned how he forgot to show her the basement. He explained how it was just recently furnished and would make for a great rec room. He was standing between her and the back door. She felt like she had no other choice. He opened the basement door, saying, "Ladies first," as he motioned her downstairs. Just then, an unrelated car parked outside on the street. At the exact same time, Amanda received a text on her phone. She pretended it was a call and faked a conversation about her friend being outside waiting to pick her up. She quickly excused herself, leaving the back door and now full-on sprinting to her car. When she got home, she called the cops. She tried going back to the Craigslist ad, but it was deleted. It turns out the house had been foreclosed over 6 months earlier. The property was completely abandoned. There was never any real occupant or any real room to rent. The room the man didn't want to show her on the tour turned out to be the room he lived in. But the worst part was the basement. Police found a piece of fishing line at shin level strewn across the stairs about halfway down. There was no furniture down there as the man had said. There was nothing but a pile of old blankets, a broom handle wrapped in leather belts, and a small box with rolls of duct tape. The poster never mentioned if the man was caught or not.
Oh, it was several years ago. I was on the overnight shift. It was like 4 o'clock in the morning. It was around Halloween time, so it's already got that spooky season feel. This elderly gentleman who lived out in the country, he drove to town for whatever reason and went to this 24/7 gas station, asked the clerk if he could use the phone to call 911. The clerk, of course, said yes. He calls 911 and tells dispatch something along the lines of like, "My wife's missing," or "She's been kidnapped," or something, yada, yada, yada. And to have the officer meet me at our residence. So I go to the residence, and as I pull up and I get out, I don't see any red flags, if you will. Normally in a situation like this, you would see or hear some commotion. You would have something standing out to you. I'm not getting that. It looks very calm, very quaint. I don't know what I'm really walking into at this point. I have terrible officer awareness. I walk up the driveway and I pass his truck, and he hops out of the truck behind me, and as I turn around, he's got a handgun. And he's extremely agitated and upset and emotional at the fact that his wife is missing or kidnapped or whatever it was. So after a few minutes of coaxing the handgun from him and make it safe, I put it on the hood of his truck. I'm like, okay, talk to me, what's going on? And he says, okay, follow me to the house. So I follow him to the house, and as he gets to the door, he says, and I will never forget this, he says, do you believe in God? And I said, yes, I do. And he says, good. And that means you believe in the devil. And I'm like, what? So he opens the door. He says, forgive me for all the candles. He says, that's the only way we can keep it out or something like that. And there's no candles, but yet he's tiptoeing through the living room like he doesn't want to step over these mysterious candles. There's no candles. So as I'm walking in the living room and all the furniture's gone, it's just an empty room. Like, I don't know if they're moving or they just moved in. It's just completely bare and empty. Although at every window around the home, I see a rifle or a shotgun, and I see spent shell casings and bullet casings. And I'm like, hey, bro, what's up with this? And he said, oh, I've been shooting out at these demons outside all night, trying to keep them out from coming in the house. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well, we're not going to have that right now. So he lets me make all of his firearms safe, and talking to him, trying to figure out where his wife may be. And then we're in this cabin-esque home, and there's a loft, and I see above us his elderly wife comes to the edge of the loft, and she's wearing this white, like, robe, like something Ebenezer Scrooge would wear. A little creepy looking, and she's just standing there staring down at us. And I'm like, all right, she seems sensible. I'm going to go upstairs. I'm going to talk to her, because obviously he's the issue, and we need to get him some mental health treatment. So I'm like, hey, I found her. And he's like, oh, it's great news. It's great news. He's all excited. He's calmed down now. He's like, she's safe. She's sound. Good to go. So I'm like, we should be in and out in 5 minutes. So as I walk up the steps, I go up there and I talk to her, and I'm like, hey, ma'am, your husband's having some mental health issues. And she's like, I know. And she's like, I don't know what to do with him. I'm like, I get it. Boys will be boys, but I'm going to have to take him to the hospital. And I'm like, I'm going to probably need you to help me out and, convince him to go with me. And I think we're on the same page. And all of a sudden she says, am I in trouble? And I'm like, no. Why would you be in trouble? And she's like, well, I'm curious. And I'm like, well, he's not in any trouble either. But why did you say, are you in trouble? Like, there's something not right about how she said it. And she said, well, because I fed it. I'm like, fed what? She's like, I was feeding the devil babies. And I'm like, what? Like, I get it. He's having a mental health issue, but it's very rare, if not impossible, in my opinion, to have two people having both the same mental health issues. And I'm like, run that back again. And she said, I stole babies, and the only way I could keep the devil happy and away from us, because he broke into the home, was to throw them over the loft, because I'm only safe when I'm up here, elevated, and the devil's down there. I throw the babies over the loft or the balcony, and the devil feeds them. Or I feed the devil. But the problem is he won't leave me alone now. He's attached to me, and I'm like, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm going to go back down and talk to your husband. He's the more sensible one. I'm like, I'm never sleeping again. So I go down the steps. I talk to the husband. I'm like, bro, both you and your wife are going to have to take a trip with me to the hospital. And he is now freaking out. He's trying to run outside. I don't know why. I'm trying to wheel him in. I'm like, dude, I don't want you to go out there. It's pitch black. It's the middle of the night. Like, what is it out there that you need to do? And he's like, I need to get the devil away. I need to get the devil away from my house. I'm like, what are you talking about? And he's like, the devil is throwing the babies into the fire. And I'm like, what? And he said, the demons are dancing around the fire, and the devil is in the middle, and he's throwing the babies in the fire, and it's making the fire bigger, and I have to go put out the fire. And I'm like, bro, come back to reality. There is nothing out there. I am looking, and it is pitch black out there. And he's like, oh, you messed up. He's like, you just pissed them off. They're all looking at you now. And he's like, oh, they're running over here. They're running over here. And I'm like, well, shut the shades. Like, I shut the shades, and I'm like, now I'm wigging out. And I'm like, all right, look, we need to come back to reality. Luckily, at that time, another deputy shows up. The ambulance shows up. We both convince them to go to the hospital and get some mental health treatment. And they do the same thing at the hospital. The doctor's like, I'm going to send them away, and hopefully we can get this fixed. They went away for a few days. They came back, and I never dealt with them again. I never had to go to the house again. Sadly, I did hear that the elderly lady later passed on a few years later. But to this day, I've never had a call where both people were suffering from the same delusion. And in my opinion, there was something extra sinister involved there that's beyond what medicine or therapy could solve.
It happened in the Appalachian Mountains. So we got a call from EMS, and the original call was for an elderly lady with altered mental status. But then a call came in right after that, and it was for her son that had a severe arm injury. So that's a pretty normal call to get for like an older person not acting right. They can have UTIs, they could, sometimes dementia, things like that can make them act different. But the fact that she was coming in with her son, and her son had a severe arm injury, we were all like, what's going on? So she came in first. They brought her in on the stretcher, and she was in handcuffs. This like 80-something tiny little woman in handcuffs. So of course we were like, get her out of these handcuffs. Like, she's gonna rip her skin. Like, what is going on? And baby, as soon as those handcuffs came off, I understood why they put them on her. This frail 80-year-old woman had the strength of like a grown 40-year-old man. It took multiple nurses, multiple security officers, and paramedics to just hold her down on the stretcher. She was also contorting her body in ways that I never thought possible. Just like her spine, like coming up off the stretcher, her legs up by her head. Like, it was weird. She was thrashing all over the bed, biting, spitting, kicking. The scariest part is her voice was not like a normal, like 80-year-old woman voice. It was this deep, guttural, like voice. At one point, she looks over at me and she goes, "Get this brute out of me." And as we're dealing with this, her son comes in behind her, and his arm has a massive chunk bitten out of it. And I'm not trying to get too gory on you guys, but like, I'm talking tendons, ligaments hanging out of his arm. So we got more information from the son, and he was like, yeah, that's my mom. She lives with me, but this is not my mom. Like, she is normally a sweet little lady, and then she just came in my room in the middle of the night, bit down on my arm and ripped a huge chunk out of it and just continued to attack me. And he's like, I had no other option but to call the police. So we start doing all the things to get this lady to calm down so she wouldn't hurt us or hurt herself. I'm talking sedatives, IV injections, all the things. Nothing is touching her. We gave her enough medicine to put down like a horse, and nothing touched it. We also ran all the tests that would cause her to act this way. Like, we did a urine screen, we did like blood work, all the things. Everything came back completely normal. At one point, one of the nurses said, "We need some holy water." As soon as holy water was mentioned, this lady, like I told you, she was thrashing all over the place, stopped thrashing and just looks up and goes, "Don't you dare." All of us nurses just kind of looked at each other like, well, that was weird. We ended up admitting her to a room upstairs. I obviously did not see this because I stayed down in the ER, but it was later told that nothing they did helped her. She just continued to act completely insane until the son was like, I want an exorcism done on her. They had to call in a priest to the hospital to do the exorcism, and shortly after that, she went home. So, believe what you want, but the fact that this lady's tests results all came back clear, and the only thing that ended up helping her was an exorcism. I mean, I know what I believe, and that's why I'm right with the Lord.
So around this time, I was packing a bag about, 3 days, sometimes even 2 weeks, and I'll be going to these clients' houses. I was working for this home healthcare company. And so I packed the bag for the 24th, 25th, and 26th of December, and I was at this woman's house. Now, I had already been to her house months before. I had been there consistently for months. and nothing ever happened in her house. So here we are. This is a small house. We're up in the living room and we're dancing. She likes to dance. And so we're up there dancing, having a ball. And I noticed a lot of new decoration. I'm like, oh, you've been decorating? She's like, yeah, you know, the other girl, whenever she's on shift, she helps me decorate. I'm like, cool. The doorbell rings. I go to the doorbell. I said, go to the doorbell. I go to the door. I opened the door and it was my coworker, the woman that she was just talking about. And she brought this chair. And I'm like, you brought a chair? She was like, yeah, it's adding to our decoration. This is something that we like doing together. I'm like, okay, cool. That was sweet. So she brings the chair in. When she brought the chair in, she set it all the way at the end of the hall. And it had this painting that was over it. So I'm like, okay, that's sweet. So we continue our stuff. The lady leaves. We continue dancing. And then the woman wants to get in bed. So I put her in bed. Fast forward to after I put her in bed, I put the motion sensors down just in case she gets up. So the motion sensors started going crazy. And I looked at the camera and she's laying in bed. She's knocked out. So finally I stand up, and when I stand up to go check and peek my head around the corner, there's this dark figure sitting in the chair that my coworker had just brought into the house. Can't make out if it's a man or a woman just yet, but it was a very dark figure, and I heard stomping, but it didn't sound like feet. And then I look over and it has like this cane in its hand, just stomping it on the ground, on the floor. So finally I get up, I run over to my duffel bag, and I get my Bible out, and I get to praying. And it's just sitting there looking at me like, and I said, so you just not gonna go? Like, you just not gonna leave? So then once I started to get aggravated and I started to really like be really forceful with the words from the Bible, that's when it stood up and it walked into the bathroom, and then it walked back out. But when it walked back out the bathroom, it did this high jump in the air. Like, okay, what was that about? After it did that little high jump, that weird thing, it disappeared from in front of me. But I heard the motion sensor, so I walked over to the camera. And when I walked over to the camera, I see his face, yes, it was a he, in the camera, and he's pointing at my client. So, of course, I'm aggravated. I go back there and I flick the lights on. I didn't care if she was asleep. I was just worried because I know you ain't here for her. Not right now. Not right now. So then fast forward, I played it off to the woman like, oh, do you have to use the bathroom? I'm so sorry that I flicked the light on like that. And so she's like, oh, no, I'm okay. So she lays back down. Once I go back out to the living room, I get to praying. I get to like drawing crosses over all the doors, over all the windows. But next thing you know, I feel something walk behind me. And when I felt it, I turned around and he's right here in my face, like right here in my face. I almost dropped to the floor, y'all, but I couldn't do it because then he'd be thinking that he had one up on me. So that entire night, he would just randomly pop up in my face. He would randomly pop up on the sofa, or he would be sitting in that chair that my coworker brought. Now, this is the scariest part. The scariest part is the fact that right after he left up out of my client's room, I could hear her gasping for air like she needed me. And so I ran in there and I sat her up on the edge of the bed and I'm like, are you okay? And she said that she said, I'm not ready to go yet. I'm not ready to go. Now, all this time, she's never talked like this. And so I'm just like, you ain't got to go yet if you don't want to. I think what made me more nervous about it is the fact that it was a dark figure that came to collect her. At that point, I was just like, do you want to pray with me? We had never prayed together before, but in that moment, she wanted to pray. So we prayed, right? So fast forward to while we're praying, he just sat down. Like, I wait. So I think that scared me too, because what has this woman done in her life that is so terrible to have a dark figure come to collect her and take her somewhere, and not even a prayer can stop it, can stop her from going with him. Now, here's the even scarier part. I got a feeling to look outside. So I went ahead and I looked out the window. And when I looked out the window, there were two other dark figures standing on the sidewalk. That scared the crap out of me, because I know y'all better just be here for her. So I hear knocking on the door. Of course, I'm not answering it because I just looked out the window. I saw y'all out there. I'm not opening the door. And so the woman, she starts getting hysterical, and she is like really going crazy. I'd never seen her like this before. And so do y'all know, like, probably not even 24 hours after I left, that woman passed away. She passed away, and in my head, I felt so bad, but in my head, I was thinking like, oh my God, this family gonna think I'm the Grim Reaper.
So I have in fact experienced a real life haunting one time when I was babysitting. Very old house, 3 kids ages 5, 3, and 1. Before the parents left, the dad looked at me and said, "Hey, I'm sorry." I have no idea what he was saying sorry for. I was like, "Oh, that's okay." The whole time I kept hearing creaks and whispers throughout the house, but it was a really old house, so I was like, I'm just imagining this. And the 5-year-old looks at me and says, the 5-year-old looks at me and says, "Hey, did you know we used to have a cat and it on Halloween, and so my dad buried it in the backyard." I was like, that's great. If you are with kids a lot, you know they say weird things. She wanted to play a game where she was the cat that I had to bury in the backyard. It was a weird night. So I put the kids to bed. Like clockwork, 5-year-old gets up and says she needs a glass of water. Getting her a glass of water when a cat covered in dirt runs up from the basement. I say, "Hey, I thought you said your cat." She said, "He did." I said, "Then who's this cat?" She looks at me and says, "What cat?" And it's like swirling at her feet. I think she's messing with me. I'm like, whatever, so I send her back to bed. Then I was like, well, I have this stray cat running around these people's house. So like an idiot, I chase the cat and it runs into the basement. Why I followed it down, I don't know. But I did, and when it got to the bottom of the stairs, it went into a corner and disappeared. I was like, weird. I went back upstairs to go do my homework. Then I hear metal clanging at the front door, like someone's clanging. And I think the parents are home early and they're struggling to get inside, so I go to open the door for them. And they're like so loud, they're struggling so much. I open the door, nobody's there. I was like, I'm getting a little freaked out now. So I go back on the couch to start texting my friends what's happening. And I turn around and the picture behind me has turned sideways. Then I start hearing whispers around the house. I think the kids have woken up, so I go to their room to tell them to be quiet. Knocked out asleep. Got really nervous, so I had to go pee. I go to the bathroom and all the lights in the house shut off. I immediately text the parents, "You need to come home. Something's wrong. All the lights just shut off." As soon as I texted that, I heard footsteps coming upstairs, like from the basement coming upstairs. And there are voices saying, "Where is she? The lights are off. Where is she? The lights are off." And so I'm like, okay, thank God the parents are home. Like, I'm done. And so I turn on the flashlight on my phone and I go to meet them at the steps. I thought it was weird they were coming from the basement, but I figured maybe there was like a door to the garage there or something. And so I yell out to them like, "I'm here, I'm over here, your lights came out, sorry." I shine my flashlight towards the basement. No one's there. Their 2 dogs run over to me and sit on my right and my left and lowered their heads towards the basement. And I'm hearing whispers and I'm assuming the dogs heard it too. It's probably the scariest I've ever been in my life, but I'm still a babysitter, so I still have to like protect the kids. So I run back into the hallway in front of the kids' room to just stand in front. Like if I was gonna go out, at least I was gonna go out protecting those kids. Then all of a sudden the whispering stopped. The lights slowly came back on. I got on the phone with some friends. They were trying to come pick me up, but I couldn't leave the kids. I stayed on the phone with friends until the parents got home. I was really shaken up, so I couldn't even tell the parents what happened. I just took the money and left. I was so scared I turned on the lights in my car on the way home because I just was horrifying. And then I slept with all my lights on that night. I never went back, but I am still a babysitter. So, I guess it didn't scare me too much.
This is one of the scariest stories I've ever heard. A woman on Reddit shared her experience as a recent divorcee that was starting over. She started renting a new apartment and was really excited for a clean slate. Her new place was really nice. It was one of those types of complexes that even has a doorman, so she felt really safe there. At the time of her story, she'd been dedicating a lot of time to her job and would work late most nights, get home in the early morning hours just to get a few hours of sleep and have to wake up and do it all over again. She would wake up in the morning to start getting ready for work and realize that she had been so tired and out of it that she kept leaving the door unlocked. And then she started to notice that things inside of her apartment would seemingly go missing. At first, it was just small things like nail polish, her hairbrush, things that at first she was certain she had just been misplacing. But then it turned into more personal things like pictures, shaving razors, and most disturbingly, her underwear. This started to make her feel really on edge. So she started to make sure that she was being more intentional about locking her door at night. She would get in the habit of doing it every single night before going to sleep and then would repeat over and over again out loud that she had locked the door. But morning after morning, she would still wake up to find her door unlocked, and she couldn't understand how this kept happening. So she decided to invest in a camera. One night after returning home from work, she set the new camera up and hid it underneath a pile of towels on the floor. She made sure to lock the door and then she went to bed. When she woke up the next morning, everything in the apartment looked normal and nothing seemed to be missing, but the door had somehow been unlocked. So she decided to check the footage from her new camera. She had to fast forward through hours of footage, but couldn't find anything. Right when she was about to give up, she noticed the door handle jiggle and then the door slowly crept open. A figure slid through the open door and walked toward the camera. The woman got so scared that she immediately paused the footage and called police. While she was on the phone with 911, she studied the figure on the camera footage and knew without a doubt that it was her apartment's maintenance man. She played the tape a little bit more and could see him walking around her apartment comfortably as if he were in his own home. Then she watched as he turned to walk toward her bedroom just out of view of the camera. The police arrived at her doorstep and she showed them this tape. The officers assured her that they would catch this guy, and she was so exhausted from this entire ordeal that after the police officers had finished their report, she went to lay in bed and take a nap. As she laid there, she was completely drained but still unable to fall asleep. That's when a chilling realization began to wash over her. When she watched that tape, she saw the man enter her home, but she never saw him leave. She sat up in bed and quickly looked around the room. She didn't see anybody, but she kept her attention focused on her bedroom door. In a rush to get to safety, she swung her legs over the side of her bed. Her feet hit the cold wood floor, and then she felt warm breath on her ankles. She raced out of her room as quickly as she could and caught the police officers just as they were leaving. When they went inside of her apartment, they found her maintenance man hiding under her bed, clutching a knife and a Polaroid camera.
So Lola grew up in Iowa, and there's one story that her mom told her that has never left her mind. It's the kind of story that makes you double check your locks at night and never look at cornfields the same way ever again. One evening years ago, Lola's mom was driving down a quiet road on her way home. The kind of road that's nothing but long stretches of farmland, cornfields on both sides, and not even a single car passing by. The sun was starting to dip, and she knew that in just a half an hour, it would be completely dark. And then Lola told me the unexpected happened. Her mom's car broke down, out of nowhere. The engine cut out, dashboard's lights flickered, and the car rolled to a stop right on the side of the road. She told me her mom remembered the silence afterwards. No other cars around, no houses nearby, just the whisper of the wind moving through the air. She told me her mom got out to check underneath the hood because she thought it was something small. And that's when she heard it, a baby crying. She said at first it was faint, like it could have been her imagination. But then she paused and really listened, and there it was again. Clear, sharp, unmistakable. A baby's cry echoing from inside of the cornfield. She told me immediately her mom's instincts kicked in. She called out, "Hello, is someone there? Do you need help?" Her voice carried across the empty field, but nothing answered back. Just that same little cry, and she told me her stomach started to twist. She turned back toward her car, telling herself that it couldn't be real. Maybe it was just an animal or the wind playing tricks. But the crying continued, soft at first, but then rising. Almost as if the baby was in pain or left alone to die. And then Lola told me one thought really got to her mom. What if it really was a baby? What if some desperate person had left a child out there to die? She could not shake that thought, and as a mother, she thought, what if it was one of her kids? She knew she couldn't just ignore it, and Lola told me her mom walked into the cornfields. Just a few rows at first, brushing past the tall stalks of corn, her shoes crunching on the dirt, and she called out again, louder this time. "Hello, do you need help? I hear a baby." But then again, it was nothing. No voice answering her, no footsteps, no one saying, "Over here." Just the same haunting cry. She told me at that point her nerves spiked. She told herself she'd gone far enough and started to turn back. But as she walked out, the crying didn't fade. If anything, it stayed just close enough, as if it were following her, begging her to come in deeper. Lola told me her mom froze, heart pounding. And then she went back in. This time she walked back even further into the rows of corn. The sun was dipping low now, streaks of orange and pink in the sky fading to gray, and the shadow between the stalks grew darker. She kept her eyes fixed ahead, trying to follow the sound. But that's when she noticed something strange. The cry didn't sound right. It wasn't natural. It wasn't the way that babies usually cry. Lola told me her mother noticed that there was a break in it. A stutter, almost like a glitch. As if the sound was repeating, like it was on a recording loop. She told me her whole entire body went cold. Her mom stopped moving and listened. And that's when she heard something else. Not the cry this time, but the corn. The stalks were rustling, but but not from the wind, from movement. Heavy, fast movement, like someone or something was running toward her. She told me her chest tightened and she did not wait another second. She spun around and bolted, shoving her way back through the corn. Not caring if she scratched herself on the stalks, she just ran. She made it back to her car, slammed the door shut, locked every lock, and sat there trembling in silence. Her breaths coming in short gasps, and then Lola told me her mom heard that the crying had stopped. Everything had gone completely still. Lola told me her mom waited in the car until her husband showed up. He jump-started the car, and on the ride home, she told him everything over the phone. The baby cries, the stuttering sound, the stalks moving closer, the feeling that she had just escaped something horrible. And that's when he told her something that made her blood run cold. He said that what she experienced was actually a tactic. Traffickers, or sometimes worse, killers, sometimes use recordings of crying babies to lure women away from their cars, away from the safety of the road and deeper into isolated areas. And in a place like a cornfield, no one would ever find you. The thought alone shook her to the core, and even mine just reading it. To this day, Lola's mom still wonders what would have happened if she had gone out further into the cornfield. If she hadn't noticed the fake cry, if she didn't listen to her gut when she heard the stalks moving, what exactly would have happened? And that's why Lola told me that whenever she drives past those endless cornfields in Iowa, she can't help but imagine the sound of a baby crying inside. And Lola told me that she knows her mom was never supposed to come back out of there.
There's a cursed highway right down the road from our house. Story time. People call it the road that eats children, and you'll see why. As kids, we were all taught not to go anywhere near this road because so many children and pets had died out there, and some adults too. There have been so many wrecks because of people seeing things that aren't there. Locals think that this road is cursed, and it lures victims out there by showing them a loved one, someone who may be alive or has passed on, just something to lure you in. So back in the early 70s, there was a man, woman, and their 3 kids, and they pulled into a church parking lot that was located on this road. So Dad goes into the church to talk to the pastor while Mom and the kids wait out in the truck. So all of a sudden, while Dad's in the church, he hears tires squalling, a loud bam, and people start screaming. He runs outside, and that's when he finds out the mom had let the kids out to play, and his 3-year-old son had run out the highway and got hit by a Mack truck. The mom and siblings swear that he all of a sudden stood up, began smiling, and said bop bop, and took off running towards the road. Bop bop was his grandpa who died a month prior, and they think that's what he saw in the highway. But they don't think it was his grandpa's spirit. They think it was a demon pretending to be bop bop to get him out there. But about 10 years ago, they bulldozed down that old church, and a new family bought this property and moved in, and this older woman was babysitting her 3-year-old grandson on a regular basis. So on this summer day, they cooked, they played, they watched TV, they were just having a great time together. Around lunch, she goes in the bathroom, and while she's in there, her 3-year-old grandson manages to slip out the door. She comes out the bathroom, she don't see him, she calls his name, he don't answer, so she goes out the front door, and that's where she sees this baby with his arms wide open run into the highway. He was smiling ear to ear when he was hit by a Mack truck right in front of his grandma. She was less than 5 feet behind him when he was hit by that truck, and she was almost hit herself. This poor baby was gone, and there wasn't much left of him after the impact. The truck driver was going the speed limit. He didn't even know he'd hit anything. He glances in a side mirror, and that's where he sees a woman running out of her yard, and she drops down in the middle of the highway, so he thinks she's in trouble. He slams on brakes, turns around, and runs back up to the scene, and that's where he learns he hit a child. They had fenced in that entire yard to make it childproof, and they even had a special lock on the gate, but for some reason the gate was standing wide open. Nobody knows who did it. What's crazy? Grandma sold the property, and on the day she was moving out, she pulled her grandson's cross out the ground, and she was hit and killed by a truck. So back in the late 80s, 2 5-year-old children were seen playing alone out in their yard on the edge of this highway. So the one child said, the other child stood up and said, "There's my Mima," and then he took off running out to the highway. But this one said he didn't see anyone out there, but the other one kept running and he got hit by a car. Another woman who grew up down the road from this said that when she was 6 or 7 years old, she used to hear this tapping on her window late at night, and when she looked, it was a black shadowy figure trying to get her to go out into the road, but she wouldn't go because it was too dark. One time this thing told her that her new cat was out there on the road, so she put on her shoes and coat because she didn't want it to get hit, and right when she got to the door, her mama snatched her up and said, "No, you're not going out there, it's too dangerous," and she stopped her. Her mama probably saved her life. Another man said that while his wife was at work at the hospital on night shift, his twin sons, who were 7, would tell him that they saw something floating around the house and it was trying to get them to come outside and play. He had to put locks on all the doors and windows and build a damn fence around their house that the kids couldn't get through because they were steady trying to go out to that damn road. A girl I went to school with said that when she was getting on the bus one morning, she heard this whiny sound like a kitten, and when she went to lean down in the ditch, that was when a big truck came out of nowhere and almost hit her. She jumped back so hard that she fell in the ditch and got soaking wet, and the truck barely missed her, but when she looked down in the ditch, there were no animals in there. Another little girl who was 8 years old lived on that same road, and she was getting off the school bus one day when a driver flew past the bus and hit her. The driver kept going and didn't even stop to check on her. So the bus driver and the kids all get off and they call 911, and she's airlifted to Wilmington, and she has been disabled ever since. A bad wreck that I personally saw on that road was when I was in 6th grade. This woman comes flying up in a little car behind our bus. That big tractor with all those discs was just a few feet ahead of us, and that was why our bus driver was going so slow. So this woman tries to go around us. She stomps the gas, but when she goes around the bus, another truck is coming in the opposite lane, so she has to swing it back over in between the tractor and the bus. This woman lost control of her car, and she slammed into the back of that tractor and rammed that car up into those discs. The discs ate the front of her car. I mean, they went right on up into the windshield and decapitated her. I had nightmares about that wreck for weeks. So back in the late 80s, one of my distant relatives was on a tractor going out to a field to plow it, and he put his 5-year-old son on his lap to ride the tractor with him while their mama was at home making lunch. The mom would always tell him, be careful with him on the tractor, please don't let go, don't let him fall. And the dad was like, dude, my whole family's been riding tractors forever and we've never had nothing happen. He'll be fine. So as they're going into the field, a big truck came out of nowhere and almost hit him. The father has to pull the tractor off the road and back on, and when he does, the little boy falls off the tractor and ends up going under the disc. He was mangled up. And then this poor man had to go home and tell his wife what happened to their son, and she went all to hell. So needless to say, a lot of really bad things have happened on this highway, and that's why people are so scared to drive on it.
In today's story, someone lets a demon take over their body so that they can protect their family, and the demon does what they want to the person that threatened their family. So Jaden has a younger brother, an older brother, and a sister, and it was only him and his younger brother in the house when this happened. Jaden was always a happy kid, but this changed about 14 years ago when his parents bought a second home about 20 minutes away from their original home. They still owned the old house, and Jaden didn't want to switch schools, so his grandmother would stay in the new house, and he would stay in the old house most of the time so he didn't have to switch schools, but on the weekends he would stay in the new house with his grandmother whenever he felt like it. First few weekends were okay. He felt a little off, but he thought that it was just from being in a new house. So he kind of brushed it off, but his father went away for work for a few months, and that's when everything changed. The first weekend that his dad left, him and his family were all sitting downstairs watching a movie, having some family quiet time. Night came around and he decided to go to bed, so he did his normal routine. He washed up, he brushed his teeth. Then he went and laid down and he started to doze off, but that was until he woke up and felt something watching him. He opened his eyes and he looked by the door, and there was a large figure standing by the corner of the door. So the ceilings in his house were about 6.5 feet tall, and this thing was so tall that it was hunched over staring at him. This thing's eyes were pale and it had a yellow haze, and he just puts his back up against the wall. He is terrified. He kept facing it, but he kept telling himself that it was all in his head, and he just closed his eyes and he was like, this is all in my head, this is all in my head, this is all in my head. When he closed his eyes, the air felt cold and heavy, and then when he opened his eyes again, this thing was standing in the middle of his room. So he covered his head and he felt his entire body tense up, and then he heard this deep groan. Everything just goes black and he falls asleep, and he does not spend the next few weeks there because he's terrified. He's beginning to realize that his smile is less and less frequent. His mind is like deteriorating. He was in a very dark place and he wanted to fight over the smallest things. He tells his parents, and his parents are like, it's just hormonal and it's hereditary. It's gonna go away, don't worry about it. They just brush it off, and about a year later his father is back on his work trip, and his brother starts talking about one of his cousins that he absolutely hates, and he had some violent and harsh words to say about this cousin. So Jaden's mom looks at him and she's like, you need to calm down. This is still your family, Jaden. And while she's in the middle of saying this, he hears this groaning voice again say, I'll show you what I want you to do. And then Jaden says out loud, I would gut that little prick. And he gets a vision of her, and then he hears that groaning voice scream, do it. His mother's face goes pale, and then he gets this incredibly heavy feeling, and tears are pouring down his face, and then he just runs to his bedroom. This was in his old house, but his mother comes in a few minutes later, and she comes up to him and she's like, were you just told to do something to me? And he just whispers, yes. So she takes him back to the new house to introduce him to the family medium. He was instantly told that he had a dark entity following him and that was attached to him, and it thrives off of destruction. She performed some type of ritual on him, and I'm not going to go into details here, but I will on my YT, and everything is good for about a month. Still never stayed in that house again, but one day he felt his body tense up like he was fighting something. So he sat there on the couch alone while his mother was at work, and he just asked this entity, what do you want? And he hears the entity reply in the same groan and say, life. Jaden responds, how could I give you life? You're unalive. And the entity just replies in that same groan, feed me your anger. And just like that, it was back. But he started surrounding himself with people that made him happy and things that made him happy. And this worked for a little bit until after his graduation. Things were going good, so he thought. He met somebody, and then they had a baby boy in 2014. And then another little boy in 2016. But then something happened. Someone threatened to unalive his family, and in the worst way. They threatened to do it to his kids and his girlfriend first, and they threatened to R his girlfriend in the meantime. And then they said that they were going to unalive him. Grabs the phone to call the police, but then the groan comes back, and it says,
"Don't do that. I can help you."
And Jaden asks how, and then the entity says that when everybody is in bed, to let him take over his body. Entity then tells him that he feels the rage and he wants it, and so Jaden lets him take over. He relaxed like he was falling asleep, and then he felt like he was watching a movie in third person. He told the entity they had a truce, that he would let him take over and he could have his rage as long as he protected his family, and that is what he did. What they do is they drive over to that man's house that threatened to unalive his family. He lives in a farmhouse. His house is on the outside of town, so they go there and they get out of the car. The entity then tells him that he will do everything that he feels that he wants him to do. He goes over to the door and he just puts his hand on the doorknob and he just feels the lock pop and unlock. Jaden had steel toe boots on with hard soles, and they made sound when you walked, but as he walked through the house, they made absolutely no sound at all. So they search the house till they find his room, and then they find his room, they go inside of it, and they cover his mouth, and they hold him down in bed. And as he's holding him down, he hears the entity's voice come through him, but it's his voice, and he says, "People like you sicken me. Even your words have consequences." Then rips him out of the bed, throws him into the dresser, and the guy tries to run. Now, as they're running down the hall chasing this person, everything kept going black. He'd see a different room just ahead of the man. He was pulling Jaden through his physical body and whatever realm he used to move unnoticed. Just as the man gets to his door, Jaden waves his arm and the door just slams shut. The man is now screaming and begging for him to leave, but the entity's voice comes through again, but it's still Jaden's voice, and he says, "People like you deserve to burn." Just as he's finished talking, these flames come from under the front door, and they just spread rapidly, like they were following some type of gas spill. Then the man screams, "I will never threaten your family again." And the entity through Jaden says, "You don't deserve the life that you were given when you threatened to R and unalive women and children. Why wait for hell to burn you when we can do it now?" The man is pleading and pleading for his life at this point, and even though Jaden at this point is kind of telling the entity like it's enough, that he can't stop the voice from coming through him. He kicked him through the flames out the window, and then they beat him unrecognizable. Right, it's like he was watching it in a third-person movie. He was watching himself do something that he wasn't really doing. Going to the specifics of what happened to him on my YT, I definitely cannot talk about it here. Basically, the guy is now unconscious. He comes back to consciousness, and the entity makes Jaden grab his shoulders. He says, "If you call the police, I will come back with Jaden's body, and I will do whatever I want to do to you. He will not be able to stop me. And then you'll never escape the flames." And they left him laying there, and they drove to the end of the road, and they reported the fire. Whoa! He doesn't remember anything until that morning. All he knows is that that house is in ashes, and at the end of the email, he says, "Please don't report me," which I'm not gonna do, because if you threaten to R women and children and unalive them. So, do you think that this guy deserved what he got, or do you think that this went too far? Do you think that it was not good that he let this entity take over his body, or would you let an entity take over your body in order to protect your family? Thoughts, please. My submitter's name is Danny, and Danny has had sleep paralysis since she was 12 years old, and it went until she was 17 years old. And here's the scary thing though, all of her sleep paralysis experiences consisted of entities that looked like Slender Man and Hat Man. Just scarier versions. She said that at this early age, she was having sleep paralysis every single night. And every single night she would have sleep paralysis, the next day her mental health would deteriorate. And this would happen quite often. She also said that if she ever watched scary movies or anything supernatural or paranormal, it would also trigger it. She said she only saw Hat Man like once or twice, but she said Slender Man is where it got real, where it was scary and violent. She did say that she lived next to a cemetery, and that may be what triggered it, but I don't know. So Danny said that her bedroom door was always closed, and she was always alone because she shared a room with her sister, but her sister was always sleeping over at her boyfriend's house. She would fall asleep, and then she would feel a presence in her room, and then her heart would start to race and beat, and she would start sweating, and she knew what was about to happen. If you've had sleep paralysis before, you know this feeling. She said that this would always happen around 2 or 3 a.m., and the only reason that she knew this is because she slept facing her clock. So when she would open her eyes during the sleep paralysis, she could see what time it was. She said that every single time it happened, she would wake up, she would open her eyes, and in the corner of her eye, she would see Hat Man, and she would look over, and he would be slowly creeping towards the bed towards her, and he would make this clicking sound as he would do it. He would walk around to the end of her bed, he would sit at the end of her bed, and then he would just take his hat off and he would just smile at her. He was completely black except for the big grin and these sharp white teeth. She said that during this incident, when this would happen, she could not move, she could not scream, she could not do anything, obviously. But this would happen for hours, literally. She would be in this state for like 2 to 3 hours because it would happen till like 5 or 6 a.m. in the morning. Holy shit. And the whole time, he would just be sitting on her bed, smiling at her. Around 5 or 6 a.m., he would get up, put his hat back on, and he would walk out the door. She said Hat Man would come visit her like 3 or 4 times a week, but she said Slender Man, on the other hand, would visit her less, but this experience was much worse. With Slender Man, it was the same experience. She would wake up, her heart racing, all that stuff, but different. He would try to scare her. He would first grab the door handle and he would rattle the door handle, just then the door would slowly open. And then she would see this tall, slender, black figure just start creeping towards her bed. He had bright red eyes, sharp white teeth, and he was so tall that he had to crouch underneath her high ceilings. He had super long arms, and they were so long they hit the floor, and he had these sharp, long fingernails that would just drag on the floor. So when he would walk to her bed, it was very similar as Hat Man because he would make that same clicking noise when he would walk to her bed, just that. We'd get to the end of her bed and his bright red eyes would grow bigger and his sharp white teeth and his smile would get bigger. And then he would just slowly crawl on her bed. He would then get right on top of her and he would just get right in her face and he would start screaming in her face with saliva and spit just coming out of his mouth. Then put one hand on her chest and just press on it so that she would struggle to breathe. And she couldn't move, so she couldn't do anything about it. He would then take his other hand and he would scratch her arms and legs as he was screaming in her face. He would then slowly crawl backwards with that same grin on his face and he would exit her door and leave the door open. She said that this would normally last for about 2 hours, like 1 or 2 hours, and it would always happen around 3 a.m. It was shorter than the Hat Man, but way more terrifying. She would then snap out of it and be struggling to breathe, coughing, panting, covered in sweat. A bedroom door would be open, and she would have scratches on her arms and on her legs. But in November of 2017, her nan passed away, and she was incredibly close to her nan. Now, she had never seen a picture of her nan when she was younger. She had only seen what she looked like as an older woman. But the night she passed away, Danny didn't know that she had passed away, and she started to get sleep paralysis, and it was Slender Man. And Slender Man started to crawl on her bed, as he does. So as soon as it gets to the part where he starts screaming in her face, she sees this bright white light appear, and then this woman comes down. And this woman looks exactly like her nan, except for like 60 years younger. She had ginger hair and sort of like a beehive updo, and she was wearing a white gown. She looks so beautiful, and as soon as she sees what Slender Man is doing, she gets right in his face and she says, "You will not visit her anymore. You will not scare her anymore. You are banished from this house, and you will not bother her or the rest of our family." And then she said that Slender Man looks scared. He gets up immediately and he just skedaddles right out of the room. This woman then looks at her and smiles and says, "Everything is going to be okay. I'm with Grandpa now." She said that although her nan had passed and she had known that it was her and that she had passed at this point, she woke up just feeling lighter and brighter. After she gets up, she goes downstairs to meet with her mom, and her mom looks at her and says, "Look, I have some bad news. Nan passed away. She was 98 years old, so she lived a long life." And Danny just says, "I know," and she tells her about the sleep paralysis incident. Her mom knew that she had suffered from it. She also tells her mom what she saw, how she looked, like how much younger she looked and what she looked like, and her mother was like, "That is exactly to the T what she looked like when she was about 30 years old." So she had the ginger hair. She used to wear her hair up like that all the time. Because remember, Danny had only seen her grandmother as being like a very elderly woman. So she had gray hair, she was older, she had never seen her like that before. And ever since that incident, she had never had sleep paralysis ever again. And she ends it by saying, "My nan saved me. She protected me and she still continues to protect me." I don't know why I'm getting emotional right now. She says that she's not religious, but ever since then, she has become more religious because of her experience. Now she believes way more in the afterlife and on a lighter side of the afterlife.
So we were at the Grand Canyon and we decided to stay there to stargaze because the stars are amazing there. There's no light pollution. So we were sitting by the rim. We were sitting there in the dark and we couldn't see anything. And my boyfriend just had this awful feeling that something bad was going to happen. And that's not like him at all. He never feels like that. Even at night, he's not scared of the dark. He just had this awful feeling and we needed to go back to the car like right then. We started walking back down the trail. It was about a 20-minute walk back to the car in pitch black through a bunch of trees. out of nowhere, we heard a whistle behind us from the trees, and there was nobody behind us. We pointed our flashlight at the trees because we thought maybe a person was hiding in there. Nobody was there. We decided to pick up our pace a little bit to get back to the car faster. And my boyfriend, he started panicking. He just felt like we were going the wrong way. He was trying to get us to go backwards towards where the whistling sound came from, which was not the right way. That was the opposite direction of our car, but he thought that's where our car was. And I had to convince him that we were on the right path. So eventually, after walking down the trail, we ended up seeing the visitor center, and we knew we parked near there. And my boyfriend, for some reason, he just wanted to go out into the dark area. He thought that's where we were parked, but I knew that's not where it was. I knew we were near the visitor center, but he wanted to walk like the opposite direction of where we were. So I convinced him that that was not the right way, and we needed to go the other way. So we eventually found the parking lot where our car was, and we were walking towards our car, and out of nowhere, we heard this awful panting noise, and it sounded like it was right in front of us. We were pointing the flashlight everywhere. There was nothing there. We couldn't see anything. And the noise, it just sounded like it was like running at us. We then like ran towards the visitor center. So after we collected ourselves at the visitor center, we just had to go back to the car because there was nobody around. Nobody was there to help us. So we just had to run towards the car. That's all we could do. And we went back to the car. The noise was gone. There was nothing. And we are convinced that there was like something demonic or something there. I don't know. I'm really scared.
When I was about 15, I was hanging out with my friend, Richard. His family was having their annual family cookout, and they had it at some park I've never been to. It was your typical family cookout, so pretty boring stuff, until Richard's cousin Cindy showed up. Trust me, if you were a teenage boy, you automatically liked Cindy. We were pretty much the only teenagers at the cookout, so it was just us three hanging out for the most part. Eventually, we went on a walk and got carried away just talking about random stories. We were deep in the woods, across from the park where the family was. That's when we came across an abandoned house right in the middle of the woods. Just the sight alone was enough to make any normal person turn the other way. But apparently 3 teenagers thought it would be a good idea to find a way in. Surprisingly, the front door was cracked open a bit, which should have been a warning sign, but we took it as a welcoming and we entered easily. The place was dark, and the first thing we noticed was the trash bags all over the floor. I mean, we could barely move around because of how many bags were all around. It definitely added to the creepiness about the house. As we looked around the open area, there was one thing we saw that stood out. On the rusty stove was a toy troll. One of those trolls with the long hair and the jewel in its stomach, or whatever that thing was. I don't know why, but it gave me the goosebumps just looking at it. I felt almost like it was watching us, as crazy as that sounds. We checked around the main floor of the house and basically the place was empty and dark. Then we saw the stairs that led to the upper part of the house. Now, I can assure you that we checked all the rooms on the main floor. Bedrooms, bathrooms, closets, all empty. As we started to head up the stairs, Cindy stopped us, claiming she saw something moving down the hallway. All 3 of us backed away and looked down the dark, narrow hall that we had recently just been through. We watched as a red balloon with a string attached appeared out of the darkness, floating towards us. I don't think the balloon itself is what creeped us out. It was the way the balloon was floating. It would slowly drop down, then float up, then move left, then right, still moving towards us. Down, up, left, right. There were no windows open, no gusts of wind. Something else was moving this balloon. I 100% believe that. It moved in this pattern until it passed us and bumped into the wall. We started heading towards the entrance door that we came in through. We made it out safe, but the whole way back, I had this eerie feeling. It just didn't make sense to me. We checked the whole first floor. That house was trashed and looked like it had been abandoned for years. How did we miss a red balloon? How was there still a balloon with air in that house? Why did it move that way? So me and my two friends, Brian and Jacob, were walking back from a camp we made relatively deep in our neighborhood woods at night, when it was raining and we somehow got lost, even though we've done this trek many times at night. When we stopped to take a rest, my buddy stepped on something hard sticking out of the ground. He picked it up, and it turned out to be a sword. Not a very impressive one, just a cheapish katana. And after joking it was haunted and used for murder, Brian kept it. A couple of days later, Brian hands me the sword while I'm at his place and says he wants me to have it. I notice he drew a cross on the sheath with permanent marker. I find it weird, but don't mention it and take it home. After I brought it home, my mum starts complaining that she hears someone walk up the stairs every night when she's alone. I joke that it's the sword I brought home and bring it up to Brian, and he says he gave it to me because, according to him, whenever he would touch it, he would feel angry and have negative thoughts. He drew the cross on it because he thought it was haunted. Later, when I got home, I decided to throw the sword back in the woods. I noticed the cross was gone. Not like smeared or rubbed off, just gone. That was the last straw, so I threw it in the woods. Now the last and weirder part is that Brian called me out of nowhere and asked if he could have the sword back. We went searching in the woods behind my house and surprisingly found it. Was this just a chain of weird coincidences? Or did this item have some bad mojo attached to it? What are your thoughts on this situation? A day ago, on Saturday, August 31st, I go to bed and my bed literally had nothing on it that shouldn't be there. I fell asleep while watching some videos on YouTube and woke up at 3 a.m. I wake up at 3 a.m. a lot, and that itself creeps me out, but I'm used to it. Anyways, I take out my phone and text some people. Then, I feel something hard under me. I look what it is, and it turns out it was a mirror. I put the mirror on the floor facing down and start thinking, why was the mirror on my bed? When I finally go back to sleep, around 5 a.m., I start getting nightmares about moving toys, objects, and something like that. For example, in one of the dreams, I wake up and look on my floor and see a doll sitting, staring at me. I creep out and try to go to sleep as soon as possible. The dreams I had felt so real, I can't even be 100% sure if they were dreams or not. But I think they were just dreams. When I wake up around 10 a.m., I ask everyone in the house that if they had put the mirror on my bed. I even asked my niece, who was visiting with my sister. I asked my niece if she had been playing with the mirror at all. She said no. Some time passes, and I start doing other things. I had my cat's brush on my chair, and it falls on the floor. I didn't really care about that at all since I had other things to do. Then, when I later go in my room, and I needed the brush, it had been moved to a different place. It was still on the floor, but it was far away from where it fell. Again, I asked everyone who could have possibly gone into my room and used the brush if they had put it there. They said no. That kind of makes me feel weird. Do you guys know what this could mean? I lived in Brunei when I was 2 to 6 years old. This particular house where I lived, unexplainable things happened all the time. One of the most common things that would happen in that house is that I would always, every single night, wake up at 3 in the morning, on the dot, crying. Mind you, I was really young, so I don't really remember why I did cry most of the time. This occurred so many times that my mum ended up staying up until 3, waiting for me to wake up and go to her for comfort. She has many paranormal experiences in that house, not always particularly things that happen to her. She mostly witnesses me getting haunted by this presence. But that is for a different story. This story is what I have experienced myself. So to understand the story, you have to know the layout of my room. Me and my brother sleep together in the same room, and I'm the furthest bed from the door and closest to the window. Right in front of me is a desk with a mirror. I would wake up every night looking at the mirror, so I recognize clearly in my head how it's supposed to look. Now that you know, the usual thing I would do is wake up at 3 a.m. and cry. There was a time something bizarre happened. That night I woke up to a rhythmic tapping on my window, almost like someone playing a song. So I woke up and almost at the verge of crying under the blankets, but for some reason, I had a sudden urge to look at the mirror. I slowly pulled down the blankets and stared at the mirror. As I looked at the mirror, I was telling myself, why is this mirror so odd? It doesn't look right. I was so dumbfounded by the look of the mirror, I eventually fell asleep. I woke up the next day and was getting ready for school, and while I was dressing up in front of the mirror, something clicked in my head. It still gives me the chills to this day. When you look at the mirror, what you usually see is your face. What I saw that night was the back of my head. At that time I was really young, so I thought that's how mirrors work. But now that I think about it, it scares me to the bones. My ex and I were managing and maintaining an old apartment building. Tenant in Unit 16 gets tossed, and we go to prep for showings, tearing up carpet, paint and epoxy the tub, paint, garbage, etc. I come across this vase sitting by the support beam. Nothing wrong with it, too nice to throw out, decorated with roses and cherubs. Me, what should I do with this vase? I don't see a reason to toss it. Ex, the one sitting on the floor? Put it back in the kitchen where I left it. Odd statement, but my ex has a funny way of processing info, so I put it back in the kitchen. We worked a couple more hours, took all the tools and cleaning supplies with us, left the vase in the kitchen, locked the door and went home for the night, which was 2 floors down. Come back the next day to finish up final touch-ups. The vase is back on the floor. Double check the keyring. We have both sets that the tenant surrendered. Picked it up and put it back in the kitchen and press on. Change the lock, new doorknob, new deadbolt, new keys. A week or so later, awesome new tenant takes the place. Vase is nowhere to be found during the walkthrough. Sign lease, give him the keys and press on. 3 days after move-in, tenant knocks on our door. Hey, can I get a new lock on my door? He just replaced it. It is a new lock, but yeah, we can do that. Everything okay? I think someone has been in my place, but nothing's been taken. Thanks. Next day, tenant comes to us. New lock gets installed in front of him, so he knows there is nothing sketchy. Lock works, everyone is happy. I start hanging out with the tenant because everyone else in the area sucked. If you've ever lived in the historic district of Elgin, Illinois, then you know exactly what I mean. I drop my ass on the couch, and what do I see? Sitting by the TV. That vase. So, what made you think someone had been in here? You know, when you asked for a new lock, if nothing was taken. That vase. I came home and it was sitting right here on my coffee table. A year or so passes. I'm decent friends with a guy at 16. Always keeps the door locked, even when he's home. Video games, nerd shit, music, people, etc. I've seen some shit in this building, and I'm comfortable enough to ask if he's seen anything other than the vase, which was still by the TV. He tells me about a woman in white, how he's been paced in the hallway and climbing the stairs, children's voices in his kitchen, cold spots. And that shit right there is driving me nuts too. I locked that door behind you, knob and the bolt. The door just opened. Sure enough, the door was halfway open. He goes on about the door opening itself after he's locked it. I've even seen this door just click and fall open after I've locked it. It happened in front of a lot of people. He frequently had guests. Said he even came home a few times to find his door just sitting open. I don't know if you have ever had to deal with tenants, but they get jumpy when they find their doors open and have instant distrust of maintenance. So I took the master copy of the main keyring and kept it with me at all times. Shit still happened. After a while, it started to escalate. Things were moved. Things were missing. Holmes started getting really nervous. So I started doing my own rounds, walkthroughs, made sure his door is closed and locked. Never found it open or unlocked without explanation. At this point, when we were hanging out, the door would unlock, open, and then something would either fall off the wall or off a shelf right there in front of everyone. He was there for maybe 2 years before he was happy to hand his keys over. Asked what he did with the vase. Said he left it in the kitchen. I'm not about to mess with that. Did a walkthrough the next day. It was sitting by the beam. I'm not really a believer in the supernatural, but I've had 2 or 3 unexplainable experiences that give me goosebumps to this day. One of those very experiences happened to me and my family back in 2009 when I was in high school. A few weeks prior to this, my whole family and I had gone through an extremely traumatic experience where we were tied up and robbed at gunpoint by 5 men in our home here in Johannesburg, South Africa. It was a fairly big house and we each had our own rooms, but my 2 sisters and I decided to put our mattresses together in the living room and sleep there till the end of the month before moving to our new home where we felt safer. All of us were already terrified being in that house, and what we heard that night just sent us over the edge. We all went to sleep around 8 p.m, and our little dog snuggled in amongst us. At the entrance to the living room in this house, there was this strange black glass mirror/wall that was about 1 meter wide and 2 meters tall. This glass always freaked us out because it seemed to have no purpose. You couldn't really see your reflection too well in it, as it was really, really dark, and our dog often barked at it for no reason. At this point, we didn't care about the glass wall, and we were more scared of real intruders, so we put our silly fears aside and set up our sleeping area right in front of it. We were all sleeping soundly, and at around 3 a.m, all of us woke up at the same time to the sound of what I can only describe as a painful, long, ominous moan. It started out like a low whimper and went on for a few seconds before increasing in volume and ending in a scream. It lasted for what felt like 10 seconds, and we all woke up right at the beginning and sat up. The sound felt like it was coming from right in front of us, and our dog went crazy before cowering as if someone was there. I grabbed my sister's hand, and as soon as the sound stopped, my eldest sister jumped up and smashed on the light. Our dog just stared at the mirror, with his hairs standing up straight as nails. We immediately went to the opposite side of the house and woke up my parents, who were baffled by what we told them. To this day, I think about that moan and how painful and depressing it sounded. There was no way I was just hearing things because we all woke up and heard it together. My sisters were way older than me, and they always tried to discredit anything paranormal. But that incident spooked them and made them think otherwise. I like to think that the culmination of all the bad energy, fear, anxiety, and trauma we had experienced during the robbery conjured up something that was an incarnation of sadness and despair. I heard its voice that night. During my undergraduate study, I volunteered at my college's radio station. Its greatest feature was the fact that it offered 24/7 live radio broadcasting, barring a handful of pre-recorded shows. How, you might ask, did the station get volunteers for the grueling early morning shifts, like 3:30 a.m. to 6 a.m? Well, they made trainees do it. As an amateur DJ looking to move up in a time slot, I had to slog through 8 of those early morning shows, full of caffeine and a genuine love of the job. The night of my 7th show, I was rummaging through the library when I decided I was going to play a song by Robert Johnson, the father of the Delta Blues, who supposedly sold his soul to the devil for the ability to play amazing music. I had only recently discovered his work and was pretty eager to share it with the radio audience, even if no one was really listening. The song I wanted to play was Crossroads, probably his most famous number, which seemingly describes the fateful encounter between Johnson and the devil at a crossroads in the Delta. After rummaging through the library, I finally managed to discover a beat-up vinyl of Robert Johnson recordings that looked like it had been in the station for decades. As I was pulling it off the shelf, a volunteer I had never seen before rounded the corner of the aisle and stopped, staring at me. After introducing herself as Janine, she tenuously asked, "You gonna play that on the radio?" I shrugged and mentioned how I'd only recently discovered Johnson and was eager to broadcast it. Her response, another question, was terse. "You're the late night DJ, right?" I confirmed that I was, but before I could say anything, she just interrupted me, her voice full of conviction. "Don't play that record, man. Just don't. Not late at night." I chuckled, patronizing I know, and asked why I shouldn't. "It's just bad," was her reply. "Nobody plays that record around here at night." She leaned in and conspiratorially whispered, "When I was a late night DJ, I played that record, and by the time the song was done, the board was too hot to touch. Other people who have played that record all dealt with some weird things too. Sound levels going up and down for no reason, turntables stopping on their own. Just don't play it. It's no good." I didn't want to seem rude or dismissive, so I made a show of listening to this woman and putting the record back on the shelf. Of course, I still had every intention of playing it, even more so now that it was forbidden. When I showed up at 3:30 in the morning, passing the other DJ on the way out, it was the first record I went and pulled. Now, the radio station is in a set of rooms in the basement of one of the tallest buildings on campus. The first floor is easily accessible thanks to big, wide staircases at either end of the building, but the rest of the floors require going through some doors to a stairwell. Both the first floor and the basement floor have just one long hallway with doors to rooms all along it. After 8 p.m., all the doors to both classrooms and the building itself are locked. The only way in is to call the current DJ and have them open a door for you. When you are in the radio station at 3:30 in the morning, you are well and truly alone. Within 15 minutes of getting on air, I played Crossroads. The old vinyl slipped on the start, screeching and cracking a bit before going, but otherwise played normally. I laughed a little to myself. Here then was the dreaded curse of the record, a tiny skip. I put on a longer song, something by Yes, after Crossroads, and went to go to the bathroom. The bathroom is directly across the hall from the door to the radio station. It takes about 10 seconds to walk to it. I went in, took a quick leak, stepped out into the hallway to go back, and heard the scream. It was, without a doubt, the most spine-chilling thing I've ever heard in my life. The scream was not that of a person having fun, having sex, or even trying to imitate someone in trouble. It was the kind of sound that comes out of a person's mouth when they're about to be murdered or when they've seen something so awful they can't do anything but scream until their lungs give out. The hairs stood up on the back of my neck. I very nearly cried out as well, perhaps in sympathy, perhaps in fear, but I stopped myself. The scream was distinctly female and lasted for about 10 to 15 seconds. To my ears, it sounded like it had drifted down from the first floor of the building. There were no windows. It could not have come from outside. But I could not pinpoint the direction, left or right. I immediately felt the cold wash of fear, the sensation of chill running down your body from your head to your toes, and retreated quickly back into the radio station, slamming the door behind me. It took me about half a minute to calm myself down and decide that I couldn't stay in the station. What if someone was hurt or was legitimately in trouble? More importantly, I felt the burning desire to know where the scream had come from. I'm not a coward. At 6'2" and nearly 260 pounds, I felt I could handle just about anything I came across. I stepped quickly into the booth, trying to ignore the fact that the Robert Johnson record was propped up against the wall, as if it were looking right at me, and put on another, longer song, deciding to just let the album run until I could figure out what had happened. With that, I grabbed the station flashlight and went out into the hallway, making sure the station door was firmly locked behind me. I proceeded to search the entire basement and first floor of the building, checking every door and making sure that they were all locked. They all were. All except one. Towards the end of the first floor corridor, a single classroom door was ajar. I paused briefly outside, but did not go in. I did not even shine my flashlight in. I merely stood outside in the halogen lights of the hallway, looking at the gap of darkness. That slightly ajar door radiated an aura of ghastliness that made me hesitant to even approach it. A primal urge, some voice deep inside of me, told me not to turn on the flashlight and shine it in the room. That there might be something there that I wouldn't want to see. Facing the ajar door, I backed down the hallway, booked it down the stairs, and went back into the radio station, where I nervously finished out my set. To this day, I have no idea where the scream came from. I've researched the history of that building and found nothing malign. It was a relatively new building anyway. I talked to janitors and determined that they were not in the building that night after midnight. I even checked police reports and found nothing suspicious. The one thing I made sure of was that I never played the Robert Johnson record again. I wouldn't even touch it. Heck, I avoided the Eyelets Inn if I was in the library alone. I don't know what its history is or who owned it previously, but I know that, as I was warned, it's no good. All I can say is this: if you ever find yourself as a late-night DJ at a college radio station in California, don't play that record. I used to live in a house with my parents, which both myself and my parents had very strange experiences in. However, my parents didn't let me know that they had them, as they didn't want to spook me further. My room was particularly bad with the activities that used to happen all the time. Just to name a few experiences, there was someone knocking on my door saying my name when everyone was asleep. My guitar plectrum was thrown at me from across the room, and my guitar was often strum, all 6 strings, all at the same time. Obviously, if a string goes out of tune, sometimes one will strum, but all 6 was definitely no accident. Anyway, I have had this antique mirror for as long as I could remember. It was a past relative's, and I always used to notice handprints and fingerprints on it, even though I never touched it that much. They were everywhere, from top to bottom. My parents, obviously not wanting to let me know they were also aware of the paranormal things going on, said to me not to worry, and it probably was me touching it by mistake. As they seemed so sure this was the case, I forced myself not to think about it and carry on as if nothing weird was happening, which was very hard as something was definitely going on. Eventually, my mum told me she was also concerned about my mirror and needed to speak to me about something she'd seen other than handprints. She never showed me the photo she took because she didn't want to scare me, but she said in the prints on the mirror was a perfect face of a devil. She showed my dad and his friend this before taking the photo, and despite them not wanting to believe in this side of things, they both could see it. Obviously, I didn't know how to react and thought perhaps something was after me. I mean, who knows? Mum decided to get some advice, so she had gone to a shop near me called Spellbound. They sold things of all types, but mainly they were all to do with the supernatural type of things, healing, crystals, etc. As you can imagine, the people who worked there all were very aware of the spiritual world and different types of paranormal experiences. So my mum felt this was the best place to get advice. She spoke to a guy there about my mirror, who said we had a few options, which were smashing the mirror completely to get rid of any negative energy, moving the mirror away from reflecting onto me sleeping / my bed, sage the room, or for me to wear black tourmaline, either in a necklace or a bracelet form, to help protect me. I wasn't worried if we needed to smash the mirror, as I was pretty terrified by this point. However, my parents didn't want to do this, as it used to belong to one of my relatives who wasn't with us anymore. So my mum bought me a black tourmaline, and we went on from there. I still noticed the fingerprints and handprints, but not so much strange experiences, so I felt perhaps the tourmaline worked. My mum did go back to Spellbound and spoke to the same guy again, regarding that she thinks the tourmaline worked, but there's still handprints to which he said again it might be worth smashing the mirror. He began to explain how mirrors could be portals for demons or another life, and by keeping the mirror, we could potentially be letting them directly into my room, which is extremely dangerous. My parents still did not want to smash the mirror, so I ended up taking it with me when I moved out a few months later, with every intention to smash it in my own time without them knowing. Well, when I first moved in, I did use it now and then to get changed, etc., while I looked for a new mirror. But I would hang a towel over it when I wasn't using it. Anyways, one day my boyfriend put it up a bit higher in the bathroom to shave or something, I don't know. And he made sure it was secured so it had no way of falling. I had put it in the same position before, and I can literally 99.99% tell you it could not fall. But you can probably tell it did. He left it for literally a few seconds to grab a towel, and within that time, there was a huge bang and then a smash. The mirror had shattered into tiny pieces. Like, even if I wanted to repair it, which I definitely didn't, there would have been no possible way. To this day, I believe that some sort of guardian angel or fate broke that mirror, because as soon as I moved in with the mirror, the flat felt uneasy, and as soon as we disposed of it, I felt so much better living there. Whether whatever was attached to the mirror followed me to the flat when I took it, I don't know, but nevertheless, I am so glad I'm not dealing with that anymore. Please don't ask me why I didn't smash it sooner. It's hard when you're under 18 living with your family and try and get your way. Sorry for the long post. Near the end of last year, my parents bought a new car. Not going to say the make or model, but it was only a few years old and appeared to have been barely used. It's a 4x4. My mother wanted a Range Rover, but my brother has a grudge against mainstream makes for some reason and put her off. To put it simply, ever since they bought this car, my life has fallen apart. The first piece of bad luck happened only a few weeks into ownership. Not even with a 10-foot radius from the car. I fell over on the driveway, bruised my knee, scraped my fingernails, with a slight degloving of my thumb. Luckily, it only took weeks to heal like new. The next sort of serious thing happened back in January of this year, on a dark country road. An unknown object struck the B-pillar with force. Lucky the model has big B-pillars, or the window probably would have smashed. The object took the paint off. Then comes along February. In this month alone, the car was involved in 3 minor accidents. February 10th, struck debris on a highway, damaged the bodywork and paintwork, cracked brake light, paint stripped off the bottom of the door. Never determined what the object was, but it was like a ball on a chain, making the car violently jump and produced loud clicking noises. It destroyed the wheel well. It was so bad that I expected the door wouldn't open easily. Later in the day, the tire alarm went off as whatever it was, it created a slow puncture in the tire. What's even strange about this accident was that it occurred 10 or 11 years after my mother's funeral, where on the way to it, the rear right tire gave out. Same tire. And a few days after the accident, my mother noticed a robin perched on the rear right tire while the car was parked. My mother always believes that robins are her mum, and my dad pointed out the connection. February 19th, speeding fine, though I struggled to make any connections. February 28th, rear right interior door handle snaps in half with normal use. February 29th, sideswiped by another car while parked. Insurance details exchanged. Then in March, the family imposed quarantine due to this strange virus. And then the big lockdown hit. Since then, and the easing of the lockdown, the car hasn't been involved in anything serious. Though lockdown tore my life apart and I'm still trying to get back on my feet. My life literally fell apart after they bought this car. I find the whole thing really strange. Feels like the car was trying to tell all of us something. It's strange how 3 of the accidents damaged the right side of the car, but the side swipe was on the left-hand side. The robin in connection to my mother's funeral was also strange. I will appreciate any closure, be coincidence or not. It's very strange.
Nazi coin from Anonymous. I was 27 years old and living in the Midwest for work. I grew up on the West Coast, but I had to move away due to the lack of work available there. This happened back in 2008 when the economy was pretty bad. One day, I was checking out this hipster record store on my day off. They had a selection of random old coins. I bought about a dozen of them, and one of the most memorable coins was this old Nazi Germany coin. I was a history buff and an amateur coin collector, so when I saw that coin, I didn't think more than freaking cool. Don't get the idea that I'm some Nazi or something like that. I'm just a collector. Heck, I'm even Jewish on my mother's side, and I think that may be why this coin may have had a connection to me, one beyond just collecting. Anyway, when I got home from the store that day, I placed the coin in my lockbox with my other old coins that I've collected during my time here, and soon I forgot about it. Within 2 days from when I bought those coins, my roommate's 2-year-old son had some weird reaction to who knows what, and had to be rushed to the hospital because he collapsed and his breathing was shallow. Within a few hours, he was back to normal, and the doctors were stumped as to what happened. The following week, my gallbladder ruptured and leaked bile all over my intestines. I had to have emergency surgery. They removed my gallbladder and 8 inches of my intestines. It was bad. I've got a huge scar now across my stomach. After my surgery, I moved back to my parents to recover. Once there, I began having these reoccurring nightmares of this dark, shadowy man standing over me. It started with him peeking through my closet doors at me. Then he would come out of the closet, moving a few feet closer to my bed, slowly. This went on for about 2 weeks, and during this time my dog would not stay in my room at night. He seemed scared of it. This was so weird to me, because he had always slept at the foot of my bed when I was there, for as long as I could remember. Then he started throwing up all the time, and licking all the hair off his legs and paws. We had to take the poor thing to the vet, and once again the professionals were stumped. They didn't know why he was doing that, and he seemed healthy otherwise. They told us he was stressed out about something, causing him to have a nervous tic or stressed reaction. Not long after that, my mom's cockatiel died after pulling out most of his feathers. Another reaction to stress, we were told. After 2 weeks of these weird reoccurring dreams, I was lying in bed on my back one night, still trying to fall asleep, and suddenly, I felt a presence standing next to my bed. I don't know how to explain it. When I looked, I saw a man standing there, a large man, who seemed angry, though I could only tell that from his stance. For a moment, I thought it was my dad sleepwalking. He had never done that before, but what other explanation did I have? I tried to roll over on my side to face him, and to ask him what he's doing, when I realized I was paralyzed. This scared the heck out of me. The next thing I knew, he was on top of me, sitting on my chest, with his hands wrapped around my throat. No matter how close I was to him, no matter how much my eyes were adapted to the dark, all I could see was a large black mass for his body. No features at all, just a vague human shape. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. Of course, I panicked. After nearly a minute of this, I could feel my chest beginning to hurt, burning from a lack of air. I was trying everything I could do to move and breathe, but I couldn't. Then all of a sudden, with the last bit of air I held inside, I yelled out, "Jesus." I don't know why this came to me. Maybe I saw it in a movie, or maybe the idea just randomly came to me. I've never been religious. I've never even been to a church. But I was desperate, and I thought I was going to die. I wasn't even sure if I could say it, because the grip around my throat was that tight. It was an extreme fight just to be able to say that word. But the moment the word came out, my attacker's hands flew off of my neck, and he disappeared, right into thin air. After this episode, I did not sleep the rest of the night. The next morning, I told my parents about it. They were dumbfounded. They had never once experienced anything like that in that house. In fact, it wasn't until then that I noticed. It all started when I got that Nazi coin. Later that day, I was going through my boxes from moving back, since I was finally strong enough after my surgery. My mom was looking at the coins I brought back, and she noticed the Nazi coin. She chewed me out for having it. She was an old Jewish mom and did not care about the history or value of the object. The fact that it was from Nazi Germany was plenty enough for her to be furious. Amidst her anger, it was that moment that it became clear to me. It was all because of that damn coin. All this bad luck. All from that little round piece of metal. Everything that had happened. My friend's kid being rushed to the hospital. My stomach being destroyed. My dog getting sick. The bird dying. The nightmares. The thing trying to kill me in my bed. It was all after I got that darn coin. Later that day, I took the coin to a pawn shop and sold it for nearly nothing. I never told them that it was cursed. I feel guilty about that, because when everything immediately went back to normal, and everything was peaceful again, I knew that it was no coincidence. There's something wrong with that coin, and it's been 11 years now since I parted ways with it. Whoever has it now, I'm sorry, and good luck. The All-Seeing Eye. From Isamid. I'm a guy from Pakistan. My daily night ritual consists of me smoking a joint in my yard at 2 a.m. when my parents have gone to bed. It's my way of relaxing after the daily grind, and I look forward to it. Weed isn't that common here, so I smoke hash joints which are far more potent than weed buds. So after smoking up, I bent down to put it out, when I noticed a gleam among the dirt and grass. Upon further investigation, it turned out to be a strange coin in my yard. It was dark out, obviously, so I decided to go inside to check it out, to see it under some light. I pocketed the coin quickly, which felt ice cold to the touch, even though it was hot outside. My house has double doors like most houses do in Pakistan, as it gets really hot in the summers. The outer door is usually one with a mesh, and the one on the inside is usually a sturdier one. I would crack open the mesh door and sneak out as it creaks loudly if I open it all the way. So as I was making my way through the door, I hit my face on what seemed like a person in the doorway. I recoiled and nearly screamed, thinking it was my mom and I had been caught. The door gave a loud creak, the sort of creak that could wake up the dead. My face was hurting from running into something, but upon noticing that no one was in the doorway, I was confused, and I decided to quickly get inside before I did get caught. What in the world did I run into? I made my way into the house, locking the doors behind me. Where my face had run into something, my skin was burning. As soon as I made my way to my room, something felt even more wrong. I was very sleepy, and even though I wanted to go to the bathroom to check my face in the mirror, I was too overcome with exhaustion. I figured it was a good idea to just lie down. After all, I was supposed to be in bed, and if anyone was going to check on me after hearing that noise, I'd be in trouble if I wasn't in bed. So I just lay down, not even bothering to turn off the UV lights. My room has these black light UV LED light strips. I was really into the cool stoner guitarist hippie kind of flair. I laid down for a couple of minutes, trying to slow down my breathing. It finally did get under control, and I thought of getting up for a glass of water. That's when I found that I was not able to move at all. I couldn't even get my neck to budge. The only things that would move were my eyes. It was so strange. I'd lost all my sleepiness now, and apparently I'd also lost my motor functions. On top of that, I felt freezing cold, and I could see my own breath now. As I mentioned before, it was quite hot now. I should not be able to see my breath at all. It was physically impossible for our house to get that cold here. Due to me being a bit stoned, the first thing that came to mind was that I hit my head a little too hard and that I smoked a little bit too much. Maybe I had a concussion or something. I explained away everything to myself, and I began to over-explain it, making myself believe that I may have given myself permanent brain damage when I hit something on the way inside. Now I was freaking out, thinking I'd ruined my life just to smoke a joint. As I lay there cursing myself and contemplating if I would survive until morning, I thought I heard a sound, one that sounded like a whisper. I quickly tried my best to ignore the sound, as I knew thinking that I heard a whisper would only make me more paranoid, and from the looks of it, I might have to lay like this for the next 8 hours. I began to hear more noises, and they steadily freaked me out more and more. I swear I could hear a child crying. I kept trying and failing to ignore the sounds. I was beginning to think, this has to be the dumbest way of suffering. I still felt cold, which was good, I guess. That meant I still had my nerve endings transmitting coldness to my brain. I was about to look for more positives in the situation when I noticed something in the corner of my room on the floor. At first, I thought it was a pile of clothes. I'm a pretty neat person, and I didn't recall having a pile of clothes in my floor, so it didn't make sense to me. I couldn't really be sure, though, as the lighting in my room wasn't very good for details. However, the thing that had caught my eye was the form in the floor that looked to be a small boy with his knees to his face. And thanks to the UV lights, his eyes seemed to glow and gleam. I was horrified. I tried to look at the details from the corner of my eye. My head was pounding from the impact earlier, and my eyes were strained to try to see who was in my room. It was definitely a kid in the fetal position. He was facing downward. My heart felt like it dropped in the pit of my stomach when I realized that the eyes I saw were on top of his head. The kid was bald, but something was wrong with him. It seemed like his skin was not reflecting light at all, and this bald, demonic kid wasn't wearing anything. Yet I couldn't see his skin, not a bit of it, just pitch black. I felt tears in my eyes welling up. When I finally blinked, the kid was gone. I thought maybe I had hallucinated him, so I sighed. But my relief was short-lived as I later noticed this demonic child crawling on the walls like it was no big deal. I couldn't scream. It felt like my lungs had no air in them at all. He crawled on the ceiling and on the wall where my bed was. He was right behind my head at one point, and I could feel something covering my eye. I later realized he had been licking my eyes. It was then that I passed out entirely. When I finally woke up, I heard a voice from the darkness. I do not remember the language it spoke, but it sounded like a voice that wanted me to know something. But I don't think I'll ever recall what that something was, though I do kind of remember the words, "sight for a reward." My head was pounding, my ears ringing when I got up. I was groggier than ever. I picked up my phone to swipe the alarm to snooze. When I realized I was moving again, I felt such relief. I quickly went to the bathroom to look for a scar or injury on my head, but there wasn't any. My eye was red though, where I'd been licked, and seemed a shade lighter. Or maybe I was just paranoid, and my blood was just finally getting back into my face. I was trying to convince myself that everything that had happened was just a bad nightmare. Then I remembered that weird coin I found outside. I quickly checked my pocket, and I didn't fill the coin. I scoured my bedsheet for the coin, and still nothing. I then realized I was late for my linear algebra class. I didn't even have time for a shower anymore. I dressed up and got to my class. As I entered the room, the classroom looked different, but I didn't have time to notice exactly how, as we had a surprise quiz. I sat down with a sigh. I was gonna fail this, I knew it. I sucked at math, and I'd managed to fail every single math subject my degree had. I'd barely managed to pass after some retries. While driving home after school, I realized why the coin was no longer in my pocket. When I woke up, I wasn't wearing the same trousers or shirt I'd been wearing the last night. So I found the trouser and shirt in the floor in the back seat. Inside the pocket of the trouser was the coin. The moment I touched it again, my entire body trembled and went freezing cold. I'm scared now. I don't know what this coin is, or why it's affecting me like this. I'm open to suggestions, because I know of some stories where people try to get rid of cursed things, but they always come back. If you have any idea what I should do here, please let me know. The Metallica Tape, from Grace T. A few years back, when I was 15, I just started buying cassette tapes to collect. I'm a huge Metallica fan, and I'd been looking for a Master of Puppets tape. I'd basically given up trying to get my hands on a Kill 'Em All tape. I didn't trust eBay, and now that I think about it, I didn't trust buying anything used online. Luckily for me, there was a guy at my school who sold CDs, records, and cassettes named Dave. Dave was a bit of a sketchy guy, but at least I knew that if I got ripped off, I'd have an easier time getting my money back. I approached him one day and asked if he had a Master of Puppets cassette. As soon as I asked him that, he went white as a ghost. He looked sick almost. "Dude, what's wrong with you?" I asked him. He didn't say anything at first, just looked at me as if I'd said a forbidden name. A few seconds go by, and he grabs the tape from his locker, practically throwing it at me. He takes my $10 and speed walks away. I stood there dumbfounded. I looked at the box. It looked like a normal Master of Puppets tape box. You know, with the graveyard's cross headstones and the hands in the dark red sky. Then came the moment of truth, the actual tape. I had to see if it was legit. I opened the box, and it looked fine enough. Now I needed to see if it actually worked. It wouldn't surprise me if I got home and it didn't play. As I put the cassette up, planning to play it at home that day, I suddenly felt nauseous. I had no idea why. I felt perfectly fine before. My instincts kept telling me to throw the tape in the trash and to just get one somewhere else. But I didn't. I wish I did. Eventually, I was able to ignore the weird feeling. When I got home after school, I popped the tape into my cassette and pressed play. And nothing happened. I took the tape out and put it back in. Still nothing. I put the dang thing in 6 times altogether and nothing happened each time. At this point, I was getting irritated because I thought Dave had ripped me off. That would have explained his behavior when he gave it to me. I decided to give it one more try, and if it didn't work, I was going to confront him the next day. I put the tape in and pressed play once more. Nothing. Well then, I thought, Dave better not have spent my $10. As soon as I reached out to turn it off and pull out the tape, a blood-curdling scream came spilling out of it. Unless James Hetfield had taken hormone pills to sound like a woman, I don't think that scream was coming from him. I mean that sound. My God, it sounded like the woman was being burned alive. I repeatedly pressed pause, but it wouldn't stop. This went on for about 5 minutes, and in that time frame, I kid you not, a light bulb a few feet away from me just popped, glass shattering in the floor. After a few more minutes, the screaming stopped, but the tape didn't. It went straight into the song Battery. Keep in mind that I've listened to this album numerous times, and while Battery is the first song played, there's absolutely no screaming whatsoever. I didn't know what to think. I didn't know whether to be scared of the screaming or the fact that my light bulb just exploded as a reaction. I grew a pair and played the tape again, but I could not get the screaming to return. Not until I just sat there and listened through the entire album, rewound it, and played it back. The screaming came again just like before, except this time, the entire house just went dark. Every light went off. By then, I was losing it. I knew I should have listened when that tape was giving me bad vibes, and by the way Dave had acted, he knew something was wrong with the tape, yet just gave it to me. I couldn't sleep well that night. I kept having nightmares of a woman screaming, and at a certain point I could have sworn I woke up and the screaming was still there. Not only that, but it felt as if someone was in my room with me. Ugh, my skin crawls just thinking about it. The next day at school I went to look for Dave, but he didn't show up. He didn't show up that week, nor that month. And to be completely honest, I never saw Dave again. I've no idea what the heck happened to him, why that tape is what it is. But I learned my lesson that day. Be careful what you buy, and who you buy it from. The Clock. From Skaldrin. This happened to my parents, and it took place at my late grandparents' estate. My grandparents on my dad's side both died in the year 2011, from separate causes. My grandmother from cancer on Valentine's Day, and my grandfather died peacefully in his sleep almost a year after. That following Valentine's Day, my father got a weird feeling to go check on the house, and found that a frozen pipe had exploded, flooding the house in a few feet of water, destroying many of the items inside. This meant that the whole house had to be renovated, and all the items inside that escaped the water had to be removed. One cold winter day in 2013, my parents headed over to the house so they could pick up and choose what items to toss or keep. After a few hours of sitting, they finally came to the last item, a very old, small grandfather clock that had not worked once in the over 50 years it had been in that house. "Should we take it or toss it?" my mom asked as she handed the clock to my father to examine. Let's toss it," he said, after giving it a once-over. "It's never worked, and my parents never mentioned it was special or anything." "Alright, well," my mother's reply was cut abruptly short by the sudden sound of a fast, soft tick-tick-tick-tick. It was coming from the clock, and then it chimed, loudly, something I'd never seen it do, something my father said it had never done in the 5 decades it had been in that house. My parents both stood there motionless in absolute shock. The clock continued to tick and chime, like it had just been finished in a factory. After about a minute of shocked silence between them, my father looked at my mother and simply said, "Guess we're taking it." And she quickly agreed. They packed up the rest of the things they wanted to bring home, The whole time, the old clock continued to tick, and even chimed again as if to prove to them that this ancient relic had truly sprung back to life. Finally, with everything packed, they loaded the still ticking clock into the car, and as soon as my dad placed it in the trunk, it stopped. The clock went completely silent, not making a sound as they drove back home. In fact, it hasn't made a sound since that day, and now sits silently in our living room, all these years later. Now you may think this was just a coincidence. Maybe the batteries had just a little bit of juice left in them, and moving the clock around brought it back for a moment. But when my dad opened the back of the clock, etched on the inside were the letters IS, my grandfather's initials. It was his clock, and my dad is sure that he wanted him to have it. The clock sits nearest the corner by the stairs. We had a plumber come over once, but he left horrified one day, claiming that as he went down the stairs, someone grabbed him by the shoulder. When he turned around, no one was there, but the clock was ticking. We couldn't get that plumber back to the house no matter how much we tried. We no longer own the house, and my dad has told me this story a few times, every time ending by saying that he never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal before that day, and that he was happy to have a sign that something exists beyond this life. After each telling, I always go over to the ancient grandfather clock in my living room and stare at it, waiting to hear if it will start ticking again.
I have a piece of the Great Pyramid that was taken. It is illegal to have, and it also, I think, is cursed. And so we are sending it back today. It's taken me, it's like one of those things, it's not hard, but it has taken me so long to pack this thing and get it out of my house. And so I have some foam, I have bubble wrap, I have the envelope that it came in, and I have this box. Although it won't ship flat rate to Egypt, the guy at the post office told me that I could, in fact, use this box. So that's what I'm going to do. If you're new here, a year and a half ago, my oldest son went to Egypt and brought home what he said was a piece of the pyramid. Said he broke it off and brought it home. And immediately I was like, you have to send that thing back. That it needs to go back from where it came. Like it does not belong with us. And after he brought that back, our family has been cursed with nothing but bad luck, and terrible things have happened. And eventually he actually passed away in March. And I'm not making light of him passing. I'm processing that off of TikTok. It's what it is. So, but we've had deaths, we've had cancer, we've had hospitals have happened. And every time something bad happened, I was like, we have to get that piece of the pyramid gone. And he always laughed and told me I was crazy. And when he passed, I had to get this pyramid and get it out of our family and get it back to where it came from. And that is what I'm going to do. So I asked in the last video that I made, and it's been like a month because I've been putting it off. I think it's actually been like 3 weeks, but I've been putting it off because it's one of those things that's not hard, but you're just not ready to do it. And I need to do it because I'm leaving on a trip in a week. So, yeah, I'm going to put this in here, and then I'm going to very gently put the piece of the pyramid. There it is, in a lot of bubble wrap. And then I'm going to write a little handwritten note and just explain why this is coming back and to please forgive us and accept our deepest and sincerest apologies from our family. I have been trying to figure out, how do I get the curse off of my family? Is it just returning this thing? I don't know. We will see. If your family ever brought home a piece of something that it shouldn't have, would you have returned it? What would you do? How would you ensure that it got back to where it needs to go? Has your family ever done that? Has your family ever put you in that sort of a situation? Anyway, I'm going to tape all this up, and put the address for the Cairo Museum right there, and then I'm going to go stand in line at the post office and drop this thing off and send it back. With much love.
Bro, tell me why the box got sent back to her. She said that it says received, but the box got sent back to her. She said nobody wanted to receive the package. So she's back with this piece of pyramid that her late son, stole from Egypt.
I don't know who told some of y'all that not believing in spirituality makes it not real, but that's the farthest thing from the truth. So I'm going to say this once again. Just because you do not believe in spirituality does not mean that it's not real and it won't tear your ass up. Your lack of belief does not void the reality. I don't know if y'all heard them birds, but that was confirmation. Y'all better find somebody to play with. I'm telling you, boy, leave that ancient shit alone. Nothing to play with. Serious work right there.
Now, I knew as soon as Sis said he took a piece of the pyramid, he was dead.
Road trips are supposed to be about freedom, adventure, and making memories that last a lifetime. The open road stretching endlessly ahead, windows down, music playing, and that feeling that anything is possible. But what happens when that dream vacation turns into your worst nightmare? When the highway becomes a hunting ground and rest stops transform into places you'll never forget for all the wrong reasons. Tonight, I'm sharing 5 true stories that will make you think twice before taking that next long drive. These aren't urban legends or campfire tales. These are real experiences from real people who thought they were just going on ordinary road trips. By the end of this video, you'll understand why some journeys are better left untaken. Before we dive in, if you're new here, welcome to the channel where we explore the darkest corners of human experience. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and ring the notification bell, because trust me, you don't want to miss what's coming next. And if you're someone who's been following along, you know we don't hold back. Tonight's stories will test your nerves in ways you haven't experienced before. Let me ask you something. Have you ever been driving late at night and gotten that feeling that you're being followed? That creeping sensation that makes you check your mirrors more often than usual? Well, imagine that feeling lasting for hundreds of miles. Imagine realizing it's not just your imagination. Our first story comes from Jessica, a 28-year-old marketing coordinator from Portland, Oregon. Last summer, she decided to drive solo from Portland to Denver to visit her college roommate. It was supposed to be a simple 3-day journey through some of America's most beautiful landscapes. Instead, it became a nightmare that still haunts her sleep. Jessica left Portland on a Thursday morning in July, driving her silver Honda Civic packed with snacks, audiobooks, and enough coffee to fuel a small army. The first day went perfectly. She made it through Oregon and into Idaho without incident, stopping at a cozy motel just outside Boise as the sun set behind the mountains. Day 2 started just as smoothly. Jessica grabbed breakfast at a local diner, filled up her gas tank, and merged onto Interstate 84 heading east. The morning was clear, traffic was light, and she was making excellent time. That's when she first noticed the black pickup truck. It appeared in her rearview mirror around 10 in the morning, maybe 2 hours outside of Boise. At first, she didn't think much of it. Lots of people drive pickup trucks on these highways, especially in Idaho. But as the miles ticked by, something started to feel wrong. The truck stayed exactly 3 car lengths behind her, matching her speed perfectly. When Jessica sped up to 75, the truck sped up. When she slowed down to 65, it slowed down too. She told herself it was just coincidence. Maybe they were going to the same destination. Maybe the driver was just using cruise control at the same speed she was. But then came the test. Jessica took an exit for a gas station in a small town called Mountain Home. She needed fuel anyway, but really, she wanted to see if the truck would follow. As she pulled off the highway, she watched her mirrors. The black pickup took the same exit. Her heart started beating faster, but she tried to stay calm. Maybe the driver needed gas too. It was a logical stop. She pulled up to pump number 3 and got out to fill her tank. The pickup truck parked at the far end of the lot, near the convenience store. Jessica couldn't see the driver clearly through the tinted windows, but she could tell someone was sitting behind the wheel, watching her. She finished pumping gas and went inside to pay and use the restroom. When she came back out, the truck was gone. Relief washed over her as she got back on the highway. It had just been her imagination after all. 20 minutes later, the black pickup appeared in her mirrors again. This time, Jessica knew it wasn't a coincidence. Someone was definitely following her. She grabbed her phone and tried calling 911, but she was in a dead zone with no cell service. The highway stretched empty in both directions, with nothing but sagebrush and distant mountains as far as she could see. Jessica's mind raced through her options. She could try to outrun the truck, but her Civic wasn't exactly built for high-speed chases. She could take another exit and look for help, but what if it led to an even more isolated area? What if that's exactly what the driver wanted? For the next hour, the truck maintained its position behind her. Jessica tried everything she could think of. She changed lanes repeatedly. She sped up and slowed down. She even put on her hazard lights, hoping to signal other drivers that something was wrong. But traffic was sparse, and the few cars that passed didn't seem to notice her distress. As they crossed into Utah, Jessica spotted a sign for a rest area 5 miles ahead. It wasn't much, but it was something. Maybe there would be other people there, or at least a payphone. As she approached the exit, she held her breath. Would the truck follow her again? It did. The rest area was nearly empty, except for one RV parked near the picnic tables and a family with young kids stretching their legs. Jessica parked as close to the family as possible and got out of her car. The black pickup pulled into a space about 50 yards away, but this time the driver didn't get out. Jessica approached the family, trying to keep her voice calm. She explained that she thought someone was following her and asked if she could stay near them for a few minutes. The father, a kind-looking man in his 40s, immediately understood the seriousness of the situation. He walked with Jessica toward the truck, but as they got closer, the engine started and it drove away. The family offered to let Jessica follow them to the next major town, but they were heading north towards Salt Lake City, while she needed to continue east. Instead, they gave her the number for the Utah Highway Patrol and waited with her until she got through to a dispatcher. The patrol officer who took her call was professional but honest. Without a license plate number or a clear description of the driver, there wasn't much they could do. He advised her to stick to major highways, avoid isolated stops, and call immediately if the truck appeared again. Jessica thanked the family and got back on the road, hoping her nightmare was over. For the next 2 hours, her mirrors stayed clear. She began to relax, thinking the confrontation at the rest stop had scared off her pursuer. She was wrong. As the sun started to set over the Utah desert, painting the sky in brilliant oranges and purples, the black pickup reappeared. This time it was closer, just one car length behind her. Jessica could see the outline of the driver now, a large figure wearing what looked like a baseball cap, but the tinted windows still obscured any details. Her phone finally picked up a signal, and she immediately called 911. The dispatcher connected her to the Utah Highway Patrol, and within minutes, she was speaking to a trooper who was already on the highway. "Ma'am, I need you to stay calm and keep driving at a steady speed," the trooper said. "I'm about 10 miles behind you right now, coming up fast. Can you see any mile markers?" Jessica squinted at the roadside signs flashing by in the growing darkness. "Mile marker 237, she said, her voice shaking. "Perfect. I see you now. I'm about 5 miles back. Just keep doing what you're doing." Jessica watched her mirrors as the trooper's lights appeared in the distance, growing larger as he closed the gap. The black pickup was still right behind her, seemingly oblivious to the approaching police car. When the trooper's red and blue lights finally lit up the highway, everything happened quickly. The pickup truck immediately swerved into the right lane and took the next exit, disappearing into the darkness. The trooper followed it off the highway, while Jessica continued to a well-lit truck stop at the next exit. 20 minutes later, the trooper called her back. They had found the truck abandoned on a dirt road about a mile from the highway. The license plates were stolen, and there was no sign of the driver. Whoever had been following her had vanished into the Utah desert. Jessica spent that night at a motel in Provo, with the desk clerk promising to keep an eye on the parking lot. She barely slept, jumping at every sound in the hallway. The next morning, she called her friend in Denver and explained what had happened. Together, they decided Jessica should fly home instead of completing the drive. As Jessica waited at Salt Lake City Airport for her flight back to Portland, she couldn't stop thinking about those hours on the highway. Who had been following her? What did they want? And most terrifying of all, what would have happened if that family hadn't been at the rest stop, or if the highway patrol hadn't responded so quickly? The truck was never found, and the driver was never identified. Jessica's car was shipped back to Portland by a transport company. To this day, she refuses to take long road trips alone, and she always checks her mirrors more carefully than most people would think necessary. But Jessica's story is just the beginning. Sometimes the people you encounter on the road aren't following you from a distance. Sometimes they're much, much closer than you'd ever want them to be. Our second story takes us to the swamps of Louisiana, where Marcus and his girlfriend Diane thought they were taking a romantic detour through some of America's most unique landscapes. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a nightmare that tested everything they thought they knew about survival and trust. Marcus was a 31-year-old software engineer from Austin, Texas, and Diane was a 29-year-old nurse. They had been dating for 2 years and decided to take a road trip from Austin to New Orleans for Mardi Gras. It was February 2023, and they were both excited for their first visit to the Big Easy together. The drive should have taken about 5 hours on Interstate 10, but Marcus had read about a scenic route that would take them through some of Louisiana's famous bayou country. Diane was hesitant at first, worried about getting lost, but Marcus convinced her it would be an adventure they'd never forget. He was right about that, but not in the way he'd hoped. They left Austin early on a Saturday morning, planning to reach New Orleans by evening. The first part of the drive went smoothly, and by noon, they were crossing into Louisiana. That's when Marcus spotted the exit for Highway 190, the scenic route he'd read about online. "Are you sure about this?" Diane asked, as they left the familiar comfort of the interstate. "Trust me," Marcus said, squeezing her hand. "When have I ever led you astray?" The answer to that question was about to become very complicated. Highway 190 wound through a landscape unlike anything they'd ever seen. Ancient cypress trees draped in Spanish moss created a canopy so thick that even the midday sun barely penetrated to the road below. The air grew heavy and humid as they drove deeper into the bayou, and Diane rolled up her window despite the heat. "This is beautiful," Marcus said, trying to lighten the mood as he noticed Diane's discomfort. "Look at those trees. They must be hundreds of years old." Diane nodded, but something about the place made her skin crawl. The GPS on Marcus's phone had lost signal 20 minutes ago, and they hadn't seen another car since leaving the interstate. The road seemed to stretch endlessly through the swamp, with no signs of civilization anywhere. That's when they saw the man on the side of the road. He was standing next to a broken-down sedan, waving his arms frantically. Marcus slowed down as they approached. The man appeared to be in his 50s, wearing dirty jeans and a faded Saints jersey. His car had steam rising from under the hood, and he looked genuinely distressed. "We should help him," Marcus said, pulling over. "Marcus, no," Diane whispered urgently. "Something feels wrong about this." But Marcus was already rolling down his window. The man jogged over, relief evident on his face. "Thank God you stopped," the man said, slightly out of breath. "My car overheated, and I've been stuck here for 2 hours. My phone's dead, and nobody else has come by. Could you give me a ride to the nearest gas station?" Marcus looked at Diane, who was shaking her head, almost imperceptibly. But the man seemed harmless enough, and Marcus had always prided himself on helping people in need. "Sure," Marcus said. "Hop in the back. Hop." The man's name was Eddie, and he climbed into their back seat with a grateful smile. He smelled like cigarettes and motor oil, but he was polite and seemed genuinely appreciative of their help. He directed them to continue down Highway 190, saying there was a gas station about 10 miles ahead. For the first few minutes, everything seemed normal. Eddie made small talk about the weather and asked where they were headed. But as they drove deeper into the bayou, Diane noticed something that made her blood run cold. In the rearview mirror, she could see Eddie's reflection. He wasn't looking out the window or at the road ahead. He was staring directly at the back of her head with an expression that sent chills down her spine. When their eyes met in the mirror, he smiled, but it wasn't the grateful smile of someone being helped. It was something else entirely. "Actually," Eddie said suddenly, "I just remembered. The gas station I was thinking of is closed on weekends, but I know another place. Take the next left." Marcus started to turn where Eddie indicated, but Diane grabbed his arm. "No," she said firmly. "We're going back to the interstate." Eddie's demeanor changed instantly. The friendly facade dropped away like a mask being removed. "I said take the left," he repeated, and this time his voice carried a threat. Marcus felt something cold and sharp press against the back of his neck. In the rearview mirror, he could see Eddie holding what looked like a hunting knife. "Just do what he says," Diane whispered, her voice barely audible. Marcus turned left onto a narrow dirt road that disappeared into the darkest part of the swamp. Spanish moss hung so low it scraped against the roof of their car, and the road was barely wide enough for one vehicle. If they met another car coming the other way, there would be nowhere to go. "Where are you taking us?" Diane asked, trying to keep her voice steady. Eddie chuckled, a sound that made both of them want to vomit. "Somewhere private. Somewhere we can get to know each other better." The dirt road wound through the swamp for what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes. Finally, Eddie told Marcus to stop at a small clearing beside a stagnant pond covered in green algae. The silence was deafening when Marcus turned off the engine. No birds, no insects, just the sound of their own terrified breathing. "Get out," Eddie commanded. "Both of you, and don't try anything stupid." They climbed out of the car slowly, Marcus's mind racing through possible escape routes. But they were surrounded by swamp on all sides, and Eddie still had the knife. Even if they could outrun him, where would they go? Eddie walked around to face them, and in the dim light filtering through the cypress canopy, they could see him clearly for the first time. His eyes were cold and calculating, like a predator sizing up its prey. This was someone who had done this before. "Here's how this is going to work," Eddie said conversationally, as if he were discussing the weather. "We're going to have some fun together, and if you cooperate, maybe you'll get to see your families again." That's when Diane did something that probably saved both their lives. Instead of freezing in terror or trying to reason with Eddie, she suddenly screamed at the top of her lungs and threw herself sideways into the swamp. The sound shattered the eerie silence of the bayou, and Eddie spun toward where Diane had disappeared into the murky water. In that moment of distraction, Marcus lunged forward and tackled him. They hit the ground hard, rolling in the mud and dead leaves. Eddie was stronger than Marcus had expected, but desperation gave Marcus an advantage. They fought for control of the knife, and Marcus managed to grab Eddie's wrist, slamming it against a cypress root until he dropped the weapon. Eddie cursed and tried to punch Marcus, but Marcus rolled away and scrambled to his feet. Without hesitation, he dove into the swamp after Diane. The water was shockingly cold and completely opaque. Marcus couldn't see his hand in front of his face, but he could hear Diane splashing somewhere nearby. He called her name, and she answered from about 20 feet away. "This way," she whispered urgently. "I can see the road through the trees." They waded through the swamp as quietly as possible, trying not to think about what might be lurking beneath the surface. Behind them, they could hear Eddie crashing through the underbrush, cursing and shouting threats. It took them almost an hour to work their way back to Highway 190. When they finally emerged from the swamp, they were covered in mud and algae, shaking from cold and adrenaline. Their car was nowhere to be seen, and they were completely alone on the empty road. Marcus still had his phone, though it was soaked and barely functional. Miraculously, they managed to get enough signal to call 911. The Louisiana State Police found them 2 hours later, sitting on the roadside wrapped in emergency blankets. The search for Eddie lasted 3 days. Police found Marcus and Diane's car abandoned deeper in the swamp, but there was no sign of their attacker. The vehicle Eddie claimed was his turned out to be stolen from a rest stop in Mississippi. Inside it, investigators found items belonging to at least 6 different people, including driver's licenses, jewelry, and personal effects that suggested Eddie had been robbing and possibly killing travelers for years. Eddie himself was never found. Some investigators theorized that he had fallen victim to the alligators and snakes that populated the bayou. Others believed he had simply melted back into the criminal underworld he'd emerged from. Marcus and Diane preferred not to think about it too much. They never made it to Mardi Gras that year. Instead, they spent the next week in a New Orleans hospital, being treated for cuts, infections, and severe psychological trauma. Diane still has nightmares about the feeling of being watched in that rearview mirror, and Marcus has never been able to help a stranded motorist since without thinking of Eddie's cold smile. But sometimes the horror on the road doesn't come from strangers you pick up along the way. Sometimes it comes from the places you choose to stop, the innocent-looking establishments that hide secrets darker than anything you could imagine. Our third story comes from the mountains of West Virginia, where a family's simple overnight stop turned into a nightmare that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The Hendersons thought they were just looking for a clean bed and a hot meal. Instead, they found themselves trapped in a place where leaving wasn't as easy as checking out. Tom Henderson was a 42-year-old accountant from Richmond, Virginia. His wife, Sarah, was 38, an elementary school teacher. Their twins, Jake and Emma, had just turned 14. They were driving to visit Sarah's parents in Ohio for Thanksgiving, a trip they'd made dozens of times over the years. Usually they drove straight through, but this time they'd left later than planned due to Emma's soccer tournament running long. By the time they reached the mountains of West Virginia, it was past 10 at night, and they were all exhausted. "We should just find a place to stop," Sarah said, rubbing her tired eyes. "I don't like you driving these mountain roads when you're this tired." Tom nodded, though he was reluctant to add an extra day to their trip. Sarah's parents were expecting them for dinner the next evening, and he hated to disappoint them. But Sarah was right. The winding mountain highways were dangerous enough in daylight, and he was starting to have trouble keeping his eyes open. They took the next exit, following signs for lodging. The road wound up into the hills, past darkened houses and empty fields. After about 10 minutes, they saw a neon sign glowing through the trees. Mountain View Motor Lodge, vacancy. The motel looked like something from the 1960s that had been frozen in time. A horseshoe-shaped building with rooms facing a central parking area, each door painted the same faded turquoise. The office was a small building at the entrance, with warm light spilling from its windows. "It's not exactly the Ritz," Tom said, pulling into the gravel parking lot. "It's fine," Sarah replied. "We just need somewhere clean to sleep." The desk clerk was a thin woman in her 60s, with grey hair pulled back in a tight bun. She seemed friendly enough, though there was something in her eyes that made Sarah slightly uncomfortable. The woman's name tag read, Dolores. "Y'all just need one night?" Dolores asked, sliding a registration form across the counter. "That's right," Tom said, filling out their information. "Hopefully you have 2 adjoining rooms available." Dolores checked her computer, which looked like it belonged in a museum. "I can give you rooms 12 and 14. They're right next to each other, and both have 2 beds." She quoted them a rate that seemed reasonable, and Tom paid in cash. Dolores handed him 2 old-fashioned metal keys attached to plastic tags shaped like the motel's logo. "Breakfast is from 6 to 9 in the morning," she said. "Just come on over to the office, and if you need anything during the night, just pick up the phone and dial 0. The rooms were exactly what they'd expected from a roadside motel. Clean, but dated, with furniture that looked like it hadn't been updated since the Carter administration. The kids claimed room 14, while Tom and Sarah settled into room 12. "This place gives me the creeps," Emma whispered to her brother as they got ready for bed. "It's just old," Jake replied, though he had to admit the place felt off somehow. The silence was too complete, and he hadn't seen any other guests since they'd arrived. Around midnight, Sarah woke up to the sound of voices in the parking lot. She peered through the curtains and saw several people standing near a pickup truck, talking in low voices. She couldn't make out what they were saying, but something about their posture suggested they were arguing. One of the figures pointed toward the rooms where the Hendersons were staying, and Sarah felt a chill run down her spine. She was probably just being paranoid, but she made sure the chain lock was engaged before going back to bed. She was awakened again around 3 in the morning by the sound of a door slamming somewhere in the motel. Then another door, and another. It sounded like people were going from room to room, but she couldn't hear any voices or footsteps in between. Sarah shook Tom awake. "Something's wrong," she whispered. Tom listened for a moment, but everything was quiet now. "It's probably just other guests checking in late," he said groggily. "Go back to sleep." But Sarah couldn't shake the feeling that they were in danger. She lay awake for the rest of the night, starting at every small sound. When dawn finally broke, she was exhausted but relieved to see daylight. They packed quickly and went to the office for breakfast. Dolores was behind the counter again, wearing the same clothes she'd had on the night before. She directed them to a small dining area behind the office, where a modest continental breakfast was laid out. The coffee was weak, and the pastries were stale, but Tom was eager to get back on the road. As he was settling the bill, he asked Dolores about the noise during the night. "Oh, that," she said with a dismissive wave. "We had some guests check out early. Business trip got cancelled or something. You know how it is." But as they walked back to their rooms to get their luggage, Sarah noticed something that made her stomach drop. All the other rooms in the motel appeared to be empty. The parking lot was completely deserted except for their own car, and there were no signs that anyone else had been there recently. "Tom," she said urgently, grabbing his arm, "we need to leave, right now." Tom looked around and realized she was right. If other guests had checked out during the night, where were their cars? And why did all the rooms look like they'd been vacant for weeks? They hurried to load their luggage, Sarah's hands shaking as she helped Emma with her backpack. As they were putting the last suitcase in the trunk, Jake pointed toward the office. "Look," he said quietly. Through the office window, they could see Dolores on the phone, speaking animatedly to someone. She kept gesturing toward the parking lot where the Hendersons were standing. "Get in the car," Tom said, his voice tight with controlled panic. "Right now." They piled into their sedan, and Tom started the engine. As they pulled out of the parking lot, Sarah looked back and saw Dolores standing in the office doorway, watching them leave with an expression that was no longer friendly. But their ordeal wasn't over. As they drove down the winding road back toward the highway, Tom noticed a pickup truck in his rearview mirror. It was the same truck Sarah had seen in the parking lot during the night, and it was following them at a distance. "Maybe they're just going the same way," Tom said, but his voice betrayed his own doubt. The truck stayed behind them for the next 20 miles, matching their speed and maintaining the same distance. When Tom sped up, it sped up. When he slowed down for curves, it slowed down too. Finally, they reached the interstate, and Tom floored it, weaving through traffic to put distance between them and their pursuer. The truck tried to follow, but Tom's sedan was more maneuverable in heavy traffic, and eventually the pickup disappeared from view. They drove straight through to Ohio without stopping, not even for gas, until they were well across the state line. When they finally felt safe enough to call the police, the West Virginia State Police took their report, but warned them that rural motels were often fronts for drug operations or human trafficking rings. You were smart to trust your instincts, the detective told them. People who ask too many questions or seem to notice too much sometimes don't make it out of places like that. The Mountain View Motor Lodge was raided 3 weeks later. Police found evidence of drug manufacturing, stolen vehicle parts, and worse things that the Hendersons were grateful they never had to know about. Dolores and several associates were arrested, but the investigation revealed they'd been operating for years, preying on travelers who were just passing through. The Hendersons never found out what would have happened if they'd stayed another night, or if they hadn't noticed the signs that something was wrong. They preferred not to think about it, but every time they drive through West Virginia now, they stick to major highways and well-known hotel chains. Sometimes, though, even the most careful planning can't protect you from the darkness that lurks along America's highways. Our fourth story proves that horror can find you, even when you think you're being smart, even when you follow all the rules. Rachel Morrison was a 26-year-old photographer from Seattle who specialized in landscape photography. She'd been planning this solo road trip for months, mapping out a route through the Pacific Northwest that would take her to some of the most remote and beautiful locations in Washington and Oregon. Her plan was to spend 2 weeks camping and photographing the rugged coastline, dense forests, and hidden waterfalls that most tourists never see. Rachel had done her research. She'd studied topographic maps, checked weather forecasts, and informed multiple people of her exact itinerary. Her Toyota 4Runner was equipped with emergency supplies, satellite communication devices, and enough food and water for 3 weeks. She thought she'd prepared for everything. She was wrong. The trouble started on day 4 of her trip, somewhere along a logging road deep in the Olympic National Forest. Rachel had been following directions she'd found on a photography forum, written by someone who claimed to know about a spectacular hidden waterfall that required a 10-mile hike through old-growth forest. The logging road was rough but manageable, winding through towering Douglas firs and western red cedars that blocked out most of the afternoon sun. Rachel had been driving for about 2 hours when she came to a fork in the road that wasn't marked on any of her maps. She stopped the 4Runner and checked her GPS, but the device showed nothing but blank space. According to the satellite, she was in the middle of nowhere, miles from any marked road or trail. But that couldn't be right. She'd been following clear tire tracks the entire way. Rachel decided to take the left fork, reasoning that it seemed to head in the general direction of where the waterfall should be. The road immediately became steeper and more treacherous, with fallen logs and washouts that required careful navigation. After another hour of slow driving, she realized she was completely lost. The sun was getting low, and the forest around her had become so dense that it felt like driving through a tunnel. Worse yet, when she tried to turn around, she discovered that the road behind her had changed. It sounds impossible, but Rachel swore that the path she'd just driven down was no longer there. Instead, there was an impenetrable wall of undergrowth and fallen trees, as if the forest had closed behind her like a trap. Panic started to set in as Rachel realized she had no choice but to continue forward. The road ahead was barely more than a deer path now, but it was the only way she could go. Tree branches scraped against her windows, and more than once she had to get out and move fallen logs that blocked her way. As darkness fell, Rachel's headlights illuminated something that made her blood run cold. There was another vehicle ahead, parked sideways across the narrow road. It was an old Jeep, rusted and covered in moss, like it had been sitting there for years. Rachel got out to investigate, her flashlight beam dancing nervously through the trees. The Jeep's doors were standing open, and vines had grown through the interior. On the dashboard, she found a moldy notebook filled with entries written in a shaky hand. The final entry was dated 3 years ago. Day 12. The road keeps changing. I can't find my way out. The trees move when I'm not looking. Something is watching me from the forest. If anyone finds this, don't try to rescue me. Just run." Rachel's hands shook as she read the words. She looked around the clearing, suddenly aware of how quiet everything had become. No wind, no animal sounds, nothing but the idle of her engine and the sound of her own terrified breathing. That's when she heard it. A low humming sound, like voices singing in harmony, coming from somewhere deep in the forest. The sound was beautiful and terrifying at the same time, and it seemed to be getting closer. Rachel ran back to her Forerunner and tried to maneuver around the abandoned Jeep, but there wasn't enough room. She put the vehicle in reverse, but when she looked behind her, the road was still blocked by that impossible wall of vegetation. The humming grew louder, and Rachel could swear she saw lights moving between the trees. Not flashlights or campfires, but something else entirely. Something that pulsed and shifted like living things. In desperation, Rachel gunned the engine and drove straight into the forest, crashing through undergrowth and small trees. Branches shattered against her windshield, and her bumper scraped against massive tree trunks. But somehow she kept moving. For what felt like hours, she drove blindly through the darkness, following no path except the spaces between the largest trees. The humming followed her, sometimes fading into the distance, sometimes so close it seemed to come from inside her own vehicle. Finally, impossibly, Rachel burst out of the forest onto a paved highway. She slammed on the brakes, her Forerunner skidding to a stop on the asphalt. Behind her, the forest looked normal again, just a regular tree line beside a regular road. Rachel sat there for several minutes, engine running, trying to process what had just happened. Her vehicle was scratched and dented, covered in pine needles and moss. But according to her GPS, she was exactly where she should be, on Highway 101, about 50 miles south of where she'd entered the logging road. She drove straight to the nearest town and checked into a motel, not caring that it was only 10 at night. The desk clerk took one look at her mud-covered, terrified appearance and asked if she needed medical attention. "I got lost in the forest," Rachel said, which was technically true. The next morning, she tried to find the logging road again, thinking she might have imagined the whole thing or gotten confused in the dark. But when she drove back to where she thought she'd entered the forest, there was nothing there. No road, no tire tracks, just an unbroken wall of trees that looked like they'd been growing undisturbed for centuries. Rachel never found the waterfall she'd been looking for. She cut her trip short and drove back to Seattle, where she spent the next several weeks researching disappearances in the Olympic National Forest. What she found didn't make her feel any better. Over the past 20 years, at least a dozen people had vanished while exploring remote areas of the forest. Their vehicles were sometimes found abandoned on logging roads, but the people themselves were never seen again. In several cases, searchers reported hearing strange humming sounds and seeing unexplained lights, but these details were usually left out of official reports. Rachel never went back to the Olympic Peninsula. She sold her Forerunner and bought a sedan, sticking to well-traveled highways and populated campgrounds for the rest of her photography career. But sometimes, on quiet nights when the wind is still, she swears she can still hear that humming sound, calling to her from somewhere far away. Our final story takes us to the desert highways of Nevada, where the vast emptiness can play tricks on your mind and make you question everything you think you know about reality. Sometimes the most terrifying thing about a road trip isn't what you encounter along the way, but what you realize about yourself when there's nowhere left to run. David Chen was a 35-year-old investment banker from San Francisco who was going through the worst period of his life. His wife had filed for divorce, his job was hanging by a thread after a series of bad decisions, and he'd been drinking more than he cared to admit. When his therapist suggested he take some time away to clear his head, David decided on a solo road trip across the country. He had no real destination in mind, just a vague plan to drive east until he felt like stopping. Maybe he'd visit his brother in Chicago, or maybe he'd keep going to the Atlantic Ocean. All he knew was that he needed to get away from everything familiar and figure out what he wanted to do with the rest of his life. David left San Francisco on a Tuesday morning in late September, driving his black BMW sedan through the Bay Area traffic one last time. He'd loaded the car with clothes for a week, thinking that would be enough to decide whether he wanted to come back or start over somewhere else entirely. The first day took him through California's Central Valley and into the Sierra Nevada mountains. He spent the night in Reno, gambling away more money than he could afford and drinking until the casino bars closed. The next morning, nursing a massive hangover, he continued east into the Nevada desert. That's where things started to go wrong, though it took David a while to realize it. The problem began around noon as he was driving through a particularly desolate stretch of Highway 50, the road they call the loneliest highway in America. David had been making good time, listening to podcasts and enjoying the stark beauty of the high desert landscape. The road stretched ahead like a black ribbon across an endless expanse of sagebrush and distant mountains. He was about 2 hours east of Austin, Nevada, when he noticed the gas gauge was getting low. David checked his GPS for the nearest station and saw that there should be a small town called Middlegate about 30 miles ahead. He'd driven through several similar towns already, tiny clusters of buildings that existed mainly to serve travelers on this remote highway. But when David reached the coordinates where Middlegate should have been, there was nothing there. No buildings, no gas station, no signs that any town had ever existed. Just more empty desert stretching to the horizon. David pulled over and checked his GPS again, thinking he'd made a mistake. But according to the satellite, he was in exactly the right place. The device showed his location as Middlegate, Nevada, population 17, with symbols indicating a gas station, restaurant, and lodging. He tried calling directory assistance, but his phone had no signal. That wasn't unusual in this part of Nevada, but it added to his growing sense of unease. David got out of the car and looked around, hoping to see some sign of civilization in the distance. There was nothing but desert in every direction. With his gas tank now reading less than a quarter full, David had no choice but to continue east and hope for the best. The next town on his GPS was Eureka, about 60 miles away. If his car's range estimates were accurate, he should just barely make it. But as the miles ticked by, David started to notice other things that didn't make sense. Road signs that his GPS insisted should be there simply weren't. Mile markers that seemed to be counting backwards instead of forwards. And most disturbing of all, the sun appeared to be moving in the wrong direction across the sky. David tried to convince himself that he was just disoriented from the hangover and the stress of the divorce. Desert highways could play tricks on your perception, especially when you were tired and emotionally drained. But the feeling that something was fundamentally wrong continued to grow. When he finally reached Eureka, David was relieved to see actual buildings and people. He pulled into a gas station and filled his tank, chatting with the attendant about the weather and road conditions ahead. Everything seemed normal until he asked about Middlegate. "Never heard of it," the attendant said, scratching his head. "Been working this highway for 20 years, and there's nothing between here and Austin except empty desert." David showed him the GPS display, but the attendant just shrugged. "Those things are wrong all the time out here. GPS satellites don't work so good in the mountains." That night, David stayed in a motel in Eureka and tried to research Middlegate online using the spotty Wi-Fi connection. What he found made his blood run cold. Middlegate had existed, but it had been abandoned in the 1970s when the highway was rerouted. The buildings had been demolished decades ago, and the land had been returned to the federal government. But David's GPS wasn't old enough to have outdated maps from the 1970s, and he clearly remembered seeing current information about gas stations and restaurants, not historical data about an abandoned town. The next morning, David decided to drive back west and check the location again in daylight. Maybe he'd just been confused about where he'd stopped. But when he reached the coordinates where Middlegate should have been, he found something that made him question his sanity. There was a town there, not ruins or foundations, but actual buildings. A gas station with modern pumps, a small restaurant with cars parked outside, even a motel with a neon vacancy sign. Everything looked exactly like what his GPS had promised the day before. David pulled into the gas station, his hands shaking as he turned off the engine. A cheerful attendant came out to greet him, acting like it was perfectly normal for someone to stop for gas in a town that supposedly didn't exist. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" the attendant said, beginning to fill David's tank. "Don't get many visitors this time of year." David tried to ask about the town's history, but the attendant seemed confused by his questions. According to him, Middlegate had always been there, serving travelers on Highway 50 for as long as anyone could remember. "Maybe you're thinking of some other place," the man suggested. "There's lots of ghost towns in Nevada. Easy to get them mixed up." David paid for his gas and drove away as quickly as possible.
My name is Jason. I'm 32 years old and I work in an Amazon warehouse out in the middle of nowhere. It's one of those massive fulfillment centers, surrounded by nothing but flat land and a few scattered trees. The kind of place where the wind always seems to be blowing, but you can't tell where it's coming from. I didn't plan on ending up here. Back in high school, I had dreams of becoming a graphic designer. I even took a few community college courses, but life had other plans. Bills piled up, and I needed a job that paid immediately. That's how I found myself at this warehouse, packing boxes and shipping them out day after day. The job is monotonous. I spend hours scanning items, placing them into boxes, and sealing them up. The rhythm is almost hypnotic, and sometimes I catch myself going through the motions without even thinking. It's not fulfilling, but it pays daily, and that's what I need right now. My manager, Jeff, is a bald guy with a beer belly and a fondness for old sitcoms. He often plays Golden Girls reruns in the break room, laughing louder than anyone else. Despite his quirks, he's a decent guy. He doesn't micromanage, which is good, lets us do our work as long as we meet our quotas. The break room is a small, windowless space with a few vending machines and a coffee maker that produces something resembling coffee. During breaks, I usually wrestle with a vending machine, which seems to have a mind of its own, and sip on the bitter coffee while watching whatever Jeff has on the TV. My coworkers are a mixed bunch. There's Mike, a high school dropout who always has a new conspiracy theory to share. Some of them seem true, actually. Then there's Sarah, a former high school athlete who talks about her glory days on the track team. We don't have much in common, but we get along well enough. In a place like this, break room gossip makes the days go by a little faster. Over the months, I've noticed some odd things about this warehouse. There are certain areas we're told to avoid, and some packages that we're instructed not to open under any circumstances. At first, I thought it was just company policy. But the more I observed, the more I realized there was something strange going on. I've started compiling a list of these peculiar rules and guidelines, almost like an unofficial employee handbook. I share it with the new hires, hoping to prepare them for the oddities they'll encounter. It's become a sort of rite of passage, and most of them think it's a joke, until they experience it for themselves. So here they are. Let's just say this Amazon warehouse has some strange rules. Rule number 1. Don't eat the beef jerky in the vending machine. It's not beef. I know that sounds like a joke, but I mean it. Seriously, it's not beef. First few weeks on the job, I didn't think much of the vending machine. Looked like every other one. Metal, glass front, rows of snacks with that little coil that turns. But then I noticed the packaging. Everything looked off. The colors were faded, like they'd been left out in the sun. A lot of the wrappers were so old I couldn't even read the names. The chips had logos I didn't recognize. Some of the candy bars looked homemade. The plastic was cloudy, and I couldn't find an expiration date on anything. But I was tired and hungry one shift, so I tried it anyway. I picked what looked like beef jerky. I was wrong. The texture was wrong. Too soft in some places, too crunchy in others. I chewed one bite and thought maybe I was imagining things. Then I felt it. Something sharp. I spit it out in my glove and saw something pale and tiny in the mass. Looked like a tooth. That was the first and last time I touched the beef jerky. Thing is, even when the food doesn't bite back, the vending machine still messes with you. Mike tried to get a candy bar once and got a handful of toothpicks. Sarah paid for a Diet Coke and ended up with a single shoelace and a note that just said sorry in lowercase, written in blue marker on a torn scrap of cardboard. I watched it happen. She stared at it like it was a prank, but her face went real quiet, like she suddenly remembered something bad. Sometimes the machine gives you coins instead of snacks. Not quarters or dimes, foreign stuff. Weird shapes, soft metal, no markings. One looked like it had a hole punched straight through the middle. I kept that one, then I lost it. Or maybe it left. And don't ask what the sandwiches taste like. No one's made that mistake twice. The freakiest part is, the machine never stays in the same place. First time I saw it, it was in hallway B, near the mop sinks. Next shift, it was gone. A week later, it showed up near the loading dock, just standing there, like it always been part of the building. I asked Sarah if she remembered it ever being there before. She said no, but didn't want to talk about it. Sometimes it's by the break room, sometimes it's next to the main exit. Once I saw it in the men's bathroom, just standing next to the sinks like it belonged there. No one sees it move. I asked Jeff once, trying to sound casual. He was watching Golden Girls reruns in the break room, drinking a beer out of a travel mug. And I said, "Hey, you know who stocks that vending machine?" He paused for a second, then said, "It was here when I got here, man. I got no idea." That was it. Like that was a good enough answer. So yeah, don't trust that thing. Especially not the beef jerky. Rule number 2. If you hear banging behind dock door 9, ignore it. Dock door 9, that's hard to say, is different from the others. First, it's red, bright red, like fire truck paint, only smoother. No other door in the warehouse looks like that. Second, it's been welded shut. 4 thick silver lines running across it in a big X. It looks like someone wanted to make sure it never opened again. Jeff told me the freezer line burst back in '09, said the whole back end of the warehouse turned into an icebox overnight. A few workers got frostbite, believe it or not. They sealed off dock door 9 after that, said it was too dangerous. But then I asked why they welded it, not just locked it, not just blocked it. Welded it shut like they were afraid of something getting out. Jeff just said, "Some doors are better off dead." That's the kind of thing he says sometimes. I don't think he even hears himself. Now and then, during night shift, you'll hear it. The banging. Loud, heavy, like someone throwing their whole body against the door. First time I heard it, I thought it was just noise from a truck pulling up late. But then I saw the loading schedule. No trucks were due that night. Second time, it sounded closer, more desperate, and something about it didn't sound right. Not random banging. It was rhythmic, like knocking, then silence. Mike says it's just air pressure from the freezer remnants. Says there's still pipes back there, still cold storage infrastructure creaking and groaning, and maybe. But I've heard voices too. Sometimes, when it gets real quiet, you can hear something behind that door that sounds like talking. I've heard my name. Only once. Jason, it said. Calm and clear. I kept walking. Everyone has a theory. Mike thinks a monster hunter used to work there. Says he read about someone online who hunted supernatural creatures and needed a place to stash them. Claims they paid cash to rent out part of the warehouse under the radar. Said Dock Door 9 was where they kept one of them locked up. When the hunter disappeared, corporate shut the whole area off. Sarah thinks an employee got locked in there during the freezer burst. Says he lost his mind and started screaming like an animal. Maybe he died. Maybe he didn't. Either way, she doesn't go near that side of the warehouse anymore. Me? Well, I remember what my mama told me. She was a pastor's kid, grew up in a tiny house next to a tiny church, the kind with folding chairs and an out-of-tune piano. She used to tell me stories about demons. Not the movie kind. The kind that smiled too wide. The kind that sounded like your neighbor or your uncle or your friend until they got inside. She said, if something talks to you from behind a door and it doesn't show itself, don't talk back. That ain't no person, no matter what it sounds like. So when I walk past Dock Door 9, I keep my head down. I don't listen. I don't stop. And if I hear my name, I don't answer. Rule number 3. Don't wear cologne or scented lotion. When I first started working here, I used to wear this cheap cologne I got from a gas station. It smelled like pine and burnt sugar. I thought it made me smell better after a long shift, I know. Sarah made fun of me for it, said it reminded her of her high school gym lockers and bad middle school dances. Then one night, something followed me to my car. I didn't see it. Not really. But I heard the gravel crunch behind me, like footsteps. And I saw the outline of something huge in the dark. Something too big to be a coyote and too fast to be a person. I unlocked my car and jumped in. I sat there for 10 minutes, not breathing, just watching the trees. After that, I stopped wearing cologne. Jeff was the one who told me. Pulled me aside one day and said, yeah, don't wear scented stuff, Jason. It attracts them. Just like that? No explanation, no sarcasm, just advice. Flat and simple. Them? I asked. He nodded. Werewolves hate jasmine. Makes them crazy. Wendigos don't like axe spray. Think it smells like prey. There's others, too. Coming clean. No sense. Shower if you gotta. He patted me on the shoulder and went back to watching Golden Girls. I didn't ask questions after that. Mike swears he saw something one night in the tree line. Said it was 7 feet tall and walked like it had too many joints. He thinks the company keeps something in the woods, like a fence line test or something military. I'm not sure what I believe, but I've noticed the security cameras outside only point inward, not toward the forest. I also noticed Jeff keeps a tiny little bottle of baking soda in his locker. No shampoo, no soap, just a plain box of powder. He uses it to scrub up before every shift, just enough to smell like nothing. Sarah switched to unscented deodorant. She doesn't like to talk about it, but I saw the claw marks on her car once. 3 long scratches down the back bumper, like someone tried to peel it open. Rule number 4. If you find a bone in a package, reseal it and put it back on the belt. You think I'm joking, but I have seen it happen more than once. You're packing a box, regular stuff, batteries or vitamins or, socks, and tucked in the corner, underneath the bubble wrap, there's something that looks like a piece of rib bone. Or a finger. Once, I saw what looked like part of a jaw. It had teeth. Tiny ones. Your first instinct is to stop everything. You look around for a manager. You expect alarms or someone to come running, but nothing happens. No sirens, no warnings, just silence. You look closer. No return address. No shipping label. Just a tag that says, "For the Institute." There may be 10 or 15 boxes like that every night. Not always bones. Sometimes it's something sealed in plastic that smells wrong, or a jar filled with liquid that moves on its own. I don't ask questions. None of us do. The first time it happened to me, I stared at the bone for a solid minute. Looked too big to be a dog's, too small to be a cow's. I didn't want to touch it, but I didn't know what else to do. That's when Jeff walked by. He didn't flinch, just looked at the box and said, "Red sticker. Put it back on the belt. Not your fight." So that's what I did. There's a roll of red dot stickers by the tape guns now. You see something that doesn't belong, you slap one on, seal the box, and send it back down the line. Don't put it in the return bin. Don't report it. Just let it go. And it always finds its way. Jeff always knows where to send it. Sometimes I think he doesn't sleep. Sometimes I think he's the only one here who actually knows what this place does. Mike's got a million theories. Says the warehouse is part of a secret contract with some underground research group. Says Amazon made a deal with the government years ago, and now they ship more than just diapers and books. He says the Institute is real. Says they're the ones who handle the stuff regular people aren't supposed to see. I used to laugh at him. Now I don't. Sometimes the Institute boxes hum a little, just under the tape. A low, steady sound, like something mechanical, or maybe alive. One night, Sarah swore she saw one twitch. She marked it with 2 red dots, just in case. Now, whenever I'm packing and something feels wrong, I don't even open the box all the way. I peek in, peel off a sticker, and I move on. Not my fight. It doesn't pay enough to be my fight. Rule number 5. Only take your 10-minute break in designated zones. We get 2 breaks per shift, 10 minutes each. Not a second more, not a second less. Jeff is very strict about that. You'd think it's because he's a company man, but it's not. It's because there are only 3 safe spots to take your break, and if you sit anywhere else, something might find you. The designated zones are the break room, the chair cluster behind Station C, and the bench near the mop closet by hallway A. That's it. Nowhere else. Don't sit near Dock 9. Don't even walk near it during your break. I know one guy who did. His name was Derek. He was new, maybe 3 days in. Tall guy, neck tattoo, always chewing gum. Thought the rules were jokes. He said he liked the quiet and wanted to take his break outside by the loading dock. We warned him. He rolled his eyes and went anyway. He didn't come back. No one found a body either. His badge was still in the system. He never clocked out, Jeff said it must have been a personal emergency, and someone from HR cleared his locker before the end of the night. But I know what happened. There's a werewolf that stalks Doc 9. It's not like the movies. No shredded clothes, no half-man nonsense. Just a creature with long legs and thick arms and yellow eyes. Sarah swears she saw it once through the break room window. Said it walked like it owned the place. The cameras don't catch it. We checked. Mike even pulled the footage from his phone one night and scrubbed through it. Nothing. But we still hear it. Late breaks, especially toward the end of the shift, sometimes you hear breathing from outside. Not fast, not heavy. Just slow and even. Like it's waiting. Sometimes you'll hear a howl. I don't go near Doc 9 anymore. Not for anything. Even when Jeff asks for help moving pallets, I find an excuse. One night, I saw a streak of fur by the loading ramp. Just a flash. Low to the ground. Like it was crawling. No wind, no noise. Just a flash. That's all it took. Now, when I take my 10, I sit in the plastic chair behind Station C. I face the wall. I sip bad coffee, and I chew old gum and count down every second until I can get back to work. It's safer that way. Rule number 6. You clock out before sunset. Always. No matter what. You'd think a company like Amazon would love overtime. But not here. Not at this warehouse. No one stays past sunset. Not the workers, not the janitors, not even Jeff. There's no warning siren or loud bell when the sun starts going down. You have to watch the windows, check the shadows, and keep an eye on the clock. When the sky starts turning orange, you drop whatever you're doing and head straight to the front office and clock out. Doesn't matter if you're in the middle of packing a box. Doesn't matter if a manager asks you to stay. Doesn't matter if you're 2 minutes from finishing a shift. When it gets close to dark, you leave. And you leave fast. I learned that my first month here. I stayed late one night. Not on purpose. I just didn't realize how fast the sky changes out here. I was working the belt near the back wall when everything got quiet. I looked up and saw the sunset bleeding through the windows. Pink, orange, purple. I thought, all right, 10 more minutes and I'm done. That's when Sarah grabbed my arm and said, "You need to go. Now." I've never seen her look that serious. We didn't even stop to log out properly. Just ran for the clock and hit the button. Jeff was already outside, holding his keys like a weapon. He looked me dead in the eye and said, "Don't ever cut it that close again." Mike thinks the night brings out real monsters. Says they live under the warehouse and they only come up after dark. Says the building changes once the sun sets. Gets taller. Feels heavier. Like something wakes up inside the walls. I don't know if that's true, and I don't want to. What I do know is this. When the sky turns orange, I stop everything. I grab my things, clock out, and I get in my car. Because this place isn't safe after dark. Whatever lives here gets stronger then. And you do not want to be here. Rule number 7. Monsters are real. If you want to survive, believe it. I wasn't sure if I wanted to add this rule. It felt too big, too final. Like saying it out loud would make it harder to ignore. But after everything I've seen, everything I've heard, I knew I had to write it down. Monsters are real. actually real. Not just animals that look weird in the dark. Not just stories made up to scare kids. Not just rumors passed around during night shift to keep things interesting. I've seen too much. I've lived through too much of it to pretend anymore. They're not people in costumes. They're not misunderstandings. They're not tricks of the light. They're monsters. Different kinds, different rules. Some walk, some crawl, some mimic voices. Some just wait. But they're all here. And they all know us. Some of them stay in the corners of the warehouse. Some show up in shipments. Some move the vending machine when no one's watching. Some follow the scent of jasmine, and some sleep behind red doors, and some just wait for you to break the rules. Sarah's gonna quit, I can tell. She doesn't talk as much anymore. Doesn't joke like she used to. She keeps looking at the sky through the narrow break room window. Times her clock out to the minute. Packs her stuff before the final hour. Mike won't last long after that. He's all talk and big stories, but he needs someone like Sarah around to keep him balanced. Without her, he'll either dig too deep or give up entirely. Either way, he won't stay. And me, well, I've started looking for another job. Something slower, something far from here. Even if it doesn't pay daily, even if I have to stretch pennies, I can't keep coming back here. There's something very wrong with this place. I've written these rules for whoever comes next. The newbies. The ones who show up looking for quick cash and think this is just another warehouse job. It's not, and it never was. Take the money. Save what you can. And while you're working here, follow the rules. Every single one. Don't eat the beef jerky. Don't listen to the red door. Don't wear scented lotion. Don't open the box with bones. Don't take your break in the wrong spot. Don't stay past sunset. And most of all, remember this. Monsters are real. This job is not for keeps. You're not supposed to stay. Get in, get paid, get out. That's the only way. Me, I'll be gone soon. And when I leave, I will leave these rules taped to the back of the locker door. Look for them there. And follow them. It's the only way to survive. Because there are real monsters here. And they're hungry.
I got a spooky scary story time submission email from a guy who said that for the last 8 years he's worked as a market researcher, and usually this job is pretty straightforward. Basically, brands hire the company that he works for to conduct market research. So say it's a cat litter brand, and the cat litter brand is trying to figure out if this new cat litter is going to be appealing to consumers. The market research company will send out a mass email or call a bunch of people on their database and screen them to see if they want to come and participate in this study, and then in turn they'll get paid. The market research company will then go back to the brand and be like, this is what we found. And those kinds of studies are what this guy's done for the last 8 years. He said nothing out of the ordinary. It's just been like product testing, brand redesign feedback until this one study. He said sometimes brands keep their identity confidential to avoid bias. It's not that unusual. So when this one came in without a name attached, he didn't bat an eye. And the study didn't make sense to him because there was no product to test. There was no advertising materials to review. There was nothing to evaluate. All that they were supposed to do in this study was show a series of images to the market research participants. Just images, that's it. So he's like, okay. So it's not his job to find the participants. Somebody else in the company does that. But the night before, he is going through the images. They were already loaded onto their system and he's clicking through. And he said he was expecting to see some brand logos that he recognized or something familiar. But instead it was just this odd string of images. All of the images were of places, odd, eerie, sterile environments. A dimly lit hallway with identical doors stretching forever. There was one of a hotel lobby that looked like it hadn't been updated in decades. An underground parking garage with spaces that stretch in every direction and all were unmarked. There were no people or no products placed in any of these images, and they didn't seem to have anything in common except that they left him with an unsettled feeling. There was no text, no captions, and he didn't understand what he was supposed to be studying, like people's emotional reactions. And if so, he didn't understand why this study specifically had such a rigorous screening process for the applicants that they selected. The brand or company that had set up this study wanted specifically people between the ages of 28 and 35 who had lived in at least 3 different states and had experienced deja vu. He said to give some context on why this was strange, normally studies select a wide variety of people from all different backgrounds because they want to understand a wide perspective. So the next day at work, before the study begins and they begin bringing in these participants, he asks his supervisor, like, hey, what's this study about? And the supervisor just says, I don't know. All we were hired to do was show these images and ask these people these questions. So this dude's like, okay, a paycheck's a paycheck. And the studies lasted 1 hour, and they would bring these people in and sit them in front of a large screen one by one and show them these images. The questions that they were supposed to ask seemed normal at first. They would be like, does this place remind you of anywhere? How does this image make you feel? But then they got stranger. It would be like, did you notice anything move? If there was a door in this image, where would it lead? And finally, when was the last time you remember seeing this place? And he said the last question was the one that made people stop. Like almost all of them started to say never, but then they would stop and hesitate. And that they would be like trying to remember where they saw that place, but they could never remember where they saw it. One man in the study, he said, laughed and was like, this has to be a joke, right? Like I dreamed of this place last week. And he said in the 8 years he's been doing this, in the whole time, there's never been anybody that's walked out of a study until this one. There was this one image of an office and all the chairs were turned away from the camera. And one woman saw the image and she got visibly upset and stood up. Dimly lit lighting, and she apparently saw the image and she looked at him and said, I don't think I'm supposed to be seeing these. And she got up and said, I can't complete this study. And she walked out. One man stopped him and said, when have you shown me these before? And he's like, well, that would be impossible. I've never met you before. And the man said, then why do I know what's on the other side of that door? A lot of people looked visibly upset when they left the study, and they would collect their check and walk out. And so after like 2 or 3 days of them doing this study, he went up to his supervisor and was like, I think something is wrong with this study. Like, this is visibly disturbing these participants. Just tells him again, like, I don't know which company this is from. I don't know why they're asking. That's not our job to find that out. Like, all we're supposed to be doing is collecting the information that they want and sending it back to them. Like, and the third day was the last day that they were doing this study, but then a new instruction was added. At the end of each participant study, each participant was handed a piece of paper and told to write down what they remembered about the images. When they were done, they were instructed to collect the images and then, without reading them or copying them or putting them anywhere, to put them in a shredder in front of the people who wrote them. He said he will never forget the look on some of these people's faces. Some looked panicked, some looked confused, some asked him why he did that. He said he didn't have an answer to give them and it was just part of the study. Doesn't know what results were found from that study because no conclusions were drawn. They just shared what they found with the brand, the confidential brand, whoever paid for. And that was the end of it. He doesn't know what they were looking for, but he says he doesn't think that that answer is meant to be found. At the end of his email, he said he wanted to be clear that this was not a medical study. The company he works for does strictly market research for products and product testing and advertisements. He said he knows this email was long and it sounds unbelievable, but he swears it happened. And he said that each participant was paid $150 for an hour of their time. And he doesn't know what happened to any of them, but he did end his email with a warning. And it said, I beg of you, if you ever come across a series of images like this, if you're ever asked to participate in anything like this, you should absolutely not do it. He said, I don't know what happens if you look too long. I don't know what happens if you remember too much, but I don't think it's good. If you're curious about liminal spaces and backrooms, seriously, just type in the search bar, like liminal spaces or backrooms. Like, the images are creepy.
This is the story of Timothy O'Brien and the Candyman. On Halloween night of 1974, every parent's biggest fear about trick-or-treating was born when an 8-year-old boy suddenly died after eating his Halloween candy. And then more poisoned candy was found, stashes of other trick-or-treaters. The reason behind it is absolutely sickening. Let's start with the O'Brien family, who appeared to be your run-of-the-mill, completely normal Southern Christian family. There was the father Robert, his wife Danae, their 2 kids, 8-year-old Timothy, 5-year-old Elizabeth. That Halloween night, Robert took his 2 kids trick-or-treating with a group of family friends in the nearby town of Pasadena, Texas, just as they had done every other year. It all seemed to be going fine. Kids were having a great night, laughing and hanging out and running around. A very normal Halloween night, until they arrived at a house that had no lights on. As we all know from our years of trick-or-treating, a house with no lights on normally just means they aren't home, they don't want to pass out candy, or they're out trick-or-treating themselves. Still, all the kids went up to the door and knocked anyway, because, you know, they were trying to score some candy. I can't blame them. Not to their surprise, nobody answered the door, so they moved on and ran along to the next house. But the whole time they were out trick-or-treating, Ronald O'Brien was just a few steps behind everyone. Once again, seems completely normal normal. I mean, I remember my parents letting us run ahead. We were way too excited to get the candy and they could not keep up. Well, a few moments later, since he was hanging back a bit, when he caught up with them, he told everyone that the house with the lights off actually did end up opening their door. But since the kids and everyone else had run off so quickly, they all missed it. He said whoever was inside opened the door and gave him 5 pixie sticks, one for each of the children. Naturally, all the kids were ecstatic, and he gave one of these pixie sticks to each of them. Unfortunately, shortly after this, it started heavily raining. Parents decided since the kids already got a good haul, might as well just pack it up and head home. Of course, as any normal kids would, the moment they get home, Timothy and Elizabeth O'Brien dump out all their candy on the floor and are ready to dive in. But with it already being late, their father Ronald tells them, hey, it's time for bed. You guys can pick one piece of Halloween candy each to eat before heading up for bedtime. Now, unfortunately for him, Timothy chooses the pixie stick. Immediately after eating it, he started complaining that it didn't taste right and that it was extremely bitter. If you know pixie sticks, you know they're basically just straight sugar. So already this makes no sense. His father gives him a glass of Kool-Aid to wash the taste out of his mouth. Within minutes, Timothy started saying his stomach was in excruciating pain. He then went to the bathroom and started getting sick and could not stop. He starts violently convulsing and shaking. Naturally, his father runs to help him. His father grabs him up in his arms, and then Timothy goes limp and lifeless. 911 is called and the ambulance rushes to save Timothy's life, but unfortunately they were too late, and Timothy passed away in the ambulance on the way to the hospital, less than 1 hour after eating the pixie stick. The autopsy then confirmed everyone's worst nightmare. Timothy O'Brien was poisoned with cyanide that was found inside the pixie stick. Actually, that pixie stick contained enough cyanide to kill 4 full-grown adults. Immediately, mass panic starts spreading throughout the town and then the whole country. Parents begin throwing out their children's entire bags of Halloween candy, especially if they had gotten a pixie stick. Obviously, the authorities' #1 priority was locating the other 4 pixie sticks Ronald had gotten from the house with the lights off. 1 pixie stick was found in his 5-year-old daughter's candy bag. 2 more were found in the candy of 2 other children, but 1 was missing. The parents of the child who got the 5th pixie stick could not find it in their son's candy. Now, their son had already gone up to bed after eating Halloween candy, so they walked up to his bedroom expecting the absolute worst. Luckily, their son was okay, just fast asleep. But what the parents found was truly a bone-chilling sight that they probably still think of to this day. Their son was sleeping in his bed, clutching the pixie stick in his hand. It turns out whoever had laced the pixie stick stapled them back shut. Their son could not get it open and actually fell asleep trying. Oh my god, I have like goosebumps. Now, thankfully, all of the other pixie sticks are accounted for. The authorities' next step is to find out who they came from. Ronald said he cannot remember the exact house, so they take him up and down every single block that they had trick-or-treated at. Eventually, he finally points one out. The only issue is the man who owns that house lives alone and was working until 11 p.m. on Halloween night. Hundreds of people saw him there, so there was absolutely no way he was at home handing out pixie sticks. Now, the authorities had come to a terrifying new reality. The only person who they had 100% certainty had the pixie sticks in their hand that night was Ronald O'Brien, the father of 8-year-old Timothy. Ronald O'Brien appeared to be your completely average neighbor. He was a married father of 2, a respected member of his church, had never had a run-in with the law, but of course, things aren't always as they seem. He was actually $100,000 in debt, and he couldn't keep a job. Over that last 10 years, he had 21 different jobs, and he was about to be fired from his current job because they suspected that he was stealing from them. So he was very close to losing everything. His car, his house, his job, everything. Well, the January before his son was murdered, Ronald took out life insurance policies on both of his children for $10,000 each. The month before his son was murdered, he increased them to $30,000. Then, a few days before Halloween, he increased their life insurance policies to $50,000 each. over $300,000 in today's money, and just enough then to cover his debt. All, by the way, without his wife's knowledge. The morning after his son's death, and I mean literally just hours after, Ronald was on the phone with his insurance company asking how he can cash Timothy's life insurance check to get that money to him as fast as possible. And apparently for the whole year before his son's death, he was asking people questions about cyanide, where to get it, how much it takes to kill someone, and he had gone to multiple stores trying to buy it. On November 5th, only a few days later, Ronald was arrested for killing his son. He was arrested and found guilty for 1 count of murder and 4 counts of attempted murder. It took the jury less than 45 minutes to come up with their verdict, and his sentence was the death penalty. He was then executed on March 31st, 1984, and a large crowd actually gathered to watch, chanting "trick or treat." This is truly a bone-chilling case. How do you kill your own child, possibly 4 other children, for $50,000? On Halloween, no less. A day literally made for children to dress up and run around and have fun. He not only ruined his entire family's lives, but also terrorized the whole country for years to come. The effects of what he did still come around every single year when your parents tell you to check your candy for anything suspicious.
The haunted doll. So Kayla says that she is an avid thrifter. She loves thrift stores, estate sales, yard sales, anything within that realm, she is game. She also says that she loves to collect porcelain dolls, similar to this one. So she went to an estate sale and she said that there was a few porcelain dolls. They were a little bit pricey, but she came across one that she could not say no to. For some reason, this doll was just calling her name. She checked the price, and although it wasn't an estate sale, it was $75. She does say that vintage porcelain dolls tend to be a little bit more expensive, so she was like, you know what, I'm just gonna bite the bullet. I'm obsessed. She's calling my name. I need it. So Kayla bought the doll and brought her home. She says that at her house, she has about 20 to 25 different porcelain dolls, and they all sit in a designated area. She dusted her new doll down, fixed her hair, got her all nice and ready, and she put her on her shelf. About 2 days later, things started to change. She said that her doll shelf was to the left in her living room. Her TV was straight ahead. She would watch TV, and out of nowhere, she could see a dark shadow just kind of like... She had never seen stuff like that, so she didn't think anything of it until it started to happen more often. She'd be coming from the kitchen to the living room, and again, from the corner of her eye, she could see a dark, black, just huge shadow standing right in the corner. One day she was taking a shower and she hears this loud crash. Freaking out, immediately she grabs a towel, runs out of her restroom. She's looking around, doesn't see anything, goes into the living room, and she sees that all of the dolls that were on the shelf were now on the floor. Some of them were broken. And the only one that was left on the shelf was this new one that she had just purchased at the estate sale. Oh, hell no. She did not let things get worse because something in her told her, get rid of it. This is not right. For the past few days, you've been seeing black shadows, weird things, weird noises, and now this is the biggest red flag. Out of all places, she decides to go to a car wash, disposes of this porcelain doll at the car wash trash can, and everything that was happening before suddenly stopped.
So our story begins at an old Victorian home in California. This house is massive and it's very valuable at this point in time. The house belonged to an 80-year-old woman named Marion Rayburn who had grown up in the house and whose family had owned the house for generations. Sadly, Marion's husband had gotten sick, and in order to pay for his hospital bills, which were astronomical, she decided to refinance the house. Now, because she refinanced the house, she had to start making payments on it. Payments that she couldn't afford because she was also paying off these exorbitant hospital bills at the same time. So her house went into foreclosure, and the house was quickly swooped up by a greedy investment banker turned house flipper who had intentions to sell the house at a massive profit. Now, on the day in question, Marion Rayburn was sitting on the porch in her rocking chair as she was famously known to do. This is when Louis, the investment banker turned house flipper, shows up to the property with his wife. There's a moving truck parked outside of the house, and they are there to evict Mrs. Rayburn. Now, Mrs. Rayburn is calmly sitting on the porch, and and she just explained what I did earlier in the video, which is that she can't afford to pay her house payment because she's also paying off hospital bills. But Louis, the investor, doesn't give a damn. He sees dollar signs when he sees this house, and he thinks it's time for Mrs. Rayburn to go. Now, his wife is standing beside him. He convinced her to leave her job so they could go into business together, and this proved to be a pretty successful thing for the pair. They made a ton of money doing this, and sadly, Louis had gotten greedy and did not care who he started to hurt in the process. So while the trio is talking, things become acrimonious between Louis and the old woman. The old woman is stating that all she needs is a little bit more time, and that her husband's passed away, and this is a very hard time for her. Again, Louis does not give a damn. He's ready to own this house, sell it, and make a quick buck. He tells the woman that it's time for her to go because he's ready to finally own this house. Now, this is when Miss Rayburn tells him something that would send chills up his wife's spine. She looks Louis dead in the eyes and says, "I see this house as a family heirloom. It's been in my family for generations, and I have intentions of it staying in my family for generations." Then she finishes the conversation staring directly into Louis' soul, it feels, and states that he will never own this home. It doesn't matter what he does. And then she proceeds to walk off the porch, dignified, gets into the car that's waiting for her, and follows the moving truck off the property, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, at this point, Louis is elated. He's not thinking of anything else but getting into this house, fixing it up, and selling it. His wife, on the other hand, is a little more spooked. There's something about the old woman and the way she spoke to Louis that made her think this wasn't over yet. And this is when the problems would ensue for the pair. Now, Louis wasted no time wiping the memory of Mrs. Rayburn from this house. He got in there, gutted the place, put in new carpets, put in new flooring, fixed the appliances, and he was ready to show it to his first set of customers. But when the customers came and they walked in the door, the chandeliers on the ceiling started shaking, and the house started to feel really cold, as though the AC was on. Now, this was the middle of the fall, so the AC was in fact not on, and Louis had no explanation for the chandelier, so the couple, seeing this, left, never returned. Now, Louis didn't get discouraged by this. He decided that maybe the home just wasn't for them, and he bought another set of people in. This time when the couple walked in, though, it smelled like there was rot all through the house. He checked everywhere, but couldn't identify the source of the smell. The couple was getting queasy at this point and decided it was time to call it quits. So they left the house, never to be seen or heard from again. Now, Louis at this point is starting to feel some kind of way, but not enough to stop showing this home. So he decides to bring in another set of people. And this time, as they walk inside of the house, there's water everywhere, all over the floor. Overnight, it appears as though the pipes busted. And as a result, the couple, seeing this and realizing that this is a ton of money already down the drain, decided that it was time to go. Now, Louis is perplexed at this point. He's wondering what's going on with this house. The inspectors had been there. They had done all the necessary repairs. Things looked good after the inspection ended, and he had also had another set of inspectors come in to check on those inspectors. Everything looked great on paper, so why all of a sudden were they now starting to have these problems? It didn't make sense, but Louis decided to keep showing the house, and couple after couple kept coming in, and couple after couple kept leaving. Nobody was interested in the massive problems that this home had inside of it. And at this point, Louis was in the hole with all of the money he spent on repairs, and his wife was starting to get fed up with it. In fact, she was more than fed up with it, and she made Louis an ultimatum. Either you quit with this house and you sell it to whoever the next buyer is, or you lose me. Now, Louis wasn't a dummy. He loved his wife more than he loved his business, thankfully, but Louis was still convinced that he could turn a profit on this house that had already taken so much money from the couple. His wife, though, was resolute in her decision. You sell this house to the next buyer, or you lose me. And he decided that he would take the former as opposed to the latter. Now, he was being a little sneaky, and he decided to try one more couple, but when they went inside, Louis decided to open the windows so he could show them that they could get nice air, and the windows busted. Not just one, but the whole row of windows, which was uncanny. So the couple, seeing this and thinking the old house was just kind of creepy anyways, decided they would leave. So his wife, knowing that he was probably up to his old tricks, decided to do a little pop-up at the house. So when she arrives at the property, Louis is standing there, pissed off because glass is broken everywhere, and he turns around. He's got this really shit-eating grin on his face because he knows he shouldn't be there showing this house. So his wife looks at him, and she's like, "Look, last one." Now, as they're standing here having this little argument, there's a couple who comes up riding their bikes. Louis' wife sees the couple, and she puts on her best salesman face, and she's like, "Hey, we're selling this house. offering a great discount. Now the couple is hesitant. They're like, hey, no, we're just here to see this house. We couldn't afford anything this big. We just started grad school and we don't have jobs secured aside from what the university is paying us in scholarships. Now Louie's wife is like, you know what? I'll tell you what, why don't you just go in, take a look around, and if you like it, we can sit and talk about it. Now the couple, they do want to see inside. They've always been curious about it, especially the woman. And so they walk around and they love the house. They get inside and Louie notices for the first time that there's nothing happening inside of the house. So as the couple walks through the home, the woman is absolutely falling in love with it. And she tells her husband it would be so nice if they could afford something like this. So Louie's wife is like, well, I'll tell you what, you got $1? And the couple is looking at her like she's crazy. And the guy is like, yeah, I got $1. And she's like, all right, give me $1. And we'll consider this the bill of sale for the house. I'll send you the deed. You are now homeowners. Now the couple is shocked. They're in absolute disbelief. They never thought in any of their years that they would become the homeowners of $1 million home at this point for the exorbitant cost of $1 whole. And so while they're sitting there, just in awe of their luck for that day, Louie's wife tells him that they need to go outside to the car, get the paperwork since it was already drawn up, and get this house sold. Now Louie, he's huffing and puffing a little bit, but his wife seems really happy, and he decides that if she's happy, he's happy. Happy wife, happy life. So Louie and his wife go to the car, and this is when the couple, who are left inside of the house at this point, start having a conversation. The guy is talking to his wife, and he's just so happy he could make her happy by getting her this house of her dreams. And the woman, who's teary-eyed at this point, looks up at her husband and says, I just wanted to go inside Grandma's house one more time. I grew up here as a kid, and I always wanted to know what it looked like after she moved and what they did with it. So at the end, it seems like Mrs. Rayburn got the last laugh. Not only did Louie go into debt trying to fix that house, the same debt he didn't care that she had gotten into trying to save her husband, but he never owned the house, and it ended up being the heirloom she desired for her family. Now, what's odd is that as Louie's wife was walking to the car to get the paperwork, she noticed that there was an old rocking chair on the porch that appeared to be moving. Now, come to find out, 2 weeks after Mrs. Rayburn had gotten evicted from the home, she passed away and died. And Louie's wife likes to think that that was her spirit who connected her granddaughter with her former house, and that helped her get the last laugh on Louie.
This paranormal story made my skin crawl. A Reddit user who we'll call Emily had just moved to a brand new apartment in Melbourne, Australia. Now, it was Emily's first time living alone, and the apartments that she moved into were built in the 1930s. And well, according to her story, she goes to work one day, and when she comes home, she goes into the bathroom and sees something strange. A board that had been covering a hole leading to an attic space on the ceiling had fallen to the ground and split in two. Well, Emily picks up the two pieces of the board, and the board's like an inch thick. It would have taken like Bruce Lee level force to break this board. So Emily slowly looks up at this attic space that's now exposed, and she is suddenly frozen stiff with fear. And she's thinking, somebody's got to be up there. But then it occurred to Emily, you know what, maybe my landlord just sent somebody to do some work while I was gone. So she emails her landlord, a little bit annoyed, to ask if anybody had been in her apartment. Pretty quickly, Emily gets an email response from her landlord that just says, please call me as soon as you can. So Emily calls her landlord, the landlord answers, and Emily explains the situation, and Emily's landlord goes, oh, it happened to you too. Apparently this had happened to two tenants before Emily, and the landlord promised to replace the board. About a month later, Emily wakes up around 4 a.m. and her skin is crawling with goosebumps, and she says it felt like somebody was rubbing their hands all over her. And as she's laying there, like experiencing this sensation, everything is dead silent until all of a sudden she hears this sound above her head, and she describes it as sounding like somebody's dragging a sack of potatoes on the floor above her. At this point, Emily's really starting to freak out because this sound doesn't sound like an animal. After about 5 minutes, Emily grabs a cricket bat, gathers her courage, and creeps down the hall to the bathroom, where she looks and finds that that board that the landlord had replaced was again in the floor and broken into. Emily had a sick feeling come over her, and all of a sudden the dragging sound stops, but a new sound begins. It was a whispering sound, and she said it was clear as day, coming from the attic. And it sounded like children's voices, and there was one voice saying over and over, "It's your turn, it's your turn." So Emily dashes out of the bathroom and she flips on every light in the house, just trying to get something to feel normal. She even goes into the living room, turns on the TV, sits down, and tries to calm herself down when suddenly a fuse blows, and her pet bird all of a sudden starts squawking its head off like it's being strangled. This becomes the breaking point. Emily says, screw the bird. She grabs her car keys, runs out of the house, and closes herself in her car until morning. Finally, when the sun comes up, she sees people start going to work, walking their dogs, and she starts to feel a little safe again, and so she gets out of her car, goes back into her house to check things out. She goes to check on her bird. The bird is not in its cage. She finds her bird half drowned in the toilet. She moves out of that apartment and never looks back.
If it is nighttime, do not watch this video, especially if you live in Denver Harbor, Houston, Texas. This story was submitted by a TikTok user named John. He was about 22 years old and he was visiting his friend that lived in the Denver Harbor neighborhood. So John was at his buddy's childhood home. So he's hanging out with the fam, everything's fine, but then his buddy has to leave for work. His buddy worked night shift, so he had to leave around 7 or 8 p.m. So John is hanging out with his buddy's fam and he's about ready to leave. But before John can leave, his buddy's dad is like, hey, do you mind going with Heather to go check on this rental property? Heather is his buddy's sister. It's nighttime. His buddy's dad is working on some repairs in the garage. They don't really want, his sister to go out there alone. So John is like, yeah, for sure. So this particular rental property is about 5 streets away. And I'm actually going to show you a picture of what this rental property looks like. This is just to kind of give you guys an idea. So Heather and John grab the keys and they make their way down to this house. So when they get there, they unlock the door, they're checking the windows, they're turning the faucets on and off, they're flushing the toilets, just making sure that there's nothing out of place. So this property had been vacant for several months, but it was partially furnished. There was a TV and a small sofa in the living room. Heather and John were kind of messing around with the TV and they realized that there was cable on it. They're flipping through channels, just kind of like messing around. And as they're doing this, they can hear some thuds coming from the attic. He turns off the TV and he's looking at Heather and Heather's looking at him and they're like, what the fuck? Sounds like someone who's at least 200 pounds is running back and forth frantically. So John looks at Heather and is like, is there someone that's supposed to be in this house? And Heather would say, no, it's supposed to be vacant. Like, you saw me unlock the door. So as this is going on, Heather runs to the kitchen and grabs this old butcher's knife. She hands the knife to John and she's like, go see if someone's up there. So John grabs a flashlight, he pulls on the string that opens the attic and he starts climbing up. So with this flashlight, he does a full 360 of the attic and he sees some cobwebs and some 2x4s, but other than that, it's completely empty. So he climbs out of the attic, he looks at Heather, he's like, there's no one in there. They lock everything up and they hightail out of there. So later on, they get back to the house and he's telling his buddy's mom everything that happened. And his buddy's mom is listening and she's just like, oh, well, I guess it's true then. And John is like, what are you talking about? So his buddy's mom is like, apparently a long time ago, there was a partial fire in the building. There was a maintenance man that was working on some electrical stuff in the attic and he actually got caught up there and died. And it doesn't stop there. His buddy's mom would actually go on to say that her brother-in-law used to live in that house. And over time, he actually slowly lost his mind. Brother-in-law was not that old, but the family would actually go on to say that he started displaying symptoms of like dementia. His behavior started getting really weird. He was claiming he was having these like auditory hallucinations. It got so bad to the point where he actually kept all of the lights on in the house at all times. So not only was that rental property rumored to be haunted, but his buddy's family actually claimed that their house also had weird paranormal activity. So I do my research and I find out that this is a old ass fucking neighborhood. Not only does this area date back to the late 1800s, but it also has a long history of deadly fires. Just in the past 2 years, well, actually less than 2 years, there's been 6 significant fires in the neighborhood. This would be above average compared to other neighborhoods of that size. And when you actually go and look at the details behind some of these fires, it can get pretty gruesome. Like in that same neighborhood, there was a fire where almost an entire family perished. Some of these fires are allegedly started by some of the gangs in the area, and some of them are even fires that had started in the attic, just like the rental property. Now, I'm not saying it's one or the other, but it is kind of interesting to look into. So that is all I have for you today. Thank you so much for watching. If you like videos like this, you can follow me if you want. It's pretty much all I post. So yeah, stay safe.
I have another spooky story for you guys. This one was submitted by someone who was staying in a haunted hotel, but didn't realize it until the spirits started to come after her. Let's just get right into the story. I was in San Antonio for a work conference, and the organizers had booked all of us at the Holiday Inn Express Riverwalk downtown for 2 nights. From the outside, it looked like any other hotel. I checked in, went straight up to my room on the 4th floor, did a little bit of work, and eventually went to sleep. That first night, I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to the sound of heavy footsteps right outside my door. They paced back and forth for several minutes and then stopped right in front of my room. I held my breath waiting for a knock, but instead, I heard the distinct sound of keys jingling, like someone was fumbling with a large key ring. I jumped up, ran to the door, and pressed my weight against it just in case someone was trying to come in. When I looked through the peephole, the hallway was empty. I stood there for several minutes, but whoever it was never came back. I eventually drifted back to sleep and had one of the most vivid dreams I've ever experienced. I dreamed I was trapped in a jail cell. I could smell the damp concrete and feel the freezing metal bars whenever I touched them. When I jolted awake, I wasn't in bed anymore. I was standing by the window, facing the wall. I've never been a sleepwalker, so I couldn't explain how I ended up there. I stayed awake for the rest of the night, too uneasy to close my eyes again. Now the second night was worse. I was on a late night video call with a coworker when the lights started flickering. I looked up from my laptop and turned my head just enough to catch a reflection in the dark TV screen. In the corner of the room behind me was a man. He was tall and gaunt, wearing what looked like an old, faded uniform. His face had a hollow expression, like he was angry, but also too tired to show it. I spun around instantly, but the corner was empty. My coworker, who also noticed the flickering lights, asked if I was okay. I didn't tell her what I saw because I didn't want to seem like I couldn't handle being alone. I was only 23, and it was my first job out of college. The last thing I needed was for anyone to think that I was just being dramatic. I figured it was my last night there, so I could just tough it out. I kept every light on and just tried to sleep through the night, but that just wasn't happening. Around midnight, I woke up to banging sounds coming from the closet. I tried to ignore it at first, telling myself that it had to be coming from the room next door, but the banging sound wouldn't stop. I finally got up, walked over, and yanked the closet door open. The banging stopped immediately. Nothing was inside, except for a single wooden hanger swinging back and forth. I told myself it was just from me opening the door, but I wasn't fully convinced. When I finally dozed off again, the dream came back. Only this time, I was lying on a narrow cot with a dark figure leaning over me, pressing me down. I felt my energy draining and my chest tightening, like I couldn't breathe. When I forced my eyes open, the room was freezing, and my sheets were tucked so tightly around me that I could barely move. This is not how the sheets were when I fell asleep. I kicked the covers off of me, packed my things, and left the room. I stayed in the hotel lobby until morning. When I checked out, I didn't say anything to the staff because I didn't want to sound crazy. But once I got home, I started looking into the hotel. I was expecting to find some reviews that might have mentioned banging or just general uncomfortability in that hotel. But what I found instead was far worse. I found an article that talked about the property's history that I think explains what I experienced. It turns out the hotel was built on the same site as the old Bexar County Jail, which operated from the late 1800s through the early 1970s. The jail held everyone from petty thieves to violent offenders. Executions took place there, and conditions were notoriously bad. The place was known for being overcrowded, damp, and dark. When it was finally shut down, the building sat empty for years before being converted into the Holiday Inn Express that stands there today. Rumor has it that parts of the original structure, like sections of the basement and old cell walls, were left behind during the renovation. Guests and employees have reported strange noises, sudden drops in temperature, and shadowy figures in the hallways, especially on the 4th floor, which used to be part of the original cell block. Since then, I never stay in a hotel without researching its history first. I'm convinced that land holds memories, and some of them are dangerous. So what do you guys think about this story? Personally, I am officially afraid of staying in hotels now because I realize that all I ever check are the ratings. Never actually looked into the history of a hotel or the land that it's on. Be sure to leave your thoughts down in the comments and don't forget to like and follow for more spooky stories.
Welcome back to Spooky TikTok. I am Nurse Meg. I've been a nurse for 16 years and the paranormal just seems to follow me everywhere. So here is one of my creepy stories. This one time I had a patient in PCU. I was working night shift and she had a cardiac cath scheduled for the next morning. Pretty simple. She would not sign the consent forms all day the day before. I tried to ask her again a couple times, hey, you haven't signed the consent forms and they're gonna come and get you pretty early, like 7:30. She was like, I can't go. If I go, I'm gonna die. Do you want to watch the procedure on YouTube with me? Like, it's a pretty simple thing. She still insisted, no, if I go get that procedure, I'm gonna die. And I said, okay, I'm sorry you feel that way. The doctor will be here in the morning and he can talk to you. You know, it's up to you. And I should point out, she was completely alert and oriented, times 3. So the doctor comes in and is like, hey, you know how doctors are. They're like, I've got 70 million patients. Like, let's go. You want this done? Let's go. Like, what's happening? What's going on? So, you know, kind of pressuring her, like, it's a simple procedure. I'm just going to go in, peek, pull it. We're going through radial. We're not going through femoral. Like, it's going to be so simple. You're going to be out of here tomorrow. Maybe end of the day. She finally signs the consents and she's so worried. She's signing it. And as she's signing it, she's like, I am signing my death certificate. I can't believe I'm doing it. Cath lab comes, takes her away on the stretcher, and I'm taking care of another patient. I come out to chart by her room. All of a sudden, overhead, I hear code blue, cath lab, room, whatever, and I get instant chills, like, was that her? Oh my God. Oh my God. And then maybe like 5 seconds later, where I'm sitting in there just like frozen, I'm like, I can't chart. What if that was her? I see her bed, because I took her on the cath lab stretcher. I see her bed, which the wheels were locked, move towards the door. The whole bed moves towards the door, and the EKG leads that I had put on the monitor are swinging back and forth, like kind of violently. I'm like, oh my God. I get up from the thing and I'm like, Kendra, somebody talk to me. I don't want to be here. It was like, as her spirit was going up, she was like, I told you. I will never forget that, and I will always listen to a patient's intuition.
What if your nightmares seeped into reality? What would you do? Because that's what tonight's true scary story is about. Tonight's video did not tell me whether I could use her real name or not, so I'm going to call her Cynthia. When Cynthia was younger, she was afraid of everything, absolutely everything. It all started when she was 15 years old and she had this BlackBerry. She would go to school and she would turn the BlackBerry off, but it would kept switching on and off, and then it would ring. And then it would be at 100%, and then it would just switch off. So she would tell her mom about it. Her mom was like, the phone is just faulty. So she's like, okay, whatever. So one night she goes to sleep and she turns the phone off. She wakes up dead in the middle of the night and the phone is just playing this spooky horror music. This really freaks her out. So she takes the battery out, she throws it across the room, and then she wakes up again to it playing spooky horror music. She's looking at the battery, she's looking at the phone, it's starting to play it louder and louder, and she at this point is super freaked out, so she never used that phone again. Well, fast forward to when she's 17 years old and she goes to her 6th form. Now this night she feels incredibly disoriented, very weird, and her friend even told her that at one point her eyes turned white, rolled in the back of her head, and her eyes started flickering like crazy, and she doesn't remember any of this. But that night was the first night of her reoccurring awful nightmare. She's in this old Victorian home, paused in time. There's this door with stained glass. There's a staircase to the side of her, and there's a bunch of rooms downstairs, but the rooms downstairs are all locked up. So she starts running upstairs when she starts hearing this laughter. She turns around because she's like, what the hell is that laughter? And when she turns around, she sees this old lady staring up at her, smiling with this Dead Valley smile. She starts running up the stairs, but she's not getting anywhere, and this woman's laughter is just getting louder and louder, and this woman keeps saying,
I need to tell you a secret. I need to tell you a secret.
Finally, she reaches the top of the stairs, and there's this first door to the left, and it looked oddly familiar, almost like a movie. So she turns around and she sees this woman, the old lady, on all fours, arms and legs bent unnaturally, and she's just crawling towards her at this super fast pace. And this woman's laughter is just getting louder and louder, and she just keeps saying,
come here, come here.
She runs out to the only door that she sees, and she ends up in the exact same room, and it's dark now, dingy, and it smells like death. So she runs out the room again and she comes back and the room is smaller. And every time she runs out of the door, she ends up in the exact same room with the room getting smaller and smaller and smaller. She finally escapes, but now she's in this butcher's room with this food thing hanging where she's hiding. And then she looks over and she sees this little girl. She's standing there smiling and she just goes, shh. And then the little girl lets out this blood-curdling scream, and that is the moment that she woke up, and she just had to go about her day. But the only problem is throughout the entire day, she is seeing this old woman and this little girl, first at her school gate, then on the bus. She thought her mind was playing tricks on her, but then she starts hearing kids laughing outside of her bedroom window. So she's sitting there in bed trying to figure out what the hell is going on when she sees this shadow figure run past her window going super fast. It looked like a human shape, and this thing is giggling. Now, by the time she hit college, she was used to this at this point. It's just been happening forever. And so she just had to go on about her day while all these things were happening to her until she starts working. So one day, her and her colleagues are messing around and they actually find a Ouija board and they decide that they're going to play. She at first is like, no, we should not do this. But somehow she gets reeled into it and she's the one that actually starts. She puts her hands on the planchette. She says something and the planchette flies across the room, hitting two of her colleagues. Two of the colleagues are like, F this, we are not doing this anymore. And she is just standing there staring at it. And this is when things escalated, okay? She started to get migraines and she had always had headaches before, but never migraines. And these migraines were so bad that she would actually pass out and then wake up. She started getting nosebleeds. Her limbs would lock and crack. And one day she was so fed up with this and she doesn't know why she did this, but she just yelled out, if I'm cursed, give me a sign. And as soon as she says this, an unmade cot that was securely tied up falls to the ground, almost hitting her. She moves out of the way, but it hits her wrist and she bruises her wrist. If she did not move out of the way, there would have been a huge problem. Well, she gets about 21 years old and she gets a boyfriend and nothing happens for about 7 months until she starts to feel like at unease when he's staying over at her house. She wasn't feeling like herself. She was moody, exhausted, and angry and wouldn't even sleep in the same bed as him. And she doesn't remember any of this. She would lay on the floor instead of sleeping on the bed with him. Then she starts talking in her sleep and then she starts doing super weird things in her sleep and he starts recording this and she still thinks that her mom has this recording, but he's recording her and she is sleeping and then kind of looks like she's waking up and just starts hysterically laughing, like this sinister laughter. And then she just stops and just stares at him. He told her that her pupils were red. She just sits straight up, points to the wall and says, he's coming for me, and just screams bloody murder and just lays back down. Not long after this, the night terrors started, where she started to see this tall, black, lanky figure with no face and just red eyes. His arms and legs were abnormally long and he would crawl on her wall in the corner of her room. And one day she just watches him climb down, get down, and then stand up. And he was so tall that he had to crouch underneath the ceiling and just hover over her. He was stuck, frozen in fear, could not move. But then she just starts screaming. And she remembers right before she screamed, she heard him whisper the word, this would scare her so much that she did not want to sleep. She would try to stay up for as long as she could, but exhaustion would take over and it would just happen all over again. It started getting to the point where she would see these demon-shaped figures surrounding her bed. Next day, after seeing these demon-shaped figures, she's in the car with her boyfriend. They get into an accident. They start spinning in circles. And as she's spinning, she can see these demon-shaped figures just standing in the road staring at her. She said the nightmares and sleep paralysis happened for years. She is now 29 years old, but they happened until she was 27 years old, so they have stopped now. She also has a lot of health issues now, and she has no idea if it has anything to do with this, and she still sees black smoked shadow figures running around. She said she's not sure if any of these things were good or trying to protect her, but she wants to know what you guys think.
One of our creepy storytime family members shared this story with me, and she said that anytime she has ever tried to tell anybody, nobody has believed her and they've made her feel so alone. Creepy story time. Now, this is a long one, so this is part 1. She said she'd like to remain anonymous, but she'll probably be checking the comments if you want to leave your input there. This story takes place a few years back when she was 16, just about to turn 17. She is 20 now. For the sake of the story, let's call her Natalie. Natalie had just started an ILS position, which if you don't know what that means, it's just somebody that works with people who have cognitive or physical disabilities. Natalie said that typically somebody at her age at the time would not have gotten a position like this, especially with the company it was for, but her mom worked at the office there and so did her mother's boyfriend. So she had a good word in and she said she didn't even need to interview for the position. She said, so fast forward about a month and everything is going great. She absolutely loves her job. She adores all her clients. And one morning, one of her clients had to cancel the shift because of illness or something. So in order to keep her hours, she reported it and she was given another client for that day, someone she had never worked for before. Natalie read the specific documentation. For the story's sake, we'll call this girl Sarah. And she came to find out that Sarah has autism. So she arrives at Sarah's house, knocks on the door, and goes inside. She says that Sarah was very sweet, but she did note that something felt very off. She had matted hair, her clothes were stained and tattered, and she said there was a very strong smell of dead animal. So she said she nicely and briefly suggested that maybe they could work together to clean her up a little bit. And then she even went on to explain the importance of cleanliness so as to avoid sickness or infection. So Sarah just looks at Natalie dead in the face and says, "He won't let me." So Natalie's a little confused because nowhere on Sarah's documentation does it say that she lives with anybody. She is very independent and lives alone despite having autism. So Natalie asks Sarah, "What do you mean by that?" And Sarah just shrugs her shoulders. Natalie asks Sarah one more time, and Sarah just turns away from her and goes over and sits at the dining room table where there are some art supplies sitting there. So Sarah begins to draw, and Natalie stands up and walks across to go over to her in the dining room, and she said that when she passed the living room, she noticed a very tall, had to be about 6 foot, old-looking full-length mirror. She said she remembers these details about it, like streaks running down it and cracks around the upper edge, probably because she said it made her feel very unsettled. So Natalie says she sits down at this table and her back is directly facing the mirror. And when she turns around, she can see into the mirror. She sees her own reflection, and she can also see a little bit into the living room. So they're sitting there in silence for a little, and then Natalie tries to strike up some kind of conversation, asking her basic questions like, what are you into? What are your hobbies? Sarah does not give her very much to go on. She answers her with a few one-word answers, and then the rest of the time she's just shrugging her shoulders again. Natalie totally understands that with autism, it's hard to socialize, especially with new people, so she just decides to let it be. So about 30 minutes have gone by, and Natalie is trying to come up with things to talk about, so she's complimenting her drawings. But again, Sarah didn't really say much. Then, all of a sudden, the temperature in the room dropped. She said it felt like all the windows were open on a cold winter day, and none of the windows were open. She asked Sarah, "Hey, do you want me to turn on the heat since it's so cold in here?" And Sarah replied, "I need it cold." Natalie was like, "All right," and she left it at that. Then Natalie notices Sarah aggressively flips the page in her drawing book and starts scribbling down an image, and it starts to look like she's drawing a cross. Natalie almost wanted to ask her if she was religious, but she knew that would be inappropriate to ask, and she didn't want her to feel uncomfortable, so she just asked, "What are you drawing?" Sarah just smiled wide without looking up and just replied, "It's a cross." But Natalie noticed that Sarah drew it upside down. So Natalie said, "I think you might have it drawn the wrong way. See, like this." And she holds up her necklace that she was wearing of a cross. Sarah looks up and her face drops. And she just says, "You shouldn't have that in here." And Natalie asks, "Why not?" And then she replies, "He doesn't like it." And then she went back to drawing. So at this point, Natalie's getting pretty freaked out. And then she says the coldness in the room drops even more. It's just getting worse and worse. And she's starting to think, I brought a jacket with me. Did I bring it from the car? Did I put it in the living room? So she turns around to look into the mirror to see if she can kind of see it sitting in the living room. When she turns around and looks in the mirror, she sees her own reflection, and she says she can see Sarah's hand sticking out from behind her, still scribbling away on the paper. And then Natalie says all of a sudden she just got this overwhelming sense of dread, just this horrible feeling like something bad is going to happen. And she's still looking in the mirror, watching Sarah's hand scribble, and then all of a sudden she stops and just sits there still. Natalie is frozen in fear. She just has this intense feeling like somebody's watching her. She says in that moment, she also felt breath hit her on the back of the head, and it even fluttered her hair. She spun around so fast, and she was face to face with Sarah, so close Sarah's nose was almost touching hers. She swore that she was able to see everything in the mirror, and she would have seen if Sarah was getting up out of her seat to move close to her. Her hand was still on the table. She said she would not have had enough time to get that close to her without her seeing her move in the mirror. Natalie recoiled back, and Sarah kept leaning forward. Natalie kind of put her hand on her chest and then tried to jokingly say, "Oh, you scared me." Sarah now leaned back a little bit and then just looked at her and gave her the biggest grin. And she said it looked super unusual, almost like it hurt. And then she looked up and past her, and immediately her face dropped, and she said, "He doesn't like you." So now Natalie whips around and looks behind her, and all she sees is the living room and the mirror. And then she turns back to Sarah and says, "Why doesn't he like me?" She says she's not really expecting a real answer here, but then Sarah replies, "Because you brought that in here." And she looks down at Natalie's cross. So Natalie immediately apologizes, trying to defuse the situation, and she even offers to take the cross back out to her car. Sarah just shakes her head and says, "No, he wants you and it to leave." So Natalie is too stunned to even speak. She's trying to find the words to reply, and then all of a sudden she hears a loud cracking sound from behind her. So when Natalie whips around to look, she sees a new huge crack in the middle of the mirror. It goes from top to bottom, and she said the weirdest part was it was a perfectly straight line. Natalie said she quickly stood up on instinct. In the mirror, she could see Sarah's hand leave the table and hear the creak of the chair from where Sarah was sitting. Natalie turns to find Sarah now standing and just staring at her. And then Sarah let out this extremely loud scream. Natalie said it was so deep, it sounded like an entirely different person. She said she was so scared that she remembers dropping her phone as she stumbled backwards. Then the scream stopped and they were just staring at each other, which felt like forever. And Natalie is on the floor now trying to get her phone as she's looking up at Sarah asking, "Are you okay?" Sarah is now one step even closer, and she said that she could see in her eyes something was just different. Natalie said her heart was beating so fast. She was so scared. And now Sarah starts mumbling things that she can't quite understand, and it's getting louder and louder. And then she starts to make out what she's saying. Sarah kept saying, "He says to get out. He says to get out. He says to get out. He says to get out." And she's getting louder and louder and faster and faster. Natalie's tripping on her words, trying to say, "Okay, if you want to end early, I can leave now." And Sarah just kept getting louder and louder, repeating herself over and over again, until the point where she is screaming this now. Natalie says she is just frozen in fear and she feels like she just can't move. And she said she was clutching her phone so tight, she's surprised it didn't break. She said dread was just washing over her and she was stuck in a trance until Sarah took another step forward, at which point Natalie started backing up now into the living room. Natalie tried to say, "Okay, I'm leaving," but she said all that came out was gibberish as she backed up to leave the house. And then Sarah takes another step forward and Natalie is just out of there. She turns and runs. She does not look back at Sarah. She purposely does not look into that mirror as she passed by. She said she remembers hearing fast footsteps like speed walking right behind her as she was running out of the house, and she could just hear her repeating it over and over again. "He says to get out. He says to get out." Natalie just threw the door open. She didn't even bother closing it. She just ran out and jumped in her car. So Natalie gets in the car in just total disbelief of what the heck just happened. She said she looked back to see if Sarah had followed her, and she just saw the door slam closed. She said it was too dark to see if Sarah slammed the door or if something else slammed the door, but she was just glad that she did not continue out of the house after her. Natalie said that she just starts sobbing and her hands are shaking so bad that she can't even reach up to press the button to turn the car on. So Natalie's just sitting there trying to pull herself together, and all of a sudden she feels something brush up against her neck, and then all of a sudden she feels a little thud in her lap, and she looks down and there is her cross ripped off of her neck and sitting on her lap. She said that the chain had snapped, and what made her blood run cold was that it landed upside down in her lap. After that, she drove off and she went home and told her mom about what happened. Her mom chalked it up to, well, it might be a behavioral thing since she's autistic, which I don't think so. Natalie had to take some time off after that, but surprisingly, she did keep her job. She just never went back to work for that client again.
The story I want to tell is when I was like 8, it was 2002. I was in my mom's friend's wedding as a flower girl, and this wedding was in Hot Springs, Arkansas. And we were staying at like a very prominent old hotel. So it was like my parents, myself, my 2 younger siblings, and my grandparents. We were all going to this wedding. And on the day of check-in, I went in with my mom, and we were in the lobby, and this little girl with red hair came up to me and asked me if I wanted to play. And I felt really, really uneasy and like trepidatious about this girl, which like I never got with other kids, you know, as a kid. So I kind of remember just like brushing her off a little bit because I just got like a weird feeling from her and was like, oh, like I can't play, like, sorry, you know, like blah, blah, blah. And she was like, okay, and like went away. Then like probably like a day or two later, I was in the hotel room with my younger siblings and my grandparents, and there was a knock at the door, and so I went and opened it. I don't know why. But she was there. And actually it's kind of dawning on me why it was probably me who opened the door, but we'll get to that later. But so I went and opened the door, and this little girl with the red hair was there, and then she was also there with like a 13-year-old boy and like another preteen. And I was like, hey, and she was like, hey, like, do you want to come see where we live? And in my like 8-year-old brain, I was trying to make it make sense. I was like, oh, this is an old hotel. There's probably an orphanage here too. Like, that was my logic at the time. You know, just trying to make it make sense. So, I was like, sure. And we were on the 8th floor at the end of the hall, and there was a staircase, like right there. And so we start going up the staircase, and obviously, like, there's signs on the door, like, don't enter, staff only, blah, blah, blah. It's trespassing. And it was going up to like an attic, and I thought it was weird that they would like make kids live in the attic. But again, I was like trying to make it make sense as like a child and my understanding of the world. It was very narrow. But so as the door's like about to crack open, my grandma pops out of the hotel room and is like not happy and is like, Claire, like, you can't be up there. What are you doing? Come back here. Like, get down from there. So I turned to the kids. I'm like, hey, I'm sorry. I can't play. And they're like, okay. And so I go back. And then the day we're checking out, there's a lot of people in the lobby. You know, it's the end of a wedding. Everyone's saying their goodbyes. And the little girl comes back up to me. She's like, hey, do you want to play? And so I turn to my mom. She's talking to somebody. And I was like, hey, Mom, like, can I go play with so-and-so or the little girl? I never knew her name. Or maybe I did, and I just don't remember. I don't know. But anyway, so... And she was just, like, really dismissive. Which, like, wasn't typical and, like, isn't typical. Like, she's always been somebody who, like, gives a definitive answer. So the fact that my mom was just like, you know, whatever, blah, 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 like, kind of just brushing me off didn't make sense. You know, even though she was, like, in a conversation with somebody, like, still, she would have, like, turned around and been like, no, you can't play. Or, like, sure, go play. So that was odd to me. So I turned back around to the girl, and I was like, I'm sorry, like, I can't play. She was like, okay. And then that was it. And for a really long time, that is all I remembered. Well, I'd, like, talked about it with, like, my mom and my grandma as, like, when I was older, like, oh, like, do you remember this little girl who kept asking me to play, like, at the wedding? And they don't remember a little girl. And, like, both of them have decent memories, and, like, you could chalk it up to, like, why would they remember this little girl who kept asking you to play? Those are the kind of details that they remember. And no one remembers seeing this girl except for me. And something my mom also remembered about that trip was that my little sister would cry at nothing. And that wasn't really her MO. But she would just, like, get freaked out and start crying. And nothing would be there. And, like, nothing would really trigger it. And so my mom noted that. So I always kind of chalked it up to just, like, this, funny little story, probably a little ghost, whatever. And then I got a little bit more curious. Like, a couple years ago, I was, like, thinking about this story, and I was like, oh, I have the internet now. Like, I can look up and see, like, this hotel and if anyone else has a similar story. And so I looked up the hotel, don't remember the name, but, like, Al Capone stayed there, and, like, a bunch of presidents and, like, athletes. Like, it's a very well-known hotel. It burned down, like, the original one burned down, and they rebuilt it, like, again, still a long time ago, like, the 1800s or, like, early 1900s. I don't know. I'd have to look it up. But so I got into, like, oh, is it haunted? And, like, yeah, people have seen this little girl before, and they've also seen like a woman in a white dress. And when I read that, like, a very vivid memory came back that I had not thought about since the day it happened. But it was the day we were leaving again. All of us were in the minivan. I was in the far, far back. I was in the way, way back. And we're sitting, like, in the parking lot getting ready to leave, and I look out my window, and at the top of one of the pillars of this hotel was a woman in white, like, levitating at 45 degrees off one of the pillars, like, just midair. And she was seething. She was so angry, like, probably the purest form of evil I've ever experienced. And I remember being really, really scared because I believed she was angry with me that she didn't get me. And I just had to, like, I just sat in the back and didn't say anything because I didn't want to be like, there's someone floating off of the hotel. And so I just sat in the back and was like, it's fine. She can't get you. We're leaving. We're out of here. She's not going to get you. And, like, as we drove away, I felt, like, so much better. Because, like, what you going to do? But I genuinely believe, like, her and the little girl are the same entity. And I don't know what would have happened to me if I would have gone up into that attic. Like, if my grandma didn't come out of the hotel room and tell me to come back down.
Creepy story time. The person who submitted this has been tagged down below. When Deanne was about 10 years old, her mom used to work as an LPN in a labor and delivery unit. Every night at the end of her mom's shift, Deanne, her dad, and brothers would go pick her mom up. Like usual, Deanne was usually the one that would go in to get her mom while the rest of her family stayed in the car. As Deanne is walking towards the nurse's station, she sees her mom and lets her know that she's there. Her mom grabs her purse and starts to walk towards the lockers. She then asks Deanne if she needed to use the bathroom. Deanne said that she didn't, so her mom went ahead into the bathroom by herself. Now, mind you, the bathroom that her mom went into was a one-person type of bathroom. Deanne saw when she walked in, shut the door. Deanne then proceeded to wait right outside and sit on a bench that was right across the bathroom. Not long after, she sees when the door swings open. Deanne looks in and sees absolutely nothing. Then out of nowhere, she sees this woman just walking out. But this woman is not her mom. She has no idea who this woman is. She was dressed like a typical older woman in her 60s. Her hair was white and gray. She was wearing thin, round glasses. She had on some slacks and like a white top. I mean, Deanne remembers specifically what this woman looked like. As the woman walks out, she shuts the light off in the bathroom and looks down towards the ground. The whole time this was going on, Deanne felt a knot at the pit of her stomach. Something about this was so unsettling to her. The woman had muted, like grayish blue skin, and there was absolutely no expression in her face. The woman just continued off into the hallway. At this point, Deanne is having a panic attack. She's freaking out, wondering where her mom is and who is this woman that just randomly came out of this bathroom. That's when she's about to really lose it. The door swings open again. The light goes off and she sees her mom walk out of the bathroom. A wave of relief literally like rushed all over Deanne, and she ran to her mom and gave her the biggest hug. She then asked her who was the woman that was in there with her. Her mom is confused and says, "What woman? I was in there by myself." When Ellie was about 8 years old, she was fascinated by all things paranormal, to the point that her and her friend decided to make a makeshift Ouija board. From the moment they started to play, Ellie started to feel this uncomfortable feeling. This cold chill came over her and she felt as if she was being watched from behind. Ellie's friend also started to prank her by moving the glass around, pretending as if it was a spirit trying to speak with them. So Ellie kind of got fed up and decided to end the game. She tossed the paper that she had made the makeshift board on under her bed and forgot about it, which was already a huge mistake. Fast forward to later on that night, they decided to have a sleepover. Ellie had completely forgotten about the paper under her bed. They decided to create a fort and just have like a fun girls' night. For whatever reason, after they were done creating their fort, like out of blankets, Ellie's friend became extremely tired out of nowhere and passed out. Ellie, of course, didn't want to be the only one awake, so she started trying to shake her friend to wake her up, but no matter what she did, her friend would not wake up, like she was in dead sleep. Being that they were underneath all of those heavy blankets, Ellie decided to step out. The minute she did, she felt this unexplainable chill. She looks up across her room and sees it. There's a woman standing there with long black hair and a white gown, just staring at her. Terrified, Ellie runs right back into the fort with her friend and tries to fall asleep. Now the next morning, she's trying to debunk this whole thing. She's looking for shadows. She's looking for anything that could have been laying against her wall that could have made that impression. She can't find anything. Ellie says that till this day, she will still come across that same woman. She will see her at the weirdest places. The woman would just be standing there staring at her, and Ellie cannot figure out what she could possibly want from her. She just knows that from her playing with the Ouija board at 8 years old, she has ended up with a lifelong attachment or a lifelong thing that continues to follow her till this day.
Let's get into it. Okay, so moving past the dolls, this was my first experience with a Ouija board. So when I was about 10 years old, my mom has always told me never to fuck with the Ouija board, okay? And she would explain to me like it opens the doors to presents we don't really need. And as like a child, you know, you don't really understand what that means, you know? Honestly, growing up, I was scared of my mom. Not because she was like abusive or anything, but my mom's just a hardcore bitch and she don't fuck around. Every time I fucked around, I found out, you know? So yeah, we don't play with mama, but we love her to death. She's my best friend. Besides the point, okay? When I was about 10 years old, I was at a sleepover with one of my friends. We're gonna call her Ruby, okay? And during the sleepover, it was me, her, and then 5 other girls, and we stayed in the RV that was behind her house. And her parents, of course, stayed in the house. We were having a blast, okay? We were eating pizza, we were playing games, we were laughing, living our best 10-year-old life, okay? We're having a great time, and then pause. One of the other girls pulls a Ouija board out of her bag. When she pulled out the Ouija board, everybody else was hype as fuck. Not me. No, ma'am. My gut was already screaming, don't do it. This is a bad idea. Bad idea. Bad idea. I held true and made my mama proud, okay? I was like, I'm not touching that. And of course, I got called a chicken, like, you're such a chicken, like, you're so scared. First of all, bitch, I'm not the one who's got issues. Just kidding, I ain't gonna do. Of course, they start asking the board, like, is anyone there? Hello, are you here? Do you want to speak with us? Hello. For a few minutes, there was no answer. But suddenly, the planchette moves to yes. Me, my heart dropped, okay? And all these girls are like, stop it, Ruby, stop moving it. And Ruby's like, I'm not moving it. And all the girls are like, okay, someone's moving it. But everyone's like, I'm not moving it, I'm not moving it, I'm not moving it, I'm not moving it. And here I am, Ruby then asked, "What is your name?" And the silence was so loud. But then Ruby was feeling, this girl was feeling brave, okay? He starts taunting this spirit. "Oh, are you scared? Just tell us your name, you coward." And that is where the darkness started, bitch. The air in the RV got so thick. Then, okay, I got chills already. The planchette starts moving frantically, okay? And I'm talking like figure 8 frantically. Literally figure 8ing, bitch. I mean like this, non-stop, okay? I have, look, can you see it? I have fucking chills, bro. I don't like it. Kind of don't want to say out loud what it spelled, so I'm gonna write it down. Or maybe that's worse. I don't know. I'm gonna use sign language. And I'm gonna do it y'all's way. Did you catch that? Ruby laughed at this name and said, "What kind of name is that?" And I felt an instant chill run down my spine. The atmosphere just shifted, and then literally the lights just turn off. Of course, we all start fucking screaming. Like, what else are you gonna fucking do in a situation like that? I want to scream right now. Oh my God. I mean, the lights were out for probably 45 seconds until they just turned back on. And it wasn't like somebody just like flipped the power. I mean, those things flickered and then turned the fuck off. When I looked at Ruby, her eyes were rolled in the back of her head and she was completely unresponsive. You know, me and the other girls, like, we're shaking her and we're like, "Ruby, Ruby, Ruby," trying to get her to snap back into whatever fucking realm she's in. And right after that, she just fell backwards and it looked like she was sleeping. And me and the other girls are just like, and we're sitting here thinking like this shit's a prank, you know? I know something you don't. I know something you will never. Shut up. The tension was just so unbearable. Like, all the girls were like, "Okay, yeah, we're going to sleep." Me, I barely slept, okay? I knew something was not right, okay? I slept for maybe an hour. The next morning, I felt off. I was the first one to get up. I'm looking around, and Ruby, nowhere to be found. So I woke everyone up, and I'm like, yo, dude, do you know where Ruby went? They're like, "No." What the fuck? Okay, so maybe, you know, she went inside. Who knows? So we all are like freaking out, kind of like, where is she after what just happened last night? The fuck? And we go into her house. Oh my God, bro. Chills. We go into her house and we're asking her mom, like, "Hey, do you know where Ruby is?" And her mom's face went blank. Like, "What do you mean, do I know where Ruby is?" We're like, "She didn't come inside, right?" And her mom's like, "No." So we all take off outside and we're screaming like, "Ruby, Ruby, where are you? Where are you, bitch?" They lived on a lot of land. And behind the RV, we start walking, and there this bitch is. She's laying down in the grass, face down. Her mom goes to grab her, and she's like kind of shaking her, like, "Ruby, wake up, because she's breathing." Ruby starts screaming to the top of her fucking lungs, okay? That scream is something I will never get out of my head. It's, yeah, no. So after she screamed, Daddy hears it. Ew, that was so southern. What the fuck? Her dad hears her scream. And he comes running out. He's like, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And she's not saying anything. Okay? So her mom, scared as fuck, as she should be, like the rest of us, okay? She goes inside and she calls our parents to come pick us up. Boom. And keep in mind, this was a time like, I didn't have a cell phone. I don't think any of us held a cell phone at 10. I don't know. The times are changing. It's weird. I personally did not have a cell phone. So when I was keeping up with friends, it was using the house phone to contact them, okay? Like, yeah, we had internet, but Facebook wasn't a thing. We didn't have any way to, like, contact her, like, "Hey, are you okay?" Like, it was just, nobody heard from her and nobody called her. The scariest part of this, it gets worse, unfortunately. She didn't return back to school the rest of the year, okay? We're probably halfway through the year. Bro, I cannot deny the fucking chills. The next year, Ruby comes back to school. But it's not fucking Ruby, bitch. I barely recognized her, and I haven't spoken to her in, what, 6-7 months, right? Her eyes just looked off. They were very hollow. Her skin was pale as shit. No, I'm not talking about Edward. Sorry. There was something about her that just made me feel very unsettled. Like it's so hard to describe that feeling. It was like an unsettling darkness. That's the best way I can describe it. Like I didn't feel right, you know, and she didn't look right. But the creepiest part of all of this, I have tried to search for this girl, and you know me, bitch. You give me a name, background, where you live, your phone number, all of your email addresses, who you're related to, bitch, I will find everything. Okay? I found nothing on her.
16-year-old girl wanted to know if her boyfriend was cheating on her, so she bought a Ouija board. Yeah, you heard that right, and just so you know, this story gets crazier. So this girl brings the Ouija board home and plays with it by herself. The first question she asks the Ouija board is, "Do you want to play with me?" In which the Ouija board responds, yes. She said she had suspicions of her boyfriend cheating on her and she wanted to know the truth, so she asked the Ouija board, "Is my boyfriend cheating on me?" To which the Ouija board replied, yes. She then asked the Ouija board, "Do you know if this girl has a phone number?" To which, of course, the Ouija board replied, yes. She asked the Ouija board if he can give her the girl's number, and it starts giving her a phone number, which she starts writing down on a piece of paper. So after writing down this phone number, she decides to ask the Ouija board if it knows the girl's name, and it gave her the name of Nayeli Ortiz. She immediately leaves the Ouija board, goes to get her phone, and call the number. When she calls, a man answers, and she asks if she can speak with Nayeli Ortiz. The man stays a little quiet, and he's like, yes, but what is this about? And the girl's like, "Oh, I'm just a friend. Can I just speak with her?" To which the man stays quiet on the phone again and says, "Well, here's the thing. There is a girl named Nayeli Ortiz here, but she's 2 years old, so how can she have a friend?" So after that, the girl's realizing that the Nayeli Ortiz the guy's talking about is 2 years old and not another 16-year-old girl. She apologizes and gets off the phone immediately. So she goes back to the Ouija board and asks why it would give her a name of a 2-year-old girl and not another 16-year-old girl that her boyfriend's cheating on her with. The Ouija board responds, "That little girl is going to die." In which she says, why? Why is she going to die? And the Ouija board spells out, "I'm going to take her." So at this point, the girl's like, "No, stop playing with me. You're scaring me," and decides to stop playing the Ouija board. So she stopped playing the Ouija board. The following day, she gets very curious and she still has the phone number. So she decides to call. So she calls the number, the same guy answers, and she asks to speak with Nayeli Ortiz. Except this time the guy cussed her out and told her how insensitive it is and how rude it is for her to be asking about his daughter when she had just died that morning. And he hung up on her. So after that, she just couldn't believe that happened. Like, the Ouija board said the girl was gonna die. The girl actually dies. And she just thinks it's a dream. Like, this couldn't have happened to her. So at this point, years have passed. And she's still in disbelief that this could have happened to her and the way it happened to her. So she gets curious again and she wants to go look for the phone number that's in her wallet so that she can call again and maybe get more information this time. Except for that phone number that's on a piece of paper is no longer in her wallet and she could never find it again. At this point, she still had the Ouija board and she hid it under her bed, and she claims that every time they would clean or something, that Ouija board would reappear like in the middle of her bedroom, almost like it wanted her to play with it again. It got so bad that the dad ended up burning that Ouija board, and she mentions buying another one. She bought another one because she wanted to continue to play with it. I don't know, man. I feel like I would have just contacted one of my best friends, would have given me all that information I needed to know if my boyfriend was cheating on me or not. Also, she didn't even give us an update if her boyfriend was cheating on her or not. And that's how it ends.
This is why you should never play with a Ouija board. Late one night, there were a group of soldiers that were hanging out when one of them decided to bring out a Ouija board. They went as far as lighting candles around it to really set the mood and very quickly connected to the spirit of a woman named Michelle. She then told them that both her and her boyfriend had passed away after driving home from a Grateful Dead concert, and that since they passed away, she had been looking for him but had not been able to find him. After Michelle went away, the group of men were actually able to make contact with the boyfriend, who told them to tell Michelle that he was sorry. Then they spoke to the spirit of an older woman who explained that the reason why Michelle could not find her boyfriend was because her boyfriend was in hell. And story number 2, one night there were a group of teenagers having a get together when a boy named Mark brought out a Ouija board. Soon after, they made contact with something that called itself. One of the girls that was at the get-together had actually just recently saw a documentary where they talked about, so she knew exactly what they were dealing with. She urged them to cut the game off to stop playing, but Mark and the rest of the kids decided to make a joke out of it. As he continued to make fun, the board spelled out that anyone laughing would have their firstborn perish. This automatically shut everybody up, and they decided to stop the game. They went as far as setting the board on fire, which is something that you should never do. Years later, 4 out of the 5 guys that were laughing, all of their wives had miscarriages with their firstborn. The only reason the 5th didn't was because he was so terrified by the experience that he chose to never have children.
When I was a freshman in high school, I and my friend decided to make a Ouija board and play it in my room. You may be asking yourself, why did you make it? Because I've come to find out that when you make things with intention, it is worse. And if y'all are unaware, Toys R Us, when it was a thing, you could buy a Ouija board at Toys R Us. You can buy Ouija boards at a lot of toy stores or novelty stores, which is very scary in retrospect, but I digress. So, this person I was around had already experienced a lot of things with ghosts. I had only seen one, and I was almost certain that it was just a family member. So we shut off the lights. I had this little table sitting over there, and we put the Ouija board, I put the planchette on, we lit a candle, and we put a small piece of silver on the corner. And we're asking dumb questions like, who are you? How old are you? You know, whatever. And the planchette is moving, but it feels so strong that I'm convinced it's her pushing it. And it's answering normally, like I don't remember the answers to that, but I do remember the answer to this one. I got fed up with the planchette moving so quickly that I asked the board something that my friend wouldn't know. And I proceeded to ask it, if you're so real, what is my grandfather's middle name? So when my grandfather passed, I am almost certain that we did not put his middle name on his obituary because nobody knew that. And that was like something within my family that we did not share, etc. There were 5 letters in his middle name. The planchette stopped moving when I asked the question. We sat there for probably 15 seconds, and I was like, this is fake. I knew you were pushing it. And as I'm saying that, it starts moving. It goes to the first letter, and it's right. It goes to the second letter, and it is right. It goes to the 3rd letter, and as it's heading for the 3rd, I take my hands off. I know, big no-no. And I am absolutely horrified. It finished spelling his middle name, and afterwards, I put my hands back on, we said goodbye, I blew the candle out, and we just went on our merry way because that was too much. Now, the backyard at my parents' house is set up where we have a lot of shrubbery and tall trees. And after our session with the Ouija board, we decided to do something that we thought would be fun, which is taking photos in my backyard. And it's important to note that the room that I had at my parents' house in the basement, the window in the room faced out towards the backyard. And as we were taking photos against this shrubbery, I had my back faced away from the window. My mom is the only one home, and as I'm taking pictures of my friend, we hear, we both turn around, we don't see any movement. My parents' room was right above where I lived, so I'm convinced it's my mom messing with me. I run inside, I go upstairs, I fly through her door, and she is asleep. I wake her up, and she does the mom thing where she's like, you know, and I'm like, why did you scare us? She had no idea what I was talking about. And for a long time, I was like, no, I know it was you because you told us not to do that and blah, 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 blah. Ratted myself out. And she immediately was like, I did not mess with you. And I will get into how I know it wasn't her. The following month after this happened was the scariest month I can possibly think that I had activity in my house. So a week after we played with this board, my sister burst into my room at 6 a.m. and she's like, I have something to talk to you about, and I don't know what it was. Okay, weird, because my sister usually sleeps until noon, and she's up at 6 a.m. willingly, and she says she has something to tell me because she doesn't know what it was. I immediately have a weird feeling. She begins to tell me how she essentially astral projected out of her body and was looking at herself sleep through her window, which is on a slope at my parents' house. And she saw something leaning over her body. When she woke up, my dog was gristled up, teeth showing, snarling, growling, and barking at the corner in the middle of the night. And I compartmentalized that, right? I didn't tell her about the board. I didn't tell her what we did. I didn't tell her anything. I just said, you know, this is probably just a nightmare. I think it was just whatever, because I didn't want to scare her. The week after that, so we're 2 weeks post Ouija board session, and my parents are out of town in Colorado, and my sister is at my cousin's house staying the night. So I was home alone, and there's a little note to me as a person. I don't like the dark. And this particular night, I felt so comfortable walking in the dark. It was really weird. The only light source, I was shutting all the lights off for the night. The only light source was coming from my room. So there's the big doorway of just light. Next to my room is this built-in bar area. I'm walking through the dark. I'm pretty much in the doorway of light at this point. And I hear, whoa. Whoa. That was really weird. I hear, hey, right next to my ear. Ran into my room, barricaded the door, and I did not come out until my sister came home the next day. And don't get me wrong, I've heard weird stuff at my house before. I have never heard anything or anyone talk to me, and I was the only one home. And the last thing that happened to me was not necessarily a situation. I always felt like there was someone in my room. I always felt like there was someone either standing outside my window, like my sister dreamt about her doing, or I always felt like there was someone in my closet. And yes, that's a very common thing, but it was so prevalent that I felt like I was going to walk into my closet and there was going to be a human being there. And at the time, I started working at a church, and I started praying, and slowly but surely, it went away. And I have not experienced anything in my house that was relative to that since. I'm also a firm believer that if you are trying to mess with these things and try to provoke these things, they will catch you off guard. I am a firm believer of that. So I've had experiences since then that were related to paranormal activity, but nothing related to that. And I know because I could feel it. So that is why I don't mess with those anymore. I don't think I will ever touch another one ever. And in my story about the museum, that is what made me extremely nauseous, and I'm convinced it was because there was something attached to the board.
A few years ago, Lucy was living in Los Angeles. Her parents had just bought this brand new house. Soon after they moved into the home, they started to hear rumors of 5 teens who had played with the Ouija board and had mysteriously gone missing. Not long after they moved into this house, Lucy's parents went away for the weekend, leaving Lucy home alone until Monday. Lucy decided to invite 5 of her friends to come over and play with the Ouija board because, why not? What could possibly go wrong? But they didn't want to play with just any Ouija board. They wanted to play with that specific Ouija board that the 5 teens who had gone missing had played with. Around town, they had heard rumors that that specific Ouija board had been buried in a house where no one ever went to anymore. So they decided to go to that specific house and dig in the backyard, and they actually came across the Ouija board. Even though the Ouija board was very worn down and faded, they were still able to use it. They decided to head over to Lucy's house since she was home alone. They set up the whole scenario. They lit up candles, they sat around it, and they started. At first, they were a bit skeptic because nothing was really happening. They decided to ask the board, is anyone there? And nothing happened. Just when they were about to just kind of give up on the planchette moved to yes. They were thrilled, but scared at the same time, decided to continue asking the board questions. They asked the board what their name was, and the board answered with the name Annie. Annie went ahead and let them know that she had actually died in the same home where Lucy was now living at. They asked her how she died, and Annie answered, fire. Once she started to talk to them, the air around them became extremely cold, and they could sense the atmosphere had shifted. Feeling the weight of the room starting to weigh down on her, the candles that they had lit up started to flicker.
Then they heard a loud bang on the wall. One of the friends ended up looking to the side and they saw the silhouette of a woman standing there staring right at them. This really scared them, so they decided to say goodbye to the board so they can close out the session. But the minute they say goodbye, the board or the planchette started to move, saying the word no, 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 like it did not want to end the session. They then started to hear whispers like surrounding them throughout the whole room, saying the words help or help me over and over again. Realizing that they had awakened something that they wanted absolutely nothing to do with, one of the friends grabbed a glass of water and poured it like over the board and started to yell, "Leave us alone." The whispers that they were hearing then turned into screams, and the planchette literally flew against the wall. This literally made the whole room erupt in complete chaos, and everybody got up and started running for their lives. The minute they left that room, the air felt completely light, and whatever presence was weighing down on them had disappeared. They decided to never speak of that night ever again, but the experience that happened that night haunted them, like till this day. Every single person that was in that room till this day still feels like Annie continues to watch them and stay like near them, still waiting for them to help her. A lot of them still claim to still hear faint cries in the middle of the night. They believe that they have opened something that they had absolutely no business opening, and till this day it remains open. Lucy's parents eventually ended up moving completely out of that state, but till this day, like, Lucy will still have nightmares about her experience.
So a 12-year-old girl was babysitting for her cousin, and that cousin lived in a new housing estate that was built over an old Victorian hospital morgue. Super creepy vibes. Her cousin came home with her new boyfriend one time, and after their date, they started swapping scary stories. The boyfriend got a little tipsy, and he suggested doing a Ouija board. Bad idea. Her cousin refused, but the girl agreed to try it with him. I just got chills. I fucking hate Ouija boards. And the board said that it was her granddad spelling out his full name, something that the boyfriend couldn't have known. And as we know, a lot of Ouija boards lie. But to clarify, it was her paternal granddad, and her cousin was from her mom's side of the family. So they didn't even share the same grandfather. And her cousin didn't know his name, and there was no way the boyfriend could have known either. Well, anyway, the Ouija board actually predicted that she would have 2 kids, which she does now. And when she asked how old she'd be when she died, it answered between 40 and 45. And she's 42 now and can't stop thinking about it, which sounds pretty similar to my original story. But it didn't stop there. Not too long after, she tried a Ouija board again. And this time she tried it in her own bedroom at her house. And the energy afterwards, she said, was awful. The house, which had never felt haunted before, suddenly became terrifying. She told us that she had to switch bedrooms with her sister because she just felt like an oppressive presence watching over her. There were footsteps in the hallway when she was home alone. The whole place just had like a heavy, dark vibe. I feel like some of y'all can really relate to that. Some of the other stories I've gotten about Ouija boards are very similar.
I was 13 and had friends over. We had my great-grandma's Ouija board. She was born in 1915, so it was at least 70 years old at this point. My room used to be her room also. Keep that in mind. We played with it, and a man named Ben answered. He died in a car crash. His family was still alive. His spirit liked my closet. He brought others with him, and he was hungry. We all thought someone was moving the planchette, so we stopped and put it away. We all laid down to go to sleep, and a few minutes later, my radio turned on by itself and was skipping channels and landed on a static one. We called my mom in, and she turned it off. She swore we did it to mess with her. Later that night, one of my friends woke up and started sleepwalking. She was walking around my room saying, "Where's my key?" She walked slow to the middle of the room, looked at me and my other friend, and then dropped to the ground. We threw stuffed animals at her for a few until she woke up. She had no memory of what happened. The next morning we told my mom about it, and she said, "You know, your great-grandma used to run around this house asking where her keys were." I swear to you, every comment on this video is so freaking scary. I could read so many of them, but yeah, that one really left me freaked out.
And Sarah was born in the 80s in the state of Virginia. And in the state of Virginia in the 80s, you are not allowed to go to daycare unless you were potty trained. And at the time, she was 6 weeks old, so she obviously was not potty trained yet. So her parents both worked, and so they had to find someone to take her in. Well, her mom's sister had a best friend named Gloria, and Gloria had a little daycare at her house, and she took care of kids. And she was highly recommended because she was really good to these kids. So that is where they decided to take Sarah. Now, Sarah was really well taken care of. Gloria was great to her. Every single time her parents picked her up, she was happy, healthy. She was just great. They loved her. The only weird thing that they thought about the situation is they didn't really like her husband, Tim. They said that he was a little off. He was a little quiet, quirky, but they thought that maybe he was just like quiet, just a quiet person. So they kind of ignored it. And they ended up getting really close to Gloria because Sarah's mom's sister was close to her. So those three couples started hanging out a lot. Sarah's parents, her aunt and uncle, and Gloria and Tim. So these three couples are hanging out a lot for about a month or two. And one day, Tim suggests that everybody plays with a Ouija board. And Sarah's mom at the time, who she told me had not found God yet, decided that, yeah, this would be a fun idea. Let's all do it. So they all started playing with the Ouija board. They did it about 2 or 3 times and nothing really happened until one day Gloria comes to Sarah's mom and she says to her, listen, something really weird is going on. Tim is playing with this Ouija board every single night all by himself. Like, he is sitting in our room alone playing with this Ouija board, and he's telling me that he's talking to some alien. And she says he also told me that the alien's name is Rodentalk. That is what the Ouija board has told him. And Rodentalk wants to show himself to Tim, and he wants to do it on top of a mountaintop. So they decide that they're going to go to this mountaintop so that Rodentalk can show himself to Tim, and the others want to see it as well. So they actually ask Sarah's mom if she can babysit all of the kids while they go and do this. So they go and they do this. They come back and they say nothing happened. Now, even though they didn't see anything that night, I believe that something did present itself. They just did not see it because this is the start of a nightmare. So although nothing presented itself, Tim is still obsessed with this Ouija board, and it's all he does every single day. He just sits in his room and he plays with the Ouija board by himself. One day, Sarah's mom goes to drop her off to Gloria's house so that she can get babysat. Gloria comes to the door, she opens the door, and she does not look well. And she says to Sarah's mom, listen, I am so sorry, but you are going to have to find a different babysitter because I have to get a job. At the time, she did not have a job, so she was at the house with Tim all day. Not sure what their situation was, but she didn't have a job. She said, I need to get my kids out of here. I need to get out of here. There is something very wrong with him. All he does all day long is sits in the corner and plays with this Ouija board, and it's starting to become alarming. So I'm very sorry, but I can't watch Sarah anymore. And although Sarah's mom is upset about this because she needs to find a new babysitter, she's also really concerned for her friend Gloria because they have now become close. It's important to note that Tim and Gloria had 3 kids. They had 2 biological children, one 9-year-old son and one 5-year-old daughter. They also had a 7-year-old adopted son. So remember that. After Gloria tells Sarah's mom that she can't watch her anymore, Sarah's mom reaches out to her and is like, listen, are you okay? Like, is everything okay? Tell me what happened. Like, is there anything that I can do for you? And Gloria tells her something chilling. She tells Sarah's mom that one day she comes inside and she finds Tim in the corner facing the wall, shivering, crying, snot pouring out of his nose. He is absolutely petrified and whimpering like a child. And Gloria is like, what is wrong with you? What is going on? Like, are you good? Then looks over in the corner and there's just one shirt hanging up, just one random shirt. It's a red shirt and it's hanging up in the corner. She looks at the shirt, she looks at him, and she said, what is going on? And he goes, that shirt is possessed. That shirt is evil. At this point, Gloria is like, okay, we are done with this. You are done playing with the Ouija board. You are going to the doctor. You need to be put on medication. This is absolutely insane. So she takes him to the doctor, and of course he refuses to be on medication. So fast forward later on, it's fall now, and Gloria gets a secretary job, and her secretary job is only during school hours, so while her kids are in school. And one day, she is at her job, and normally she takes her lunch break at the same time every single day. But a woman had come up to her and asked her if she could switch her, and she could take her lunch break 30 minutes earlier, and she could take hers 30 minutes later. So Gloria agrees. But while Gloria is gone, Tim calls the office and he says, you need to get home now. I brought the kids home from school. They aren't feeling well. Get home quickly. Well, she obviously wasn't there, and this was the 80s where no cell phones existed. So she didn't get the message until she got back to the office. So she's freaking out at this point, and she's like, oh my God, like, what's wrong with my kids? And she rushes home. What Gloria walked into, a mother should never, no one should ever have to experience this ever. Every single person in the house had been unalived, the children and Tim. Basically, a shiny object was used in order to first take the life of the youngest daughter. And the same thing with the two boys. The only thing is that the hearts were out. He took a out of all of the hearts. And the shirt that he was wearing, you guessed it, was the red shirt that was hanging up. Then did something to himself that a coroner saw and actually quit after 42 years of being a coroner because of this situation. He himself 6 times in the to put it in and take it out and then do that 6 times. That's not humanly possible. This is so heart-wrenching. They actually saw Gloria about 35 years later, and like Sarah and her mom did, at a McDonald's, and as soon as they saw her, she dropped to the ground, started crying. This is 30 years later, mind you, and screamed, "He took my babies! He took my babies!" That just almost made me cry. They actually had to take her to the hospital. They had to call an ambulance that day, and that was 35 years later. So this poor woman, I can't even fathom. I guess that also Sarah and her mom were driving like past houses one day, and Sarah had no idea what house it was, and she looked over at a house as they were driving past, and she looks at her mom and she goes, "Something is radiating off that house and it is not good. Like, that house is scary." And her mom goes, "That's the house. That is the house that happened in." And she had no idea.
She saw my last video about me being chased out of the woods by something here in the Appalachian Mountains about 10 years ago. She said it reminded her of an unusual thing that she experienced about 17 years ago in the Adirondack Mountains. At the time, her kids were still pretty young. They were only around 2 and 3 years old, and they were already in bed. So her and her husband decided they were going to go outside into the backyard while it was still kind of light outside and have a drink. Their pit bull Zeus was outside with them, and this is an important part of the story. He was like a super chill dog, and he was a mama's boy. He was always attached to her hip, like always right beside her. She decides she's going to call her mom and just like BS around for a little while. Now, it was a typical summer evening. There were tree frogs and birds chirping and rabbits and squirrels running around in the backyard, and her dog Zeus was just like rolling around in the grass having the time of his life. And then everything stopped. There was no noise, no breeze, and Zeus was on high alert. She didn't really notice any of this happening though, because she was on the phone with her mom, but she did notice that her straw was like twirling in her cup in an odd manner. All of a sudden, her husband yells at her and he's like, "Come inside now." She was like, "Whoa, hold up," because he didn't talk to her like that, and like if he went inside, she wasn't obligated to go inside the house with him just because he was going inside. So she just keeps sitting in her chair talking to her mom when her husband yells at her and he says, "Get your ass in the house right now," which was very out of character for him. He didn't speak to her like that at all. So she hung up the phone with her mom and she addresses him. She's like, "Well, who the fuck do you think you're talking to, you know?" But then she noticed the panicked look on his face and the fact that their 110-pound pit bull was standing in between his legs, cowered down. And then she noticed how still everything was. You know, there was no sounds, no animals, no wind, nothing going on. Then she looked over to the wood line and she seen that all the pine trees there were like swaying, like something huge had just ran through them. And then she heard really loud banging, like she could feel it in her chest, and she said it was like bombs were going off without the explosions. She said she couldn't move. She was just frozen, and she watched the trees like swaying as this thing was getting closer to them. Finally, Zeus barked and like brought her back to reality, and she took off running towards the door, and she got inside and deadbolted it behind her. She said she's never felt like that or experienced anything like that before or since. She says she has no idea what actually happened. She can only assume, but it definitely made a lasting impression.
So there's a guy that lives in a really quiet suburban neighbourhood. He's in his 30s and he's one of the youngest people that live there. Everyone else is pretty much retired. Because he's one of the youngest people that live there, he often helps them out with their cars, lifting heavy objects, going in their lofts for them. He's used to getting knocks on his door for really mundane tasks. So it's a weekend, it's his day off work. He decides to have a lazy morning, cook himself breakfast, eggs, bacon, sausage, the lots, and he gets a frantic knock at the door. And he's like, "I know it's going to be. And it's going to be Jim next door. It's going to be Jim next door. He's going to want something, and I don't want to answer the door." He keeps on hearing this knocking, and he's literally just about to tuck in his breakfast, and he's like, "I'll go and answer the door." So as he goes, he's got a little glass panel, and he looks through, and it's Jim, the next door neighbour. He rolls his eye like, "Oh my God, what does this guy want?" And Jim sees him as well, and he's like, "Open the door, please open the door, I need you." And like, Jim is a little bit senile. You know, sometimes he's going a bit crazy, a bit doolally, and the other neighbours kind of want to send him to the loony bin. So the guy opens the door and he's like, "What do you want, Jim?" Jim just says, I really need you to come over the house. And he's like, Jim, I've just sat down for breakfast. It's a Saturday morning. It's early. I'm not even dressed. I'm in my pajamas. And he's like, I really need you to come around the house and check something out. Something's there. And he's like, what do you mean something's there? And he's like, I need you to come around to see if you can see it as well. If I ask anybody else, they're going to send me to the loony bin because they all think I'm crazy. So the guy's like, you just want me to come around the house to see if I can see something? And Jim's like, yes, please do it. So they both go around to Jim's house and he's standing in his living room and he's like, what do you need me to do, Jim? And he's like, it's my wife, she's upstairs. So the guy's like, okay, is your wife okay? And the guy's like, she looks fine, but she can't be my wife. And he's like, what do you mean she can't be your wife? What do you mean she looks okay? Like, I don't understand what you're saying to me. And he says, my wife's in Cleveland, gone to see our daughter for the weekend. And he's like, well, she can't be in Cleveland because you've just told me she's upstairs. And he's like, no, I can see my wife upstairs. She's my wife, but she doesn't look like my wife. The guy's just in the living room, just a bit wound up, being like, this guy, like, he needs his kids to sort this out. Like, I'm not his carer. And he's like, look, your wife's clearly not in Cleveland. She's clearly upstairs, or you are imagining your wife being there. And he's like, just go and have a look for me. And he says, have you spoke to her? And he says, I'm not speaking to that woman because she's not my wife. I called my wife this morning and she's in Cleveland. And he's like, okay, and what did she say? Well, she said that she made it there fine. And when I saw the woman at the top of the stairs, I called my wife to check that she was definitely in Cleveland, and she was. So the guy just wants to get the whole thing over and done with. He's like, you just want me to go upstairs and check on your wife? And he says, yeah, but she looks different. She doesn't look threatening, but I feel threatened by her. And he's like, okay then. So he goes towards the top of the stairs and he just stops. And there's a woman at the top of the stairs looking round the corner at him. I'd run out of that house. So the bloke just shouts up to her, Mrs. Richmond, are you okay? Thinking it's just this old lady being a freak at the top of the stairs. And she gets this big grin on her face. And her nose is like pushed up against the wall, so she's like this, looking like Miss Piggy, you know. The guy's just like, Frank, you need to call your wife for me and prove that she's in Cleveland, because right now she looks like she's at the top of the stairs. So Frank goes over to the phone and he calls and he's chatting and he's talking to his wife in Cleveland. So the guy at the bottom of the stairs is starting to feel a bit creeped out and he's like, this is a joke. They clearly don't know what's going on here. They need some help. And he's just shouting upstairs, Mrs. Richmond, do you need help? Do you need me to call someone? Frank, I think you better call 911. And then she just starts smiling, saying, come play with me. Come play with me. What the fuck? So our guy just backs up. And he's like, Frank, I can't be around for this. Call 911. Notice that Frank stopped speaking on the phone and he can hear a voice over the phone just kind of like hanging loose, like his wife is still on the other end. And he looks around and he can't see Frank. And he's like, Frank, do you want to come with me? Frank, call 911. And he backs away to the door and then he sees Frank. Come play with me. Round the fucking corner. Now he thinks that these two old people are playing some sick joke on him. And he's like, you guys are sick. Don't ever ask me for help again. Runs over to his house because he's clearly freaked out. He locks the door. This guy's freaked out. He sits down, watches TV, starts digging his breakfast, and he just feels like someone's watching him. This guy's convinced that the guy that he's watching on the TV is also peeking at him and he's just like, I need to shake this out of my head. Like, I'm scared, this isn't really happening. But he still feels like he's being watched. He walks over to the window where he can see his neighbour's house. There's Frank and Mrs. Richmond just staring at him through their window. And then he starts hearing this really awful, menacing laugh coming from inside his house. And someone says, come play with me. And that's where the story ends.
I thought I was having a nightmare until my body dropped down on my bed so hard that it broke the bed. Story time. One of you guys sent me this. For the sake of it, we're going to call you Melinda. Melinda grew up in an extremely haunted home. Her and her mom had always been extremely sensitive to the paranormal world, so they constantly had experiences in this house. After Melinda turned 16, her mom ended up passing away, which made the activity in the home get increasingly worse. Like, she was having crazy things happening left and right. She would even see her mom at times sitting on her bed, staring at Melinda, like calling her name. But Melinda knew that it wasn't her mom, that it was something in the home trying to pretend to be her mom. By the time Melinda turned 17, she couldn't take it anymore. She ended up moving out of the house. After moving out of the house, at least once a week, she would have a very vivid nightmare of her entering that same home while having something extremely dark follow her around. But thankfully, she was always able to wake herself up from that dream. Now fast forward to Melinda being 28 years old. She is now married with a son. One night she ends up falling asleep in her son's room. She's completely alone when she once again starts to have that same dream of being in that old house. Like always, she goes through the motions and tries to wake herself up, but this time it doesn't work. She's not able to wake herself up, and she feels when something grabs her leg and is pulling her towards them, and Melinda starts to scream and try to fight back with this thing. When she started to scream, "In the name of Jesus, nothing can touch me," the minute she said this, she felt like her body went up in the air, and then something slammed her down extremely hard. As she was being slammed down, she was screaming so loud that she woke everyone up. Once she came to, she was on the ground. Like, she had been slammed so hard that the bed broke. Her husband rushes in and asks Melinda what happened, and Melinda to this day can't explain how on earth her body was up in the air and slammed to the ground. If it wasn't a dream, then what was it? Thankfully, ever since that encounter, it seems that whatever it was detached itself. Maybe that's why it was like being so aggressive with her and like slamming her down.
Until Danielle was about 14 or 15 years old, she lived on 78 acres of land. She said that in that 78 acres of land, only about 3 other people lived on that land. So it was a pretty secluded area. And Danielle really liked to play outside. That was her favorite thing to do. She loved watching the deers, the rabbits, but her favorite was climbing trees. Something that really bothered her, though, is that her mother would never let her play outside after dark. And we're talking like not even after the sunset, as the sun started setting. She didn't like this, but she obviously obeyed it because it was her mother, and so she had to. Until one day, her mother decides that she is going to go out to a friend's house, and Danielle doesn't want to go with her. But if Danielle doesn't go with her, it means that she's going to be left alone. Her and her mother decide that this is okay and that Danielle is old enough to handle this, so she stays home alone, and her mom leaves at about 3 p.m. Danielle decides that she's going to go outside and she's going to play in the woods. She said that she was outside climbing trees when she felt this overwhelming feeling of being watched. It was overwhelming, and it felt like it was coming from above her. But she keeps looking up, and she's not seeing anything, so she's thinking that maybe her mind's just playing tricks on her, and she kind of shrugs it off. At some point, it starts to get dark, and she knows that she's supposed to go home, but she doesn't want to go home, and she's home alone, so she can do what she wants. So she decides that she's going to stay outside. At around 7:30 p.m., when the sun had already set, she starts hearing a noise, and it's her mother calling her name. She's calling for her to come home. So Danielle is like, oh crap, I gotta get home. So she starts walking home, but she still has this overwhelming feeling of being watched. When all of a sudden, she starts hearing twigs and leaves snapping behind her. So she looks behind her, but she doesn't see anything. She finally gets home, and she realizes that her mom is not home. So while she's outside, she calls her mom, and she's like, Mom, were you home? Like, I just heard you calling my name. And her mom was like, I have not been home this entire time. I'm still at my friend's house. She said this really freaked her out, and she decided to turn around and look in the woods, and she looked over, and she sees a dark figure standing outside in the woods. This freaks her out, so she runs inside, she slams the door, and she deadbolts it shut. She then goes over to the window, and she looks outside of her blinds to see if it's still there, and of course it is not there. She again decides that she's going to shrug this off. Maybe her eyes are just playing tricks on her, and she decides to make dinner. This feeling of being watched, this overwhelming feeling, follows her until the morning. And she said that she didn't feel like she was being watched by one thing, she felt like she was being watched by like several things. She decides to go to her camera because they have cameras in the house, and there's a new video popped up, and I'm assuming that they were motion censored. She didn't say in the email, but she did say that there was a new video, so she looks at it and she doesn't see anything, but she hears this tapping sound on their front door. It's important to note right now that their front door is a big metal door that her mom had put in when they very first moved in. Nothing is on the camera, she cannot see anything, so she decides that she's going to go outside and she's going to look at the door. Outside on the door, there are huge claw marks on this metal big door. She said that she then realized that this could not have been an animal, because if it was an animal, number one, why is it trying to get into her house? And number two, how could it make these claw marks on this big metal door her mom had installed? So this really freaked her out. So I think her way of just coping with things was just shrugging it off. So she does just that, and she goes out in the woods again, and around 7:50 p.m. she's playing in the tree, climbing it again, and she gets that overwhelming feeling again. This feeling again is feeling like it's coming from above. So she decides to look above her again, and what she saw was terrifying. She said that she looked up, and when she looked up, she saw the most demonic figure she had ever seen in her life looking at her. Not only was it looking at her, but it was calling her name, her real name, not Danielle, her real name. But not only was it calling her name, it was in her mother's voice again. Danielle is absolutely terrified at this, and she starts bolting home. And the entire time she's running home, she can hear this thing running after her. She calls her mother on her way home and she was absolutely bawling her eyes out. Her mom gets home and she assures her that it's nothing and that everything is going to be okay and that it's not a big deal and that she was probably just seeing things. Danielle did say that this experience was so distraught to her and scared her so badly that she actually ended up being hospitalized for 2 or 3 months because of it. She said she couldn't eat, sleep, drink, nothing. The crazy thing about this is that this is not even the only thing that happened to Danielle. Something else happened to her that even traumatized her further.
So one of my really good friends, we will call him Bob, was working as a paramedic. The dispatcher was like, we just got a call, we need you to run out to this house. The patient wasn't saying anything. They were just breathing really heavy on the other end of the phone. So Bob was like, okay, just some heavy breathing on the other end of the phone, but anytime there's a call, they have to go respond. I mean, this person could have been in such respiratory distress that they really needed medical help. They pull up to the house. It's this super long driveway and it's actually a big, massive home. But he said as soon as he pulled up, it just didn't feel right. Like, even though the house was huge, it had been like run down. Like there was a lot of weeds in the front yard. The grass was super overgrown and there was an in-ground pool, but the pool had been drained of all the water and there was like weeds and stuff coming up through the cement of the pool. Bob and his partner go inside the home. Everything is dark. The only thing that's lit up inside the house is a TV, and it's not like a new flat screen TV. It's one of those old box TVs, and it's on just like the white static. He's immediately creeped out, but he's like yelling for the patient, like, hello, EMS here, someone called out, labored breathing, hello. Nobody answers. So they kind of start searching the house to find the patient. Bob and his partner walk upstairs and they hear a door in the hallway creak open very slowly. This frail little lady is in one of those little electric wheelchairs with like the little bloop, bloop, bloop. And she just slowly comes out of this door, but she doesn't say anything. They're like, ma'am, EMS here. Are you okay? How can we help you? She doesn't say a peep. She reaches into her jacket pocket and pulls out a note that says, help, he has a gun. This is when Bob actually starts panicking and he was like, this is becoming too much for us and we need police backup. Bob said he was going to try to pick up the little old lady out of her electric wheelchair to take her downstairs and get her to safety. But as soon as him and his partner started to do that, he heard noise coming from another bedroom upstairs. It was at this time Bob made the decision, we've got to go get backup. Like, we need additional help or we're all going to get hurt. Him and his partner speed outside to get back into the truck. And as they were running outside towards the truck, they heard one of the bedroom windows open and a man yelling at them to get the heck off of their property. This is the craziest part though. Bob gets back in his truck, starts to leave the driveway to get to safety, calls police. Police are dispatched to the house. Nobody's there. The house had been foreclosed on years ago and nobody lived at that residence. I'm like, Bob, you are making this up. He's like, Sydney, no, I swear to God, I know what I saw. There was a lady in there. There was a man, possibly with a gun, because I heard noise coming from another bedroom and he was shouting at me as I was leaving the property.
Dre is Nigerian, but he's a Nigerian that grew up in the hood. And this is Dre's story. This is Dre's submission. Now, Dre was Nigerian, of course. Like, his parents was from Nigeria. They had, they spoke the language, had the accent and everything. But because Dre grew up in the hood, he wasn't really close to his Nigerian roots. Like, as far as, witchcraft and stuff. Of course, he ate the food. Y'all get it. Anyway, Dre started hanging out with the wrong people, right? The wrong crowd from school. And long story short, he started robbing people. He was catching licks left and right. And this is the story that made Dre stop catching licks. One day, Dre went to the park with his friends to play basketball. After they finished playing basketball, they're wrapping it up. Dre's walking back to his car. His friends pull off, but he stayed because he wanted to. So he stayed in the parking lot. He sparked up and he just chilled for a second and he did what he had to do. Now, across the street from the basketball court in the parking lot that he was in was an ATM. And as Dre is about to pull off, this lady just comes out the ATM. And from where Dre was looking, because it's those type of ATMs that's kind of like glass, she took out a lot of money. So Dre's like, I got me a lick. So boom, Dre put on the shiesty. He put on a black hoodie. Mind you, this was nighttime, so it was dark. Now, I should say that Dre only caught licks off people that are harmless because he doesn't want to harm anybody. He really just want to get some money or some phones or whatever. The lady looked like she's not really gonna fight back. So Dre walks up to her, like in front of her, and stops her because she was walking. And Dre says to the lady, "Hey ma'am, I'm not even gonna lie. If you don't want to get going right now, you gotta give me all that money you just took out." Now, Dre's fully prepared to put up a little fight. He's not really gonna hurt her. But she doesn't say anything. She just stares at him. The stare was a little scary for a second, but he's like, maybe she didn't hear me. He's like, "Ma'am, give me your money." And so the lady is still staring at him. She's not saying anything. She's not running. She ain't fighting. She's just staring at him. And so he pretends like he's about to pull something out of his hoodie. He ain't pulling nothing out. So the lady's like, type shit, and hands him over her bag. He takes the bag. He's like, type shit, and goes to his car. And the whole time he's running towards his car, the lady is just staring at him go. And for a second, he's thinking, yo, is she the feds? So he's like, yeah, I really gotta lay low because she might be the feds. So he goes to the car, he drives off. As he's driving, he looks inside the purse, and the money that he thought was there wasn't there anymore. So he's like, yo, where's that money she just pulled out? I watched her put the money in her purse, but the money's not there. So he's like, all right, bro, this was pointless. So he opens the window as he's driving and he throws the purse out. And as he's driving, there's a bus stop coming up and there's a red light. So he has to stop at the red light. And guess who he sees at the red light? The lady. But that's weird because he's driving. The lady was on foot. He's like, that's impossible. That's impossible that this lady is at this bus stop right now because I left her all the way back there. He's like, all right, whatever. I'm wildin'. Let me go home. He goes home thinking everything's going to be okay. Oh, but no, baby, because over the next few weeks, he's seeing this lady everywhere, whether it's the corner store, whether it's Walmart, whether it's school. He is seeing her everywhere. And the thing is, she's not saying anything. He would literally just see her walk past and just look at him. He told his friends about it, but his friends don't believe him because whenever he sees this lady and he tries to show his friends, nobody's there. It gets so bad that he's seeing this lady in his dreams. At first, it was some dreams, and then it was every other day, and then it was every night. Now, mind you, he's going through this, and he's Nigerian, and as much as he wants to tell his parents, that means he would have to tell his parents that he robbed somebody. At this point, this is getting bad, because it's about a month now, and it's to the point where sometimes he'll see her in mirrors. He's talking about this to his friends all of the time, to the point where it's starting to be concerning. His friends are starting to be worried about him. Of course, he wasn't hanging with the right crowd, so they kind of stopped being friends with him. And so the fact that they stopped being friends with him made him crash out even more because his life is falling apart now and he doesn't even know how to explain it. And whenever he tries to explain it, he sounds crazy and nobody believes him. So at this point, he's really crashing out. It's so bad to the point where he's trying to keep himself up because he does not want to keep dreaming about her. And so it got to a point where he's talking to her, but not her. He's questioning her, what do you want from me? I'm sorry. I will never rob again. And this would happen in the most random places because he's losing his mata. So one day his family noticed that he ain't been out his room in 2 days. So his siblings decided to go check up on him. And when they went in his room, that young man was in bad shape. And he's blabbering and nobody's understanding what he's saying. He is acting unhinged. So his siblings went to his parents and his parents came in the room. Ultimately, Dre was so bad that his parents ended up having to take him to a psych ward. When he got to the psych ward, they gave him medicine to sleep. So now he's sleeping a long time and he's seeing this lady. So whenever he wakes up, it's even worse. Finally, he works up the courage to tell his parents what happened. And so the moment he told his parents the full story, they understood. They immediately signed him out of that psych ward and they sent him back to the village. They booked him a flight with the quickness. When he got back to Nigeria with his parents, they had to do a lot of work on him, a lot. And come to find out, he ended up robbing a lugau, a witch. That witch's magic was pretty freaking strong because it took a lot to get it all off of him. He had to alternate between church and root work. After a couple of months of being in Nigeria, he was finally back to normal. Dre says he will never, ever in his life catch another lick ever again. Dre told me to tell the YNs nowadays that it's all fun and games until you have to deal with something spiritually. You can't fight your way out of that one. You can't shoot your way out of that one.
So Ashley lived in Blanchard, Oklahoma, but her husband, and her 2 daughters needed to move into a bigger house, so they actually moved to Dibble, Oklahoma. So when Ashley and her family were going to look at this house, she brought her grandmother and her father in order to go check it out. And she said that in order to get to this house, you had to drive through a pasture. The pasture led into a bunch of wooded area. So her husband absolutely loved this because he liked to hunt. So her father and her husband were both like, yes, we are definitely getting this house. This is amazing. But she felt something right away that was off about the house. And she immediately told her grandmother, like, look, I don't want to live in this house. I don't like the feeling that I'm getting from this house. And her grandmother was like, it's going to be okay. Just ignore it. Like, it'll be fine. We're going to fix up the house. It's going to look beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful home. This is a dream home for you guys. And she was like, okay. Now, Ashley said that after they moved in the house, things would happen that they couldn't explain. Like, they would hear sounds that they couldn't explain. They were constantly feeling like they were being watched, but it was nothing major. And one day her husband's mother was watching their children while they were out on a date. All of a sudden, her husband's mother randomly calls her and asks her the strangest question. She asks her what her grandfather looked like. Now, mind you, her grandfather had already passed away. So Ashley is like, I don't know. She tells her what he looks like. And she goes, yeah, I just saw him standing outside in the backyard and I had a jacket on the table. And after I saw him standing outside in the backyard, all of a sudden the jacket flew off the table. Now, Ashley said that when she was hearing these sounds that she couldn't explain prior, she was like, I think that was my papa. She thought that at first. She was like, this is him watching over me. And she was really happy about it. She was like, I was a papa's girl. I loved him to death. Like, I'm so glad that he's there. And this just kind of confirms that he's there watching over me. And that gave her some comfort. Yeah. It wasn't her papa. Now, things at this point started to take a turn for the absolute worst. Her kids would not sleep in their bedroom by themselves. Both of them kept describing seeing the same figure in their rooms. Now, she didn't go into detail about what this figure looked like, but we will find out later on. Basically, the kids were just waking up every single night screaming, and so they had to sleep with them in their beds. And they were so embarrassed to tell anybody about this that they actually didn't talk to anybody about it, which is heartbreaking to me. Then things started getting even worse. She would have this feeling of people watching her, like eyes were burning through her soul. She had crosses that were just hung up all around her house, and she would just wake up one morning and they would just be flipped over upside down. This is a horrible sign. Then Ashley herself started to change. She started to completely isolate herself. She never wanted to leave her room ever. She would lock herself in her room and she would not leave. She was constantly waking up with scratches and bruises all over her body. She was constantly wanting to listen to some type of devil music. She was constantly wanting to watch gory movies. Like, this was a new thing for her. She was never like this before. I don't know about you guys, but this is giving me Conjuring vibes. One day, her and her husband are playing Call of Duty on the PlayStation, and her daughter is next to her, when all of a sudden her daughter starts screaming. She just starts saying, "Get me out of this house! Get me out of this house! I can't be in this house anymore!" Her parents are freaking out and they're like, oh my God, what is going on? What is wrong? What happened? And she said that she saw somebody walk into her bedroom, but that somebody was Ashley. It looked exactly like her mother. So Ashley is like, F this, I'm going in there to check this out. And her daughter just goes, no, Mama, no, please don't go in there. She's gonna get you, please. So her daughter tells her that she wants to go to her Nana's house. So they literally had to pick everything up and they had to go to their Nana's house and bring their daughter there. And when they get there and they want to go back home, their daughter absolutely refuses to go back to home. So they have to go back home without her. And at this point, they don't know what to do. They're helpless. This is when Ashley became 10 times worse than she was before. She wanted nothing to do with religion. She wanted nothing to do with church. She wanted nothing to do with anything that had to do with God. She started having these horrible, horrible thoughts about her family. She started having thoughts, like every other thought she said was. So her mother-in-law is actually a sensitive. And so her mother-in-law was like, there's something terrible in your house. I need to go over there and check it out. Her mother-in-law goes over there, walks into their bedroom, and all of a sudden she gets thrown across the room. Her head smacks against the headboard and she is like, I'm out. I'm out. So at this point, they're like, okay, it's time to go to a pastor. So they go to their pastor and they're like, can you please help us? Something terrible is happening to us. And he's like, yes, we will help you. But in the meantime, while he is looking for help, their youngest daughter starts to act like a maniac, not herself, out of control. One night, she goes absolutely ballistic. She destroys the living room. She starts trying to attack her Ashley and her oldest daughter, and then she grabs a shiny object and she tries to attack them with that object. Her husband gets home and he's like, we're going to the pastor. So they go to the pastor and they're like, we need help right now. Like, this is getting absolutely out of control. And he's like, okay, we're gonna find you help. He tells them that they need a deliverance and that there's people in Texas that can come over and help them do the deliverance. Night before the deliverance, whatever was in that house went crazy, and it personally attacked Ashley. It attacked her multiple times. Ashley's eyes went black. Her facial expression changed. She changed entirely. She did not want those people to come over to the house, when just the night before, she wanted them there. The people from Texas ended up coming anyway, and this is where the story gets nuts. Whatever was in that house really wanted to get to Ashley, and they were going to use her daughter to do that. So as soon as those people came the next morning, the people from Texas came to do the deliverance, her daughter started acting possessed. As soon as the people from Texas show up, her daughter gets on all fours and just wildly crawls to her closet and shuts the door behind her like a wild animal. And after her daughter shuts the door, the people from Texas go over to open the door, and her daughter is just standing there like the girl from The Ring. Out of nowhere, she crawls out of the closet. She crawls backwards up her ladder on her bunk bed, stops at the top of her bunk bed, crouches down like a gargoyle, and just stares at her mother. She stares at her like that for another minute or two. She crawls down the bunk bed. She walks over to her mom, and she just stands there and stares at her mom for like a minute. And she's staring so far into her soul, she said. She literally felt it, and she knew she was about to attack her. Everybody around them is praying like crazy, and all of a sudden, it just stops, and whatever is inside of her leaves her, and she grabs her mother and hugs her and says, I'm so sorry, Mom. I'm so sorry, Mommy. Finally left that house, but on their last night there, Ashley actually saw outside what had been terrorizing them this whole entire time. She goes outside to... Then she feels something. She looks to her right, and she sees this tall, dark figure with red eyes, a goat's head, just staring at her. She said it was the worst feeling she's ever felt in her entire life. Thankfully, after they got out of there, they never experienced anything ever again.
Now, this is a story from Eastern Tennessee. There was this man named Levi, and Levi said he lived in this house that was right next to the woods. And he said this particular night, he went to bed as usual, and he started having this dream. And he said in this dream, there was this man staring at him from his bedroom window. Said he had pale white skin, no nose, no mouth, and these solid black eyes. And on top of his head, he had a couple scraggly pieces of hair. And he said he was just looking at him in this dream. And then all of a sudden, he said he heard a voice say, come outside. And he wakes up, and he said right away he looked out his window, and sure enough, that man was standing outside of his window. And then he just took off into the woods. So he was kind of a little freaked out by that, but was like, maybe I was just dreaming that still, and it was all in my head. Until he looks at the window and he sees what looks like a face print. A couple weeks later, David said, he goes to sleep, and this time he has a dream. He's in his house and he's walking into his kitchen. And he said when he looked out his back kitchen door, he could see this same man, creature, whatever you want to call it, outside on his back porch. And he said this thing was sort of bent over, and it was pacing back and forth, just moving its shoulders. He said it then stopped at the door window, and it turned and it looked at him, and it said, come outside. And he said he woke up, and he was like, man, that dream just felt like really real. So he walks out to his back porch, and he looks, there's no one out there. But when he looks down at the snow on the porch, he can see what look like footprints. So David didn't know, Levi didn't know what to make of this. And he, at the time, just thought, it was just bad nightmares he was having. So a couple weeks later after this, he goes to bed again one night. And he says he has this dream. And in this dream, once again, he's in his bedroom, laying in his bed. And he says he hears the front door open. And he said all of a sudden he heard footsteps kind of, moving through the living room, down the hallway. And then his door opens And he said, in walks this white creature, bent over with its shoulders kind of moving as it walked. And he said he came right over to his bed and it sat on his stomach. And he said the whole time he just couldn't move. He said this thing just kind of was like smiling at him as it's sitting on top of him. And he said it turned and it looked at him and it said, I said, come outside. And then he said he lifted up his arm and it scratched him right on his side. He wakes up and it was like, that seemed all too real. He lifts up his shirt and in the place where he got scratched in the dream, he had this huge scratch. And so the next day he goes to his neighbor's house and he's like, hey, this is going to sound weird, but like, have you ever seen sort of like a weird guy that's been, looking in windows or anything? And he said his neighbor just turned and had this like shocking look on his face. And he was like, you mean the pale white guy with, a couple strands of hair and the solid black eyes? And he's like, yeah, how did you know? And he goes, when I first moved here, I used to leave my curtains open and I would see him peeking in my window and he would tell me to come outside. And he said, so after that, I started keeping my curtains closed at night. And so Levi said after he had heard that, he never slept at night without the curtains closed in his bedroom.
Rose says that about 10 years ago, her and her buddies, there was 2 other people with her, so 3 females in her little hiking party. They wanted to go on a little hike out in the woods just to be with nature for a minute. And they were having a great time. They were just hanging out and they start hearing what sounds like footsteps behind them. Now she says that they were on a trail that was kind of lesser known, that they had hiked it before. So they just thought that, maybe somebody else that was local to that area also knew about this little hiking trail. So they didn't think anything really of it. They keep talking and just, doing their little thing. And then it starts getting faster paced, the walking behind them. So Rose is like internally thinking either A, we're being chased by somebody, or B, something is chasing that person and then we're all about to be chased. So her friend relays that message to the other friend and they kind of pick up the pace. They also text someone and let them know, hey, this is going on. Just stand by. It could be nothing, but we don't know yet. And Rose said her boyfriend had her location the whole time and they were in a place where they did get excellent service. And they were very familiar with the area. So they get a little further up ahead and they don't hear the footsteps anymore. It kind of tapered off. So they're just thinking maybe it was a fluke. They didn't know. Then all of a sudden they start hearing leaves rustling and they start looking around like they're kind of panicking, thinking they're going to get whoever this is going to get the jump on us. Rose says her heart is pounding. She's in mid panic attack mode. This was supposed to be like a day off with girlfriends where you're just hanging out and talking and just having a good time. And it is quickly changing for her. At this point, they're running. Like they take off running. It's freaking them out. All 3 of them are experiencing the same thing. They are hearing it. They just take off running. Then all of a sudden, one of them stops. One of her friends stops running. So then they both stop running. They're like, what are you doing? We need to go. And she's like, wait, did you not hear that? And Rose was like, no, I didn't hear anything. What are you talking about? Her friend said, I heard someone call my name. Rose kind of calms down for a second. She's like, okay, maybe it's somebody that we know that knew we were on the hike or whatever, just come like maybe to catch up with us. So they turn back and they're starting to walk back towards where they heard, her name be called. As they're walking back, they see something in the distance. It's like a dark figure crouched down beside a tree. Now, automatically, Rose is on high alert. She doesn't even trust that her friend really heard her name. She's starting to panic again. Rose says that the figure stood up, and when they stood up, they could kind of see clearly that it was a man. Her friend's like, oh my God, that's Greg, which is her friend's boyfriend. And they're like, oh, thank God it's just Greg. He's probably just out here trying to mess with us. So her friend's like yelling, Greg, what are you doing? You could have just literally given me a heart attack. She said that the figure just starts shaking his head no. Like he's not saying anything, he's just saying no. And they're like, okay, Greg, cut it out. Okay, come on. Like you're freaking us out. Her friend's phone starts ringing. She picks it up, says hello, and it was Greg. They look back to the figure, gone. Now, Rose said that it was starting to get dark by this point. She said that it could have very well not been Greg. It could have been somebody else. It could have been like a really, person with really malicious intent, but the way that this person stood, the way he looked, the way her friend said that her name was called, literally was Greg. Like, they've been together forever. She knows his voice. She knows his posture. You know how you are when you're with someone for so long. You just know them. She said that literally, if he had not called me and I had not heard his voice, I would have never believed that that wasn't him playing a prank on me. Rose said that when they looked back and that they saw that the figure was gone, and they're looking back at their friend like, who are you talking to? And she's like, it's Greg on the phone. That's not Greg. He's at home. They take off running. Her friend's still on the phone with Greg. Please stay on the phone with me. You need to call somebody. I think that someone's trying to stalk us in the woods. Please get in the car. Meet me right at where our cars are. They were all freaking out. Thankfully, they made it back to their vehicles and they never hiked that trail again. Rose says that that's one of many unexplained things that she's seen while hiking, but that was by far the scariest one. She said her and her friends still talk about it to this day, and they still cannot explain who and what they saw.
Michelle has had a life of paranormal activity. She has been able to see spirits since she was 16 years old. It was nothing crazy though. The spirits would just try to talk to her and she would just see them like hanging around. That is, until she moved into a house that was in Idaho. This is where she would encounter something that would traumatize her for the rest of her life. There was a few spirits in this house that she could see. They were harmless, right? But there was one of them that she found out later that was not harmless at all. So after a day of some freaky stuff happening that they didn't quite understand, it's later on in the night and she is reading. She has insomnia. She's an avid reader, so she just, instead of sleep, she reads. So it's late at night. She hasn't been able to sleep and she's reading, and all of a sudden she hears this scratching on her door, this and then this tapping. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. So this doesn't freak her out that much because she thinks it's her dog. So she gets up to let her dog in and she opens the door and nobody is there. Her dog is not there and everybody in the house has been asleep for a long time. She goes back and she sits back down. She starts reading again and then it happens again and she ignores it. It happens a couple more times and she ignores it again. She finally eventually ends up getting some sleep somehow. But then she wakes up in the middle of the night. She doesn't know how long she had been sleeping for, to this big loud crack of thunder. Just boom! And someone pulling on her leg. So she's completely startled. She's looking around the room. She doesn't know. She can't see anything at all. She just feels her leg being pulled. She looks over at her lamp and her lamp is way dimmer than she had it when she went to sleep. It's one of those lamps where you can touch it and it gets dimmer and dimmer. Well, she didn't touch it to make it dimmer. It was just dimmer. First weird thing that she notices in her now dimly lit room is that the closet door at the foot of her bed is open, and she did not open it or leave it open when she went to bed. It was closed. So she's looking around the room and she's like frantic. She's like, what the hell is going on? When she notices that these little porcelain clown dolls that her mom insisted on putting up in her room are on display on this shelf in her room. They're on display on a shelf directly across from her bed, and she is absolutely terrified of these dolls. She hates them. She doesn't like clowns. She's never liked clowns her entire life. So her mom insisted on putting them up, but she doesn't want them up in her room. So where they normally are is underneath a bunch of dirty clothes in her closet, not up on display. Now she knows that this is extra weird because her mom had come in her room and told her that she wanted her to put the dolls up on display, and she was like, no, I'm not doing that. I hate these dolls so much. So she knew that the dolls were not on display and that no one had put them on display because she had been sitting in her room the whole time. So she's staring at these clown-faced dolls, these porcelain clown-faced dolls, when she decides to get up and move closer to them because she wants to make sure that she is actually seeing what she is seeing. So she gets up, she goes over to where the dolls are, when all of a sudden she feels her leg, her ankle get ripped from underneath her. She said that it felt like someone had put a rope around her ankle and just pulled on it, and literally she fell and then was moved 6 inches on the ground. But she's being pulled towards her closet. So as soon as she hits the ground, she is up. She is up in an instant, and she is scrambling to get back over to where her freezer is in her room. I guess she has a freezer in her room that her mom put in there, and she's scrambling over to the freezer. And she gets to it, and then she looks back at her closet. Now her closet was one of those closets that has 2 doors that you can like slide back and forth. You know what I'm talking about? Like one door is right here and the other one is like slightly behind it, and you can like move it directly behind the other door. Well, she's staring at the closet door when all of a sudden, boom, 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 on her closet door. Something is banging on that door. Now she is absolutely terrified, and for the life of her, she does not understand why she did this, but she ran to her bed instead of the door, and she put her covers over her face. Now what she really wanted to do was go in her parents' room and tell them, like, listen, this is happening to me, but she knew it wasn't a real person that was doing this, so her parents wouldn't believe her, and she knew that she would get in trouble if she did that. So she just stayed in her bed with the covers over her head, willing this thing to go away. But she can't see anything, remember. She hasn't seen anything yet. She's just feeling things and hearing things. She's laying in bed with the covers like up to here, and she's looking around her room, and she's absolutely terrified at this point, when all of a sudden she hears this boom, and it's lightning, and it just like lit up the entire room. She looks over at her closet, and as soon as it lit up the room, she sees a D written in blood on her closet door. Boom! Again, the lightning flashes again, and the D is gone. There's no more blood on the wall. As soon as the lightning goes away, all of a sudden she hears this low guttural growl. Her whole bed just starts to shake violently back and forth, like there's literally 2 people on each side shaking her bed as hard as they can. And it just stops just as fast as it started. And she looks over and her lamp is flickering. She's watching the lamp flicker when all of a sudden something grabs her ankle with 2 hands and yanks her off the bed. She is now literally on the floor, absolutely terrified. She still hears the growling. So she's struggling for like 10 seconds trying to get this thing off of her leg. It has this grip on her that she cannot get off. She feels like she's in a freaking movie. She cannot believe what is happening to her. She's fighting and fighting. Finally, it lets go. She gets up and she bolts straight to her door, which does not have a lock on it, by the way, and she cannot get it open. For 15 seconds, she is standing there, absolutely terrified, not knowing what's behind her. She still has not seen anything yet. No shadows, no apparitions, no nothing, and she can't get her door open, and she has just been violently thrown off of her bed. Finally, she gets the door open. She slams it shut. She runs for her sister's room as fast as she can, and she shuts the door behind her. Her sister's obviously like, dude, what are you doing? Why did you just wake me up? And she's trying to explain to her the best that she can what just happened, because she knows that it's like unbelievable, but she tells her, I cannot sleep in my room tonight, please, I have to sleep in here. So she sleeps in her sister's room for the rest of the night. They don't hear anything else for the rest of the night. Now here's the terrifying part. They wake up the next morning and they check her because she's like, I was definitely hurt last night. They look at her ankle. She has bloody scratch marks on her ankle and all down her back. When they went back to the room, it was absolutely trash. All her clean and dirty clothes were all over the floor. They had been thrown out of the closet. All her books were torn off the bookshelf. Her mattress and blankets were on the floor. She said that they were absolutely terrified and baffled that this had happened, like everybody who saw it. She said that nothing else happened for about 2 weeks. In her words, she said, that's another story in itself. She did do some research on what happened to her, and just somehow, like with the knowledge that she had from seeing spirits and everything, she found out that the spirit was a demon, and its name was, it started with a D and it rhymes with Amian. I have one.
If you want to sleep tonight, you should probably skip this video. This is 100% true story about a woman in Wisconsin. She didn't believe in ghosts. In fact, she thought it was nothing more than nonsense or people going crazy. But as soon as they moved into this house, she would notice things that she could not explain. She was seeing shadows, she was hearing noises, but she said for the most part, it was like living in a normal house. One night, she was upstairs in her bedroom folding laundry, and she hears talking coming from her son's room. So she walks over to his room, the door's closed, and that's when she hears her son having a full-on conversation with someone. And her first thought is, who is my son talking to at 11:30 at night? So she opens the door. She looks in his room, and he's not in his bed. And that's when she noticed that he's on the floor. He's crouched under the edge of the bed, leaning under the bed, talking to someone. So she says to her son, who are you talking to? Who's under the bed? And he looks at her and says, I can't tell you. So she's like, well, what do you mean you can't tell me? Who's under the bed? And her son's like, he'll get mad if I tell you. So at this point, she's getting annoyed. She goes over to look under the bed. But when she looks under the bed, there's nothing and nobody there. She's like, okay, you know, kids have imaginary friends, so just get back in bed and stop doing whatever you're doing. And she puts him back in bed. Several weeks pass, and she keeps finding her son talking to someone underneath the bed, the same thing that he was talking to before. At this point, she's starting to get a little bit freaked out. Her first thought, of course, is not ghosts, but in fact, something might be wrong with her son. So she takes him to a child therapist. The therapist says he's completely fine. She doesn't diagnose him with anything. It's probably just, you know, kid's imagination. But he continues to do this for months on end. Then one day they're down in the living room and she notices some bruises on him. And she's like, where did you get those, honey? And he's like, I can't tell you. I can't say. She presses her son. She's like, you have to tell me. Something is not right. Like, you have bruises all over you. Something's not right. You need to tell me. And her son starts crying. And then he freaks out and runs up to his room. She doesn't know what to do. She's like, what am I gonna do about my son? That night, she wakes up to her son screaming bloody murder. She runs in the room. And when she opens the door, she finds her son halfway under the bed, and what looks like someone is pulling him under the bed, and he's holding on for dear life. And this is pretty crazy to me because something very similar happened to my dad in his parents' house. That's a story for another time. So she pulls him out from under the bed and then looks under the bed, and of course there's nothing there. So she decides to take him into her bedroom. They're laying in bed and her son falls asleep, and she's up late, distraught, like, what am I gonna do? And then she hears, shh, hey, come under the bed. And she's like, what the hell? What the helly? What the helly, Barry? No, she doesn't say that. She looks over and she sees that her son is sleeping still. So it wasn't him that spoke. And then it speaks again and she hears, hey, I need to talk to you. And it's a dude's voice. And it continues prodding her. And it's like, get under the bed, come under the bed. And she's like, no, I'm not going under the bed. Would you go under the bed? So this man, or whatever it is, starts yelling at her. Horrible, horrible things. Obscenities. And so she grabs her son and they leave. They never went back. They sold the house. And when she talked to the neighbors that still live in that area, they said that multiple people have moved in and nobody stayed. So that house just sits there.
So when she was around 8 or 9, they were having to move houses and she was living in Chicago at the time, and they had some pets, so they weren't able to just like move into an apartment or anything. Well, they asked a family friend to keep the pets, and then they ended up renting this house. Instantly, day one, they move into this rental house and things start happening. They had like a teapot or something sitting on the shelf, and it just kind of flew right at them. At first, the mom thought the dad was doing it, but turns out no, it wasn't the dad. She said that the neighbors weren't really like friendly or anything. They just kind of had that bless their heart kind of mentality to them, so they never really like talked to them much or did anything, which will come into play in a minute. The entire time they're living there, they're there for about a year. All kinds of ghostly activities happening, you know, hearing things, seeing things out of the corner of your eye, just little stuff like that. And still the neighbors are kind of keeping their distance, right? Well, after a year, the lease is up. So the mom decides like, hey, I really like this place. Even though we have little creepy things happen, I want to buy the house. The dad buys the house. Then 3 days after they sign, one of the neighbors comes over and says, oh my God, I can't believe you bought this house. The neighbor then tells them that the family that lived there before was a husband, wife, and 3 kids. The wife was a female police officer for Chicago. One night, her husband and the 3 kids were already at Chuck E. Cheese. She was supposed to meet them there, but she was going to go home first, shower, change, and everything, then go meet them there. But instead, she comes home, stays in uniform, takes her, and ends herself, you know, in their bedroom, which just happened to be B's mom and dad's bedroom. Immediately they're like, what the hell, right? So they go into the house, go into the bedroom, and then they find the hole in the wall. They didn't even like fill it in, they just kind of painted over it. So now that they own the house, they're able to bring their pets in and everything. So they go back to the friends that's watching them, get the dog. The dog had been living its best life and is now expecting, okay? So they needed a place to put the dog, and it was wintertime in Chicago. So they go downstairs to the basement. They're moving things around to clear out to make a spot for the dog when they find this drum that has a canvas like pulled over the top of it and has all of this satanic drawings on it. Yeah. Her mom gets sick. She has some kind of autoimmune disorder where she keeps getting clots, so she has trouble going up and down the stairs. So she decides to sleep on the couch. Well, then one night while she's on the couch, her dad swears that he felt someone get into the bed with him. Now remember, that's the previous owner's bedroom too, right? Get into the bed, and then he thought he heard like snoring and stuff. Turns out wasn't the mom. Now, B's bedroom was across from the bathroom, and she said this time she was like 12, 13, something like that. So she would always sleep with the door open, and then she would watch TV, and then the TV was near this, like the bedroom door or whatever, so that when she was watching the TV, she could also see directly into the bathroom. Well, when she would decide that she was ready to go to bed or whatever, she would roll over, keep the TV on. Well, then one night at like 2 a.m, she rolls back towards the TV and to get like a cup of water or something off of her nightstand. And then she's looking directly into the bathroom when she sees this woman sitting on a closed lid toilet, sitting there with like crying, with like her hands on her face and her elbows on her knees and her hair's like hanging down. She's staring at this woman when this woman like just like looks up at her and then starts like crawling out of the bathroom towards B's room. And as soon as she gets to the threshold of B's room, her bedroom door slams shut. As if that wasn't enough, okay? So then things keep going. Her mom gets progressively worse. She's in and out of the hospital. Then she would be home late at night by herself. So she would have her friends come over to like hang out with her. Well, her friends were there one night and they hear like some big loud noise down in the basement. They go down there and there's like this massive like dresser piece of furniture that was like huge, she said, was thrown from like one side of the room to the other. Scares the shit out of the friends. The friends are like, you know, this sucks for you, but we're out of here. They leave her. She leaves with them, goes outside, stands on the front yard, you know, whatever. She's calling her dad like over and over again. She said she calls her dad like 5 times. She keeps turning around looking back to the house, and then that's when that friggin' bathroom light comes on. The bathroom where that woman was at the bathroom light comes on. So she's talking to her dad. She's like, you know, pretty much like, oh shit, the bathroom light just came on. And while she's talking to her dad, she can see like someone in the house walking around, but no one was there. Her mom was in the hospital, her dad was at work, and she was standing on the front lawn. Probably thinking, okay, that's got to be it, right? No. Remember how I told you the drum was in the basement with all the satanic stuff on it? There was one window in the basement, like a little window that would fill up with flies. Okay? Yeah, we all know what that means. So they lived there for like ever, but then when they finally like moved and sold the house, everything stopped. It all stayed at that house.
Okay, so I, 45 female, recently worked at a crystal stone warehouse. I was working one day and a woman had her friend come into the store. One of the women was done shopping and brought up a few stones to purchase, but her friend was still shopping. She told me she was psychic. Okay, cool. I do have some ability myself, but I didn't claim them really. I felt like she was trying to distract me, using things that most people would say as a psychic. I felt like she was distracting me so her friend could steal. She said, "Spirits are telling me you are not wrong on your feelings and they are valid." I say as I watch the other friend. And then she said, "Oh my gosh, you were touched by a skinwalker and it's afraid of you." This actually brought my full attention to her. Again, this made me a tactic to get my attention, but it kind of worked, to be honest. I looked at her and said, "Yeah, I suppose we are in that neighborhood." She laughed so hard, I was kind of taken aback. Again, I felt that she was distracting me so her friend could steal crystals. After a few more words that I can't really remember, her friend and her did end up buying something. They both told me to have a great day and be safe, and "You're stronger than you think you are." Yeah, okay, blessings to you. Then I sat there for a moment. This is a desert town in Arizona where nomads like myself go for winter. We had just arrived and there was something dark hanging around. The travelers we came with had to leave for psychological reasons. Didn't really elaborate. One night, as my husband and kitty cat were snuggled up, I felt this odd sensation on my stomach. It felt like claws, hands, moving up and down my body. I mentioned something to my husband. He is 100% a skeptic. I asked, "Do you feel that?" He put his hand down on my lower abdomen and felt it. He freaked out. I did a mental shove, if you will, and it just poof, gone. I did another shove and it never came back. The feeling lifted. Everything felt peaceful afterwards. I don't know what it was, but it really got me thinking. What do you think? Was this nothing? I don't know. Maybe it was just gas, lol, but my husband said he felt the claws. I don't know what to think. Say it with me, folks. We love it when other people experience what OP is experiencing. Because immediately to me, this is validated. Your husband felt what you were feeling, therefore it was there. Now, I don't know, I don't believe in coincidences, but I kind of don't feel like these two experiences go together. I feel like maybe what you were feeling was valid, right? So like you were already experiencing something wild, right? Like there was your other people that had to leave due to psychological reasons. They didn't really extend on that as to what those psychological reasons were, but they had to leave in a hurry because there was something going on, right? There was something happening. And in the same light, your skeptic husband is feeling something that only you as a psychic would typically be feeling. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you catching it? The fact that these girls came in to me was more so of like a sign, not necessarily a coincidence, not necessarily something that was connected, but if anything, it heightened your senses. Therefore, you were able to really identify once this thing started to come for you.
Sure, nothing anyway. This story happens to take place in Seattle. Beth had been living with her boyfriend. Things went south quickly and she needed to get out. He had drained the bank account, so she still had her car, but she said it was kind of like a POS. She spent her days trying to find jobs and then her nights sleeping in the car. When she was wandering around one night, and on a post was this orange piece of paper that had been like stapled to it. Room for rent, $200, and it wasn't handwritten, it was typed. She knew that should have been like a red flag. Seattle, a room for rent for $200 seems impossible, but she was desperate, so she didn't even care at the time. Goes to the house. Inside the house is completely empty except for the one room that was up for rent. The room had like a bed, a dresser, a desk, a lamp, things like that. It had a bathroom inside of the room, but again, the rest of the house totally empty. She's walking around exploring the house when she sees the basement door, and on the basement door is a note in the same orange paper that says, "Don't go down unless Lyle, ask. Immediately she's like, okay, this must be one of those Airbnbs that's for rent, and apparently someone's downstairs. I'm just gonna stay out of Lyle's business. Then things got weird. Every time the note was slid under her door that said like rent due or whatever, when she would open the door, there would be a bag of groceries. Said she was hurting like big time for money, so she was grateful for it, but it was very specific things that she liked. Not just like chips, but like honey barbecue chips or something like that. A certain flavor of beef jerky, you know, very specific just to her. And every night around 3 o'clock, she would hear like these knocks, and it was very specific, like knock, 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 coming from the basement door. Immediately she thinks it's Lyle, like maybe he's stuck down there, got locked in or something. So she goes to the door, stands by the door, and she's like, Lyle? Nothing. She decided to put a note with her rent check that said, hey, you know, some knocking's happening. I thought it might be just like pipes or something, but it's very specifically coming from the basement. Next time that the rent was due, so like a whole month goes by, is a note that says Lyle likes you. Girl, no. Now she's been there like 4 months. She's been saving her money, literally not doing anything but like ramen and stuff like that, trying to get out of this place. That note was the kicker to where she's like, you know what? I gotta get the hell out of here. She packed up her stuff. She goes to leave. Her car won't start. She tries to get an Uber. The app keeps crashing. She tried to text her sister. The text wouldn't go through. At this point, she's like scared. She goes back out into the main part of the house to go try to start her car again, and that's when she noticed that the basement door was open. Not a lot, just a little bit. Remembers walking over to the basement door. She like cracks it a little bit to look in, and the next thing she knows, it's the morning and she's back in her room. She convinces herself like, hey, I must have dreamed this or something because this just sounds crazy. Wakes up to the knock, knock, knock coming from her closet in her bedroom. She grabs her bag, grabs like all of her stuff. She goes to leave, and then that's when she sees the door to the basement is completely open. She has no idea why she went to the door. She knows it was dumb. She has no idea why she went into the basement. But that's when she sees this thing crouched in the corner. She said that it almost kind of looked like a Skinwalker's described or something. It was like crouched, hidden in the corner, and it like slid a chair out towards her to like come over here. She runs like hell, runs out, goes, gets in her car starts. Thankfully, she leaves. She moves back in with her mom. So now she's in a completely different state. She's like back, I think she said it was Ohio. She said that all of this happened like 6.5 years ago. But the reason why she sent me the email is because last week she was walking around and found that same orange flyer on a pole in that new city. Coincidence, same person, same like situation, same setup. What do you think it was? Who do you think it was? And what is going on?
Hey guys, story time. Here's my story about living in a haunted house in Phoenix, Arizona. Here's the house in question. I have so many stories and experiences from living in this house. I really don't know where to begin, so bear with me as I just try and go through some of it. One of the experiences I'm going to start with involves me. Well, they mostly all involve me, so. Attached is an image of my staircase that led you to the second story of the house. The image that I pulled up online of the staircase gives me all the same feels that I did have when I would walk up and down these stairs. The staircase was notorious for the sounds of footsteps following up behind you, the feeling of someone breathing down your back, and the constant feeling that you were being watched. Always. To the left of this picture, but actually the right of the staircase when you would walk up, was the bedrooms. Next image attached is a picture of our hallway. This was my room. This was my brother's room, my parents' room, bathroom right here across from my brother's. One early morning, I was asleep in my bedroom. I want to say it was like around 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And you know that feeling when you wake up really freaking scared because you feel like somebody was watching you or someone was standing over you? Well, that was one of those mornings. I had woken up to the heaviest feeling in my pitch black room, as if somebody was standing next to me above my head watching me. I was too afraid to open my eyes, but I still felt this presence that was so freaking heavy. It was hard for me to breathe. I had finally gained the courage to try and pry open my eyelids because I was so scared I just had them glued shut. Anyways, I finally start slowly opening my eyes, and whatever was there with me, the moment that it saw me open my eyelids, all I felt was, it felt like a closed hand fist, and it felt like it just socked the ever-loving shit out of me. Like it just, boom, right across my nose, right here, like it just went, boom, hard. It hurt so freaking bad, hurt so bad. I instantly pulled the blankets higher over my face. I'm holding my face and groaning, moaning, like, oh my God, what the hell just fucking hit me? And I was scared because I'm alone, it's just my mom and my dad. Like, they're not gonna come out and beat me up.
Or would they? No, I'm just kidding. Anyways, I get up and I go run and turn on the light in my room and I look in the mirror to check my face out, and I have a scratch. I have 3 scratches going across my face. I have one right here, and one right here. And it burnt so bad. Like, it was on fire. I'm crying. I'm scared. I got blood dripping down my face. I don't know what the hell's going on. I run to my mom's room. Wake her up. My dad's already gone for work, like I mentioned before. I'm screaming. She wakes up screaming, "Oh my God, what's wrong? What happened?" I don't fucking know. I don't know. I just woke up and got socked in the face by Lord knows what. My mom was so scared. She had me sleep in the bed with her. And I was like 13 years old. Well, shortly after that, my parents had called a priest from the local church that we had went to. I'm sorry, it wasn't a priest, it was a pastor. Well, the pastor comes and he starts blessing the house. Something we have done a million times before. I'm following them around like, this isn't gonna work. I'm thinking like, are you really trying to piss off this demon more? Well, this man is blessing this house left and right, throwing holy water up and down, giving the name of God in every room. Well, he comes up to our bathroom. I'm sitting right here, watching everything. He's reading from his Bible, and he starts reciting a scripture while he's blessing the bathroom. And then, all of a sudden, he starts bawling his eyes out. He is sobbing uncontrollably. There's crocodile tears pouring down his face. And then the next thing you know, he starts speaking in tongues. I can't even try to say what he said. I don't know what he was saying. This man is now speaking in tongues, crying, sobbing hysterically in front of my bathroom. I'm looking at my mom like, do you see this? The pastor's wife, she's looking at him like, what the hell's going on? Well, he does his thing. He finishes his speech in tongues, and he apologizes, and they go on their merry way. I'm sitting there like, what in the earth did I just experience? Shortly after that, we stopped seeing them at the church service. They started going to a different church. And to no surprise to me, it pissed it off. The activity in the house got quiet for a little bit, maybe a month, maybe even 2 months. But then when the activity restarted, it came back with a vengeance. Bye, friends. Stay spooky.
So I go to the grocery store and I'm putting my groceries on the conveyor belt. And I happened to glance up at the cashier. She was ringing up the person in front of me. I glanced at her, and as soon as my eyes landed on her, I heard this inner voice in my head, and it said, "Ask her if she has a brother from Hawaii." And I thought, I'm not going to ask her that. Ask her if she has a brother from Hawaii. I'm not going to ask her that. So I'm thinking back to this inner voice, right? Ask her if she has a brother from Hawaii. Ask her if she has a brother from Hawaii. And it would not stop. It would not stop. And I wasn't going to do it. And the cashier looked at me after about 2 minutes, and she goes, "Hi, how you doing today?" And I just went, "Do you have a brother from Hawaii?" And her eyes got really wide and instantly filled up with tears. And she went, "Why did you ask me that?" She looked scared to death, and that scared me. And I said, it just popped in my head. And she goes, "No, what made you ask me that?" And I said, well, I was hearing this inner voice in my head that it just kept asking me for the past 2 minutes to ask you if you had a brother from Hawaii. And she started crying, and she looked at me and she said, "My brother lived in Hawaii, and he died 5 years ago today." And I just said, "Oh my God, I'm so sorry." And she said, "Today's his birthday." She said he died on his birthday. And this morning, before I came to work, my mom and I got down on our hands and knees, and we prayed to God to please give us a sign today that my brother is with God. And she said, "And you just gave us the sign. You're an angel." And I said, "No, I'm not an angel. I just listened to that voice that was in my head."
Dream analyst Robert Moss has a theory where he says that sometimes our dreams are us just slipping into parallel realities and viewing alternate versions of ourselves in our lives. Now, our friend Megan sent us an email to tell us about a dream that she has, and she thinks that during this dream, she shifted into a parallel reality. Megan gave us a little bit of backstory just so we can understand kind of where everything is going here. Megan was dating a guy, and we're just going to call him Kevin, and she said that this was around 2011, and her and Kevin decided that they were going to move in together, but they were also going to get a roommate. So Kevin's friend James moves in with them. Now, Megan and Kevin ended up being together for a long time, but they did end up separating. She said that it wasn't anything bad. They just realized that they were going separate ways, so they separated. Kevin went on to get married and have a family. Megan went on to get married and have a family. Well, Megan said about 3 years ago, she ran into someone who let her know that James, the roommate that they had lived with, had actually passed away in his sleep. Over the years, her and James had lost contact. They hadn't spoken to each other. They just weren't close anymore. But Megan said James was a super nice guy, and she was really sad to hear this. Now, fast forward to about a week ago. Megan said that she really hadn't thought about James in that 3-year span where she had found out that he had passed away until a week ago. One night, Megan gets ready, she goes to bed, she falls asleep, and then she wakes up, except she doesn't wake up in her bed, she wakes up in a pickup truck, and James is driving. Now, Megan told us that this dream extremely vivid, but at first she says, I don't really realize that it's a dream, and I'm just kind of going along with it. She says that her and James end up going to a concert. They have a great time. They're on their way home. They get into this single cab, black Dodge pickup truck. Well, on the way back home, James decides that he wants to stop at the store and grab something to drink. Now, her and James are driving down the road. They're interacting like they always would have. And then something in Megan shifts and she realizes, wait a second, this is wrong. Megan told us that she's sitting there in the truck and James is still talking and she kind of turns to look at him and everything is kind of setting in as you shouldn't be here, James. Now, Megan doesn't say this out loud, she just thinks it in her head, but as soon as she thinks that, the truck actually starts to give them trouble and James just reacts again. James looks at Megan and he's like, I haven't been able to get this truck to run correctly since Kevin passed away. After James says this, Megan is completely aware that this is not right, that this is not reality and something is wrong. James ends up pulling the truck into a parking lot of a convenience store because it's sputtering and something is wrong. Megan is within this dream and she's thinking, okay, this is just a dream and I can prove that. I'm going to look at the clock because she knows that in dreams you are not supposed to be able to see the numbers on a clock. So she looks at the clock in the pickup truck and it says 10:35. So when Megan sees this, she starts willing herself to wake up because she doesn't want to be here anymore. She is freaking out. James notices that she is having a panic attack and he was like, Megan, what is wrong with you? Megan says she really felt like she shouldn't have said it, but she did anyway. And she looks at James and she tells James, Kevin didn't pass away, you did. And she says that after she says this to him, he becomes increasingly angry. And he was like, what are you talking about? I'm right here. I see Kevin's kids. I visit his widowed wife. What are you talking about? I am alive. I am flesh and blood. And he is gone. And Megan once again tells him, no, he didn't pass away. You did. At this, James becomes completely outraged. And he's like, Megan, this is sick. Why would you say something like that? Megan said at this point, this dream feels so insanely real and she cannot wake up. She cannot snap out of it. And she actually starts to cry because she's thinking about her family, her kids that she just wants to get back to and wondering if where she is right now, do they even exist? So she ends up looking at James and she was like, look, James, I'm really sorry. I don't know what I'm doing here and I don't know where I've come from, but I'm telling you that in my life, you are not alive. And she says that once James sees her crying and realizes that she is absolutely 100% serious, he just looks at her and goes very quiet and tells her, shh. Megan was like, what is that? And she said that James tells her, if they know that you can't go back. You have to stop. And Megan is looking at him and she was like, if who knows that I know and what knows what? At this point, they're pulled up to this convenience store and they're having this conversation. And James looks out the dashboard, he looks out the windshield window. And there's a guy who's kind of pacing in front of the convenience store and it's dark outside, but he's illuminated by the lights coming out of the convenience store. And he just tells Megan, you have to be quiet. James just tells Megan, act like everything is completely normal. Go in the store. We're going to get something to drink and then we're going to get out of here. So they go in the store, they grab their drinks, they get back in the truck and James starts to drive away. Megan told me that she has absolutely no idea where they are going, but they're just driving down the road and she looks back at James and she was like, what is this place? Where am I? And James just tells her, we can't talk about it. Don't worry about it. Let's just get you back to where you belong. Megan then asks James, do you know that you have passed away and Kevin did not? And James doesn't really answer, but he is just like, well, if I did, at least, it was me because I didn't have a family and I didn't have kids and he did and his kids definitely needed him. So Megan once again is like, what is this place? Where are we? And she said in the dream that James looks at her and he's like, just somewhere that you don't belong. Megan really isn't paying attention to where they are driving, but it's dark and it's a country road. And then they pull into a driveway. Megan looks up and she realizes that it's actually the house that her, James, and Kevin had lived in together. And James is pulling into the driveway. Megan asks James, what are we doing? And James tells Megan, this is your stop. So Megan goes to get out of the truck and she turns and looks at James and she was like, why don't you just come with me? James tells her, Megan, I cannot go with you. You need to go back to wherever it is that you came from, and I'm going to stay here. She turns to James, and she asks him, are you happy? And James tells her that he is happy. So with that, Megan opens the car door, she gets out, and then wakes up in her bed, in her room, in her home, with her family. In her email, Megan told me that she has had vivid dreams before. It's not uncommon for her to have vivid dreams that she remembers, but this one was different. She said she can't exactly put her finger on how it was different. It just was different. She actually felt like she had gone to a different place, a different time, a different dimension. And she says a lot of times, even when she has vivid dreams, they're choppy. She's one place 1 minute and then someplace completely different the next. But this one, everything felt concurrent. It felt like it was real time and the traveling to get to these different places. She told me when she woke up, it was 3 a.m. and she frantically grabbed her phone to check Facebook just to make sure that Kevin was okay and make sure that he was still, like, she was in the reality that she was supposed to be in. Sure enough, she went to James's Facebook, which was still just the memorial page. And she said that the one thing that really freaks her out about it is that her dreaming about James, she doesn't understand why, because he is not someone, even though she said he was a very nice guy, he is not someone who she thinks about often at all. Honestly, if ever. But Megan did, in her email, was telling us that that night she had a great time at the Post Malone concert in her dream. So, and she hopes that wherever James is, he's doing well.
I have another spooky story for you guys. This one was submitted by someone who believes that there's been some sort of dark entity that's followed her since childhood. Something that seems to be protecting her in a way that no human could. Let's just get right into the story. I believe I've had an entity attached to me since I was a child. I'm not sure how or exactly when it happened, but the earliest memory of it is from when I was in kindergarten. I was 5 years old. A boy in my class shoved me so hard that I hit my head on the corner of a cubby and needed stitches. After he pushed me, I ran and told the teacher what happened, but the boy denied it, and the teacher hadn't seen what happened. So she ended up chastising both of us for playing rough. I was so angry that the boy could do that to me and get away with it, but there was nothing I could do. That night, I remember having nightmares, but I can't recall specific details. I just remember feeling scared and waking up sweating and shaking. The next day, the same boy who shoved me fell off the jungle gym and broke his arm. I know this sounds terrible, but I was kind of happy that happened. It felt like justice. When I was 8, a babysitter locked me in the basement for fun and forgot about me there for hours. I wasn't found until my parents came home and found me lying in a ball on the floor, crying. My parents were furious, so they fired her and promised that it would never happen again. A few days later, we found out that the babysitter had been in a car accident that left her in traction for months. When I was 12, a teacher humiliated me in front of the class. We were all taking turns reading out loud, what we called popcorn reading back then, but I had zoned out and lost my place. When the previous student called on me, I was unprepared and read the wrong passage. My teacher made a snarky comment about me, and everyone laughed. About a week later, he slipped and fell down the stairs at school, breaking his jaw. Each time these things happened, there was no way I could have been involved. And each time, the timing was too perfect. At first, I told myself it was a coincidence. But then, when I was a teenager, I started to think that maybe I had a guardian angel, a violent one. It felt like something was watching over me, punishing anyone who hurt me. But as I got older, I started being more afraid because I saw that the harm was getting worse. An ex-boyfriend who cheated on me ended up hospitalized after a freak electrical fire in his apartment. A coworker who tried to sabotage me at work lost control of her car on a clear road and hit a guardrail. She barely survived. The night before each of those events, I had the same dream. I saw black wings curling around me, blocking out the light. And it's not just dreams anymore. When someone angers me, I can feel it stir. The air gets colder, my skin tingles, and I can almost hear labored breathing behind me. One time, after a man catcalled me on the street, I saw a reflection of the darkness walking beside me in a shop window. It towered beside me. Its ragged black wings were scraping against the glass. Its eyes were hollow and glowing like white flames. The next morning, I heard an ambulance outside my building. Later, I found out that a pedestrian had been hit by a car and didn't survive. I can't prove it, but I'm almost certain it was the same man who catcalled me. It's been getting bolder. When I'm alone at night, I hear it moving in my apartment, shuffling and pacing around. Sometimes I wake up and my bedroom door is open, even though I know I locked it. My phone flickers with static when I try to call someone right after I've been upset. Even now, as I write this, my lamp keeps dimming and brightening all on its own. I hate how this dark entity looks. To me, it looks like a fallen angel rotting from the inside out. Its limbs are unnaturally long, and its feathers are torn and hanging from its body, and it has black wings that curve like claws. Its face is almost human, but unnaturally stretched. Its mouth is as thin as a paper cut. When it's near me, my thoughts are not my own. I can feel its hunger. It doesn't speak with words. It pushes its feelings into my mind. I feel its satisfaction when someone suffers, and I can feel its anticipation when I'm afraid. I've stopped dating. I've stopped making close friends. I mostly keep to myself, just working from home and avoiding even small conflicts. I've done my best to keep it at bay, but just last year, a neighbor screamed at me over a parking space. That night, I felt the weight of wings pressed down on my chest while I slept. And then the next morning, that neighbor's car caught fire in our building's garage with no explanation. I used to think that this entity loved me or that it was protecting me, but now I know better. It's feeding on the chaos that it creates. I've begged it to stop. I've screamed at it to leave me alone. I've prayed until my voice went hoarse. But nothing works. It's here with me right now. I can feel it behind me as I type this. I started typing this on my laptop, but the screen kept flickering until it finally just went blank. I finished writing on my phone, but didn't send it right away because I was too scared. When I came back to my laptop a few hours later, it turned on fine, but there was a new sentence at the bottom of the email that I didn't write. Stop telling them about me. That's when I knew sharing this story was the right thing to do. If anyone knows how to get this thing away from me, please help.
Named Chris message and he said, I've never told anyone this. This scares me more than anything else I've ever dealt with, and maybe somebody out there can relate or just let me know that I'm not alone. But I'm in the Navy now. I'm 25. I'm stationed in San Diego and I get deployed to Japan soon, so I'm hoping to see some comments that help me ease my mind before that happens. But this happened about 4 months ago, and as of right now, he's still in Navy. He's working as a field medic, a corpsman. That he's tried to find more information, but all of this has turned up nothing. But he said he grew up in the Church of Latter-day Saints, sometimes known as the LDS Church or just Mormonism. But he said it's a Christian-based faith with scriptures, temples, beliefs, and structures. That his church is community-based. There's no paid clergy members, so that means that anybody in the church is expected to serve. That is through teaching, leading, checking in on each other. It's all lay-led, which he said means that now that he's 25, he's part of his congregation's leadership. But they also believe that worthy male members can be given priesthood, which is essentially acting in the name of God. So they carry consecrated oil, they can give blessings, they can lead prayer rituals on behalf of God. Sometimes this just means laying hands on someone's head and offering guidance and comfort. They said they don't shout, they don't do exorcisms, they don't even talk much about demons. It's all very quiet and very orderly, but what happened this night did not feel orderly. When you're single between the ages of 18 and 35, you're assigned to a YSA ward, which is a young single adult ward. It's just basically a congregation of all the young single people from that religion in that area. And so he said it's basically part religion, part social network, part weird summer camp energy, but he was assigned the La Jolla ward. He said in that ward is basically just a bunch of coastal towns and colleges. Right now, he's assigned the role of first counselor, which means he's responsible for leading this men's part of the ward. He's responsible from checking in on people, helping people move, or just sitting with people who are struggling spiritually. That is how he meets this guy, Eli. And Eli is mid-20s, just moved to the area from Arizona, and he works nights somewhere. He thinks janitorial, but they never really got that deep into it. He was on Chris's ministering list, which meant that because Eli never really came to church, he was just supposed to be his spiritual buddy of sorts. He wasn't supposed to be preachy or anything like that, just to be there for him in case Eli needed anything. Said he texted Eli a couple times and they never really talked much, but one night out of nowhere Eli texts him and he says, hey, do you still have that consecrated oil? He says, yeah, I have it. What's going on? And Eli says, I need help. He says, I don't know what's happening to me. Can you come over? So Chris says he went over to his apartment. It was about 10 p.m. It was in a rundown area of town. He had never been there before, but he said he pulled up. It was a studio unit off El Cajon Boulevard. Knocks, he's waiting for Eli to answer. Eli doesn't answer right away, but finally he does, and he said he opened the door and he could tell something was off because Eli's eyes were all bloodshot, his skin was pale, he looked just like wrung out, but Eli didn't say anything. He just backed up away from the door and invited Chris in. So Chris took one step in the threshold and he just felt the energy shift. The air in the apartment was like heavy, the lights were dim and the air smelled wet. It smelled like metal and old, and all that's in this apartment is a metal frame bed, and Eli sits on the end of the bed. Looks around, he realizes there's no other furniture besides like basic kitchen fixtures. He said the Book of Mormon was open on the floor. It almost looked like it had been stepped on. And so he looks at Eli and he's like, you want to talk, man? And Eli's like, I don't know what's going on with me. I keep waking up in places that I didn't fall asleep. I was thinking of what to say because he said his role wasn't to preach to him, it was just to be there for him. So he lets Eli keep going, and Eli's like, and then I keep whispering to myself, but it's in languages I don't understand. He's getting all shifty. He's looking around. He's like, I feel like I'm being watched. And last night I growled at myself in the mirror. And Eli's like, what do you mean? And he's like, not metaphorically. Like, I physically growled at myself, but something else came out. It wasn't my voice. Eli points at the bathroom and he said it happened in there, and the door was cracked open, and Chris said he didn't want to go in, but he felt like he had to, so he walked in, and nothing was out of ordinary except for the mirror was shattered, like spiderweb cracks. It looked like someone had punched it head on. And as he's taking in the bathroom, he hears this low guttural growl, and he turns and he looks at Eli, and it's not Eli. He said, I don't know what this was. It wasn't an animal. I've been around wounded dogs. I've been around wounded men, and this was nothing like that. That Eli was sitting perfectly still. It sounded like it was coming from inside the walls or inside the air vents or maybe somewhere else, but he said it was real and it vibrated me. I felt something go tight in my chest. He says at that point he told Eli he was going to step outside, and he called the bishop. Gets him on the phone, he tells him everything, and he said he expected the bishop to tell him to call 911 or to take him to the hospital, but the bishop was just long and silent on the other end of the line. And finally he said, something that we don't talk about. It's not in the manuals, and sometimes we have to use it when normal blessings don't cut it. It's called unwritten ordinance. He tells Chris to take the oil and anoint Eli's head for clarity of thought, to anoint his heart for clarity of emotion, to anoint the feet to help the person walk away when it's over, and to raise your arms and to call in God. He said, do it loudly. You don't have to memorize a phrase, but just speak what's true. He said, you're not casting anything out. You're filling the space, and what doesn't belong there will leave on its own. Chris said even though he was scared, he went back in and he found Eli sitting on the bed, cross-legged, shaking with his eyes closed, and he did what he was told. He placed his arms over Eli's head and he called in God, and he said when he was done, a single light flickered. He said it was just once, a single pulse, like the place had exhaled. And he said the second it happened, Eli collapsed onto the bed. He was shaking, he was sobbing. Chris said he didn't leave him then. He sat on the floor and he waited for Eli to fall asleep, but when he fell asleep, he didn't feel relieved and he didn't feel brave. He felt more scared than he had ever been. He said he did notice upon leaving that the air felt better. He doesn't have a better word to describe it, but Eli has since started coming to church, though not as often as he would like. He said he's still quiet, and as for Chris, he hasn't told anyone because he doesn't even know what he would say. He doesn't think that anyone would believe him. He says, I know what I heard, I know what I saw, and I know what I did help. He said, I don't need a spotlight or a label. I just want to know that I'm not the only one, if anyone, especially from that religion or that church, has ever dealt with something like this.
But this story comes from someone who would like to remain anonymous, and for obvious reasons, I'm going to respect that. And the person who sent me this email says that they dabble in a bit of witchcraft. And what I think is interesting is at the beginning of this email, they say that they dabble in witchcraft and proceed to say, I have always found the spiritual realm very interesting, but now I am so scared of it. And proceeds to say that these instances happen over the course of months. Now, the person who sent me this email says that they went to go see her long-distance best friend, and the moment she walked in the door, she could feel different energies around her friend. She doesn't really specify what kind of energy is around her friend. She just says that it was different than the other energies. So they try the Estes method in her friend's house. And if you're not familiar with the Estes method, I would recommend watching a video on it because the way I'm about to explain it is not going to make any sense. But during a paranormal investigation, one person will sit blindfolded with headphones on, and in the headphones, the sound is essentially going through frequencies of a radio station, much like a spirit box. The person who does not have the blindfold or the headphones on is asking the other one questions, and you are supposed to get answers back. Great example is Sam and Colby. They use this method a lot. So the person who submits the email is using the Estes method with her best friend, and I guess their other friend is there as well, so there are 3 people total. And while they were performing the Estes method, the person who sent me this email specifically says that she felt like she was being touched while she was asking these questions. And after a while, they decided to turn the lights off. And the moment the lights go off, she sees a face like here. This entity then approaches her best friend who is blindfolded. And that is when things go south. They immediately turn the lights on. They're screaming her name. They took the headphones off. They took the blindfold off. And she is just not waking up. After 5-10 minutes, she abruptly opens her eyes and her pupils are extremely dilated. She is very pale. Obviously, she's been pretty much knocked out for 10 minutes and she is not responding. I wish you guys could see the chills I have on my arms because she says that her friend just starts laughing. They're asking her questions and this thing is just toying with them. And after almost an hour, her friend finally comes to and is like, what the hell happened to me? And I wish it just stopped there. I am not going to get into the other instances unless people request another video out of this because it is genuinely freaking me out. I am hearing things and I know for a fact that was on video. I'm going to close out with this. In the email, the person who sent me this describes after these events happening, that this thing would mimic them, try to lure them out to be alone and away from each other so it could isolate them. And I don't like that. So that's gonna do it for me for now. Stay tuned for my ghost stories.
I'm gonna try this for the second time because when I recorded the first time, it was no audio recorded. But now I'm just gonna speed it up. This is what happened when the ghost followed me home from New Orleans. When we were leaving New Orleans and we were all in the car, I felt that there was a man with me, and I told everybody in the car there was a man with us, and we all did our own little separate prayers to try to get him to go ahead and stay where he was at, and he couldn't come with us, right? Of course, sometimes it doesn't always work depending on the people that you're around and all that. So I get back to Atlanta. About 3 or 4 days after that, things start moving around in my house, okay? One, I start realizing that there's somebody peeking around corners in here like this. And I would see shit like this. So after seeing that a lot, I started to acknowledge the spirit, like, who are you? What do you want? Get out, you know? And then it started touching stuff in here. So this was me and my girlfriend was going through this where we would be sitting somewhere alone and things start moving around in the house. There was a time where I was sitting over here on this couch, and all the way across the room over here, I saw my shoe slowly lean and fall off of something. There was a different time I was sitting right here on the couch, and you see that bag over there? That bag is hooked onto some clips. It unhooked itself and fell to the floor. Dead silent in here. I'm chilling, sitting on the couch by myself, and I just have to look up and be like, stop touching shit, right? So this was the ongoing theme for about a week and a half in my house. It was like things were moving around. They didn't have no business moving around. And I talked to my girlfriend about it. She had been seeing something walking around in the house. Things had been moving around, and she had felt something poke her. Now, this is when I knew that it was getting serious. I could feel him, and I could see things about him in my mind's eye. I could see what he looked like. I could see about how old he was. I could see what his energy was like. I could see what he was wearing. So I was starting to get a feel and an idea for him and like why he was around. Wasn't a bad guy at all, kind of like a guy that like died young in his early 20s, and I was just the only light that he could see in that area, so he followed me all the way home. But I was laying in the room, right? I went to go take a nap. My girlfriend told me like, go ahead and take a nap. So I went in the room to take a nap. She was out here in the kitchen where I'm currently at. I'm in the bedroom on the end of the bed taking a nap, right? Laid underneath of like this extra little blanket or whatever, just laying on the end of the bed. I felt her walk into the room, and you know where you can kind of hear the air change or whatever, like when somebody's coming close to you. I felt her and heard her walk into the room, and it felt like she walked into the room, looked at me, noticed I was asleep, and then touched my head and gave me a kiss and walked out. Now, when she walked in, when I heard her walk in the room, I woke up. My eyes was closed, but I woke up. I thought she was going to ask me something. So I woke up, and I felt the fingertips touch the back of my head, and I felt my head kind of get this weird little tingle on the inside, and I felt the really, really light. And I turned directly around, and the room was empty. So I sat up, and I said, oh, okay. Came out here and noticed she was in the kitchen. Told her what happened as soon as it happened, right? So after that, I honestly sat in here one day when he started moving shit around again and fucking with the lights. Like, he was making the lights flicker and stuff. So I told him that he had to leave. But the thing about me is I don't just like banish spirits to go and you know, haunt somebody else. I send you on your way. So I called in my angels and my spirit guides and my ancestors to come in and help this guy move on if he was willing to do so. And he was willing to do so. He just didn't know where to go or how to do it. So we helped him. He moved on. He's gone. My house is clean. That was the spirit I brought with me from New Orleans.
Whatever this thing was followed her even after she went off to college. Story time. When I was a teenager, I used to hear snoring right outside my bedroom window. At first, I tried to convince myself that maybe it was some sort of animal that sounded like a snore, but no matter how I tried to rationalize it, this snore just sounded way too human-like for it to be made by any type of animal. At first, I was terrified. I would peek through the blinds to try to figure out where the noise was coming from. I would go and tell my parents about it, and they tried to convince me that maybe it was just the wind, or maybe it was just my own snoring that was somehow reflecting off of the window, which made absolutely no sense to me. After a few months of this happening, I honestly just started getting used to it. I would even make jokes about it with my friends, and it just became like my snoring ghost friend. Eventually, I graduated from high school and I ended up going away for college. At this point, I'm living in a new state, new town, new building. I'm in a dorm room on the 5th floor. On the very first night of me moving into my new dorm room, I don't hear any snoring, and it's probably the most peaceful sleep that I have had in years. In my mind, I try to just convince myself that maybe I just imagined the whole thing. Now I'm in a new place and I don't hear the snoring, and this is amazing. It wasn't until the 3rd week of me living in my dorm room that one night I'm laying in bed, I happen to wake up to the snoring once again, the same exact sound, the same exact rhythm. Like, it was identical snoring. Now, this is the part that completely sent chills down my spine, is that I am currently now on the 5th floor. There's no ledge, there's no ladder, there's no way that it could be coming from the roof. The windows are sealed shut, so there's no explanation as to where the snoring is coming from. That's when it hit me. The sound had absolutely nothing to do with the house that I grew up in. The sound was with me. It followed me. It was attached to me. I tried to record it so I can at least show my roommate, but anytime I would record the audio would never record. My roommate also says that she doesn't hear the snoring, so it's gotten to the point where it's literally only me. I'm the only one being affected by it. Till this day, I have no idea what it is, so if anybody has any suggestions of any idea what could this snoring be coming from, I'm definitely open. You guys can comment down below. I'm trying to figure out, I'm trying to help her out as well.
Damn, Susie, that's crazy. You know what else is crazy? When I was like 13 years old, me and my sister shared a room, and one day I woke up in the middle of the night and she was sitting at the edge of her bed looking out the window. I thought kind of creepy. I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "Shh, come over here." So I go over there, go to the window, sit next to her. I'm like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "Wait and watch." So she's looking out our window. We're peeking out of our blinds. I'm looking. I'm like, what is going to happen? All of a sudden, it's 3 a.m. All of a sudden, a little boy, maybe 4, 5 years old, runs down the street in his pajamas. Just runs down the street past our house. And I looked at her and I said, "Is that a kid?" She said, "Yes." And she's like, "But wait." So I wait, and we're still peeking out the window. Then, little boy runs back, and you can hear us running, and just goes out of sight both ways. And he's doing that, and I was like, "What is happening?" And she's like, "He has been doing that for the last, 10 minutes. She got woken up by his little pitter-patter running, because we would sleep with our window open. We were on the 2nd floor. We'd sleep with our window open, and she heard him. So she's been watching him. And I was like, "That's creepy as hell. It's 3 a.m. Why is this kid by himself?" She's like, "I don't know, but grab your camera." So I said, "Okay." And we were feeling weird. It was weird. I've been filming my whole life since I was 8 years old. So I had cameras all around. So I grabbed my camera and we stick my little camera lens, like the little point and shoot. We stick it through the blinds. We're open the blinds, stick it through. Okay. This little boy is running. I click record. The second I click record, this little boy stops in the middle of the street, running. He stops, middle of the street, and turns and looks directly at us in the window. He just stops, turns, and looks up, and we make eye contact, and me and my sister just fling off the bed. We jump out. We're like, "What just happened? That was creepy." What? Spring up. She's like, "Oh my gosh, did you get that?" And I was like, "I think so." I look at my camera. It's off. My camera's off. She goes, "What do you mean it's off?" I said, "I don't know. It won't turn on. It's just not turning on." She says, "Well, is it dead?" I said, "No, it was fully charged." We look out the window. The little boy's gone. We look at my camera again. After a few minutes, it turns back on. There was nothing there. I didn't get it. Even though I clicked record, and I saw the second I clicked that button, he turned and looked right at us. And yeah, pretty sure we saw a little ghost boy. I mean, our childhood home was haunted and we saw other things, so.
So this guy says that when he was younger, one of his distant aunts passed away. He says that he really didn't know her, but he could tell the big impact that her death made on the family. Since they all traveled into the town that she passed away at, they sent him to go and spend the night with his cousins. He explains how they weren't going to stay at the cousin's house, but at their cousin's grandmother's house. He had never met their grandmother until then, and he explains how she was really nice and even asked him to call her Mama Carmen. And no, it was not his grandmother. He was related to the uncle. The aunt was by law married, and his aunt, so it was the mom's mom, so not his grandmother, but his cousin's grandmother. I hope that makes sense. He explains that Mama Carmen's house was really big and it was made out of wood and it was so pretty, but he knew that there was just something off or weird about it. So when nighttime came, they directed him to this really big room in the house, and the older cousin said something to him that just threw him off. Before walking out of the bedroom, his cousin tells him, "Hey,
whatever you do, just don't respond to them. And he was like, what? What do you mean? And the cousin tells him, just don't respond to the voices. Don't respond to the thing that's gonna talk to you from under the bed. Bitch, if you think I was about to stay there, I'm gonna go wherever you're going after that, because what the hell? However, he knew his cousins and how much they play around and all the pranks they've done on him in the past, so he was just like, ugh, this is another prank, so whatever, yeah, I won't listen to the voices. He also admits that when his cousins would stay at his house, he would also scare them, so obviously he just thought this was a joke. So he ends up falling asleep and then wakes up to a voice calling him by his name. He thought he was dreaming, but as he opened his eyes, he could have sworn that he heard that last little Felipe. Not me giving myself goosebumps right now. So he's laying there very still, awake, and hears nothing. And as he's drifting off to sleep again, he hears that voice again. This time, he recognized the voice calling him by name. It had been a very long time since he had heard that voice. It was almost like he had forgotten what that voice sounded like, and it was because it was his mom's voice. His mother, who was no longer living. He immediately gets up and starts walking towards the door. He says he doesn't even want to look back. He doesn't even have the courage to look back and see what is underneath the bed, but he exits the room. However, when he finally makes it to the door where his cousins were sleeping, he said that he felt embarrassed. He thought to himself, if I go in there and tell them that I'm scared or tell them that I heard voices, they're never gonna let it go. I'm gonna have to hear this for the rest of my life, and he didn't want to deal with that. He said that it took him a minute to grow some courage, but he just turned around and went right back to the bedroom that he was sleeping in. He walks down the hallway, goes into the room, lays down, and he's laying there for a good minute. And finally, he is drifting off to sleep, and that is when he hears the voice again. Felipe, I forgive you. You have nothing to forgive me for, he said, half asleep, responding to the voice. You wish for me to die, but I forgive you. The voice responded. So this is where Felipe finally starts telling us a story about what happened with his mom back when she was alive. And he says that he has to confess something that he had never told anyone. His mom was really sick, so sick that she fell into like some sort of paralysis on her body. And he had to take care of the mom because the dad basically abandoned them when this happened because he couldn't deal with it. So can you imagine, like, the mom fell into paralysis, the dad left because he just couldn't deal with it, and he left his son to take care of a fully grown adult. He does say that the dad did continue to send them money to help out around the house, but he never showed up. He stopped playing outside with the neighborhood kids. He stopped doing his homework. He didn't go to school anymore. And all he did all day long, 24/7, was to take care of his mom. And he admits that at that time, he really hated his life and everybody who was in it. And yes, it's true. He really wished for his dad to die for doing this to him, but he also admits that he wished for his mom to die as well. He says that he doesn't wish her dead the same way he wished his dad dead. He wished her dead just so that she can get some peace, so that she wouldn't be in pain, and so that he can also just be a kid again. And he says that it was really hard to take care of her because she couldn't eat by herself, she couldn't shower by herself, she couldn't even go to the restroom. So it was things that he had to do for her, and it was a lot. But that desire for his mom to die was something that he never told anyone, not a single soul. And this is in fact the very first time that he's writing this down for this podcast to share with the world. So we go back to the voice telling him that she forgives him for wishing her dead. He is more asleep than awake when he asks for forgiveness to the voice that sounds like his mom. He admits that he doesn't know if it was really his mom or what was underneath that bed, but because of what the voice said, he wanted to ask for forgiveness, and he actually put his hand down underneath the bed. He didn't know what he expected. He didn't know if he expected somebody to grab his hand, for someone to say that he's forgiven, but he put his hand down there and actually fell asleep with his hand just hanging there. After falling asleep, he was awoken by a weird sound, and when he opened his eyes, it's when he felt a sensation of something touching his hand. He explains how the hand felt really rough, and it was definitely coming from underneath that bed. At first, he thought he was dreaming, but no, this was definitely not a dream. He was definitely awake. So by this point, the hand was already grabbing at his chest, and he was terrified. He said his heart was beating so fast. However, his curiosity won over the fear that he was feeling. So he literally moved to the edge of the bed and looked to see what was coming out from underneath the bed. What he saw was this very long, gray, old-looking hand coming from underneath that bed. It was fucked up. It was scary. As he was looking at the hand, he could see his hand next to that other hand, so he knew he was awake, but he couldn't take in what he was seeing. It was a lot and it was crazy. He said at that point his body became very cold. He was very stiff, and he can still look at his hand and at the hand grabbing at it now, like they're trying to pull him down. And in that very moment, as he's being pulled down, the voice is saying, "I forgive you. I forgive you. I forgive you." Over and over again. It was at this moment that voice completely changed. It didn't even sound like his mom's voice anymore, and it sounded like it was making fun of him. So now the voice was like mocking him, saying, "Do you forgive me? Do you forgive me?" Like over and over. He said that the way the voice changed was like it was using his mom's voice, and then all of a sudden it was just not his mom at all. So like it was trying to trick him. For some reason, this reminds me of Leprechaun. Have you guys seen it, where like his voice changes? That was also the moment where he remembered what his cousin told him. If a voice is talking to you, do not respond. He wanted to take that advice, so he decided to stay quiet, but at that moment it was too late. He had already talked back to the voice. Without knowing what to do, he said that he literally bit his mouth so that he wouldn't talk anymore, closed his eyes, and just stayed very still. He even tried to like let go of the hand that was holding him, but the more he tried to let go of the hand, the more the hand was trying to pull him underneath the bed. "Felipe, let me go. I'm getting scared. I can't do it. Felipe, let me go. Felipe, let me go." That's what the voice was telling him now. He finally understood that that was not his mom. That was not his mom's ghost. That was not his mom at all. It was actually the complete opposite of what his mom was. So he fought. He said that he fought for the longest time. He tried to hit. He tried to hold on to the bed. He was not about to let this thing drag him under. And he was successful because it finally like let go of his hand from all the fighting that he was doing. And when that happened, he immediately turned to like the side of the bed where the wall is, where that thing cannot reach him. He said that he sat there next to the wall on the bed, just like waiting for a hand to come up and try to get him again. And it was like the longest silence he had ever experienced. But that was also when the sun finally came out and he heard somebody in the kitchen. He literally jumped off the bed to the door into the kitchen, and it was Mama Carmen that was in there. He told Mama Carmen everything that had happened in the bedroom the entire night. He admits that she never interrupted him. She heard everything he had to say. When he finally finished telling her what happened, she just looked at him, smiled at him, and said, "You shouldn't give anything that much importance." That surely it was a hallucination or he was dreaming. That maybe it was because of him going to the cemetery and funerals because of that aunt that passed away that might have caused him to hallucinate or have these types of dreams. She also asked him not to pay attention or to listen to his cousins because they're little scaredy cats and they also love scaring people but were scared as well. She told Felipe that they used to sleep in that bedroom and then didn't want to sleep in that bedroom anymore, so maybe they made it up so that no one could sleep in there. Sorry, what? You're telling me that they've experienced this, but you're saying they made it up because what? She said that she believes that they made up this story so that they can move out of that bedroom and somebody else occupy the space that they were always scared to sleep in. He admits that he would have loved to believe her saying that they made this up, but how would they explain the voice? How could he explain the things that the voice was saying that only he knew? Now I'm curious as to what his cousins experienced in that room, because it's obvious that they've experienced something. He was like, there's no way that they could have pranked me with my mom's voice and saying things that I had never told anybody. So yeah, she doesn't want me to be scared, but I believe my cousins and I believe they experienced something in there. He also says that he's never gonna forget what that hand looked like. Like, that was not a dream. That was not something that he dreamt of. He was awake and he was there. But man, I would not know what to do if that happened to me. What do you guys think?
When I got my first apartment, my mom gave me this big armchair that she had had since she was in college. It's big and cozy, and I love reading in it. Still have it. It was around this time I started dating a guy from one of my classes. He started sleeping over in my apartment a lot because he was a commuter, and since I was so close to campus, it made sense that he could just wake up in the morning and go to class. But we started fighting. A lot. Whenever he was in my apartment, he would accuse me of moving his stuff around. He would complain that it was cold. He would just get really agitated. He had issues at the time that were outside of the apartment, but something about the apartment just seemed to make them worse. One night, we fell asleep together after a pretty bad argument. I woke up later and thought I was having a panic attack because I couldn't move. Then I looked over where my chair was. There was a little old man in his late 50s in a three-piece suit, sitting on my ottoman, just watching. He didn't say anything. He didn't do anything. He didn't have any ire directed at me. But what he did have was a very cold look towards my boyfriend. The ghost was not the dangerous thing. It was the person I was sleeping next to. I think the ghost was trying to get him to leave. The ghost was right.
A concept that will never ever sit right with me is the idea of renovating your house and then finding something like a room or a hidden staircase or anything else within the house that you didn't originally know about. Because what do you mean it's demo day and now there's a creepy little hidden crawl space that looks like it was made for kidnapping people? One of the craziest cases of this happened in Jefferson, Texas. This couple ended up purchasing property and they wanted to make it into a bed and breakfast situation. And the second that they purchased the property and actually started renovating, the first thing that they found was a hidden room. It was extremely tiny with a low ceiling and no decorations. And for those of you who don't know, a lot of the times in the 19th century and sometimes even early 20th century, there was a secret room that was put into houses in order to hide a certain member of the family away from the world, whether that was due to disabilities, mental illness, or an unwanted pregnancy. This is an area that would remain very, very tucked away from everyone else. So the owner's realizing, oh, we might have just stumbled upon one of these. As he goes on, he ends up renovating a totally different room and finds a hidden staircase. This staircase leads all the way up to that room. So you can only imagine that that room maybe used to be a master bedroom at some point, and that even later on than that, he finds another small room with original wallpaper and everything. And you might be thinking, wow, this is all a really strange occurrence, but at least that's it, right? No, wrong. He continues to renovate the downstairs and ends up finding an entire floor of crystals underneath the floorboards. Crystals. On top of this, he ends up receiving and looking over the original blueprints of the place and seeing that it also has a basement. To this day, does not know how to access the basement or where to go. He's also had multiple people approach him saying that they do have memory of a basement whenever they were there like decades ago. And that someone may or may not have been down there. So as you can imagine, if you've seen any kind of horror movie in the history of ever, possibly stuff's gonna go down. It doesn't take long for things to start, and it all starts with a little redheaded boy. The owner of the property, Jeremy, was upstairs fixing one of the rooms whenever he heard a whistle. I'm not very good at whistling. He looks up to see a little redheaded kid peek from under the bed and then go back in. I feel like if you're anything like me and I saw something like that, I would be like, that's just my imagination. My eyes are just playing tricks on me. It's fine. There is no imaginary child running around these halls. Well, whenever they ended up opening some months later, they noticed that one of their guests was standing very annoyed in the middle of the hallway. Jeremy approached her to ask her if everything was okay, and she was like, just waiting for your son to come back. Sorry, what? And she's like, your son told me to meet him over here. He was going to show me something. I don't know where he is now. And he's like, ma'am, can you describe this kid to me? And she's like, he's got red hair, overalls. And he's like, okay, yeah, my son doesn't have red hair. He's somewhere. He's not even here today. He's probably in school. And he's like, ma'am, that's not my son. He was also thinking, I don't have any other kid with red hair staying here tonight. So thankfully, he had up some cameras. So he decided to pop up the Ring camera just to see who she was talking to and realized that she was talking to herself. This spooked him, spooked her, but was literally only the beginning of everything that was about to go down. Because it seems as though that every single discovery that was made there woke something up. One of the days that both the owner and his daughter were actually sitting in the hidden room in the attic, they decided to have a little investigation up there, see if they saw anything, take some pictures, especially because of all the reports that had been happening. And while he's in there taking photos, they get a little freaked out because there's this photo of a boy that shows up. And I don't know if you can make it out in this picture, but I see him pretty clearly, but hey, maybe it's dust. As time goes on, the owner actually reports starting to see things in the hallway. And I also want you guys to know that he has such a particular collection in these hallways. These are not normal hallways. These are hallways that are decorated with things from horror movie sets, haunted objects from around the world. And one of the days that he walks out of one of the rooms and looks down the hallway, he feels like he sees something and completely stops dead in his tracks. And later, going to the other camera that was pointed in that direction at the exact same time that he stops, he sees a blur go across the camera, which you guys can see the blur just go on past. I'm so glad that he's been documenting this stuff on YouTube, because one of the freakiest videos that I've seen that he's posted is this one right here, where in the downstairs in a room that no one was booked in for that night, there is a face that peers out and then just casually goes back in. Not to be dramatic, but that gives me the deepest of chills and does not sit right with me. Which there was not a single guest in the hotel downstairs that night. He keeps renovating. Things are getting worse. Things literally start to fall off the shelf at random times with absolutely nothing around to cause something like this. And then people in the hotel actually start to hear audible voices. One of the times that this happened, there's a little boy who's exploring around the hotel when he hears this. And you can hear him stop and respond to it. It sounds very, very faint in one camera, but whenever they go to the camera on the other side, you can hear the voice a lot better. Hey. Hey, you. There is no kid hiding underneath that pool table. There's no kid hiding anywhere there. And the owner believes that that is the voice of the boy with the red hair. But one particular video that he posted that freaks me out more than the others, he posted because he woke up in the middle of the night hearing a child in his bed laugh twice. He took out his phone and started to film and filmed this creepy little face And as you watch it, you can actually see the expression on the face change. And you can kind of see where the placement is of the face and the box. And just a few moments later, whenever he kind of freaked out for a second, he filmed back over in that same spot again. You can see the same box. There's nothing there. There's not a mask sitting down or anything like that. But literally going back to that first video, it can't be a mask because you can see that face physically change. And after talking to the owners, it seems like there is story on top of story on top of story, and things just keep getting more bizarre. There is a haunted doll there that moves at random. There are people that report having things being written in their mirror. Sometimes people will even say that there's something that will follow them home afterwards. So I would like to go and check out this place myself. In the next video, I'm gonna go and investigate.
Ready for some creepy shit that'll mess with your head? So there is a 2-year-old kid in Louisiana by the name of James, right? Normal family, normal life. But this kid starts having horrifying nightmares about being trapped in a burning airplane, screaming that he can't get out. And as a mom, like, oh, poor kid. But here's the thing. This toddler who can barely talk starts dropping these insane details like, my name is James and I flew off the Natoma. His parents are like, what's a Natoma? And then he mentions his buddy Jack Larson, like they're war buddies. So his parents start digging, and you guys, the USS Natoma Bay, that's a real World War II ship. And James McCready Huston Jr., that's a real pilot who died in Iwo Jima in 1945. And Jack Larson, still alive. When they meet, this now 4-year-old walks up to an 80-year-old stranger and they start talking like they're old friends. This case has actually been studied by the University of Virginia for 20 years, and no one can explain how a toddler knew classified military details about some random's pilot death that wasn't even in public records. This is 100% documented and real.
What you're looking at is hands down one of the most unsettling, disturbing, and also most debated images ever taken. This photo was taken just moments after a violent car accident in 1984 that left one teenager dead on impact. His neck snapped as his car spun out of control and hit a tree. And as usual, when police arrived, they pulled out a camera and started documenting the scene. Back then, the officer was using a film camera, and when he had the film developed, this image stood out and honestly really scared him. In the photo, you can see what appears to be a ghostly face, frozen in terror, hovering above the crushed car. It's very unsettling, distorted, and it looks like their mouth is wide open in an agonizing scream. This is creepy, yes, but that's not what really scared him. What creeped him out was that this face eerily resembled the teenager who died in the car crash. And at the time this photo was taken, he was already dead and had been for some time. But this image looks identical to him. Some think this photo caught his ghost or soul, confused and shocked, leaving his body. Others think it was a simple camera anomaly like a double exposure. All I know is that this photo became known as the Screaming Spirit, and it is an extremely unsettling story, so let's talk about it. This is John Bulwar. He was 16 years old when he died in a sudden and violent car accident. At around 7:15 p.m. on December 27th, 1984, he and 3 of his friends took off to go to a Prince concert. They were all super excited for this and just being typical teenagers, but they never made it to the concert. As they were driving down Edgecombe Road in St. Paul, Minnesota, the night air suddenly grew really foggy. The driver made their way around a curve on this remote road going about 40 miles per hour, but at some point they lost control of the car and spun out, violently crashing head-on into a tree. John, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, died on impact as his neck snapped, but his 3 friends managed to escape the wreckage with only minor injuries. Within minutes, a couple of officers with the St. Paul PD were on the scene, who at first glance saw 3 teenagers standing outside of the crushed car. It was 2 16-year-old boys and 1 15-year-old girl who seemed okay, but they were really scared for their friend John, who was still inside the car and not moving. When Officer Brian Coyle looked inside the car, he saw John wedged under the dashboard on the passenger side. He had no visible injuries other than a little bit of blood coming from his nose, and Officer Coyle said it kind of just looked like he was sleeping. But sadly, John suffered a severe broken neck as the car slammed into the tree, and he died instantly. At the time of the crash, he'd been sitting with his back up against the passenger side door, not against the seat as one would typically sit. So once he assessed the other teenagers, Officer Coyle took out the department's 35mm film camera and began to process the scene. As standard practice, he documented the accident site from all different angles, and this also included photos of John's body. Once he was finished, he went back to the police station, filed some paperwork, and turned in the roll of film to the technicians to be developed. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, but a few days later, the technician called Officer Coyle and told him that he needed to show him something pretty urgently. When Officer Coyle got the photos back, this one sent chills up his spine, as it did for the technician. In the photo, which is clearly of the crumpled car, you can see a face looking down above it at about a 45-degree angle. This ghostly face looks frozen in terror, its mouth wide open in an agonizing, silent scream. And this is already pretty unsettling given the circumstances. But what's so eerie about this photo is that this screaming face mysteriously resembles John's face, who died instantly in the crash. He obviously wasn't outside of the vehicle, let alone above it, since he was already deceased at this point. So what the heck is this, and why does it look exactly like John? So Officer Coyle asked the technician what's going on in this photo, looking for any sort of explanation, but even the technician couldn't give him an answer. But this wasn't the only photo that was unsettling. The other photos that Officer Coyle took had lights streaming through it, and one photo of John at the accident site showed red beams of light coming out of his body. So according to Officer Coyle, he took these photos to several different photo shops in the area, and he asked numerous experts to analyze them to try and offer some sort of explanation. But again, no one had any answers for him. Over the years, this unsettling photo has gone viral, and because of its unexplained creepy nature, it's become known as the Screaming Spirit. It's been the topic of major debate, and although we don't know what's really going on in the image, there are a few theories. Theory number one, which a lot of people believe, is that Officer Coyle caught John's soul leaving his body. Remember, these photos were taken just moments after he died, and some think that this is really John's face, that he's screaming and looks terrified because his soul was disoriented due to dying very suddenly, and because he was confused and trying to get help. Some psychics and mediums have weighed in on this photo and said that in many tragic deaths, the soul doesn't immediately realize that it has passed, and that John was surprised by his death and just trying to understand what just happened. Others say they can also see another object behind what appears to be John's face, and it resembles one of his old childhood dogs that had also passed away, which is also creepy. The only other theory, which many think is more logical, is that the photos were just the result of a camera anomaly. Since it was super dark out and had some reflections from nearby lampposts, they think the camera just malfunctioned. Cameras and photo development back then are known to obviously not be as good as today. Some think the Officer Coyle accidentally forgot to manually advance the film before documenting John's body, resulting in a double exposure. That maybe what we're looking at is actually another photo of John's real body that I guess just accidentally bled into another photo of the accident site. But if that was the case, the only question I have is why does it look like he's screaming? If he had already been dead and looked as if he was just sleeping, according to Officer Coyle, why did it now look like he was screaming in agonizing pain or terror? I guess that part doesn't really make sense to me. I feel like if it was a photo of his body that night at the scene, it wouldn't look like this. Going with this theory, some think that the camera was moved before the aperture closed, and that's why you have all of these lights and streaks in the image. This is a screenshot from an article by Skeptical Inquirer that I found to be really interesting. They go into detail about the background of photography and what likely caused these images to turn out this way, so pause to read if you'd like. But here's my issue with this theory that kind of makes me question it. Officer Coyle had the camera that he used to take these crime scene images with inspected for any damages, or really anything at all that would have caused this to happen. But the camera was perfectly fine. There were no technical faults or anything wrong with it at all. And Officer Coyle said that he thoroughly reviewed the accident site, and there were no physical objects in the way that could account for this apparition. In a later interview with Officer Coyle, he went on to say in regards to this ghostly face, quote, "The figure appeared to be an agony and had a distinct profile. There were some images on the pictures that definitely weren't there when I took the photos, and that I didn't have an explanation for. I just couldn't explain what it was." End quote. I don't know what to believe about this image other than the fact that it is incredibly unsettling. I mean, you can't deny that it definitely resembles John, which is so eerie. I came across this photo and story the other day, and I literally cannot stop thinking about it and what John went through, which must have been horrifying. It's something that to this day really has no explanation. In my mind, simply cannot comprehend that. But it's now been 41 years, and whatever happened when these photos were taken remains a mystery.
Debbie the Demon was not something I was planning on learning about today. I had to come take a walk because I think this is the scariest story I've ever heard. Vicky and Cindy are twins. They were born in 1955, and in 1965, when they were 10, they moved from Connecticut to Pennsylvania. Their dad had gotten a new job. They didn't have any siblings. It was just the two of them. They were very close. They were inseparable. They played together all of the time until they had been living at this new house for about 2 months when Cindy got sick. Vicky said it was no big deal at first. It was just a stomach bug, and the mom separated them. So she made her stay in the bedroom and she wouldn't let them play together. But then that's when Vicky started hearing Cindy talking to someone else. She stuck her head in the bedroom door and asked her, like, who are you talking to? Oh, well, I'm talking to Debbie. Who's Debbie? She's nice. She has blonde hair. She is wearing a pink dress. She has ruffled socks, and she wants to have a tea party. Okay, great. I love tea parties. When you're better, we'll have one. Debbie said you can't come. Why not, Debbie? Debbie said she doesn't like you. Why? Cindy then tells Vicky, don't worry about it. Duh, she's going to worry about it. So she went straight to her mom, tells her mom everything that's going on. She tells her, you know, don't worry about it. Cindy's just been sick. She's probably just like dreaming it anyway. There's no Debbie. Don't worry. Cindy gets better. Weeks go on of her talking about Debbie coming to play with her, Debbie in the pink dress, all of the things. Vicky keeps on like, please let me just like hang out with you. Let me hang out when you're talking to Debbie. I mean, no, she wouldn't do it. She starts distancing herself. She spends time alone. You know, it's really like upsetting Vicky. Here's where it gets real scary, you guys, because one day she heard Cindy in there talking to Debbie, and she peeks in and she sees this old lady with this hunchback. She said it had like ripples on her back. She's in a pink dress, but the dress is like tattered and just like distorted, and like Debbie's like glitching. She sees her. She sees her sitting on the bed, but she looks nothing like the sweet little blonde girl that Cindy had been talking about. She can see Cindy, Debbie on the bed. Vicky's in the hallway, right? They don't know that Vicky's in the hallway. Then Vicky gets a little closer to the door. She said that she put her hand on the door and it creaked a little bit, and immediately the scary Debbie like turned into that little girl, like slammed the door open and screamed out, who's on your bed? And cute little girl Debbie disappeared instantly. See, that's why she doesn't like you, because you're so rude. You scared her. Vicky tells her, listen, that's not a little girl. That is like something evil. That was like an old scary woman sitting on your bed. She had humps coming out of her back. I saw it all. Cindy was having no part of it. And that night, Vicky wakes up to scary Debbie sitting across her, holding her to the bed, telling her to stay away from Cindy. She's screaming in her face like, get away from Cindy. Vicky's screaming her head off, and the mom comes running in. The dad comes running in. They're like, what's going on? You know, what's happening? She tries to tell them everything that's going on. This continues on for a few weeks, never getting rid of Debbie, but the dad ended up like a promotion or something, and they like asked him if he would be okay to like relocate to the other coast. So he went from the East Coast to the West Coast. So when they packed up and left, Debbie stayed at that house. But she said growing up, she kept in touch with some friends from that town, and the people that moved in after that started seeing Debbie too.
I've been delivering mail to a house that was never there. All right, y'all. So I've been delivering mail on this route for like a couple weeks now, I say. And it's always this one house that always stood out. Like, it's this big wraparound porch. It got like blue peeling paint or something like that. And it's this older woman who just like sit by the window smiling like she's just like waiting for me every day. Like she have nothing else to do. So she always called me like son, and I handed her mail like through like, you know, this little cracked door. So I'm thinking she, you know, a sweet old lady. But today I turned down the same street and the house was gone. Not like empty. I mean, like it was gone. Like nothing but like overgrown lot and rusted mailbox, like leaning sideways. And I even asked the neighbor, I'm like, you know, what happened to the house that was next door? Y'all, she looked at me like I was crazy, and she was like, that house has been empty for like 20 years. What? So the crazy part is, in my bag today, I still had a letter like from that same address, and it was stamped like 2003, and the envelope felt like cold, like somebody just like pulled it out the freezer or something like that. So I'm standing there with the letter in my hand, just staring at this empty lot, and y'all, I swear I can feel her just like watching me from like nowhere. Like I felt like she was still there. I don't know, chat. I don't know if there's some eerie stuff going on out here, but I don't know. What y'all think, chat?
Story time on why we had to get my house blessed and saged because there were paranormal activities going on. Okay, I'm just gonna tell like a few incidences that happened. Let me know if you guys want more because there's like a bunch, but I'll try to like tell the most like interesting ones. By the way, these experiences have happened to everyone in the house, so I won't be just telling like my stories, I'll be telling like other people's in the house's stories. So this actually happened, I want to say, about a year ago. My sister's fiance was here because she lived at the house with him, and his name is David. Okay, the rest of us were out of town. I don't remember, I think we were at a volleyball tournament, but the rest of us were out of town. My sister was with us. No one was home except for David. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, my sister's getting spam calls from David, and so it like wakes everyone up, and she answers the phone, and she's like, what's going on? And David goes, I can hear your mom calling me to come upstairs. I'm in the basement. I can hear her on top of the stairs telling me to come up. And in the background of this phone call, the dogs are going crazy, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind, my mom is with us. We're out of state. She's not home. She is with us. But David's like, it's her voice. She's telling me to come upstairs. If you don't know what this is called, it's a mimic. You don't ever want to follow mimics because they're dangerous. So we tell David to stay in the bedroom. You can't go upstairs. Like, you can't do anything. Just stay until it calms down. So there's that. There's not much to the rest of that story. He stayed downstairs, blah, blah, blah. That same weekend we were out of town. I think this was the next night. He told us that he heard like a whole conversation going on upstairs and people walking upstairs. Keep in mind, he's home alone. That wasn't a real person. I've also had the same experience, but I wasn't home alone. I was just like in my bedroom, and my dad was like out of town, but he was coming home that day, and I had just woken up from a nap. Hadn't even checked my phone yet, but I heard my dad like calling for me, and having a conversation with my sister. So I go outside my room and I'm like, Dad, like, are you home? Like, I can't wait to see you. And I was just like calling for him because like I didn't hear him anymore. So I checked Life 360 because I was like, what the heck, where is he? Because I can't find him. He's still 2 hours away and my sister isn't even home, so it's not possible that I heard those two having a conversation. Yeah. Another thing that happened to me, this was like, I want to say like 10 years ago. I was down in the basement. There's a wall, and then there's a door right here that leads into the laundry room. And this door was open. We had like all the lights off in the basement, and we were watching a movie. This was me and my older sister. We were watching a movie, chilling out. She ended up falling asleep like halfway through the movie. And I'm watching the movie, and in my peripheral vision, I see a very tall man standing in the doorway of my laundry room. I look over, it's gone. And I look back at the TV, because I'm like, oh, I just like saw something that wasn't there. Look back at the TV in my peripheral vision, he's very clearly still standing there. So I look over again, gone. Look at the TV, there. This is what is called shadow people. They aren't known to be like dangerous or anything. They were kind of just there. You see them in your peripheral vision. The same thing happened at night. I was sleeping in my bed. I was facing the wall. I opened my eyes for some reason, standing right over me. And so I whipped my head around, gone. But still in my peripheral vision, standing right over me. I froze. I don't know what to do in this situation. So I just froze, put my head over my blanket,
went back to sleep. Yeah, scary. I don't even like thinking about it. This happened to my older sister, so I'm telling it from her perspective. She was home with her friend. Her friend, like, says this whole story is true. It's not like she's just, like, making it up. Her friend, like, accounts for it, too. They were moving something. They were just sitting in her room upstairs, and all of a sudden, the drum set from downstairs starts playing. Nobody's home, but it's playing, like, actually playing. It's not like something fell on it and it just, like, started playing. Like, it started playing. And drum sets are something that just, like, start playing on their own. Like, you need to actually hit them. So something was hitting them, and it wasn't just, like, one hit. It was several. And then the whole temperature in the house dropped, and it was, like, freezing. And then, like, doors started slamming. And so she ran out of the house, which was her friend. And then they called her friend's mom and had the whole house saged. So this was like years ago. We had the house blessed previously, but I don't know what that was, but that's scary. And I'm still terrified of this house.
So I just heard scratching, and as you can see, it's still day out, and that's the only time I really film these videos is during the day because I'm a scaredy cat. So I don't know what that's about, because I thought it was my boyfriend pranking me. So I looked outside and there's no one there. Only when I did the intro for this person. So I'm going to redo it, and if it happens again, I hope it's on video. So anyways, this story comes from Dakota, who opens the email like this. This is the story about a who disguised itself as a little girl and haunted me for 2 years. Dakota then gives us some background context and says that she's a medium. She has seen, felt, heard, and touched spirits since she was around 5 years old. Which in retrospect is really scary when you think about it. But she says it all started when she was staying at her mom's house 2 hours away. She had a friend who lived right in front of the woods, and they decided to play hide and go seek. So Dakota finds a great hiding spot in between a shed and a chain link fence. And she says she was hiding, looks over to her right, and on the other side of the fence is a little girl staring at her. And as soon as her and this little girl made eye contact, the little girl reached through the chain link fence and grabbed her wrist. Dakota yanks her hand back and looks back at this little girl, and she is not there anymore. It is also to be noted that this was around fall time, so there were leaves on the ground and branches and twigs and etc. And she didn't hear anyone walk away or run. So Dakota runs out, tries to tell her friend what had happened, and her friend is just not having it because she's scared. Fast forward 2 months, and she's back at her dad's house and having a sleepover with an old friend. As Dakota and her friend are talking to each other on her bed, she looks over at the doorway, and the little girl is standing right in the doorway. She didn't really think anything about it because at the time, all the neighbor kids were allowed to just kind of walk in her house. And I know families like that, so I understand. But she did a double take, and the little girl was gone the next time she looked. She asked her friend, "Did you see someone?" And her friend said, "No, I didn't see anyone." And Dakota said, "Little did I know this was the beginning of a 2-year ordeal." Dakota says every day since then, she sees this little girl in her house. And this little girl did not talk. She just stared at Dakota a lot of the time. And sometimes she would only show half of her face from around the corner. And I'm going to quote this. But her favorite thing to do was watch me sleep. Dakota includes in her email that she likes sleeping in complete darkness. And the only thing that is radiating light in her room is her alarm clock that is blue. And she says every single night she would wake up and see this little girl standing in the doorway, watching her sleep. Dakota says that the most active this little girl was when she was home alone, cleaning her room. Dakota, while cleaning her room, looks over into the living room, and just for some context, she lives in a trailer, so it's completely open concept, so you can look through rooms. She looks into the living room and sees a little girl standing there watching her. As soon as they make eye contact, the little girl runs into the kitchen. So Dakota follows her. And once she goes into the kitchen, the little girl's standing in front of the fridge. The moment they make eye contact, the little girl runs into her dad's room. So she goes into her dad's room. Nobody's there. She's looking around. Nothing. Hears a loud bang coming from the laundry room. Goes into the laundry room. Sees the little girl standing in front of the washer and dryer. Then she runs back into the kitchen, and Dakota didn't see her the rest of the day. And Dakota says that it was really common for this little girl to not speak ever, but she would want Dakota's attention, so she would run around and kick things and knock things off counters and slam cabinets, etc. But fast forward 2 years, and Dakota's obviously used to it by now, but she hasn't seen this little girl in 4 months. Until one day, she saw her in her dream, and it was Dakota's first lucid dream. Dakota says that she goes to sleep, wakes up, and everything in her dream feels so real. She turns over at the clock and it reads 3:16. When Dakota turns her head back around, there the little girl is. And she looks normal little girl that she's seen for the past 2 years at this point. And all of a sudden, this little girl starts to look really mangled and disgusting. She starts developing this smile and these teeth, and sprints at Dakota, where Dakota falls back in her bed and wakes up. Looks over at the clock, 3:16. Dakota gets up, goes to the bathroom, and as she's standing up from using the bathroom, the little girl is standing in the doorway. She looked like the same little girl that she's seen the past 2 years, until again, she looked really mangled and disgusting, and sprints at Dakota, where Dakota falls backwards, screaming. And they had this animal cage in their bathtub at the time that they were cleaning. Falls back on that, and she could feel the cage under her. But nonetheless, she wakes up again. And it is, again, 3:16 a.m. But at this point, Dakota is too scared to move and too scared to do anything, so she just sits there until the sun comes up, where she feels safe. Dakota then, that morning, started to feel this burning sensation on her back, goes and looks in the mirror, and there's a huge gash on her back from where she fell onto something. Her then best friend comes over later that day and also has spiritual connections, and tells her about this dream that she had where she was watching in third person and verbatim describes the dream that Dakota had twice. And at this point in time, Dakota did not tell her what was going on. Dakota then ends her email by telling us that if you see a clock or a phone in your dream, it means you're not really dreaming. And as corny as it sounds, she really and truly believes that this little girl was disguised as trying to get her when she was in her most vulnerable state, sleeping. But that experience was 5 years ago, and she hasn't seen that little girl since.
So this guy's name is Manuel, and he is a truck driver in Mexico. He says that the job is hard, it comes with a lot of responsibility, but that the pay is worth it. He also says that his job could be a little dangerous because sometimes he has to go through these streets and curves and hills. He has to be very, very careful. So on this particular night, he had been driving for a very long time, and he was in between Tamaulipas and San Luis Potosi. The streets were like in between hills and mountains, and it was very dangerous. And to top it all off, it started raining. He admits that when this happened, he was still like fresh. He hadn't had that much experience. So being that it was night, it was raining, he was driving between hills and curves. He got really nervous and a little bit scared. He was also very tired and sleepy. Again, he had been driving for a long time, and he knew that he was gonna have to stop somewhere just to get like at least an hour of sleep. He knew that the next truck stop was way too far away. He needed to get sleep because there's no way he was gonna make it there. He made the decision to find a spot where he can just put his truck on the side of the road and get some sleep. He ended up parking his trailer right next to this big hill, and it was like in a patch of forest, so he thought it'd be fine. But before he went back into that little cabin to go to sleep, he really had to go to the restroom. He turns his truck off, gets an umbrella, and walks towards the foresty part. On his way back to his truck after relieving himself, he noticed that the passenger side door was open, and that on the step of of how to climb onto that truck, there was footmarks but of a lot of mud. When he left this truck, he knew that both of the doors were closed, so there's no way that that door would have just opened on its own. So now he's terrified that somebody had climbed into his truck. He was really scared, but he started opening the passenger side door more and more, and when he did, he pushed the flashlight into the cabin and asked, "Who's there? Whoever's in here, you need to get out right now." But there was no response. Since he didn't hear anybody, he decided to slowly open up those curtains that lead you to the back cabin where they go to sleep, and before he could open them all the way, he heard a male voice crying and saying, "Save her, please save her." He said that as soon as he heard that, he just pushed the curtain to the side and there was nobody in there. He was so confused of how nobody was in the cabin because he clearly heard that voice coming from back there. He started getting really scared, and that's also when he noticed something on his bed. There was a baby carrier, really dirty, really old, on the corner of that bed that he didn't have with him. Like, there's no way that could have just appeared out of nowhere. That baby carrier was also broken in some parts, and he said that he just grabbed it and just threw it out of his truck. He had a really bad feeling, and he's like, I couldn't stay there. He literally turned on his truck and he decided that he was not gonna go to sleep. He was really nervous about what just happened to him, and also he was really tired. He hadn't been asleep for 20 hours. When he was finally starting to move that trailer to get the hell out of there, he hit something. He reversed the trailer a little bit and got out of it just to see what he had just hit. When he finally managed to see what he had just hit, he realized that there were 3 crosses made out of concrete, and he managed to break 2 of them with the trailer. When he started reading the crosses, he noticed that all 3 of them had said, "Rest in peace, Familia Peña." When he got a closer look, there was one of them that had a picture where it was a woman, a man, and a little baby. It was very obvious that this family maybe had a bad accident there and passed away. Everything that he had just experienced kind of made sense in that moment, and he could swear that the male voice that was crying and saying "save her" was probably of the father who had lost his life with his family, and that it was probably the poor dad who was asking him to save his child. He admits that he started crying in that moment where everything made sense, and it was because he himself was about to be a first-time dad. His wife was back home pregnant. He just can't imagine the amount of pain that the poor father is going through, that even after he has passed, he was still trying to save his family, his baby. He said that this incident, this story that he now shares with everybody, has marked him forever.
So this submitter's name was Sarah, and Sarah was born in the 80s in the state of Virginia. And in the state of Virginia in the 80s, you are not allowed to go to daycare unless you were potty trained. And at the time, she was 6 weeks old, so she obviously was not potty trained yet. So her parents both worked, and so they had to find someone to take her in. Well, her mom's sister had a best friend named Gloria, and Gloria had a little daycare at her house, and she took care of kids. And she was highly recommended because she was really good to these kids. So that is where they decided to take Sarah. Now, Sarah was really well taken care of. Gloria was great to her. Every single time her parents picked her up, she was happy, healthy. She was just great. They loved her. The only weird thing that they thought about the situation is they didn't really like her husband, Tim. They said that he was a little off. He was a little quiet, quirky, but they thought that maybe he was just like quiet, just a quiet person. So they kind of ignored it. And they ended up getting really close to Gloria because Sarah's mom's sister was close to her. So those 3 couples started hanging out a lot. Sarah's parents, her aunt and uncle, and Gloria and Tim. So these 3 couples are hanging out a lot for about a month or 2. And one day, Tim suggests that everybody plays with a Ouija board. And Sarah's mom at the time, who she told me had not found God yet, decided that, yeah, this would be a fun idea. Let's all do it. So they all started playing with the Ouija board. They did it about 2 or 3 times and nothing really happened. Until one day, Gloria comes to Sarah's mom and she says to her, "Listen, something really weird is going on. Tim is playing with this Ouija board every single night all by himself. Like, he is sitting in our room alone playing with this Ouija board, and he's telling me that he's talking to some alien." And she says, "He also told me that the alien's name is Rodentalk. That is what the Ouija board has told him. And Rodentalk wants to show himself to Tim, and he wants to do it on top of a mountaintop." So they decide that they're going to go to this mountaintop so that Rodentalk can show himself to Tim, and the others want to see it as well. So they actually ask Sarah's mom if she can babysit all of the kids while they go and do this. So they go and they do this. They come back and they say nothing happened. Now, Even though they didn't see anything that night, I believe that something did present itself. They just did not see it, because this is the start of a nightmare. So although nothing presented itself, Tim is still obsessed with this Ouija board, and it's all he does every single day. He just sits in his room and he plays with the Ouija board by himself. One day, Sarah's mom goes to drop her off to Gloria's house so that she can get babysat. Gloria comes to the door, she opens the door, and she does not look well. And she says to Sarah's mom, listen, I am so sorry, but you are going to have to find a different babysitter because I have to get a job. At the time, she did not have a job, so she was at the house with Tim all day. Not sure what their situation was, but she didn't have a job. She said, I need to get my kids out of here. I need to get out of here. There is something very wrong with him. All he does all day long is sits in the corner and plays with this Ouija board, and it's starting to become alarming. So I'm very sorry, but I can't watch Sarah anymore. And although Sarah's mom is upset about this because she needs to find a new babysitter, she's also really concerned for her friend Gloria because they have now become close. It's important to note that Tim and Gloria had 3 kids. They had 2 biological children, one 9-year-old son and one 5-year-old daughter. They also had a 7-year-old adopted son. So remember that. After Gloria tells Sarah's mom that she can't watch her anymore, Sarah's mom reaches out to her and is like, listen, are you okay? Like, is everything okay? Tell me what happened. Like, is there anything that I can do for you? And Gloria tells her something chilling. She tells Sarah's mom that one day she comes inside and she finds Tim in the corner facing the wall, shivering, crying, snot pouring out of his nose. He is absolutely petrified and whimpering like a child. And Gloria is like, what is wrong with you? What is going on? Like, are you good? Then looks over in the corner and there's just one shirt hanging up, just one random shirt. It's a red shirt and it's hanging up in the corner. She looks at the shirt, she looks at him, and she said, what is going on? And he goes, that shirt is possessed. That shirt is evil. At this point, Gloria is like, okay, we are done with this. You are done playing with the Ouija board. You are going to the doctor. You need to be put on medication. This is absolutely insane. So she takes him to the doctor, and of course he refuses to be on medication. So fast forward later on, it's fall now, and Gloria gets a secretary job, and her secretary job is only during school hours, so while her kids are in school. And one day she is at her job, and normally she takes her lunch break at the same time every single day, but a woman had come up to her and asked her if she could switch her and she could take her lunch break 30 minutes earlier and she could take hers 30 minutes later. So Gloria agrees. But while Gloria is gone, Tim calls the office and he says, you need to get home now. I brought the kids home from school. They aren't feeling well. Get home quickly. Well, she obviously wasn't there, and this was the 80s where no cell phones existed. So she didn't get the message until she got back to the office. So she's freaking out at this point, and she's like, oh my God, like, what's wrong with my kids? And she rushes home. And this is where I'm going to give you the trigger warning again. Please do not watch this if you are sensitive, because this is gruesome. What Gloria walked into, a mother should never, no one should ever have to experience this ever. Every single person in the house had been unalive, the children and Tim. I'm going to spare you the nitty-gritty details on here. I might do it on my YouTube. It's very hard to hear. It's hard to tell, honestly, but I'll give you some of them. Basically, a shiny object was used in order to first take the life of the youngest daughter. And the same thing with the 2 boys. The only thing is that the hearts were out, and he took a bite out of all of the hearts. And the shirt that he was wearing, you guessed it, was the red shirt that was hanging up. He then did something to himself that a coroner saw and actually quit after 42 years of being a coroner because of this situation. He himself 6 times in the to put it in and take it out and then do that 6 times, that's not humanly possible. This is so heart-wrenching. They actually saw Gloria about 35 years later, and like Sarah and her mom did, at a McDonald's, and as soon as they saw her, she dropped to the ground, started crying. This is 30 years later, mind you, and screamed, "He took my babies! He took my babies!" That just almost made me cry. They actually had to take her to the hospital. They had to call an ambulance that day, and that was 35 years later. So this poor woman, I can't even fathom. I guess that also Sarah and her mom were driving like past houses one day, and Sarah had no idea what house it was, and she looked over at a house as they were driving past, and she looks at her mom and she goes, something is radiating off that house and it is not good. Like, that house is scary. And her mom goes, that's the house. That is the house that happened in.
He calls himself Mike for the sake of this story. So in the early 90s, Mike is working as a manager at a fast casual restaurant. It was and still is a pretty popular chain. He's in his early 30s at this point. He has a kid that's a freshman in high school and then another one that's in 7th grade. He's a pretty simple guy. He's generally well liked at work. He brings his morning crew donuts. He brings his night crew candy. He tries to keep it pretty positive at work. And even though he's well liked as a manager, his employees are of transient nature. They're always coming and going. A lot of them are high schoolers because it's a pretty low paying job. Some of them are ex-cons because the business gets a tax break for every felon they hire. He actually knows a lot of the teenagers that he hires because his kids have grown up with them. So one day Mike's leaving work, he's pulling out of the parking lot and he feels somebody slam in the back of his truck and he gets out and he's like, what is this? And he sees Dee, it's one of his high school employees. And Dee jumps out of the car and he's freaking out and like hyperventilating because he's driving an old beater and his car is tore up. Mike looks at the damage on the back of his truck and he sees it's basically just a little tiny like cosmetic scratch, but this kid's car is ruined. And Mike actually knows Dee. Dee is the same age as Mike's oldest son, and Dee's from a troubled background, troubled family, and he actually has his own baby on the way. So Mike feels bad that Dee is so upset by this accident. And so when Dee asks him not to call the cops because he doesn't have insurance, Mike doesn't think twice about it. He's like, of course I'm not going to ruin your life over this. Dee's like, thank you so much. Like, I will pay you back for this scratch. Like, I swear to God, as soon as I get some money, I'll pay you back. He's like, don't even worry about it. A couple days go by, and Dee's having some trouble getting to and from work because his car is still in the shop. He can't afford to fix it, and he can't afford a new one. One day he comes up to Mike in the office. He's about to clock out, and he's like, hey man, like, I know you're getting off in an hour. Would you mind dropping me off at home? I don't have a ride today. Keep in mind, this is the early 90s, so like before Uber and Lyft, and Mike also said it was a small town, so it's not like cabs were readily available. Mike's like, of course I'll drive you home. Where do you live? And Dee tells him, and it's actually on the way back to Mike's house. So he's like, yeah, no problem. He drives him home that day. The house is like run down. There's weeds all over. Just not a good living environment. But Dee is super appreciative for the ride. He thanks him and gets out of the truck. This ride home situation becomes more frequent as the weeks go on, but Mike really doesn't mind. And then one day at work, Dee approaches Mike in the office and he's like, hey man, I'm having some problems with money. I really need to get some diapers for this new baby. Like, would you mind spotting me $20 until my check comes? And Mike is like a genuinely good person. So he's like, yeah, of course. Like, you know what? Don't even worry about the $20. And he gives it to him. It's not even payday yet when Dee comes back up and he asks him for $40. Mike shuts this down pretty quick. He's like, hey, I'm your employer. It's not appropriate for me to be giving you money all the time. I was happy to help. I'm always happy to help, but I can get you some more hours. I can get you maybe some overtime. Just like, let me know what you need. He's like, okay, sorry for asking. Thanks anyway. He comes up to him again and he says, Mike, I really need your help with something. My girl and I are trying to get an apartment for the new baby and we don't have enough credit, so we need a co-signer. Like, would you be willing to do that for me? And Mike does feel bad, but ultimately he says no because he has his own kids to take care of and he can't afford to be co-signing for somebody he barely knows. And when he tells Dee no, he sees his face go dark. And Dee's quiet for a minute, and then all of a sudden he just explodes in anger. And he's like, what, you think you're better than me because you were privileged and you've had more opportunities and you make more money than me? And Mike's like, no, like I told you I'd help you out as much as I can. I can get you more hours, whatever you need, but I cannot co-sign for you for this apartment. So Dee gets quiet and he's like, all right, I understand, and he leaves. That night, it's a couple hours later, Mike closes up the store. He's by himself, counts the safe, locks the door, walks out to the parking lot to his truck, but blocking the path from him to his truck is Dee. He's just standing there in the dark, still in his work uniform, and as Mike gets closer, he says he smelled alcohol. And he's walking up to his truck, and Dee's standing there, and he's just yelling at him and cussing at him again. What, you think you're better than me? I busted my ass for this job, and you're the reason I don't have a car to begin with, and now you're going to screw me over when I need you. Mike ends up calming him down and tells him basically, get in the truck, I'm going to take you home. Dee is silent on the way home, and they pull up to his house, and he rips off his apron, he throws it in the truck, and he's like, fuck you, I won't forget what you did to me. I'm going to find a job with someone that appreciates me. I quit. You better watch your back because I'm going to ruin your life. And he slams the door. So Mike feels bad, but ultimately it's not his problem. The next day at work, he's opening with his buddy Calvin, and he hired Calvin around the same time that he got hired. So they've been working together for like 7 years at this point. Calvin is Mike's employee, but they're buds. You know, they're pretty similar. They're both quiet, but they keep it positive, lighthearted. But Calvin's also an ex-con who's now turned his life around. Mike says he would trust him with his life. This man would not hurt a fly. And he's just venting to Calvin about the whole Dee situation and what he said. And Calvin just kind of smiles and he's like, you want me to take care of him for you? And Mike just laughs it off. 2 weeks go by and Dee comes in to pick up his final paycheck. And then when Mike's leaving that night, he notices all his tires have been slashed in the parking lot. He figures it was probably Dee in an act of retaliation, but he has no proof, so he just shrugs it off, fixes it, and goes on with his life. He gets a phone call from Dee later that night, and he picks up, and Dee's like, you get my message? And Mike's like, what are you talking about? And he's like, you see your car? That's the first thing that's going to happen to you if you don't co-sign for me. Mike just hangs up on him. He's like, this kid is not going to blackmail me into co-signing an apartment for him. He's like, what's he going to do? But then Mike's oldest son gets viciously attacked as he's leaving soccer practice. The person who attacked him was wearing a ski mask and a hood and dark clothes, but he beat him so viciously that he ended up in the hospital with a few broken ribs. And this naturally really infuriated Mike because his oldest son was his pride and joy. He was a star soccer player, really good student, just good kid all around. Did not deserve to get attacked by some random person. He didn't know it was Dee, but he had a feeling. He tells Calvin about this whole thing at work, and Calvin's visibly upset by this because Calvin also knows Mike's son. He's basically an uncle to him at this point. They've known each other for so long. A few days later, Mike's at work and the cops pull up. They come in the restaurant. They start asking all the employees questions about Dee. They found his body the night before in a ditch, thrown through the windshield of his girlfriend's mom's car that he'd been driving. It was a car accident, and they were just asking if anyone had been with him or seen him or knew anything about what happened. Calvin comes into work later and he goes up to Mike and he's like, "Oh, that's crazy about Dee, huh? I guess life's just unpredictable." And Mike's like, "Yeah, I guess life is unpredictable, and sometimes bad things just happen to people and some people are just unlucky." Calvin grabs a rag and he starts wiping down the counter and he's like, "Yeah, or maybe someone gave him a little push, Mike's like, "What do you mean by that?" And Calvin's like, "Sometimes people make bad choices and sometimes those choices it's just the law of karma." Mike said there was no malice in his voice at all. His eyes were calm, but he was almost too calm. Calvin never said anything incriminating and didn't elaborate, but Mike says that he just had this gut feeling he knew that Calvin did something. Calvin did end up passing away, but Mike said up until his death, he felt in Calvin's world, favors could mean life or death, and he felt like he owed him one.
Have you ever had a dream so real it felt like a memory from somewhere else, or maybe even a warning? David Baker, a follower of mine, says that his dream wasn't just a dream. It's like he lived through something straight out of the book of Revelation, except he'd never read it. When David was 19, he said he wasn't living right. He was on a bad path, doing things he shouldn't, and eventually he even ended up in jail for a few months. While he was in there, he prayed a lot, and he told himself that he was going to get closer to God. He'd go to church, finally do right, and change his life around. When he got out, he kept that promise, and he started going to church in Cabbagetown, and he met the priest. His name was Jimmy. One of the days when David was talking to Jimmy, he learned that Jimmy owned a landscaping business, and Jimmy offered for David to come and work for him. While they worked, they'd often read the Bible together, and Jimmy would even explain verses to David. They just loved talking about God. And for the first time, David really felt like he knew what it meant to have faith. Then one night, everything changed. David had a dream, and it was so vivid he remembered every single part of it, almost like it happened yesterday. In his dream, he was riding in a truck with two other people. He said he didn't quite know who they were, but they felt familiar to him. They were driving down a long road when suddenly the truck died. The engine just cut off. The world went silent, and time itself just seemed to stop. So David gets out of the truck, and he's looking around, and then he notices the two people that were in the truck with him are now just gone. And then he looks up, and the sky is turning this hazy black. The clouds start rolling in red like they're bleeding across the sky. And that's when a deep, sick feeling came into the pit of his stomach. Something was very wrong. And then fire started raining from the sky. He said fireballs came crashing down to the earth. So David runs to a nearby building to take cover. He said the building looked like a castle, something ancient, like stone hallways with torches lighting the walls. He said it felt dark and heavy, and he was looking around trying to find his way out. Then he came to a black curtain that looked like a doorway, and there was a man standing there, and he couldn't tell if this man was good or bad, but he had a very unnerving feeling about him. The man stopped David and said, "You don't want to go through there. You don't want to see what's on the other side." So David turns around, and now he's facing a massive old wooden door with those really large keyholes, kind of like out of a movie. So he knelt down and he looked through the keyhole, and what he saw made his blood run cold. On the other side was a huge creature with monstrous twisted wings, and right in the middle of its face was a single glaring eyeball. Outside, he could hear people screaming and panicking, and there was just chaos everywhere. It scared him so much, he woke up shaking. So the next morning, he was working with Jimmy, and at first he was reluctant to tell him his dream, but then he ended up just telling him everything, start to finish. Jimmy's body went stiff, and his eyes were wide, and he was staring at David like he'd seen a ghost. He said, "David, do you know what kind of dream that was?" And David was like, "No." And he said, "I've read the Bible over 500 times, and the dream you had, that's end of times. That's prophecy." He asked David if he'd ever read it for himself, and David admitted he'd never really read the Bible. So Jimmy picked up the Bible, and he opened it to that verse, and he read it aloud. David said everything that Jimmy read, word for word, was exactly like what he had dreamt. David says he has never forgotten it, and sometimes he wonders why him. David said that he thinks maybe it was God's way of sending him a message, because back then he was on a really bad path, and maybe this is the way he was meant to find his way back. David is looking forward to reading your thoughts in the comments, and if you have your own creepy story time, don't forget to submit it to the email in my bio.
I got a spooky story time from a woman named Amara who told me for a 3-month period in 2022, she was receiving late night phone calls from her own number. And when she started answering, the caller would reveal very intimate personal details about her own life. The first few times the number popped up, it was around 2 a.m, and she didn't answer because she thought it was spam. But one night she was spending the night with her boyfriend Michael at her apartment when the number popped up again, and she was half asleep, but she decided to answer. So she answers, she says, hello. There is a clicking noise, and then this whispering, creepy, robotic voice says, do you value your own self-worth, Amara? And she says, who is this? And the caller hangs up. She wakes up Michael. He tells her it was probably just a prank and just to go back to sleep. She and Michael had been dating about 3 months. It was a long distance relationship. They had met at the Denver airport. Amara lived in Maryland and she was in Colorado for a girls' trip. So she was grabbing a drink at the bar while waiting for her flight. And this man sat down next to her. He was getting a drink. They got to talking. He was going out of town for work. He was also waiting for his flight. He was going to a different city, but he told her he was going to be in Maryland in the next month for work. So they exchanged numbers. He tells her he's going to take her out to dinner when he gets to Maryland. They text a little bit here and there, nothing too serious. He's polite, he's funny, and she enjoys texting with him. He shows up in Maryland about a month later. He says, do you still want to grab dinner? She says yes. They go out, they hit it off, they have a great time. While at dinner, he tells her basically that he travels all the time for work, but he's in Maryland pretty frequently. And he also tells her that he has an 8-year-old daughter. She's like, oh, what about your baby mama? He's like, oh, like that was a long time ago. Like everything's cool. I've been single. Dinner ends, they go their separate ways, but they continue texting, and he's back the next month. And the next time he comes, they pretty much spend all of his free time while he's there together. He indicates before he leaves that he wants to take their relationship a step further, and she's down with it. She likes it. And the long distance relationship actually works for her because she is a self-described workaholic. She doesn't have a lot of free time, and dating in her city just wasn't really working out for her. So her relationship with Michael was beneficial because she didn't have to worry about spending all this time that she didn't have with somebody in her city. Also, Michael was like very sweet, like words of affirmation guy. He's always texting her about how beautiful she is, how he can't wait to see her next. And one day he's texting her while she's at work, and he's like, I'm going to plan us a surprise trip the following weekend. She's like, oh my God, that's so exciting. Where are we going? He's like, I'm not telling you. It's going to be really nice, really relaxing. Bring some nice clothes. We're going to get massages. It'll just be a really, really nice weekend. So she's all excited. He tells her he's going to fly into Maryland a day early so he can spend the night with her before they go on this trip. 3 nights before he arrives, she gets the first phone call from her own number. She's confused when she looks at it, but she figures it was just like a spam caller spoofing her own number, so she ignores it. They call again the next night. The next night he flies in, they go to dinner, they have a really nice night, and they're sleeping at her apartment when she gets the phone call that she answered when the caller asks if she values her own self-worth. So when that happens, Michael tells her it's just a prank, and she's a little bit creeped out, but she's like, you know what, he's probably right. Like, I'm not going to give that much thought to it. She goes to sleep. She's all excited for their trip the next day. They fly out, they go to this really nice spot. She didn't say where they went, but she said it was a very cute, small mountain town. On the trip, Michael is talking about how much he likes her, how beautiful she is, how much he values her work ethic, and he says that he can see long-term potential and that maybe eventually he could consider moving to Maryland because his company has an office there. And Amara is just stoked. She was not looking for a relationship, but this is just like a pleasant surprise, and she is really feeling him. He flies back to Maryland with her. They spend one more night, and she's really sad when he has to go home the next day. The next day, Amara goes to work, and while she's at work, she receives a flower delivery, and the bouquet is primarily lilies. And Amara has a severe flower allergy, and lilies are one of the flowers that upsets her. So she doesn't want to seem unappreciative, but she calls Michael later that day, and she's like, hey, that bouquet was so nice, but just so you know, I'm really allergic to lilies. And he's like, okay, that's good to know, but I didn't send you flowers. And then she said she felt stupid because she was just assuming that he sent her flowers when he didn't. So she was like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, I guess there wasn't a card on there. Like, whatever. I just assumed that you did. And he was like, no, honestly, like, I should have sent you flowers after that nice weekend we had. So she just assumes the flowers were sent by like a client or something. She doesn't give it that much thought. Michael wasn't supposed to be back in Maryland for about 2 more months. And she was really bummed about it. She would text him. She'd be like, hey, like, if you have a spare weekend or something, you know, maybe you could fly down or I could fly there. And he was just like, oh, like, these are all bad weekends. Like, I have my daughter, this and that. So she was trying to deal with it because she signed up for a long distance relationship, you know, but she was just so excited after that spa trip that it was a little bit disappointing. And during the 2 months that led up to Michael coming back to town, she would get more frequent late night phone calls around 2 a.m. from her own number. And she wasn't really connecting the dots because Michael was there the first night that she answered, so she knew it wasn't him. But she really did just think it was a prank because the messages at first were ominous. They were just like, do you think you're a good person? Do you value yourself? Do you think you're beautiful? But then she really started to get creeped out when they became more detailed and more personal. In one instance, she answered the phone and there was a clicking, and then the robotic voice said, I saw the blue blouse you were wearing at work yesterday. Why did you stay late? So at that point, she knew that the caller was cameras watching her. So that one really scared her. So she calls Michael in the morning, she tells him, and he's like, I really think it's just one of your coworkers or somebody like playing a joke on you. She's like, okay, well, I would really appreciate it if you could help me get to the bottom of this. And he's like, you know what? I have my daughter today. I just really don't have the extra time to be dealing with your perceived problems. So she's like mad at him. She's like, that was rude. And like, she hangs up the phone on him. Before bed, she thinks about it and she's like, you know what? I am being kind of selfish. Like, he doesn't get a lot of time with his daughter. So when he does, I don't want to like interrupt it. And she decides that she's going to call him in the morning and apologize. So that night she goes to sleep, but then she gets another phone call. And this time when she answers, the caller asks if she thinks Michael's daughter knows about her. So when she hangs up the call, she calls Michael immediately. She's like, this is too weird. I need to get to the bottom of this right now. She calls him. His phone goes straight to voicemail. She tries him again at like 6, 7, 8 in the morning, and finally he answers. She's like, what's up? She tells him what the caller said, and he blows up on her. He's like, why are you bringing my daughter into this? Like, this is weird. I don't like this. I don't think I can do this with you. She's like, I'm not bringing your daughter into it. Like, whoever is watching me is. And he tells her, you know what? I don't know if I want to see you this weekend when I'm there. I gotta go. So they don't talk for 3 days until that weekend when he's supposed to be back in town after 2 months of not seeing him. The whole thing did not sit right with her, so she's texting him. He's ignoring all her texts until that Saturday night when he texts her, hey, I'm sorry for how I acted. Would you want to meet up with me? She's like, yeah, come over. She said that she at least wanted closure if they were going to break up. So he comes over. They get to talking. He tells her he's sorry and that he's just had some stress trying to balance like work and his relationship with his daughter and his relationship with her. They hook up. They go to sleep at her house. She gets a call that night at 2 a.m. and the caller says, look at the man sleeping next to you. He's not who he seemed. The caller hangs up. Immediate alarm bells. She's freaking out. She hits him. She wakes him up. She's like, get up. She tells him what the caller said, and Michael sits up in bed and he's like, all right, I gotta come clean about something. My ex is psychotic. She's crazy. She is probably stalking you. She's like, I thought you and your baby mama were cool. He's like, not really. Like, we split up like 2 years ago and she's just been like kind of stalking my life ever since. She probably figured out about you and now she's just like tormenting me through you. He's like, I'll get it figured out. Don't worry about it. Just go back to sleep. But Amara is mad that he lied to her, so they spend the rest of the night fighting. He ends up leaving her apartment at like 4 a.m. and going to a hotel. Amara decides after that night she is done with him. She can't trust him. She doesn't want anything to do with him. So she blocks his number and she's done with it. A few days later, she gets a package in her apartment complex mailroom and she goes to grab it. She doesn't know who it's from. She didn't order anything. And it's addressed to her. So she takes it upstairs. She opens it up. And it's a bunch of photographs of her in various places around her city, some with Michael. And underneath all of the photographs is a copy of his marriage license with a note that says, you were just another layover. Congratulations, you can have him. I'm taking him for all he's worth in this divorce. So all of the late night phone calls were his wife. She had hired a private investigator to track them. So Amara said that she never actually got in contact with the wife. She never talked to Michael again, but she assumes that there were others. She also doesn't know if the wife is the one that sent her lilies because she doesn't know how the wife would know about her lily allergy, except for a post she made on Instagram back in like 2017. Amara ended her email by saying, ladies, be careful, know who you're talking to, do your homework, and Google someone before you just take their word for everything.
This all started in 2010 when my husband came home from his last deployment in Iraq. He'd been gone nearly a year, and by the time he returned, I could tell something wasn't the same. At first, I thought it was just the adjustment. He was much more reserved than before and seemed jumpy and detached. Being a military wife, I know that's not unusual after deployments. The best thing you can do is provide support while they transition back to being home, so that's what I tried to do. He wasn't willing to talk about what he experienced, so I didn't push it. I just let him know that I was here if he ever wanted to. But it wasn't just that. From the very first night he came home, the energy in the house felt different. Usually when he returns, I feel happy and the house feels warm again, but not this time. Some nights I'd wake up to find him standing in the dark, facing the far corner of the bedroom, whispering like he was having a conversation. I'd ask if he was okay, thinking he was just sleepwalking, but he was wide awake. He'd just tell me he was fine and to go back to sleep. Our dog Daisy, who adored him before he left and was always friendly to everyone, refused to even go near him again. She'd whine and back into the hallway when he entered a room. Sometimes she'd bark nonstop, standing between us like she was protecting me. He would just stare at her with this blank, almost curious look, like he couldn't understand what she was doing. One day I came home from work and Daisy was gone. I never found out what happened to her. I started noticing objects being moved from their usual spots to strange places. At first it was small things, like the TV remote showing up in the freezer, or my hairbrush ending up on the back porch. I assumed it was my husband moving things and forgetting. This made me increasingly concerned about his mental health, so I encouraged him to contact a therapist. He said he would, but he never did. Then one morning, all the picture frames in our hallway were turned face down. He swore he hadn't touched them or any of the other items that had moved. I almost believed him, because he'd been gone all day, and the frames were fine when I'd walked past them earlier. A few weeks later, while doing laundry, I found a small bone pendant in the pocket of his uniform pants. It was smooth and carved with tiny markings that looked like writing. When I asked about it, he said that one of the locals had given it to him for protection. I don't know what it was about that pendant, but it made me feel sick the moment I touched it. I told him I was uncomfortable keeping it in the house, but he refused to get rid of it, which led to a huge fight between us. That night, I woke up to use the bathroom and noticed my husband wasn't in bed. When I went to look for him, I heard whispering from the top of the stairs, coming from the living room. It sounded like him at first, but the words weren't in English or any language that I could recognize. I stepped into the living room and saw him sitting on the couch, staring straight ahead, whispering and pausing, as if he was having a full conversation with someone. His voice kept shifting. Sometimes it sounded like him, but then other times it wasn't his voice. I approached him and asked who he was talking to. He said he was praying, but I knew that was a lie. While I tried to convince him to come back to bed, I heard a noise in the kitchen. I rushed in before he could try and stop me. On top of the kitchen island was my favorite vase, the one I had filled with fresh flowers earlier that day. I watched as the vase slowly slid across the island on its own until it tipped over the edge, falling to the floor and shattering. That was the moment I knew something else was in our home. A few days later, I called our pastor. He'd known my husband since he was a teenager and agreed to stop by and help bless the home. I didn't tell my husband the pastor was coming because I wanted to understand what I was dealing with before I confronted him. When the pastor arrived, he began working right away. I had already told him about the pendant and the things that had happened. He sprinkled holy water and said prayers as he walked from room to room. When he reached the bedroom, he opened the door, stepped inside, and closed it behind him. He was in there for about 5 minutes. Then the door opened and he came out white as a sheet. Without saying a word, he grabbed his coat and left. I thought maybe he just needed a break, but when I stepped outside to check on him, he was gone. I texted him that night to see if he was okay and if he planned to come back, but he didn't respond. So then the next morning, I tried him again. Still nothing. It wasn't until late that evening that he finally replied. His message said, "I won't be returning to your home. I don't know what kind of things your husband has been involved with, but I suspect he brought back something that isn't from God. I'm not putting myself, my family, or my church in danger to fix it. I suggest you leave that house and don't try to make contact again. He is no longer your husband." That was it. When my husband came home, I showed him the text message and told him that I thought something had attached itself to him overseas and followed him back home. He didn't react. He just said I was wrong and that I needed to mind my business. He refused to talk about it again. After that, things got worse. Whatever had attached itself to him began to make its presence more known. I'd come downstairs in the morning to find all the dining room chairs flipped upside down. I'd hear movement through the house when we both were in the same room, and there were cold spots where I'd never felt them before. Over the next 2 years, my husband seemed to change completely, not just emotionally or mentally, but physically as well. His blue eyes lost their shine and turned noticeably darker. Even his friends commented that he looked and sounded different. We fought constantly during that time, so much that I started considering divorce. Whenever we argued, I would catch glimpses of a dark shape moving from room to room, sometimes stopping just to stare at us. It only ever appeared when we fought, almost like it drew power from our anger or sadness. Eventually, my husband got orders for another deployment. He didn't tell me until about a day before he was set to leave. And honestly, I was relieved. After he left, I never experienced anything like that again. I haven't seen him since, and I have no idea where he is. This isn't the ending that I wanted for our relationship, but over time I realized my husband might have been okay with whatever was attached to him, and I simply was not.
The Nevada stretch of US Route 50 is known as the loneliest road in America. Like, there are miles and miles of nothing. No cell service, no towns, no billboards, no lights. Long-haul truckers who use this route know that you fill up right before you hit this stretch and you keep going until you reach the next town. I'm giving you this context to introduce you to the spooky scary story time that I got from a truck driver named Rick, who is 51. He said he's been a long-haul trucker for about 30 years. And he said he's done the loneliest road many, many times. He knows what to expect. It's eerie in that at night it's just absolute darkness. You can't tell the road from the sky. But in the day there's really nothing to see either. The road is just flanked by old mining towns, rusty sheds, and some broken down cars. It's not uncommon to drive this and not see another car for miles and miles. And if you break down, you better hope for a miracle. But Rick is driving this route one night. He said he liked to do it at night. He was driving an 18-wheeler refrigerated truck, and he was well rested. He was ready for it, and he had just passed Austin, Nevada, which was the last gas station, for another 112 miles. He said he still had 2 energy drinks that he hadn't touched yet, and he was blasting the AC on his face and his feet just for an extra jolt of energy in this absolute darkness. He said he had just passed mile marker 237. It was around 2:40 in the morning. He knows because he looked at the clock when he saw 2 figures, backs toward him, walking along the shoulder of the road. One looked taller than the other. No thumbs out, no signs of distress, just walking. He barreled past them, and he didn't feel right about it because he said as he approached them, he saw no signs of them. Like, they weren't wearing any reflective gear. They were just suddenly there, and then he passed them, and they were just suddenly gone. He said he drove for about another half mile before instinct hit him, and he was like, something about this isn't right. Like, there should not be people out here walking in the middle of the night. He said he hadn't seen another vehicle in about an hour. There was no cell service. There hadn't been a town, a rest area, or a turnoff in over 50 miles. And he decides maybe these people need help. So he slows down. He pulls into a maintenance road. It wasn't on the GPS. He just remembered it. It was just like a patch of gravel with old tire marks. But he had remembered it from doing this road so many times. He puts his flashers on. He kills the engine. He said the second he killed the engine and opened the door and jumped out of the truck, the silence hit him. Like, all he heard was the crunch of gravel underneath his boot. There was no wind, no insects, nothing, just dead silence. And he pulls out this flashlight, mag light. I guess it's like a really powerful flashlight that he kept charged. He turns the flashlight on and he starts walking back toward where he saw the people. He said he guesses he walked about 200 feet when he finds a set of footprints, and they're both barefoot. One is significantly larger than the other. The feet were turned inward. The other one was significantly smaller. It could have been a woman or a child, but the smaller prints had a weird depth, like the heel had been dug into the gravel, almost like they were being dragged. So alarm bells are going off in his head. He sees no signs of the people other than these footprints that just suddenly stop. So he shines the flashlight around, doesn't see anybody. He's very confused. Doesn't know if these footprints are related to these people that he saw or somebody else who had been there before. But his flashlight picks up something shiny in the road. So he walks over, picks it up, and it's a metal bracelet. It almost looks like a hospital band. That hard plastic, whatever. And all it says is ADL. He said he took a picture of it with his phone even though he had no service. And under the letters ADL, there's a string of numbers. His instincts are screaming at him to just leave it alone. So he starts walking back toward the truck. He climbs back in the cab. He starts the truck. He looks over and notices that his passenger door has been slightly opened, just an inch. He froze because he knew that he had not opened that door. He barely used that door, but it was just slightly open, maybe just an inch, if that, just enough to let the cold desert air in. He reached across, slammed it shut, locked his own door. He said not much scares him, but he felt like there might be someone in the cab. So he scans around behind him. Everything's in its place. Doesn't see anybody, but he decides he's going to try his CB radio. If there's any truckers here, maybe you can tell me what that means, but it's just static, so he can't get anybody. But as he's about to pull out, he said his subconscious was like screaming at him. It was like fear had recognized something that he didn't pick up on yet, and that's when he notices his cup holder is empty. And in his cup holder, he kept a blue ballpoint pen that was now missing. It wasn't like he misplaced it. He said he always kept it there. When he used it, he put it right back. It was just one of the things that he had had in place for years. And that's when he realizes someone had been in the truck. So he puts the truck in gear. He starts to pull out. And as he looks up, he sees a little person. He said it could have been like a teenage girl standing in the road about 10 feet from his driver's side window. She's holding the blue pen and she's motioning for him to roll down the window. So he rolls it down and he says, "Do you need help?" And she's just standing there and she says, "Can you come out here? I need help." And she says, "I've been out here alone. My boyfriend dropped me off out here a few days ago. I've been wandering around looking for someone to help me. Can you please help me?" And he says, "Sure, get in the truck and I'll help you." And she says, "No, come out here. I need help finding some things." And he said, "Who are you with? I saw you walking with someone." She says, "No, I've been out here alone. It must be your mind playing tricks on you." And he says, "I wasn't born yesterday. I knew it was some kind of trap." So he barrels out of there. And as soon as he gets cell service again, he calls the cops. He tells them exactly what happened and they said they'd send someone to check it out. Of course, he never found out if anything came of it, but as soon as he gets to the next diner, has some time to research, he starts looking up ADL and Nevada, and he finds a court document from 2022, sealed but cashed, involving a civil suit about a state-run adult developmental living facility that had lost 2 residents in a middle-of-the-night transport to a new facility. The driver of the transport van claimed that he had stopped for gas, left the engine running, gone in to use the restroom, and when he came back, he found the rear doors open with the restraints cut, and the residents were never found. Rick said he's seen a lot of weird things driving late at night, but this takes the cake and still chills him to the bone. He says he can't help but wonder what would have happened to him if he had gotten out when the woman asked him to.
So throughout Stacy's life, she had had paranormal instances happen to her regularly. family since she was a baby. She was really, really close with her father. Her mother and her father got divorced when she was a baby, and her father remarried. Her father would give her baths when she was a baby, and before she could formulate a sentence, and even after she could formulate a sentence, she used to have full-on conversations with something in the closet while he was giving her a bath, and then she would also talk to something in the vents. Now, when Stacy was very young, her grandmother passed away, and she went to her funeral, and it was a Catholic funeral, and at the funeral, the priest said, if you want to get to heaven, find peace, and see your loved ones eventually, you have to get closer to God. So Stacy then asks her father, how do I get closer to God? This actually made her father have an epiphany, and the whole family became Christian and regularly started going to church. Now, although she was very into God and Christianity, she had developed this. She was really fascinated by the paranormal. She really liked it. She liked watching horror movies. She was a big horror buff from a very young age. At her father's house, she wasn't allowed to watch these things. On Halloween, she was allowed to watch Goosebumps and eat candy, and sometimes watch Nightmare on Elm Street and Halloween. But after Halloween was over, that was it. No more scariness, not even Wizards of Waverly Place. But when she would go to her mom's house, that was a different story. Now, something happened at her mom's house that was utterly terrifying. Now, one night at her mother's house, her mother and brother went to bed early, but her and her sister stayed up late to watch Ghost Hunters. They really liked that show. And in the commercial breaks, they would joke around and talk about how they should download a spirit app and investigate the house. Well, as time went on, like a couple minutes went on, they kind of freaked themselves out, and they were like, okay, we're not going to do that. Her sister eventually ends up going to bed, and she goes into a different room, and she FaceTimes one of her friends from back home because she lived with her dad. Now, she's on the phone with her friend, and she's talking to her. Mid-sentence, she's interrupted because she hears something from upstairs. Stacy. She hears this in like a sing-songy voice. She gets freaked out for a second, but she's like, okay, this is just my sister playing a trick on me. So she goes upstairs while she's still on the FaceTime call with her friend, and she goes and checks on her sister. Her sister, fast asleep, has been asleep for a while. She knows this. She opens her brother's door, fast asleep. Her mother was downstairs, and her mother's a deep sleeper. She knew it wasn't her mother because it was coming from upstairs. At this point, she is scared, but she decides that she's going to ignore it because she wants to be smart about it, and she doesn't want to feed it any attention. Not even a couple minutes later, she's on the phone. Stacy! She hears in a sharp, whispery voice. This time she's like, I am done. I'm going to sleep. I'm not dealing with this. I'm not feeding it any attention. But this scared her quite a bit. Now, Stacy began to get closer and closer to God. He was a really important part of her life. And she moved out when she was 18 years old out of her father's house, and she moved in with one of her best friends. Now, about a year after moving in with her friend, she starts to get really into reading about exorcisms and possessions. It angers her that evil and demons are allowed to attack innocent people, but it also intrigues her at the same time that how could this happen, and why does this happen? Well, one day they're home, her and her best friend are home, and she's sitting on her best friend's bed talking to her, and they're just talking about life, and her best friend ends up falling asleep. And she takes this moment and decides that she wants to look up the case of Annalise Michael. Well, a couple minutes into doing this, the air just becomes thicker. In like a second, it feels bad. She feels really bad, and she's like, I have to get out of this house. So she goes out to her car, and she sits in her car, and she decides that she's going to order food for her and her best friend. And as she's ordering the food, she looks up at her window, and she said that she could just feel something staring at her. It was not good. So she puts her car in reverse, and she turns on her music, and she starts to drive away. Well, as she's driving away, her music suddenly starts to play backwards, then forwards, then backwards, then forwards, and then it starts to go up in volume, down in volume, up in volume. So it's playing backwards and forwards and going up and down in volume, and she can't stop it. She's trying to press pause over and over again. It's not working. So finally she just says, stop, go away, and everything just stops. This experience actually scared her so much that she completely rid herself of the paranormal for quite a while. A few years down the road, she meets her boyfriend, and he's actually a horror buff too. And at this time, she started watching horror movies and stuff again. She is very religious at this time as well, and he knows this, but he is not religious. He respects it though. He's a very nice person. Well, one night, her and her boyfriend are going to bed, and something about Stacy is she does not like mirrors to face her bed. She always has her mirrors faced away. So she has this body length mirror in her room, and it's placed in the same spot facing away from her bed and has been there for so long that there's literally an indent in the carpet. On this night, she gets up and she goes into the bathroom. She comes out of the bathroom and she notices something. There's a light reflecting off of her mirror, and it's reflecting off of the bathroom, which means that it's facing towards her bed. The mirror had been moved literally on the other side of the room, and she had no idea how this happened. So she moves it back, and she's a little freaked out. She goes to get in bed with her boyfriend, and she goes to open like the covers to get in the covers, and her boyfriend just sits up, looks at her straight in the face, with these wide eyes and this huge smile on his face. And he's just right in her face, staring at her, smiling. And she was like, what is going on? Now, this was in the middle of the night. He was just dead asleep. So this is strange. And now she's mad because she's like, something is messing with me and they're using my boyfriend to do it to scare me even more. So she looks back at him and uncharacteristically says, close those effing eyes and get the F out of here. What is wrong with you? Her boyfriend then slowly backs away from her while smiling, turns his head, starts to hum. He's humming, and then lays his head back down and just passes out. She tells her boyfriend the next day, and he has absolutely no recollection of this whatsoever.
I was 7 years old, and my father and I were walking side by side through a field in South Georgia. We were walking across the field because we were walking to our car that was parked in a parking lot across the street. So and it was Halloween night, and it was kind of like dusky, so we were headed home to like put my costume on, and like we just had sports practice because he was my diving coach, and so I went to practice. He was the coach, and so we were locking up the facility basically. And so we were walking through the field, and he hits the ground, screaming. Never seen my dad like that. I look at him, and he's on his knees. His glasses have flown off, and there's blood covering his face, like pouring down his face and into his hands. Me, a 7-year-old child, there's nobody around. Like literally nobody in this area. And thank God my mom actually was across the street in an office building. She was like working while we were at practice. I don't know how, that was a miracle. But I, as a child, had to leave my dad. He was dying. Like, he was almost dying. I had to leave him in the middle of the field, run across the street, and go get my mom. So I bust into this office, and I'm like, Dad's hurt, Dad's hurt. My mom goes, okay, like, wait a second. I was like, no, he's dying. Like, I literally said, he's dying. We go get him. We, like, carry him to our car. It was a minivan at the time. We put him in the car. I mean, this part is like a blur, but I'm in the back seat, of course, and he's in the front seat. I mean, there's just blood everywhere. So because one of the best doctors in that tiny town, he was Catholic, and like I grew up Catholic, and so we went to the same little tiny Catholic church. And October 31st is All Saints Day. I really hope I didn't mess that up, but anyways, it's All Saints Day, so there's always a mass Halloween night. So we were calling Billy Ray. His name is Billy Ray. We were calling him, he wasn't answering. So my mom was like, he's probably at mass. So we rolled up to this tiny church. My mother sends me into the church, again, distraught, crying. I'm watching my dad die. Sends me to the church. Picture me running down the aisle, waving him down, like crawling over people into the pew. So I get him, we run out of church, like disrespectfully. We run out of church, he takes my dad, we carry him, put him into Billy Ray's car, right? They leave. My mother and I, blood all over the car, get back in our car. She takes me home. She drops me off at home with my big sister and my little brother. She looks at my sister in the eyes. She pushes me forward to her and says, take her trick-or-treating now. Put her in her costume, take her trick-or-treating. Look, my mom did what she could in the moment with what she had, which was nothing. We had nothing. We didn't even know what was going on. So, we can talk about it now, but what the fuck, right? So, my mom leaves to go back to the office. I put my, like, princess costume on. My big sister takes me and my little brother trick-or-treating. We come back home. We get into comfy clothes. My parents walk through the door. My dad has, like, an ice pack on his head. He walks, doesn't really say a word, he can't talk. Walks to his recliner chair in the living room, sits down, feet kicked up, and he says, "Leah, come here." And you know when you're a child and you see something traumatic and you're afraid to go near that person, like you see someone break their leg or bloody, or like you just see something you shouldn't see and you're afraid, I don't know, you're afraid to like be around it, even though it's your dad or like a loved one. And maybe that's just me and I need to work through that. But I walked over to him and he hands me a pill bottle with a little object inside. And he said, "Open it." And I opened it and it was a bullet from a gun. Had been shot up into the air, came down, hit him at an angle like this, grazed his skull. If it had gone in like any other way, he would have been dead instantly. If we had been shifted a little bit to one side, I would have been dead instantly. And that's the story. Nobody around. He always says, if I had stopped to scratch my ass or tie my shoe, none of that would have happened, but he didn't die. So every Halloween, he stays home, he pours himself some whiskey, and he celebrates being alive.
So you're gonna need a little bit of context before I jump right into the story. My grandparents on my mother's side live out in the country in Oklahoma. When I was younger, we would go out there and visit them frequently, at least once a year. This particular time, we're going to visit them. I can't remember exactly how old I was. I want to say I was like 10, somewhere between the ages of like 8 and 11. So we go up there for a small family, like close family reunion type of thing. I should also mention that this house is old. If that wasn't already obvious, this house is old. It's old as my grandparents. It's older than them. So at this reunion, everyone's outside. They're grilling, barbecuing, sitting, chit-chatting, talking, whatever. It was starting to get a little bit chilly, so I was like, I'm gonna go inside and get a jacket and I'll be right back. So I run inside. Mind you, nobody else is inside the house. Everybody's outside getting their barbecue on, okay? I run inside up the stairs to my room to grab a jacket. In this room, there's the closet, and then next to the closet right here is a little door for a crawl space. I grab my jacket, I turn around, the crawl space is open. The door is cracked open. I'm like, oh, okay, let me just go and close that really quick. I go over, I open it a little bit because I'm like, what's in there? Not expecting there to be anything in there. I open it, and there's a staircase. A long staircase going up. So what does 10-year-old me do? I go up the staircase. Something was just speaking to me, telling me that this door was open for a reason and that I'm supposed to go up in here. So I get to the top, there's another door. I open the door into this grand hallway. It's like white and gold marble columns, but it's a long hallway. And there's a bunch of doors going down, and then another door at the very end. Immediately, I'm like, what is this? Where am I? And a little freaked out, obviously. Something was calling me to go to the door at the very end of the hallway. Forget all the other doors, go to the one at the end of the hallway. So I start walking down this very long hallway. And all of these doors are shut, right? And then I feel like something's watching me. I look and I see further down the hallway, one of these doors on the left side, an old woman, a very creepy old woman, is peeking her head out of the door and watching me. And then I would see her pop out of a different door and be looking at me, and then a different door and then be looking at me as I kept progressing down the hallway. Finally, I reached the end of the hallway to the door at the end, and I was so compelled to open it. So I opened it, and I left the door open. When I entered the room, I left the door open, okay? And it's a complete change of environment. The hallway was just white and gold marble columns, like very clean, very, I don't know, elegant. Walk into this room, it's like your basic old dusty attic. Boxes, spider webs, it's dark, creaky wood. And there's a circular window
across from me at the other end of the room. The same exact circular window that you can see from the front yard where everyone is outside. So I walk over, I look out the window, and I can see everybody down there, but it's like there's a weird filter over it, where it's in like black and white, and they're all skeletons. Everyone's there, moving around like normal, grilling, laughing, playing, but they're skeletons. And as I'm registering this, processing it, the door behind me slams shut, and I turn around, and the creepy old lady is standing behind one of those piles of boxes, looking at me with the most sinister, it was the most evil I've felt in my life. I ran faster than I've ever ran in my entire life. Out of that room, back down the hall. I did not look back a single time. Back out the original door, back down the staircase, and I shut the crawl space door behind me. I grabbed my jacket off of the bed where I had set it before I went up there, and I put it on, walked downstairs and back outside like nothing happened. The next time that I come over to visit my grandparents, about a year later, I have not told my grandma this story. I've not told her anything. I come over, I go to sleep in this room. I'm already a little bit apprehensive about it because of the previous events. I step into the room and I see that the crawl space is now boarded and nailed shut with blankets over it as well. They boarded that up. And then just recently, a couple years ago, I actually told my grandma about this, and all she does is go, yeah.
So picture this, small apartment complex. It's late October and it's the kind where the hallways always smell like dust and someone's cooking something weird. Our storyteller, let's call her Mara, had just moved in after a breakup. It's Halloween night. She decides to skip the parties. It's just her, some horror movies, and leftover candy. By 11 p.m., the trick-or-treaters are long gone, and the street and hallway outside is gone quiet. But it's that weird, thick kind of quiet that feels wrong. She's halfway through The Conjuring when she hears knock, knock, knock. At first, she laughs. Of course, perfect timing, she thinks. She peeks through the peephole, and there's no one there. So she shrugs it off and goes back to the couch. Just as she turns the movie back on, knock, knock, knock. It's the same slow rhythm. This time, she checks the security cam feed on her phone. It's an empty hallway. So she texts her friend joking, "Okay, ghost of Halloween, I get it." Her friend sends back, "Just don't open the door." A few minutes later, there's another sound though. It's not a knock this time, it's dragging, like something heavy sliding down the hallway carpet. Then, silence. She tries to distract herself, but the motion alert pops up again. So she looks, and there's someone standing in front of her door this time. But it's more of a shape. It's tall and wrong. No face visible. Just a long black hood and something glinting in their hand. She freezes, watches as they slowly raise their hand and tap the door 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Her phone feed glitches, then goes black. When it finally reloads, they're gone. She sits there for the next hour, heart pounding, lights on, trying to convince herself it's just a Halloween prank from some teenagers down the hall. But at 3:17 a.m., just as she's dozing off on the couch, knock, knock, knock. This time it's coming from inside the apartment. She grabs her phone light, scans the room, nothing. Checks the bedroom, empty. But when she turns back toward the living room, the light catches something on the wall by the door. 3 long black smears, like soot or ash. She calls 911. The dispatcher stays on the line while she waits outside for the cops, freezing in her pajamas. When they arrive, they check the whole apartment. Windows locked, doors undamaged. But the officer frowns and asks, "You said 3:17? She nods. He sighs, turns to his partner and says, "It's the same time as the others." Mara asks, "The others?" And he tells her every year on Halloween night, they get a few calls like this. 3 knocks, always at 317. It's different buildings, different people. There's never any evidence. When she goes back inside later, she notices something she hadn't seen before. The candy bowl she'd left by the door is empty, but sitting in it is a bunch of black feathers. The next morning, her phone finally saves the last clip from her door cam, and it's only 1 second long. A blurry image of a hand covered in ash, reaching straight for the lens. But when she went to send it to her friend, she couldn't find it in her photos. So, shadow seekers, what do you think? Was it a spirit marking her door, or something darker that walks every Halloween night? Either way, if you hear 3 knocks tonight, maybe just let it go to voicemail.
Time on why we had to get my house blessed and saged because there were paranormal activities going on. Okay, I'm just gonna tell like a few incidences that happened. Let me know if you guys want more because there's like a bunch, but I'll try to like tell the most like interesting ones. By the way, these experiences have happened to everyone in the house, so I won't be just telling like my stories, I'll be telling like other people's in the house's stories. So this actually happened, I want to say, about a year ago. My sister's fiance was here because she lived at the house with him, and his name is David. Okay, the rest of us were out of town. I don't remember, I think we were at a volleyball tournament, but the rest of us were out of town. My sister was with us. No one was home except for David. At about 1 o'clock in the morning, my sister's getting spam calls from David, and so it like wakes everyone up, and she answers the phone, and she's like, what's going on? And David goes, I can hear your mom calling me to come upstairs. I'm in the basement. I can hear her on top of the stairs telling me to come up. And in the background of this phone call, the dogs are going crazy, blah, blah, blah. Keep in mind, my mom is with us. We're out of state. She's not home. She is with us. But David's like, it's her voice. She's telling me to come upstairs. If you don't know what this is called, it's a mimic. You don't ever want to follow mimics because they're dangerous. So we tell David to stay in the bedroom. You can't go upstairs. Like, you can't do anything. Just stay until it calms down. So there's that. There's not much to the rest of that story. He stayed downstairs, blah, blah, blah. That same weekend we were out of town. I think this was the next night. He told us that he heard like a whole conversation going on upstairs and people walking upstairs. Keep in mind, he's home alone. That wasn't a real person. I've also had the same experience, but I wasn't home alone. I was just like in my bedroom, and my dad was like out of town, but he was coming home that day, and I had just woken up from a nap. Hadn't even checked my phone yet, but I heard my dad like calling for me, and having a conversation with my sister. So I go outside my room, and I'm like, Dad, like, are you home? Like, I can't wait to see you. And I was just like calling for him because like I didn't hear him anymore. So I checked Life 360 because I was like, what the heck, where is he? Because I can't find him. He's still 2 hours away, and my sister isn't even home, so it's not possible that I heard those two having a conversation. Yeah. Another thing that happened to me, this was like, I want to say like 10 years ago. I was down in the basement. There's a wall, and then there's a door right here that leads into the laundry room. And this door was open. We had like all the lights off in the basement, and we were watching a movie. This was me and my older sister. We were watching a movie, chilling out. She ended up falling asleep like halfway through the movie. And I'm watching the movie, and in my peripheral vision, I see a very tall man standing in the doorway of my laundry room. I look over, it's gone. And I look back at the TV, because I'm like, oh, I just like saw something that wasn't there. Look back at the TV in my peripheral vision,
He's very clearly still standing there. So I look over again, gone. Look at the TV, there. This is what is called shadow people. They aren't known to be like dangerous or anything. They were kind of just there. You see them in your peripheral vision. The same thing happened at night. I was sleeping in my bed. I was facing the wall. I opened my eyes for some reason, standing right over me. And so I whipped my head around, gone. But still in my peripheral vision, standing right over me. I froze. I don't know what to do in this situation. So I just froze, put my head over my blanket, went back to sleep. Yeah, scary. I don't even like thinking about it. This happened to my older sister, so I'm telling it from her perspective. She was home with her friend. Her friend, says this whole story is true. It's not like she's just, making it up. Her friend, accounts for it, too. They were moving something. They were just sitting in her room upstairs, and all of a sudden, the drum set from downstairs starts playing. Nobody's home, but it's playing, actually playing. It's not like something fell on it and it just, started playing. It started playing. And drum sets are something that just, start playing on their own. You need to actually hit them. So something was hitting them, and it wasn't just, one hit. It was several. And then the whole, temperature in the house dropped, and it was, freezing. And then, doors started slamming. And so she ran out of the house, which was her friend. And then they called her friend's mom and had the whole house saged.
So this house was built in the late 1800s, so very old. And several times growing up, I would be laying in bed trying to go to sleep, and I'm laying on my back, and then I see and feel just a black figure, and it would rush up to me face to face, but it's hovering directly above me. Scared the shit out of me. Happened so many times. Also, I would be going to sleep and hear somebody whisper in my ear, get actual shivers. I could feel somebody talking to me, and it would freak me the fuck out. There was one specific room that most of the stuff happened in, and there's quite a few stories. So there was a chain lock on the outside of the closet door, and my brother, it was his room for a little bit, and there was 3 separate times he'd go in his closet, get something, and then get locked in there, and none of us could reach the lock at that time. So we were okay, weird. Another time, my 2 sisters and I, we were playing around, and we were in that room, and we were singing Justin Bieber or something, and we come out, me and one of my other sisters, we came out, slammed the door on the sister that was still in there, and she was laughing, still singing, and then all of a sudden she screamed, and we were what's going on? And she's somebody's talking in my ear to me right now. So that was scary. This one is crazy. My brother was 5 or 6, and he one night was sleepwalking, which he never did, and he came out. Me and my sisters were awake, and he goes, "Where's my Bible?" And we're looking at him, and we're what's going on? And he asks for his Bible again, and we give it to him, and he flips it to a random page, sets it outside of his doorway, and then goes back to sleep. The last thing that I remember is my brother one time was up past his bedtime, and he was sneaking down the stairs to watch a movie that we were watching because we were older, and we didn't know he was there. And then all of a sudden he starts screaming, crying, freaking out, and we're what the heck is going on? Well, above the television there was picture frames of all of us kids, and he started screaming. He's there's somebody in the picture frames. Somebody scary was in the picture frame. And yeah, that was crazy.
I did a love spell on someone I was in love with, and it worked. But what came after, I wouldn't wish it on anyone. Nia said, "I need to tell you something that I never thought I'd admit out loud. We're gonna call her crush Micah. His name was Micah. He had a girlfriend, but however, Nia didn't care. Nia said that she knew that Micah was supposed to be hers. Micah would smile at her sometimes, talk to her a little too long, and Nia thought maybe, just maybe, if she had a little help to help sway him from his girlfriend to her, she would be golden. Nia said that she knew what she felt for Micah was real. And in her eyes, Micah's girlfriend, we're gonna call her Rhea. To Nia, Rhea was just in the way. So Nia had heard about this woman in town that people were whispering about. They said that she could make things happen. So Nia went to the woman and told her that she wanted Micah to love her and only her. Now the woman looked at Nia long and hard before she said, and I quote, "I can give you what you're asking for, but once it starts, you can't undo it." Nia said she didn't care, so she said yes because she wanted him. The woman gave her specific instructions on what to do. She needed a red candle, his photo, a little bit of honey, some personal ingredients, like personal item, a prayer over water at midnight, and some of her menstrual. Now Nia says she followed the instructions exactly to the T. She said, and let me tell you, it worked fast. Micah started texting her out of nowhere, and he started texting her more and more. He would find himself showing up where she was at, suddenly telling her that he couldn't stop thinking about her. He even said to her one day that he left his girlfriend, Rhea, out of the picture, gone. Nia said in that moment, hearing that this man done left his girlfriend Rhea for her, she said that, to be honest, she felt powerful. She felt chosen. Until, in one night, Micah shows up outside of Nia's house, crying, boohoo crying. And he just said to her out of nowhere, "Why did you do this to me? I can't eat, I can't think, I feel you even when you're not around. You tied my soul, I know you did something to me." Then out of nowhere, the man smiled. Now Nia says that this didn't look like his regular smile. It's like his face moved. There was something else inside of him entirely. That's when he leans in and says to her, "Why didn't you feed it?" Pretty much, Micah shows up at Nia's door, boohoo crying, and he seems different with the smile that he gave her and him whispering to her, "Why didn't you feed it?" He kind of snapped out of that moment. It just seemed weird. So Nia didn't think anything of it and they moved on. However, Micah was obsessed. Since Nia had performed that love spell, Micah left his gal, went to Nia, and he had became everything she's ever wanted. Affectionate, attentive, and constantly by her side. At first, it felt like a dream. But as we know, that dream was quickly turning into a nightmare. So Nia says that Micah stopped going to work. He stopped seeing his family. Nia says this was not at her request, just distanced himself from everyone. And he even stopped being himself. Everywhere Nia went, he followed. She said she would wake up and he would be watching her sleep. He would get so angry if she left the room without telling him. He would throw these tantrums when she didn't answer his text right away. Nia said, what I thought was love was becoming something else. Something dark. And Nia said, when I told y'all he stopped being himself, she said one night she woke up to find him standing over her, watching. And when she asked him, yo, what are you doing? He said, I'm just making sure that no one's trying to take you from me. So at this point, Nia started researching the spell that she had done. And through her research, she discovered that it wasn't just a love spell. Oh no, it was a binding ritual. One that not only called on spirits of attraction, but sacrificed part of Micah's will to make it work. I didn't even know that was a thing. Nia said in that moment it's dawning on her that in trying to force love, she had actually broken something inside of him. But that wasn't the worst part. One night, Nia had a dream. A woman dressed in all white appeared. Her face was hidden behind this lace veil, and the lady says to her, you asked for love. We gave it, but love has a cost. Nia woke up that day with on her pillow and it wasn't hers. And to make matters worse, when she woke up from the dream, Micah, who was sleeping with her, had his arms wrapped so tightly around her, his fingers technically digging into her skin, leaving bruises. He was holding her like he was afraid she would vanish in the middle of the night. She said that same day, Micah woke up on one. If she never felt endangered before, this was the day. That morning, Micah refused to let Nia leave the house. She had work. She can't go. At first, he was asking nicely, hey, can you stay home? Nia said no. Then he started crying, and then he started screaming, and then he was begging, and then he just went silent completely. And y'all remember that smile from part one? The robotic smile that just didn't seem like Micah's? Yeah, that smile came back. And Nia says again, it wasn't human. She said he pushed her to the ground and she woke up tied up in their bedroom. When she woke up, she begged him to untie her and he seemed remorseful, so he did. At this point, Nia is desperate to contact the woman that did this spell for her. However, when she went back to the woman said that, I told you, you could not undo this. There's nothing I can do for you. You knew the cost of what you were doing. And unless she needed something new, the woman told her to leave and left Nia to deal with this man by herself. And I wish I could just end the story right here, but this story is so long and it just keeps getting worse. So Nia tries to go back to the voodoo lady to undo whatever it is that she did. And the lady talking about, I can't help you. You already knew the risk. At this point, Nia is gathering that she's in trouble because she is left alone to deal with this man by herself. She has no idea what to do. She comes back home and at this point, things with Micah are escalating. Micah has fully moved in with Nia, refuses to go to work, refuses to go anywhere, and Nia became the sole breadwinner. Nia said that she did find it endearing the days that he was following her to work. She didn't think it was that much of a red flag that he would follow her sometimes, considering they lived together and Nia knew what she did to him. Unfortunately, things just kind of kept escalating. Over the days, Micah completely stopped eating. And when Nia would ask him, why are you not eating? He would say he didn't need any food. He would tell her that your love is enough and that feeds me. She said it got so bad that this man's eyes started sinking into his face, his skin pale, and the creepiest part was this man started talking in his sleep in voices that were not his. And to add salt to injury, every night the woman in white would appear in Nia's dreams whispering, you fed us. Now he belongs to us. Nia said she would wake up having no idea what those dreams meant. What do you mean he belongs to us? Who is us? What did she feed it? One day, Nia woke up and decided to go to work like regular. She left Micah at home, and at this point, Micah really looks like he's not doing good. Again, he's not eating, he's not drinking, he's not doing anything. Nia overheard his parents on the phone the night before being concerned about Micah, and the mom said something about stopping by to see him. So that morning, Nia wakes up, goes to work, and doesn't think anything of it. Now, Nia says that she should also say that she wasn't close with Micah's parents. She felt that Micah's parents liked Micah's ex more than they liked her, so they never really business with each other like that. So that day, Nia comes back home from work. That's when she notices that Micah is gone. Nowhere to be found. His clothes were still in the closet. His phone was still on the charger. She's thinking maybe he went outside. But hours pass and Micah is still not back. And mind you, she can't call him. Phone's right there. So she goes into her room and she notices on her pillow there was a single red candle, half burned, covered in dried petals and wax, something similar to what she had used the night of that spell. So she decided to run to that, clean it up, because it looks like witchcraft. She's now wondering, wow, did Micah do this and left? And at this point, I think she gathered that Micah may not be coming back. So she goes to sleep that night and she has a dream again. But this time, she says, next time, love someone the natural way. Because now, you owe us. Nia said that months went by and Micah still didn't come back. She grew worried for him, but every single night, even till this night, she still dreams about the woman in white coming to collect something. And she says she always says every single time in the dream, next time, love someone the natural way. And months later, Nia would learn that Micah was actually rescued by his parents that day that she went to work. His parents came to the house knowing that there was some sort of witchcraft involved, took Micah, left the country, and went back home. It was his parents that left the candle and everything on her pillow. And she was told that if she wants to get rid of that scary lady in her dreams, the answers lie within Micah's parents, who, by the way, she has no means of getting in contact with.
Love spells gone wrong. Story time. So Jose and Maria have been married for over 15 years. They own a business, a home, they have 2 children, and Maria is currently pregnant with their 3rd child. Now, because Maria is put on bed rest during this pregnancy, she can no longer go to work. So that means that her and Jose have to hire a new secretary to pull her weight. Now, Susie is 24, straight out of college, very beautiful and intelligent, so she applies for the job and she gets it. So Jose and Susie are talking, they're flirting, and within a couple of weeks, they're in a full-blown affair. But his mother warns him, you know you have a family at home, you can't be doing this. Jose tells his mom, you just take care of my wife and baby while I'm at work. I got this. I pay the bills. So 2 months later, Jose and Susie are still going strong in their affair when one day Susie rolls over and says, hey, guess what? You're going to be a daddy again. I'm pregnant. His eyes were big as quarters because he knew if anyone found out about this woman or baby, he would lose everything, including his family. So Jose tries to talk Susie into having an abortion, but she says absolutely not. We intentionally created this child and I'm gonna have it. He knew he could not piss Susie off or she could destroy his life in many ways. So he gets the idea to tell his family that he is stressed out at work, bogged down and depressed, and the best thing they can do is pack up and leave the country and just start over fresh. So to keep Susie at bay, Jose lies to her and says, look, I love you, and as soon as you have this baby, I'm going to leave my wife and kids, and we're going to be together. Susie's in shock. She can't believe that he's ready to make that kind of a commitment. The only problem was he was lying to her, and within a few weeks, when his wife had her baby, he packs his family up and moves them to America, leaving a pregnant Susie behind. When they left, Susie is calling Jose's phone, leaving voicemails, texting, blowing him up like, where the hell are you? So Susie tells her mom that Jose has ghosted her, and her mom informs her that Jose has moved his family to America. They're gone. She loses it. She starts blowing his phone up, calling and texting, you abandoned us. I'm gonna tell everyone. He just keeps lying. He says, wait, I did this for us. As soon as I get established and get more money, I'm gonna leave her and then bring you and the baby here and we'll be a family. 6 more months goes by. She's had the baby and Jose has still not sent for her. He just keeps stringing her along. Well, she gets mad and says, look, Jose, if you don't get your ass on a plane and come get us, I'm coming to you. Do you understand? I can't be without you. He said, no, but I hope you understand. I don't want nothing to do with you or your bastard. Don't contact me again. So at this point, Susie is stressing. She has no income, no transportation, no family support, no help from Jose. She doesn't know how she's going to take care of this child. So she went to a local village healer to try to get some help. Susie told the healer, I need a love spell, the strongest one you got. And the healer responded, are you sure you can afford this? Because this is going to cost a lot more than money. Susie got on her knees and said, I don't care. I will pay whatever price it costs. Just make this man come back to me. The healer said, okay, but you understand the price for this. And Susie cut him off. I don't care what the price is. Just do it. The healer said, take this herb, grind it up real fine, add some blood from your menstrual cycle, cut some hair from your head and his, grind it all up real fine, and then put it in his food. He must eat this before or after Schmegs. Doesn't matter which, but make sure he eats it all. Understand, once you do this, that man is not going to leave you alone. She said, well, good, that's what I want. Susie finds out through the grapevine that Jose is coming back to their country just for a couple of days to get the rest of his family's belongings and to tie up some loose ends, and she knows that's when she's going to have to do it. On the day that he returns, Susie put on her sexiest outfit and goes to the airport, and as soon as Jose stepped off that plane, Susie bumped into him and said, hey, stranger. Jose is like, oh, hey. She said, it's okay, I'm not mad anymore. I've gotten over all that. And Jose was dumb enough to fall for it. He thought, wow, I can hook up with her tonight and nobody would ever know and just go get my family stuff tomorrow. And of course, just like we all predicted, he wound up in a hotel room making love to Susie all night. While he was asleep, Susie cut his hair, her hair, and she even took a patch of the baby's hair to make sure it was stronger. She put that herb and her blood in it, mixed it up, and served him breakfast. Jose was so drained from the night before that he ate up every single morsel of that meal. He didn't miss a crumb, and Susie just stood there smiling because she knew she was about to get what she wanted. Susie tries to cuddle with Jose, and that's when he jumps up. I have to go. I made a mistake. We can't do this again. She said, okay, have a nice day. She wasn't mad or worried at all because she knew he was coming back to her. So they leave the hotel, and then Susie sits by the phone waiting on his call, just praying that the spell worked. So 2 days later, Jose calls her and says, hey, I've left my wife and kids. You're all I think about. I want you. I need you. I'm coming back to you. She said, well, good, hurry. Well, later that day, Jose called her 3 more times back to back, but she missed the first 2 calls, and when she answered the 3rd time, he was screaming at her, where the hell are you? Who are you with? Are you cheating on me? You better not be with another man. Why didn't you answer the phone? Susie thought, that's really weird. He's never been jealous over me before, so it must be a side effect of the spell. That's good because it means the spell is working. But when he arrived 2 days later, Jose's behavior was out of control. He grabbed her by her arm and started screaming, where were you? Who are you with? Why didn't you answer the phone? Then his whole mood changes. He apologizes to her. He says, I'm so sorry. I love you and the baby. I would never hurt you. Please, I want y'all to come live with me. When they get in the hotel room, Susie gives the baby a bath, and then she lays on the bed and starts playing with the baby, and then Jose looks over and says, you love that baby more than me, don't you? You spend too much time with him. You love him too much. You're going to choose him over me. When he gets older, you're going to marry him and be with him, aren't you? Susie said, no, what are you talking about? He's our baby. We created him. We should both love him the same. This man is losing it because of that spell. All he can think about is Susie cheating on him or leaving him. Jose picked the baby up and said, you have to choose now, either me or the baby. Susie said, why? He's our baby. He said, choose. She said, I'll always choose you over everyone. He said, then you won't mind me doing this. And then he opened the balcony sliding door, took the baby out and held him over the balcony. She said, no, wait, what are you doing? That's our baby. He said, but you can't love him and me, so we have to get rid of him. And then he dropped him. Before she could even grasp what was going on, Jose lunged at her, put his hands around her neck, and began choking her until she passed out. When Susie finally came to, she felt the cold wind blowing through her hair. She felt Jose's arms wrapped tightly around her, and that's when she heard him say, Susie, I love you, only you, forever. And then she realized they were falling from the hotel balcony.
These are the consequences of doing a love spell on a person. So Gloria has been practicing witchcraft for the past 5 years, so much so that she has become very well known around her neighborhood and she has a ton of clients. One day she was having a birthday party at her house, so she invited a bunch of her friends and a bunch of her close neighbors. When she sees a girl that she didn't recognize enter her home, she assumed that this was probably one of her friends who had invited another friend.
The girl goes up to her, introduces herself as Peggy, and tells Gloria that she needs her help. That she has fallen madly in love with this man that wants absolutely nothing to do with her. Gloria advised her against it and told her about all the consequences that come from love spells, that you can't mess with someone's free will. Peggy said that she didn't care, that whatever the consequences were, that she was willing to deal with it. The next day, Peggy went to Gloria's house and Peggy handed her a jar. In this jar, there was this white powder. Peggy told her to take a very small amount out of the jar and to add it to one of his alcoholic drinks. And to also do it on a Friday, because apparently Fridays are the most strongest days to do this stuff. That Friday, Peggy ended up having a huge party at her house where she invited just about everyone, including the boy and Gloria. As the party was going, everybody was dancing, singing, having a great time. Peggy starts getting a bunch of drinks ready for her friends. Gloria notices that Peggy takes one of the drinks and puts it to the side. She then opens the jar that she had in her pocket and she dumps all of the powder in the drink. Gloria right away runs over to Peggy and tells her, "That is too much. I told you to only give him a small amount. You have no idea the consequences that this is gonna create." Peggy then snaps at Gloria and tells her to mind her business, that this had nothing to do with her, that she already paid her for her work, and that whatever happens now, to just back off. Gloria pretty much wiped her hands clean and left it at that. The minute this guy took a sip of the drink, it was almost out of a movie scene. He became completely head over heels in love with Peggy and could not keep his hands off of her. The whole night they were just making out and all over each other. A few weeks go by and Peggy gives Gloria a call and tells her, "Hey, what you gave me worked amazing, but I no longer want to be with him. He has become way too obsessive, very toxico, to the point that he's even jealous of my own brothers. I wanted him, but not like this. I no longer want to be with him." Gloria told her there's nothing that she can do about it, that when she tried to interfere, that she had told her to mind her business, so that's exactly what she was gonna do. Weeks go by and Gloria ends up receiving news that literally chilled her to the bone. Apparently, Peggy had broken up with the guy, and when she did so, the guy became so insane that he drove his bike right off of a bridge, unaliving himself. All because of that spell. A month later, Peggy calls her terrified, crying her heart out, begging Gloria for help. She told her that after the boy had passed away, that she continued to see him in the home, that he wakes her up at night, that she hears his voice, that he still is around at all times, that even after he passed away, he continues to be obsessed over her, even after death.
This is a story about how my dad encountered somebody who was possessed. Now, a tiny bit of context about my dad. He is not a heebie-jeebie person, and he was kind of reminding me of this story before I told it to make sure I got all the details right, and just straight up verbatim said, "Haley, you know me. I am a combat veteran, and I'm not scared of shit, but this rattled me." So back in the mid to late 90s, my dad was very involved in ministry at the church that we attended. And long story short, a mother came up to him one day and from the church and pretty much just said, "I need your help." So this mother goes on to explain that she has a son in his mid to late 20s and that there was something very dark spiritually going on with him. She essentially just explained that she believed he was possessed. He also was struggling with substances and things like that, but she asked my dad, along with some of his other ministry friends in the church, to come over and pray for her son. And so that's what they did. Around a week or so later, they were able to get some free time one afternoon. So my dad and his friend Orban made their way over to this mother's house. Keep in mind the trigger warning because it gets dark from here. So when they get to the house, he goes inside, Orban is behind him, and they begin to walk down the hallway toward the son's bedroom. We're just going to call him Jake, okay, for the story. So they're walking toward Jake's bedroom. Before my dad even gets to the door, he said that he could already smell a really horrible smell. It smelled like rotting, decaying something. So they open the door, and Jake is in there, fully unclothed, sitting on a couch. He has bodily fluids, like red bodily fluids, fecal matter, smeared all over him, all over his body, his face, everything. It was all on the walls. It was in carpet. He had, oh my goodness, he had taken a Dremel and filed all of his teeth down to a point, and he had a bunch of posters, life-size posters of musicians or celebrities that had committed sewer slide, and he had them hanging upside down on his wall. He had cut the heads off of all of the posters and had taken animal bodily fluid, red bodily fluid, and smeared it where the head of the posters would have been. He had also used the same red bodily fluids from animals to write all over the walls, just things like that. There were animals that were unalived and had their heads removed, hanging upside down in his room, and liquid was being drained into like bowls. The mother explained that he would take, he never went out of the room in his door. He only used the window, and he would climb in and out of the window at night and go and take animals like pigs, chickens, whatever he could find, whatever pet he could find, and use them in rituals in a really like screwed up way, right? So my dad looks at Jake and says, "Jake, we're here to pray for you if that's okay." Jake stands up on the couch and starts speaking in a voice that should not be human, and did not sound human. And he was speaking some sort of other language, sounded something like Latin. I know that's cliche, but this is a real story. This really happened. And he is just like screaming. And Dad said that when he looked into his eyes, it was not like looking into a person's eyes. It looked animalistic. And the way that he was acting, his mannerisms, it was very animalistic, very primal in a not human type of way. Next thing you know, this man, I'm not kidding, jumps backward onto the wall behind him. Like he's standing on the couch and he jumps like a spider onto the wall behind him with his arms and his feet, and he begins crawling up the wall backward, like defying gravity. And he is like crouched there like some sort of an animal, screaming at them and making some sort of guttural like shriek or sound. And my dad said that he could hear his friend behind him, Orban, just start praying under his breath. I'm with Orban, like I have chills talking about this. Orban fell to his knees and started praying at the foot of the door. He was too scared to go in the room. And so this guy, Jake, is a few feet up in the air on the wall, and he crouches in this way. My dad said that Dad could tell he was about to jump. He was about to like leap onto them and attack them. So as you can imagine, Jake ends up leaping off of the wall, and in midair, bad bitch move, my dad catches him and slams him down on that couch. He said that when he slammed him down on the couch, that Jake started in a very animalistic type of way, biting and chomping, trying to like bite my dad's arm, his fingers, his face, like whatever he could get a hold of. And my dad was luckily able to hold him in such a way that he wasn't able to actually bite into him, but he is still making these very like guttural kind of screams, just the whole 9 yards, like some real exorcist type shit. My dad has never encountered anything else like this in his 50, some years. And so he just starts praying for this guy, and this goes on for a long time, like a few hours, where they are praying for him. And Dad is, he eventually became like more docile and wasn't fighting as much, but the demons that were in this man released him, and he became a completely different person overnight. He immediately quit using the substances. He went and got like a new set of teeth and stuff, of course, because he had, destroyed his teeth with that Dremel. The mom said she called my dad the next day, bawling her eyes out, and said he is in there ripping the carpet out of his room right now. And like, thank you for helping give me my son back. And so, yeah, the story has a happy ending. He ended up getting married, having children. So they definitely do not believe that it was just a substance problem. It was also a spiritual problem.
Demons are real. So quick story time. Earlier today, I was in Philadelphia at the train station waiting for my Amtrak train to come to New York, and all the trains were like delayed or canceled. There's this young woman who walks past me. She looks me up and down. I notice because I'm very observant, hyper aware of my surroundings. And then she walks away. I go in the middle to wait for the train. I'm looking at the timetable, and she walks up next to me, and she's like, oh, that's a really nice bag. So I had on like this Louis Vuitton bag. So she's like, is that real or fake? Which I don't know why she asked me that. So I was like, it's fake. She was like, oh, okay. So she goes on to tell me like her whole life story. And I'm like, this girl's either going to try to scam me, rob me, or attack me. So she tells me how she has an assault charge. She's on the run from Jersey. She looks clearly disheveled. You can tell she has a hoodie on, but you can tell her hair is like completely matted. She tells me how her mother has scammed her and has her name written on all these bills and all this stuff. And she's speaking, and she's not really speaking coherently, and she's telling a story, and she's like going in circles. So I'm like, in my mind, I need to pray for this young lady. So I let her talk for a little while, and then I stopped her and I said, is it okay if I pray for you? Mind you, she just shared with me her whole life story, and she told me that the person that she attacked shapeshift into someone else who was her enemy, which is why she attacked them. So clearly there was something going on beyond what I could see and anyone could see in the natural. This girl was being tormented and oppressed. So again, after letting her speak for a while, I look at her and I say, can I pray with her? And she's like, so in my mind, I'm like, why the apprehension when you just told me your whole life story? Because she was looking at me as if she didn't trust me, but yet she just divulged all this information to me. So she was like, it depends on what you pray. So I knew I was going to pray in the name of Jesus, but clearly them demons did not want to hear the name of Jesus. So I said, I can understand you may not trust me, but I can share with you the things that I'm going to pray. Do you want me to share with you what the Lord shared with me? And what I was going to tell her is that I can sense that she was dealing with a spirit of torment. And she was like, no, I don't want to know. I said, okay. So she was like, well, why do you need to pray? I'm telling you about what's going on with me. And I'm like, well, I'm not going to sit here and have a long conversation with you about what you're dealing with clearly you're not just dealing with natural things, you're dealing with spiritual things. And in order for the things that you're dealing with to be resolved, you need divine intervention, which is the reason why I want to pray. Then she asked me what my religion was and if I was a Christian. And I said yes. And she was like, I don't want you to pray for me. I can pray for myself. And then she walked away. So as she's walking away, I'm like, can I know your name? She's like, I'm not giving you my name. And the Holy Spirit automatically said legions, because there are many. Y'all, there is something about the name Jesus. I could have said any other religion and she would have clearly been open. But the reason that she decided to run away is because those demons that she was being oppressed by did not want to leave. I don't know what the girl's plan was. I don't know what she tried to do to me, because even as she walked away and left where I was, I saw her circle back. She didn't come where I was. She came like kind of like a few feet from me, and she was like looking at people, like specifically targeting certain people. In that moment, you know, my hope would have been for her to be free from whatever was tormenting her. But I'm just grateful that she did not try to do whatever it is she attempted to do, because even without saying the name Jesus, she knew that there was a connection. Them demons knew, and they wasn't really with it. Spiritual warfare is real, guys. Like, there is truly power in the name of Jesus. And as someone who has been in deliverance ministry, I see the power and the authority that we as children of God have when we call on the name of Jesus. Those demons can't stand it.
All right, so story time about how there was a demon under my sister's bed when we were kids. So back in the day, I was like 10, and there's this kid that we used to play across the street with. His name was Junior. He was like 13 or 14 years old, whatever. And so one day he was at the park and he found these 2 angel necklaces, and he brought them over when he got home, and he was like, hey, I found these necklaces at the park. This one's for your mom. This one's for my mom. My mom's favorite color is blue. The other angel necklace had blue eyes, so the one that he gave us had red ruby eyes. My mom was like, oh, thank you so much. It's so beautiful. And so that night when I was asleep, something woke me up. I seen 2 red eyes under my sister's bed. I'm going off. I'm screaming. I'm going crazy. Mind you, like, me and my sister shared a room. Her bed was, like, right across from mine. Our room was super clean. We did not play in our room. My mom did not play that shit. Our room was for sleeping, and that's it, and getting dressed. We had a playroom that we played in. We did not have no toys in our room, but, like, stuffed animals, books, stuff like that on our shelf. So there was, like, nothing under our beds. No shoes, nothing. And so, again, I'm screaming. I'm going crazy. My sister is knocked out. She did not wake up the entire time. So our stepdad walked in the room. He was like, "What's going on?" I said, "There was 2 red eyes under Courtney's bed." He turned on the light. He's looking under the bed. There's nothing there. My mom's like, go to bed. You're seeing things. You know, go to sleep." Bro, I know what the fuck I seen. Been seeing shit since I was a little kid. Like, even to this day, I still see shit, still feel shit. I'm very in tune. The next day, my mom was cooking. I went in her room, grabbed that necklace, and threw it away outside. Never seen it again. My mom never even asked about it. She never was like, "Oh, where's my necklace?" Nothing. Thank God. Because imagine if she would have put that bitch on. Imagine if she would have put that bitch on. Straight demon. But it was scary as fuck. Like, literally, like, I felt the energy from whatever was under her bed. Like, I felt so much heaviness and pressure, and like I was overwhelmed. It was terrifying. So, you know, you just don't pick up shit at the park. Like, you don't pick up shit anywhere, especially shit like that. But he was a kid. Who knows? You know, he didn't know any better. But as a grown-ass adult, like right now, if I were to have seen like 2 angel necklaces, one with blue eyes, one red eyes, I'd know that's good and evil. Period. I wouldn't even touch them. I wouldn't separate them. I would leave them right the fuck there.
The ocean doesn't care about you. It's not your enemy, and it sure as hell isn't your friend. It's just there, silent and endless, stretching past the horizon. People think they understand it because they can chart a course, read a tide, plot a point on a map. They don't. The ocean keeps its own secrets, and sometimes it lets you see one. We had planned a trip across the Atlantic. I captained the MV Red Sabre for almost 15 years now, moving small cargo from one port to another, keeping to tight schedules and predictable routes. I initially started in the Navy, but that life was a long way behind me. My crew is small, just 4 of us. Fewer men means fewer costs, but it also means fewer people to rely on when things go wrong. We were 3 days out from Spain. It was the middle of the night, somewhere past 0200 hours, and I was still awake in my cabin, staring at the same navigational charts. The radio crackled once, then again. A voice was trying to push through the static. It came through the comms, a weak, staticky voice repeating the same sequence over and over again. "Mayday, Mayday, this is the Perdition. Position, latitude 35, longitude..." It cut out again. I sat up. The Perdition? That name wasn't familiar, but the way the signal came in, faint and interrupted, meant whatever equipment they were using, it was dated. I keyed the intercom. "Rich, this is the captain. You picking that up?" There was a pause. Then Gallagher answered. "Aye, Cap. We thought it was interference at first, but it's repeating. Same distress code every 30 seconds. Source? We're running it through the registry now." Another pause. I could hear his fingers moving over the keyboard, the sound of rapid typing. Then a brief pause. Captain? You might want to see this." By the time I got to the bridge, Gallagher was still staring at the screen, one hand resting against his chin. His brow was furrowed. "You're gonna want to see this," he muttered. I glanced at the monitor. The distress code was still cycling, a single repeating sequence of numbers and static, as if someone had been broadcasting it on a loop. Behind us, a chair creaked. I turned to see Holloway, the youngest of the crew, lingering near the back of the bridge, arms crossed over his chest. He looked tense. I wasn't sure if he even realized he was doing it, but his foot tapped against the floor in a steady rhythm, a nervous energy he hadn't learned to mask yet. Rodriguez lingered near the back, standing stiff, watching us all. "What am I looking at?" I asked. Gallagher turned the monitor slightly so I could get a better look. The registry was pulled up, the distress code logged and matched. The petition was listed. But the date next to it stopped me for a moment. 1921. I frowned, glancing back at the others. "You're telling me we just picked up a 100-year-old distress call?" Gallagher didn't answer right away. He exhaled through his nose, tapping his knuckles against the desk. "Signals coming through clean. No drift, no degradation. This isn't an old transmission bouncing back. This is live." "That has to be wrong," I said. "It's a malfunction, a glitch." Behind me, Rodriguez muttered something in Spanish. "This is bad luck," he said. "We shouldn't meddle with these things." Rodriguez had been on the water longer than the rest of us combined. He wasn't overly superstitious, but he had his traditions and ways. I'd learned to respect and honor some of them. Gallagher cleared his throat. "I guess it could probably be a mistake, Captain. Some tech anomaly, maybe a freak frequency bounce. The ocean can be weird like that." I nodded, slowly. He was right. I've seen things like this before. Stray signals, old transmissions getting caught in atmospheric loops, even ancient broadcasts being replayed by accident. But this was no tech anomaly, as Gallagher had said. The signal was coming through clean as a whistle. I looked back at the screen. The coordinates placed the signal 200 miles ahead of us. Nothing there but open water. No islands, no reefs, no known wreck sites to mention. "Could be pirates," Holloway said suddenly. His voice was casual, but I caught the way he swallowed hard afterward. "Baiting us in?" That was a possibility. It wouldn't be the first time someone had rigged a fake emergency to lure in a rescue crew. But pirates don't use distress codes from a century ago. I exhaled slowly, then turned back to Rodriguez. "You think this is bad luck?" He nodded once. "A ship disappears, and 100 years later it starts calling for help? That's not right, Captain. Tell me something about that doesn't sound wrong to you." I turned back to the rest of the crew. "Listen, we're professionals. That's a distress call, and we're obligated to check it out. We went over this in training people. There's nobody else around us for this. Radio in to nearby ships from here, and we take it from there. Could be a hoax, could be a malfunction, could be something else entirely, but we won't know unless we look." Gallagher hesitated. "Captain, That's final." I turned back toward the helm, set a course for the coordinates. No one spoke. The tension in the air shifted. Finally, Gallagher muttered something under his breath and nodded. "Aye, sir." Rodriguez didn't argue. He just shook his head and walked away. The fog rolled in a few minutes after we started heading for the location, and it was getting steadily worse. The further we pushed toward the coordinates, the denser it became, until the ocean and sky blurred into the same endless void. The radar picked up the ship before we could see it. The radar was reading a massive ship floating just ahead. The readings weren't erratic, weren't distorted. Whatever was out there was solid. So, we weren't heading for a shipwreck. Gallagher adjusted the radio frequency, turning dials with the patience of a man who had done it 1,000 times before. His jaw was tight, his fingers tapping anxiously against the console. Still nothing, he muttered. No response. He tried again. This is the MV Red Sabre responding to an emergency distress call. Perdition, do you read? Over. The radio remained silent. Just static. A low hum stretching out like a dead signal. I exhaled slowly, rubbing my temple. Keep trying. Holloway stood near the bridge window, staring out into the mist like he was trying to will something into focus. He shifted uneasily. If they needed help, shouldn't they be responding? Gallagher shook his head. Even if they're dead in the water, someone should be hearing us. If the beacon is live, the comms should be live too. Maybe their radio's busted, I said through my teeth. Maybe they lost power. Rodriguez scoffed under his breath. Maybe. Then the fog thinned, and we saw it. The Perdition emerged from the mist like a ghost. It loomed before us, intact and untouched. A merchant vessel from another century. Dark wood slick with moisture, its sails furled tight, its masts rising into the grey sky like skeletal remains. There were no signs of damage, no wreckage, nothing to suggest why a ship like this had sent out an SOS in the first place. Holloway took a step closer to the window. Jeez. Gallagher tapped a few keys on the radar console, shaking his head. God, that is one massive ship. Rodriguez remained silent. I straightened, inhaling sharply. We're boarding. We lowered the dinghy and approached slow. The ladder was still intact, rope and wood swaying gently against the Perdition's hull. I grabbed hold, testing its weight. The damp fibers creaked under my grip, but held firm. I looked back. Holloway and Gallagher sat stiff in the dinghy. Rodriguez didn't move, didn't reach for the ladder. His hands were planted on his knees, fingers tight. You coming? I asked. A pause. His jaw clenched. Then, reluctantly, he took hold of the rungs. Holloway and Gallagher followed. The ship was still. The lanterns swayed gently from their hooks, but they were unlit. The ropes were neatly coiled, undisturbed. A layer of dampness clung to everything, but there was no decay. Perdition, I shouted, my voice cutting through the mist. Anyone aboard? No response. Gallagher called out next, louder. His voice echoed, bouncing off the sails before fading into nothing. Silence. Rodriguez muttered something, glancing around. I turned back to the others. We'll cover more ground if we split up. Gallagher, take the upper decks. Holloway with me. Rodriguez, check below deck. We regroup in 10 minutes. If we don't find anybody, we leave and report back to land with what we find. Gallagher exhaled sharply. Splitting up? Not sure that's a good idea, Cap. You know in movies they say, we're wasting time, I said sternly. Rodriguez simply turned, disappearing into the shadows below deck without another word. Holloway and I moved carefully through the dimly lit corridor, the damp wood beneath us groaning under our weight. The air here was heavier than it had been outside, thick with a scent of salt and aged timber. The lanterns lining the walls were unlit, their glass panes smeared with condensation. Every door we passed was shut tight, their brass handles tarnished. At the end of the passage, one door stood slightly ajar. I pushed it open, stepping inside. The captain's quarters were small but orderly. A single cot against the wall, neatly made, the sheets still tucked in tight. A chest at the foot of the bed, latched but not locked. The desk took up most of the space, its surface covered in loose papers, maps curled at the edges, ink bottles tipped over and dried. A leather-bound logbook sat in the center, lying open to a page warped with moisture. Beside it, a lantern, unlit but still filled with oil. Holloway hesitated in the doorway, nostrils flaring slightly. "You smell that?" I did. Not rot, not mildew, just damp and sour. The scent clung to everything, thick and stale, the way a house smells when it's been shut up for months, or a ship that's been sailing for decades. I ran my fingers over the desk. The wood was swollen, the grain rough beneath my touch. The papers beneath the logbook were stuck together in places, the ink smudged, but the words beneath my fingers were still legible. I flipped through the logbook carefully. Holloway stepped inside now, staying close to the door, his gaze shifting between scattered papers and the rest of the room. "What does it say?" I squinted at the text, reading aloud. May 3rd, 1921. Northeasterly wind, steady at 10 knots. Course adjusted westward. Men in good spirits. I skimmed further down. The next few entries were standard, nothing out of the ordinary. Weather conditions, course adjustments, a brief note about rationing. Then, something changed. May 10th. A voice below deck last night. Bosun claims he heard it too, but there was no one there. Crew uneasy. I frowned, flipping further. May 13th. The men are restless. I do not believe it was the wind. Mr. Avery refuses to sleep below. The others are beginning to whisper. Holloway shifted on his feet. "You think they had a stowaway?" "Maybe." I kept reading. The last entry was written in a hasty scrawl, as if the writer had barely finished before slamming the book shut. May 18th. The sea is speaking. The men are listening. I am the only one left. I stared at it for a long moment, the ink smudged and bleeding into the page. The words rushed, uneven. The last page wasn't finished. Holloway leaned over my shoulder, exhaling sharply. Man. I closed the logbook, running a thumb along the frayed edges of the pages. There's no mention of distress before this. No damage, no sickness, no storm. I gestured at the room, and this place looks like someone just left. Holloway glanced around, rubbing his arms. I don't like this, Cap. This isn't how a ship looks after 100 years. I knelt beside the chest, at the foot of the bed, running a hand over the latch. It wasn't locked. I lifted the lid. Inside, neatly folded clothes sat stacked on one side, a pair of boots placed carefully beside them. A shaving kit, a pocket watch, small ordinary things, but clearly untouched for a very long time. Holloway exhaled through his nose. No personal letters, no sign of where they went. No. I set the watch back, my fingers brushing the fabric of the clothes beneath it. The material was damp, but still intact, not eaten away by time or salt. I stood, glancing at Holloway. Where the hell is the crew? And who and how did they make a distress call? Before he could add, a noise echoed from somewhere outside the room. A deep, dull thud. Holloway turned sharply toward the doorway. I tensed, straining to hear past the thick stillness. Then another sound. Shuffling. Distant. Slow. Gallagher's voice carried through the corridor. Rodriguez? I felt something cold settle in my gut. We stepped out the room. The ship was silent again. Nothing but the distant lapping of water against the hull. Gallagher stood near the helm, looking around, frowning. "Have you seen Rodriguez?" he asked. I glanced toward the stairs leading below deck. He should have been back by now. The 10 minutes were up. "He was checking below," I said. Gallagher exhaled through his nose, rolling his shoulders. He hesitated, then turned his gaze towards the stairwell. "You think he found something?" Gallagher led the way, his flashlight sweeping the stairwell as we descended into the lower decks, our boots heavy. The same smell from the captain's quarters was present here, but stronger. It smelled so wrong. I gripped the railing, stepping down cautiously. "Rodriguez?" My voice came out tight. "You down here?" Silence. Holloway moved close behind me, barely a step away, breathing hard through his nose. He kept glancing over his shoulder like he was expecting something to be there when he turned back. Gallagher kept his jaw locked tight, pressing forward, his flashlight bouncing off old crates and rusted tools. Another few steps, another breath of damp air, thick with salt. Then we heard it. A crash. Wood splintering. A low, wet gurgling. We turned fast, Gallagher's light flicking wildly, catching nothing but empty space. But the sound was still there. A struggle. I moved first, pushing past the others, heart hammering against my ribs. "Rodriguez!" No answer. A thud, something heavy hitting the floor. We stood frozen. Holloway clenched his jaw so tight I thought it might snap. Then, finally, I stepped forward. The corridor stretched ahead, damp wood groaning beneath us. I forced myself to move faster, flashlight gripped tight, my pulse so loud in my ears I almost didn't hear the drip. But it was there, soft, rhythmic, drip, drip, drip. Gallagher saw it first. His breath hitched, his steps faltered, his flashlight beam caught something on the floor ahead. Something red. A trail. A body. Rodriguez. I stopped breathing. The flashlight shook slightly in my grip, illuminating torn fabric, shredded flesh, broken bones. His chest had been ripped open. Chunks of him were missing. One eye was gone, the socket black and caved in. His jaw was slack, the muscles of his neck mangled as if something had chewed through them. Holloway made a noise, choked, disbelieving. Gallagher swallowed thickly behind me. He didn't move, none of us did. Rodriguez hadn't just been attacked. He had been eaten. I had seen a lot of things at sea. Drowning, suicides, accidents. This wasn't any of those. I opened my mouth, then closed it again. Holloway took a step back from the corpse, shaking his head. His breathing was erratic, chest rising and falling too fast, like he was trying not to hyperventilate. No, we need to go. We need to go right now. What the hell did this to him? Gallagher hadn't moved, just kept staring at the mess that used to be Rodriguez. His face was unreadable, but I could see his fingers twitching at his sides, like his body was deciding whether to run or shut down completely. I exhaled, forcing my mind to stay in control. We can't just leave him here. Holloway snapped his head up to look at me. His eyes were wild. Are you serious? His voice cracked, like he couldn't believe what he was hearing. Look at him. There's no bringing him back. He's dead. He gestured with both hands, stumbling over his words. He's gone, Captain, and if we don't get the hell off this ship, we'll be next. I clenched my jaw, kept my voice even. I know that. Do you? He let out a sharp, humorless laugh. Because I don't think you do. I think you're trying to make sense of this, trying to be the goddamn captain when we should already be getting the hell out of it. We will not leave him here. Holloway went silent. I forced myself to keep going, even though my stomach felt like it was trying to turn itself inside out. We should at least bring him back to his wife and family, hold a proper funeral. Gallagher exhaled sharply, running a hand down his face. His shoulders were still stiff, his posture tense. I swallowed, glancing down at what was left of Rodriguez. I didn't even know what we'd tell anyone back on land. And there was something about the way he had been left there, torn open and abandoned, that didn't sit right with me. I forced myself to look back at them. We don't just leave him here like some animal carcass. We take him back. Holloway didn't say anything, just looked at me, eyes dark and unreadable. Then, finally, Gallagher let out a slow breath and nodded. We didn't argue about it anymore. The smell of blood was worse now. The motion of dragging him had stirred it, letting it seep into the wood, thick and warm and unmistakable. Holloway had his hands hooked under Rodriguez's arms, his face a combination of something between determination and revulsion. Gallagher and I took the legs, lifting as best we could. The ship groaned around us as we moved. Every step was slow, heavy. The weight of the dead is always different than the weight of the living, more final. We didn't talk, just moved, just kept our eyes ahead. We were almost to the stairwell when Gallagher muttered, "Wait." We stopped. His flashlight flickered, bouncing off something near the far end of the corridor. I followed his gaze, shifting my own beam to match. Something was there. At first, I thought it was a man. "Hey, are you the person that sent out the distress signal? Who the hell did this to our friend? Who are you?" I shouted. It didn't respond. Instead, it just stood in the shadows, half lost in the darkness. Then, it stepped forward. Its body was swollen, bloated in places like it had been left underwater for too long. The skin was blue-grey, tinged with deep, sickly greens. The texture was hoarse, its flesh not smooth but broken up, cracked like dried leather. Clusters of barnacles hung to its shoulders, its arms the size of its neck. It stared at me, and I stared back. Its mouth hung slightly open. The inside of its mouth was ragged and torn. The gums were black, the teeth rotting, but something moved inside, shifting beneath the teeth. Small, thin tendrils stained with moisture flicked in and out between them, almost like feelers. It took another step forward, and it spoke. Not words, not anything that should have been speech, just a wet, gurgling croak. Something pulled from the depths of rotting lungs. Rodriguez's body hit the floor with a dull, wet thump as we let go and ran. We didn't think, didn't speak, didn't breathe. The thing behind us lurched forward, its feet dragging across the damp wood, its movements both too slow and too fast. I could hear it, the wet, laboured wheeze rattling in its chest, the sickly pop of something shifting under its skin. Gallagher shoved past me, his flashlight beam bouncing wildly. Holloway was right behind him, his breath coming ragged, desperate. We made it to the stairs, our boots slamming against the steps, but the thing wasn't too far behind us. And then Holloway slipped. He hit the landing hard, his flashlight skidding across the floor. He scrambled up onto his hands and knees, gasping, but the thing behind us was already there. A wet slap of flesh on wood, a guttural croak. I turned, barely catching a glimpse of it lurching toward Holloway. Its mouth yawned open, unimaginably deep, a mess of shattered teeth and writhing, slick tendrils. It was so close. I didn't think. I grabbed the first thing I could. A box of tools to my left had a crowbar. I grabbed it so tight my hand ached. Then swung. The crack of impact was sharp, jarring. The thing's head jerked violently to the side, and something deep inside it made a wet, sucking sound, like air escaping from a bloated carcass. It staggered. Gallagher was already moving, hauling Holloway to his feet. I took another step forward and brought the crowbar down hard, aiming for its head, its chest, anything that would break. It didn't bleed. It leaked. Dark, brackish water spilled from the wound, sloshing onto the deck, carrying with it the reek of salt and decay. But it didn't stop. It grabbed at me, its fingers webbed and thick with barnacles, its nails blackened and splitting. I wrenched away, my breath coming in short gasps. Gallagher moved next, slamming his boot into my chest, sending it staggering back. Holloway grabbed a rusted pipe from the floor and brought it down on its skull. This time, it collapsed. A final, shuddering breath rattled out from its lungs, but there was no struggle, no death throes, just the slow, unnatural way it deflated, like the sea itself was pulling its insides back down into the depths. The ship went silent. The three of us stood there, panting, shaking, dripping sweat. I forced myself to breathe. My heart was still hammering, my body still locked in fight or flight, but we weren't being chased anymore. Not yet. Gallagher wiped the sweat from his brow with a shaky hand. "Jeez," he muttered. "What the hell was it?" Holloway didn't answer. I swallowed hard and stepped forward. My legs shook as adrenaline surged through me. The creature's skin was the worst part. Pale, almost translucent in places, bloated with water, the veins underneath bulging, too dark, too thick. It had been human once, that much was clear. But it wasn't anymore. The barnacles, the jagged nails, the empty sockets where his eyes should have been. Whatever had happened to this thing, it had changed. Then I really looked at it. It had clothes. Ragged, torn, but still there. A heavy wool coat, tattered and salt-eaten. A loose undershirt ripped down the front. A pair of slacks that might have once been navy blue. I knew these clothes. They weren't just old rags. They were a uniform. A sailor's uniform. Holloway must have noticed it at the same time I did, because he let out a short, shaky breath. I turned slightly, saw his hands clenching at his sides. His face was pale, his lips pressed into a thin line. "Cap," he said, voice low. "How many?" I blinked. Holloway swallowed, his Adam's apple bobbing in his throat. He didn't take his eyes off the corpse. "How many?" he repeated, quieter this time. "How many crewmen would a ship like this have?" I stared at him. Then I looked around us. Big ship. Massive, really. For a merchant vessel of this size, back in the 1920s. I clenched my jaw. "At least 30, I said. Holloway exhaled slowly through his nose. He didn't look away from the thing on the floor. "Let's get out quickly, call in for help and come back for retreat." The sound rose from all over the lower decks, from the corridors, from the darkness behind the crates. A chorus of damp, shuddering exhales, all breathing in unison. Holloway heard it too, his face drained of colour. Gallagher took a slow step back, his light shaking in his grip. They heard us. They crawled out of the dark, dragging themselves across the damp wood, climbing from the flooded lower decks. Some staggered upright, their legs bent at wrong angles. Others moved on all fours, their limbs elongated, their bloated fingers curling into the boards. One of them lurched into the light. I could hear Holloway gagging. I took a step back. The creature's head snapped toward me, and then it stumbled and ran at the same time. Gallagher screamed. The whole ship erupted into motion. The creatures swarmed forward, scrambling over each other, crawling, sprinting, dragging themselves toward us. "Go!" I shouted, shoving Holloway toward the stairs. We ran. Gallagher was ahead of me. Holloway was right behind him. I could hear the creatures closing in, the sick, wet thud of hands and knees against the wood, the wheezing, the gurgling. Gallagher was the first to reach the stairs, taking them two at a time. Holloway stumbled, caught himself. I turned my head just once and saw them. Dozens. Their forms shifting in the dim light, some missing entire pieces of themselves, but still coming. One of them leapt forward, its jaw unhinging. Gallagher reached the railing, but a hand shot out from the darkness and grabbed his ankle. He hit the stairs hard, his flashlight clattering against the floor. I lunged forward, trying to grab his arm, but I was too slow. Something tore. Gallagher screamed. And then he was gone. Holloway kept running. I had no choice but to follow. I could still hear Gallagher screaming. Then it turned into gurgling. We burst onto the deck, gasping for air, lungs burning, muscles screaming. The floor was wet, and Holloway and I both slipped and fell, and some of the things gained on us. "Move," I shouted, but my voice barely carried over the thick, suffocating air. Then they hit us. The first one grabbed my arm, fingers slick and bloated, curling around my wrist. I whipped around, swung everything I had, my fist cracking against the thing's skull. It barely reacted. Its jaw hung open, those blackened gums and jagged teeth barely visible in the dim light. The thing inside its mouth flicked, reaching. I drove my knee into its gut, yanking my arm free, stumbling back. Holloway was next, a pair of them closing in on him, their movements slow, like they planned to enjoy themselves. He grabbed a rusted pole from the deck and swung hard, knocking one of them back. The other lunged, grabbing his shoulder. I rushed forward, slamming into the thing, sending both of us sprawling to the deck. Holloway stumbled back, panting, wiping sweat from his face with a shaking hand. And then I felt it. Fingers around my ankle. My stomach dropped. I kicked hard, but the grip was iron. It was dragging me back. I tried to reach for something, but my fingers only scraped against the deck, against the damp, rotting wood. And then Holloway was there. He grabbed my arms, yanking me up. The thing's grip tightened, its rotting nails trying to dig into my skin. I barely had time to register the pain before Holloway ripped a plank off the floor and smashed it in the thing's face. A wet, sickening crunch. The grip loosened. That was all we needed. We ran. Holloway skidded to a stop near the railing. He turned to me, chest heaving. He didn't speak. He didn't need to. We both knew. One option. Jump. I gave him a single nod. No hesitation, no second guessing. Just do it. We turned together and jumped. The air rushed past my ears, the cold spray of salt water hitting my skin as we plummeted toward the black abyss below. I hit the water hard, the cold like a knife to the chest. My breath vanished, stolen by the sudden pressure, the darkness, the silence. For half a second, I was weightless, spinning. The current gripped me, dragged me downward. I kicked hard, fighting against it, lungs screaming, heart hammering. My fingers reached for the surface, for air, for anything. Then I broke through, gasping, choking. I wiped the salt from my eyes, twisting, searching. Holloway. I saw his head bob up a few feet away, sputtering, spitting seawater. His voice broke, hoarse, panicked. We're here, where's the dinghy? I turned, looking frantically through the fog-drenched water. We saw it, just a few feet from where we landed. We pulled ourselves in, slipping and shaking. I just grabbed the oars and started rowing. As my adrenaline faded, I could focus my eyes, hear things, see. To row, I had to face the ship, seeing it slip into the thick fog that surrounded us. And on the silhouette flat line of the railing, I saw shapes that broke the perfect linearity of it. Lumps, vague shapes wandering to the perimeter of the ship, watching us leave, bound to the cursed vessel. I was more than ready to just leave the ship behind, be done with it. But I heard something. Not the sloshing of them swimming towards us, nor the chase of something in the water. A voice. Captain, come back, please. It was Rodriguez. Not a mimicry, wet and gurgled beneath the monster's form. His voice was clear, like he was perfectly well, like he hadn't been torn apart in the lower deck. Don't leave us behind. Come back. This time, it was Gallagher. I hesitated, my rowing slowed. Holloway tapped my arm. and when I looked at his face, he just shook his head. It wasn't him. It wasn't them. I knew that. But part of me still wanted to go back, just to make sure. I thought back to the logbook, the final entry. The sea is speaking. The men are listening. In a straight-up brawl, 1 or 2 we could handle. A ship of 30 hardened sailors would be able to handle that level of incursion. But all it would take is one familiar voice, one person you care enough about to check on, to make sure they're okay. And you can see how quickly things can turn sour. We eventually reached our vessel. Holloway collapsed behind me, panting, coughing, shaking. Neither of us spoke. By the time we reached the ship, the perdition was gone. The fog had swallowed it all, like it had never been there at all. Liam and I had been planning the trip for months, just the 2 of us. No girlfriends, no responsibilities, just a long overdue weekend to disconnect. We picked the cheapest cabin we could find, tucked in the tree-thick edge of some forgotten lake up north. Fishing, drinks, maybe a little weed. The kind of lazy, directionless break we both pretended we didn't desperately need. I'd just quit my job. Burnout. Liam's engagement had fallen apart 2 weeks before the wedding. We didn't talk about either. The next morning, I woke up early. Couldn't sleep. Liam followed me down to the dock, bleary-eyed, both of us clutching mugs of awful instant coffee. That's when we saw it. Across the water, barely visible through the fog. A house. A full-on house. 2 stories, pale siding, sharp roof, perfectly symmetrical, and definitely not there the day before. Maybe we were too hungover to notice, Liam said. Maybe someone built it overnight, I joked. But the chill on my spine didn't match my tone. We watched it for a while. It didn't move, flicker or fade. It just sat there, still and waiting. We couldn't see a dock or a path leading to it. It was just there. Eventually, curiosity got the better of us. We climbed into the old metal rowboat the cabin provided, oars squeaking with every pull. The lake was calm, the surface didn't ripple. Even the fog seemed thick and deliberate, as if it wanted to hide something. As we rowed, I remember thinking, maybe we're about to ruin someone's very private weekend. The fog parted like a curtain the closer we got. It sat dead center on the water. No docks, no stilts, no visible support. Just a 2-story colonial-style house perfectly above the glassy reflection, as if it had been cut and pasted into the world without explanation. Liam was the first to say it. There's no foundation. I nodded. There's no reason it should be standing. We circled it in the boat, but there was no clear entry point. Just still water and the low whisper of wind. And then, miraculously, we spotted a flat wooden platform hidden by the shadows beneath the water in front of the porch steps, a place just wide enough to climb onto. We tied off and stepped onto the platform. It didn't creak or sway. It felt impossibly solid. The front door opened with the first twist of the knob. Inside was warmth. I don't mean just temperature. It felt like a loved home, like someone had been expecting us. Lamps glowed in every room, soft orange glow washing over clean furniture and polished hardwood. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, despite no visible chimney outside. The smell of fresh bread hung in the air. The dining table was set for two, full plates already prepared. Roast chicken, vegetables, mashed potatoes, still steaming like they'd just been prepared. Our stomachs growled in unison, but neither of us dared touch it. "Maybe this is one of those theme rentals," Liam said, "like a weird Airbnb experience." I was too stunned to respond. The place was stunning, leagues above the glorified shed we'd rented. We moved from room to room, quiet now. Every bed was made, closets full of clothes, neutral, unlabeled, but folded with care. Framed photos hung along the hallways, but the faces were impossible to make out, like they'd been smudged or captured mid-motion. Familiar and alien at the same time. Everything had that once-loved feeling, old but clean, used but treasured. The kitchen was fully stocked, the fridge cold and humming, cabinets filled with dry goods, even a fruit bowl on the counter, apples waxy and perfect. We stood in the living room, surrounded by silence and comfort. "This place is nicer than our cabin," Liam said, "by a mile. No mold, no wood rot, no smell like a raccoon died under the floorboards," I added. We laughed, but the feeling crept over us that we didn't belong. This was someone's place, and we were walking it like a public space. We didn't stay long. The air inside that house had a way of numbing time, like everything outside the walls didn't exist. But when I checked my watch, nearly 2 hours had passed. The food on the table hadn't cooled. Liam whistled low. "All right, enough ghost real estate. Let's head back before dark." "Yeah," I said, though my voice didn't sound convincing, even to me. I didn't want to admit how the place made me feel safe, almost hypnotically so, like leaving would be wrong somehow. He was already at the door. "You coming?" "Yeah, right behind you." He stepped out first, boots thumping lightly on the wooden platform. The sound was grounding, real. Then I tried to follow, and hit something that wasn't there. The air had hardened, not like wind or resistance. It was like walking face first into glass. My whole body jolted backward, my breath caught in my throat. What the hell? I pressed my hands forward. They flattened against nothing. The door frame was right in front of me, open, but I couldn't cross it. It was like the house itself was pushing back. "Matt?" Liam's voice floated through the fog, muffled. I hit the barrier again, harder this time. "I can't get out." "What are you talking about?" "I can't get out." Then everything changed. Every light in the house went out, all at once. The warmth bled away. The fire hissed out mid-crackle. In the sudden silence, the sound of my own breathing filled the room, quick, sharp, and too loud. The moonlight filtered through the windows in weak silver ribbons, illuminating motes of dust that hadn't been there a moment ago. "Liam?" My voice sounded small. No answer. Just the distant, rhythmic lap of water against the foundation, a sound that somehow felt closer than it should. "Liam!" I shouted, panic rising. My heartbeat thudded in my ears. Footsteps thudded across the porch, then the door swung wide. Light poured back in around him like someone had hit a switch. The fire roared again, the air warmed. Everything was normal. Liam stood in the doorway, eyebrows raised. What the hell's your problem? I stumbled forward, gripping the frame. I couldn't leave. The air, I stopped, realizing how insane I sounded. He looked past me, scanning the bright, cozy room. You sure you didn't just freak yourself out? Man, you've been jumpy ever since we got here. I'm serious, I said, shaking my head. It was like hitting a wall. He chuckled uneasily, clapping my shoulder. Yeah, a spooky invisible wall in the middle of a magic lake. Maybe he's up on the edibles, huh? But even as he laughed, I caught it. The way his eyes darted toward the open door behind him, then back to me. He didn't say it out loud, but I could tell. He felt it too. The air outside was heavy, the kind of stillness that waits. We kept testing it, thinking maybe it was just a fluke, some bizarre sensory thing, or maybe we were overtired. But no. Every time we tried to leave together, shoulder to shoulder, we both hit it. That invisible wall, like the air had been vacuum sealed. No resistance, no sound, just solid nothing. The first time it happened to both of us at once, we looked at each other and said nothing, just backed up, back into the house. So we tried splitting it up again. I left first, made it to the porch. He followed. Blocked. And the moment I crossed the threshold, the lights flicked back on. Warm, cozy, like nothing had happened. Then we reversed it. He went out fine. I followed. Blocked again. It became clear. You could leave, but only if someone else stayed behind. One must remain. I don't know how the house enforced that rule, but it did. Every single time, no matter how we tried to game it. Eventually, we stopped trying and sat in the living room, surrounded by ticking clocks and too perfect furniture. The crackling fireplace didn't burn down, and the food on the table never got cold. It was all still, waiting. Liam was the one who spoke first. I'll go, he said. I'll get help. I'll be fast. I didn't like it, but he was already walking to the door. And as he crossed the threshold, the light didn't just fade. It curdled. Warm gold drained into thin, grey moonlight that coated everything like dust. The fire died without smoke. The smell of bread soured to something metallic and old. The temperature dropped 5 degrees and kept falling. I tried turning on the lamps. Nothing. Switches clicked. Bulbs stayed dead. I even tried the lighter from the kitchen drawer, but when I flicked it, nothing sparked. So, I started walking. At first, everything looked the same, but age seemed to infect the place. The once pristine wooden ornaments peeled and flaked into husks that only resembled what they once were. Then I opened a door that should have led to the hallway and found a staircase, narrow, pitch black. I didn't go down. I closed the door, took a breath, opened it again. The hallway was back. I stood there for a while, just breathing, listening. The sounds came slowly, like the house had been holding its breath and finally let it out. Soft creaks, then the hum of something shifting, almost organic, like bones realigning in the walls. There was movement too. At first, just flickers at the edges of my vision. A shadow passing behind a doorway I hadn't opened, something crawling along the ceiling, fast enough to make me question if I saw anything at all. I turned corners that should have led to the kitchen and ended up back in the foyer. Doors led to wrong places, windows showed only fog. Eventually, I gave up trying to map it. I picked a room, a small guest bedroom I hadn't seen before, and shut the door behind me. It was bitterly cold. I climbed into bed fully dressed, clutching the thick covers to my chin. I heard breathing, not mine, slow, deep, rasping, somewhere in the walls. I heard scratching too, nails or claws dragging, pacing. Once something brushed my legs under the covers, slow and deliberate. I didn't move, didn't breathe. I just waited. No noise after that, just silence so complete it buzzed in my ears. I don't remember falling asleep. I must have passed out from exhaustion. I woke up hours later, cramped, teeth chattering, heart pounding like I hadn't rested at all. The room was darker than before, and the door I came in through was gone. Now on the other side of the room. I stretched off, ready to look around, and felt my stomach curl. I was starving, not just hungry. It was like something had reached inside during the night and scooped out more than food. The lights were still dead. The fireplace remained cold ash, the food from before gone, missing, like it had never existed. I tried the taps. Nothing came out. No hiss, no drip, just silence. The windows still showed the lake, fog blanketed and still, but the sky hung in perpetual dusk. The moon hovered low, never rising, never falling. The shadows stayed long, stretched. At first I thought a day had passed, then two. Now I wasn't sure if time was moving at all. I started keeping track. I used the steak knife to carve a tally into the kitchen table every time I slept. There were 5 lines now, maybe 6. One of them was deeper, fresher, but I didn't remember making it. It didn't let me rest anymore. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt it watching, not from the darkness, but everywhere, like the walls were its skin and the beams were its spine. I could hear it breathing through the grain of the floorboards, smell it, sweet, wet rot, even when I pressed a pillow over my face. At first I stayed in one room, then I tried moving, hoping to outrun it. But the layout wouldn't stay still. Doors opened at dead ends, staircases twist, mirrors didn't reflect the right version of the room, a facsimile of what the room was meant to be, like it was half guessing. The worst are the rooms I didn't remember entering. I'd blink and be standing in a narrow crawl space, breathing hard, hands scraped raw like I'd been clawing at the walls. I once woke up inside a closet, curled around a pile of clothing that didn't belong to me. The thing moved differently when I was exhausted. It didn't bang or scream. It stalked. Sometimes I'd hear it just outside the door, slow steps that paused too long. Once I saw a shape under the crack, like something crawling flat-bellied across the hallway, dragging limbs. I locked the door. That night it tapped, slow and patient on the other side. Hours of soft tapping just beyond the wood. One night I found muddy footprints in the kitchen, small, barefoot, like a child's. They circled the room, then stopped at the base of the bed. I didn't hear it, didn't see it, but it was there, inches from me while I slept. At some point, I lost count of the days. The first few tallies on the table were neat, straight. I even tried marking time by the dim shift of light outside, but that stopped making sense fast. The sky didn't move here. It stayed caught in that same silver half-light. I thought I carved 30 marks, maybe 40. But somewhere in the blur of time, I stopped sleeping. Or I started sleeping without knowing. I started scratching marks on the wall instead, just to feel something different, something rough. But even the walls began to reject it. The scratches would vanish when I looked away. One time they came back, but moved higher, too high to reach. The house was keeping its own count. I hadn't eaten in what must have been weeks. My stomach ached constantly, gnawed at itself. No food, no water. But I didn't die. My mouth stayed dry, my lips split, my head spun when I stood too fast. And yet I'd wake up the next morning still alive, still here, still hungry. It wasn't kindness. It was cruelty measured out one tick at a time. It was getting bolder. The first time it touched me, I thought I imagined it, a cold pressure on the back of my neck. But then it brushed my ankle when I hid under the bed. It gripped my arm once while I slept, hard enough to leave finger-shaped bruises. I looked in the mirror and saw no one behind me. Now I heard it breathing at night, not just through the walls or doorway, from my pillow. One day, or whatever day meant, I saw a figure standing just beyond the kitchen doorway, not moving, just watching. It had no face, just the suggestion of one, a dent where a mouth should have been, a shimmer of breath where eyes might blink. I couldn't tell if I'd gone insane or if insanity would have been a mercy. Then, finally, it cornered me. I was running again, trying to get to the staircase that used to lead to the bedroom. It ended in a wall. When I turned, it was there. It didn't charge at me. It raised a hand, pointed at me. The ceiling bent around it, like gravity itself was drawn to it. I backed into a corner, shaking, whispering anything I could remember. Prayers, apologies, my own name over and over like a shield. It stepped forward, closer. The temperature dropped, my breath hitched and crystallized in the air. It reached out, fingertips about to brush my chest. The light snapped on, warm, full, blinding. The fireplace roared to life, the smell of cinnamon, baking bread. I dropped to my knees, sobbing. The thing was gone. I wasn't alone. "Hey," a voice called. I looked up. My friend stood in the doorway, backlit by the sudden warmth of the house. He was breathing hard, grinning in disbelief, like he'd found me after a long game of hide and seek. "Dude," he said, "you alright?" I couldn't speak. My throat felt torn raw. Every inch of my body sore, like I'd been wrung out and left to dry. I pushed myself upright, still on my knees, eyes adjusting to the impossible light. He crossed the room, steadying me by the shoulders. What the hell happened? I was gone like maybe 2 hours. I called the guy who rented us the cabin, but he had no clue what I was talking about. Said there was no house on the lake. Thought I was messing with him. 2 hours? I croaked. Yeah, left just past noon. It's not even 3 yet. That hit harder than the cold ever did. I looked in the mirror and hid my reaction to what I saw. I hadn't aged a day, but I'd lived a lifetime. I stared at the fireplace, the plates of food reset perfectly, the soft hum of peace back in the air. I'd carved more than 30 marks on the table. I'd felt my sanity stretched thin, and yet he said, 2 hours. I didn't even argue, just closed my eyes for a moment. Then I turned to him, voice low. Look, I need to get out of here, just for a little bit. I haven't eaten or slept. I'm messed up, man. He frowned, suddenly uneasy. I thought you said we couldn't both leave. No, I said quickly, that's not it. We can leave, but not together. One of us has to stay behind. That's the rule. He hesitated. So, if I stay, you'd be fine. I'll row back, grab supplies, maybe talk to someone else. Be gone, maybe 20 minutes, tops. His eyes flickered toward the door. Seriously, I said, you don't have to do anything. Just hang out, enjoy the food here. He gave a weak laugh at that. That's insane, you know that. Yeah, I said, already halfway to the door. But we're dealing with it, right? A pause, then a reluctant nod. All right, go. I didn't look back, didn't check to see if the house dimmed behind me. I just stepped out into the fog, let the door swing shut, and walked down to the boat. The water lapped gently against the boat as I neared the halfway point across the lake. And already, I felt the weight in my chest shift, like something was being peeled off me, layer by layer. I stopped rowing, turned my head. The house sat still on the water, perfectly centered. But the lights, they were gone. The soft golden glow that once made it look like a dream had vanished. Its silhouette stood darker than the mist around it, every window a lifeless square. He was in there now, alone. And I'd known it would happen. I'd let it happen. I dropped the oars, let the boat drift, and tried to convince myself there was still time. Maybe he'd figure a way out. Maybe I was wrong about the rules. Maybe, just maybe, if I waited, he'd be on the porch, waving, laughing, saying, "This place is messed up, man, but I handled it." I waited. I watched. The house remained still, cold, untouched by time or warmth. I rowed the rest of the way in silence. Back in the cabin, everything felt too loud. The creak of the wood, the hum of the refrigerator, the crunch of my footsteps. All too loud after what I'd just left. I tried to eat. The food turned to ash in my mouth. Guilt ripped away any semblance of appetite. I stood by the window, watched the lake, watched the dark shape where the house waited. I told myself I'd go back at sunrise, rest up a bit for my turn back in there. Then I told myself I'd go if the lights came back on. Every hour I checked. Nothing. I went to the dock with the boat ready, hand on the rope, but I didn't untie it. I just stood there, feeling the mist curl around my ankles. And then I started bargaining. Maybe it didn't have to be both of us getting out. Maybe he was okay. Maybe this was just temporary, and when I left, the house would vanish and let him go. Maybe the house only haunted me and was fine for him. I whispered his name once. It caught in my throat like a splinter. The guilt came in waves. Shame, anger, denial. I punched the counter, cursed him for not refusing, cursed myself for asking, cursed the lake, the fog, everything. Then I looked out the window one last time. Still nothing. That's when I started lying to myself. He'd seen the dark now. He understood. He'd know what I went through. The walls shifting, the breathing, the endless not quite night. And because of that, if I went back, if we traded places again, he'd leave me there. He'd have to. He'd know it's the only way one of us walks away. So maybe leaving now wasn't betrayal. Maybe it was the only way to make sure I survive. That's what I told myself anyway, over and over, until it stopped sounding like cowardice and started sounding like salvation, a second chance. I waited until dusk before packing my bag, 15 minutes, maybe less, just clothes and my phone. At the door, I hesitated, looked back at the half-empty cabin, the lake beyond. Still, no lights, just silence. I whispered, "I'm sorry," though I wasn't sure who I meant it for. Then, I left. The snow under our boots crunched sharply as we trudged towards Station Polaris, the isolated Arctic research outpost where we were sent to investigate. The wind howled relentlessly, biting through our thermal suits and filling the air with a low, mournful wail that matched the stark emptiness of the frozen landscape. This wasn't the place for mistakes, but the station's sudden silence had dragged us here, hundreds of miles from anything resembling civilization. The research station, set up to collect data in the Arctic, went quiet, so we were sent to investigate. It could have been the result of the power going out, a problem with a communications array, or an encounter with wildlife. So we had to prepare for anything. We set off, equipped for a long mission with supplies to last us days. The station loomed ahead, its angular structure almost blending into the stark white surroundings. Solar panels glinted dully under the weak Arctic sun, and the wind turbine blades creaked as they turned sluggishly. The comms array stood tall, perfectly intact. From the outside, everything seemed functional, yet we all knew that no one had heard a word from the researchers in weeks. Inside, the facility was eerily pristine. The lights hummed softly and the heaters were working perfectly. Supplies were neatly stacked in the pantry and the living quarters were immaculate. It felt like the crew could walk in at any moment, but the air carried a stale weight as though the building itself had been holding its breath. Then, we found them. Their bodies were huddled in the secure lab, the thick steel door latched from the inside. It took us a full hour to breach it, cutting through the locks with a plasma torch. When the door finally swung open, the scene was haunting. 4 researchers were slumped against the walls, their gaunt faces frozen in twisted expressions of fear. Their lab coats were rumpled and stained, and deep scratches marred the walls and door. A few words were sprawled on the inside of the door in what looked like dried blood. "Don't open." Their hands, raw and bloody, suggested desperate attempts to claw their way out, or maybe to keep something from getting in. The food stores were untouched, and the air recyclers were working perfectly. Yet the cause of death was clear: dehydration and starvation. They'd locked themselves inside and never left. "Cabin fever?" Eliza, our biologist, whispered, her voice trembling slightly despite her usual calm. "Maybe they thought something was out there?" I replied, glancing nervously toward the hallway. We fanned out, each of us taking a section of the station to begin our work. I focused on the comms array, which appeared functional but was inexplicably offline. The software log showed no errors, as if someone had deliberately disabled it. The station's pristine condition clashed violently with the madness of the locked lab. Every door swung on oiled hinges, every panel gleamed under the fluorescent lights, and even the smallest tool was in its proper place. The perfection of the setting only made it feel more unsettling, the dichotomy of the situation painting a grim mystery to be solved. Then, there was the feeling. It wasn't something we could measure or explain, but we all felt it. A subtle, pervasive wrongness. The air seemed heavier inside, charged with an energy that made the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. Even the wind outside seemed muted, as though the station absorbed every sound. It didn't help that the Arctic stretched endlessly beyond the walls, a blank canvas of snow and ice that could swallow us whole if we made the wrong step. But it wasn't the landscape that had me glancing over my shoulder. It was the silence inside. Something about it felt alive. I tried to focus on my tasks, but my mind kept circling back to the locked room, to those faces frozen in terror. What had they seen that drove them to such desperation? And what if it was still here? The question hung in the air like frost, unanswered and growing colder with each passing moment. The first few hours at Station Polaris were chaotic, a frantic attempt to make sense of the fragmented research left behind. Environmental readings from the station sensors were erratic, subtle, rhythmic vibrations in the air, logged at precise intervals. These weren't seismic in nature. The station's ground-penetrating radar showed no signs of tectonic activity. Instead, it was as if the air itself pulsed with energy, but only fleetingly. Every time we tried to pinpoint the anomaly, the readings vanished as quickly as they'd appeared. "This doesn't make sense," Eliza said, poring over the data console. She tapped at the screen, frustration mounting. "It's like the equipment's playing tricks on us." "Could be interference from the storm outside," Mark offered, the team's communication officer, though his tone lacked conviction. He'd already noticed the radios crackling with faint static. Still, he wasn't ready to alarm us with the implications of it. The strangeness escalated within hours. While conducting inventory in the common area, Eliza froze mid-step. "Did you hear that?" "Hear what?" Mark asked, glancing up from the checklist. "There was knocking from the other side of the main door," Eliza said, her voice wavering. Mark walked to the door, shining his flashlight into the white expanse beyond the narrow window. Nothing but the swirling void of the Arctic night greeted him. "It's the wind," he said, though he didn't sound fully convinced. While exploring, I returned from inspecting the living quarters, pale as ice. "I swear I heard my name," I muttered. "But it wasn't you two, was it?" "No," Eliza replied quickly, her eyes darting to the shadows flickering under the fluorescent lights. "And I heard something else." Each of us reported hearing different sounds, muffled sobbing, distant tapping, voices murmuring indistinct words. None could verify what the others heard, and no auditory signals appeared on their monitoring equipment. The incongruity heightened the unease, as if the station itself were conspiring to disorient us. While searching the primary lab, I found a compartment hidden behind one of the equipment racks. Its lid was engraved with strange, almost geometric patterns, unfamiliar to any of us. Inside lay a crystalline object about the size of a grapefruit. It refracted light in unsettling ways, casting disoriented, shifting shadows on the walls. "What is this?" I murmured, reaching to touch it. "Careful," Eliza warned, but curiosity got the better of me. As my fingertips grazed the object, a sharp jolt rippled through my hand. I pulled back, cursing. The room seemed to hum for a moment before falling silent. "Did you feel that?" Mark asked, rubbing his temples. He described a faint whisper, barely audible, that lingered in the back of his mind, like a half-forgotten memory trying to surface. The object's presence deepened our sense of foreboding. Attempts to analyze it proved fruitless. No material analysis equipment on site could identify its composition, and it emitted no radiation or heat signature. It was completely inert, yet profoundly wrong. Eliza suggested the previous team might have unearthed it nearby. Still, there was no mention of the object in the research logs. "Whatever this is," she said, "it isn't supposed to be here." Later that evening, we gathered in the comms room to send an update to the logistics crew. Mark activated the satellite relay, waiting for the encryption sequence to process. The screen displayed a reassuring green connection icon, which flickered and then went black. "Not now," he muttered, rebooting the system. Static hissed from the speakers, followed by the faint hum of a transmission. For a brief moment, the green icon reappeared, only to be replaced by garbled static and a faint, rhythmic pulse. Mark tried to readjust the signal gain, but it was futile. "Is it the storm?" Eliza asked, but Mark shook his head. "We've transmitted through worse weather. This feels deliberate." The equipment continued to falter throughout the night. By morning, the comm system had failed entirely. I worked furiously and attempted a hard reset but achieved nothing. "We're on our own," I finally admitted. As night descended, the whispers became louder and more insistent. Eliza tried to sleep but was jolted awake. She said it was a voice, a clear, commanding whisper that seemed to come from inside her room. "Don't open the door," it said. But when she bolted upright, her door was shut and the room empty. In the mess hall, Mark sat alone, staring at his radio. He swore the static was speaking to him, patterns emerging in the crackles. "Don't you hear it?" he asked when I entered. "Hear what?" I asked. But before Mark could respond, the main hallway lights flickered, casting jagged shadows across the walls. For a split second, we all felt it. A crushing presence, like something immense and unseen, was bearing down on us. The sense of being watched grew unbearable. By now, none of us doubted the previous researchers' writings on the door. The whispers gnawed at the edges of our sanity. Looking at the others, I was the steadiest among them, and I finally addressed the elephant in the room. "Whatever's happening here, we can't stay. If we're not careful, we'll end up just like them." The air inside the station felt heavier with each passing hour. I couldn't shake the feeling that the walls were watching us. Eliza paced back and forth near the common area, her footsteps echoing unnaturally loud. "This place is all wrong," she muttered, glancing at the reinforced windows. Mark stared out at the snow through one of the thick panes. "Nothing but white," he said softly, almost to himself. "No movement, no sign of life. It's just nothing." I sat at the console, scrolling through the fragmented logs. There's nothing here that explains the last team's behavior, I said. No seismic anomalies, no animal sightings, no storms, just normal readings. I felt the words catch in my throat, because nothing felt normal here. Eliza stopped pacing to turn to me. Then what drove them mad? They scratched the doors to pieces, barricaded themselves inside, and starved to death. That doesn't just happen. I had no answer. That night, the station woke us with sounds. It started faint, scratching on the far wall, just loud enough to break through the silence. I sat upright in my bunk, heart pounding. At first, I thought it was the wind. Then came the banging, sharp and deliberate, like something heavy striking metal. "Eliza, did you hear that?" I whispered, grabbing my flashlight. "Yeah," she said, her voice trembling. "It might just be, I don't know, ice shifting?" Mark had already slid out of his bunk and was standing in the doorway, staring down the hallway toward the source of the sound. "That's not ice," he said flatly. The banging came again, this time louder, closer. I jumped, my flashlight beam jittering against the wall. We gathered in the common area, clutching whatever we could find. Eliza grabbed a fire extinguisher. I held a wrench. Mark had his flashlight gripped like a weapon. The noise moved, circling the station. It came from the walls, then the roof, then the floor. Each sound was precise and deliberate, like it was searching for a weak spot. "It's testing us," Eliza said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's trying to find a way in." When dawn came, if you could call it that in the Arctic, the banging stopped. The station fell silent, but the tension in the air didn't fade. Mark suggested we check the perimeter and see if something left tracks, but I immediately vetoed the idea. "We don't know what's out there," I said. "It could be anything." "Like what? A polar bear?" Mark snapped. "Polar bears don't knock in patterns," Eliza shot back. "Whatever it is, it's not an animal." We barricaded the doors and windows. Every logical part of me knew we were trapping ourselves inside, but I couldn't bring myself to suggest otherwise. The noises, whatever was out there, had made that choice for us. The second night was worse. The scratching became relentless scraping, like claws dragging against the walls. The banging came back, harder and more chaotic, shaking the station to its core. "It's going to break through," Eliza whispered, clutching the fire extinguisher like a lifeline. Mark sat at the console, staring at the monitors. "There's nothing," he said, his voice shaking. "The cameras show nothing. It's just us out here." "Then what the hell is making that noise?" I demanded, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know," Mark snapped, slamming his fist on the console. The banging immediately responded, echoing louder, sharper, almost angry. We all froze. "It heard that," Eliza said softly. "It heard him." By the third day, we were all exhausted. Every step felt like trudging through wet cement. Eliza slumped in a chair, her face pale. "I can't think straight," she said, her voice barely audible. "Yeah," Mark agreed, his head in his hands. "I need more sleep. It's like my energy's just gone." I rubbed my temples, trying to fight off the pounding headache that had been building all morning. The artifact. I didn't want to admit it, but I knew it was somehow involved. It could be the artifact, I said finally, putting the idea out there. We should throw it outside, Mark muttered. And risk leaving the station? I asked. Do you hear that? The banging had started again, now accompanied by a low, almost mechanical groan. The third night, everything reached the fever pitch. The station shook with the force of the banging, and the scraping became a deafening screech. Eliza dropped to her knees, covering her ears. "It's in my head," she screamed. "It's in my goddamn head." Mark grabbed his flashlight and bolted toward the far hallway. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. I'm gonna kill it," he shouted, his flashlight beam cut through the darkness, landing on the door at the far end of the station. The banging stopped. "Mark, don't," I started, but he was already at the door, his hand trembling as he reached for the handle. The silence was deafening. "It's quiet," he whispered, his voice cracking. Eliza and I rushed forward, getting ready to grab him. "Don't open it," I yelled. "It's a trap." Mark hesitated, his hand still inches from the handle. Then the banging resumed, louder than ever, as if mocking us. We stumbled back to the common area, the sounds chasing us, filling the station with chaos. The station wasn't just falling apart. We were. By the fourth day, the noises had escalated to a maddening cacophony, banging, scratching, and now an eerie, rhythmic thumping that echoed deep within the walls. The air inside felt like it was pressing against my skull, and every glance exchanged among us seemed to carry unspoken accusations. Mark and Eliza sat opposite ends of the common area, glaring at each other. I stood between them, exhausted from trying to keep the peace. "We can't keep doing this," I said, my voice hoarse from days of shouting over the sounds. "We need to work together, or we're not going to make it." "You want to talk about working together?" Eliza snapped, her eyes blazing. "Mark's the one who almost opened the goddamn door." "I was trying to figure out what we're dealing with," Mark shot back, slamming his fist on the table. "Sitting here, hiding, isn't solving anything." "Enough," I barked, slamming the wrench I'd been clutching onto the table. The sound reverberated through the station, momentarily drowning out the noises. For a brief moment, everything was silent. Then, as if in retaliation, the banging resumed, harder, angrier. Mark stood up. "You said it was the artifact. If it's causing this, why haven't we gotten rid of it?" "Because it's the only thing keeping us alive," she yelled back. "You think these noises are bad? Imagine what happens if we just throw it out there with whatever's out there. It must want it." I turned to Eliza, raising my hands. "We don't know that for sure, but right now we can't risk..." The crash of shattering glass cut me off. My heart stopped as I turned and saw Mark standing over the console, a chair raised in his hands. He'd smashed the screen, shards of glass glittering on the floor. Smoke rose from the panel as sparks danced across its surface. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, lunging for him. I grabbed his arm and yanked him back as the equipment groaned and fizzled. "He wasn't doing anything," he screamed, his voice cracking. "It wasn't calling anyone, it wasn't helping. It's just another useless piece of junk, like all of you." Smoke poured out from the console as the last of its lights flickered out. The satellite uplink was fried, and the backup comms were destroyed. We were completely isolated now, with no way to call for help or even confirm if rescue was coming. "You've doomed us," Eliza shrieked, her voice shaking with rage and panic. She shoved Mark, sending him tumbling backward. "Do you even understand what you've done?" "I did what I had to," Mark spat, clutching the chair like a shield. "None of this was working. We're on our own whether you like it or not. Now we can finally focus on the here and now." I stood between them, my body tense, my mind racing. We needed that console. Now we have nothing left. Mark turned to me, his face pale and eyes bloodshot. "Nothing? We've had nothing since we got here, Reed. The noises aren't stopping, the artifact isn't doing anything, and now we're just sitting ducks. You want to die locked in here like those researchers?" The words hung in the air like frost, chilling us all. I saw Eliza's face crumble as the gravity of our situation sank in. Mark lowered his chair, his rage deflating to quiet despair. But it was too late. The noises stopped. For a moment, the station fell into an oppressive silence, the kind that made my ears ring. Then came a sound worse than any banging or scratching. A low, guttural moan, vibrating through the walls and deep into my bones. "It's trying to get in," she whispered. "It's going to break through." "No," I said firmly, though my own fear was clawing at my throat. "It's not going to get in. It hasn't gotten in yet, and it won't now. We just have to hold out." "Why do you keep saying that?" Mark demanded, stepping closer. His face was pale, his eyes bloodshot. "You don't know that. For all we know, it's already inside." "It's not inside," I insisted, my voice rising. "But it will be if we start losing it like the last team did." Mark froze at that, his face darkening. "You think we're like them?" he hissed. "You think we're just going to sit here and starve ourselves to death like they did?" "Mark, calm down," I said, stepping back. "No," he shouted. "You're just as bad as they were, refusing to face the truth. There's something out there, and if we don't deal with it..." The lights flickered again, and the temperature plummeted. Frost began forming on the windows, creeping inward. The artifact's glow pulsed erratically, casting wild shadows on the walls. The banging reached a fever pitch, drowning out Mark's words. Mark lunged for the artifact. "If we're going to die here, I'm not going to sit here and..." Eliza tackled him before he could reach it, both of them collapsing to the floor in a heap. The wrench fell from my hand as I rushed to pull them apart, but the moment my fingers touched Mark's arm, I felt it. The same draining sensation I'd felt near the artifact, only stronger. "Stop it!" I yelled, yanking him back. He shoved me off, breathing heavily, but didn't move toward the artifact again. The groaning noise didn't stop. It pulsed through the station. Mark and Eliza clung to each other, as if their sheer presence could hold the station together. I stayed where I was, gripping my wrench, my mind racing to make sense of it all. But then I noticed something odd. My coffee mug. It sat on the table, untouched since the morning, but the liquid inside was perfectly still. No ripples, no trembling surface. "Eliza," I croaked, pointing to the mug. "Look at this." She didn't move, her hands pressed to her ears. Mark shook his head, his back pressed to the wall. "Not now, Reed. We need to figure out how to survive whatever the hell that is." "Eliza, Mark," I said louder, standing up and pointing more firmly at the mug. "The sound. It's not real." They both froze, looking at me like I'd lost my mind. "What are you talking about?" Eliza said, her voice tight. "You can feel it." I grabbed the mug and held it up. This should be shaking. Everything should be vibrating, but nothing in this room is reacting to the sound, except us. Mark's eyes darted to the mug, and for a moment, doubt flickered across his face, but it was quickly replaced by defiance. That doesn't mean anything. Maybe the noise is coming from inside. Maybe the whole structure is shifting. Then why haven't we felt a single tremor? Why are the vents still circulating air without a hitch? My voice was growing louder, fueled by desperation. The noises are in our heads. Whatever is causing this, it's keeping us trapped here, keeping us afraid. Eliza shook her head violently, her fingers tightening around her temples. That doesn't make sense. What about the artifact? The noises started after we found it. How can you say this isn't real? It is real, I said, but only in here. I tapped the side of my head. It's making us paranoid. It made the researchers paranoid enough to lock themselves in that lab and starve to death, and it's doing the same thing to us. Mark stared at me, his face pale but resolute. So what? You think we should just open the door and stroll outside? Let whatever's out there finish us off? Yes, I said, surprising even myself with the strength of my conviction. That's exactly what we need to do. If we stay here, it will wear us down until we're like them. Those bodies aren't warnings. They're proof of what happens if we don't get out. Eliza backed away, her eyes wide. You're insane. You want to open the door to whatever's been banging and growling? You want to kill us all. No, I want to survive, I shouted. If we stay here, we end up like them. Don't you see? The sounds, the artifact. It's all a trap. It's making us seal ourselves inside, just like they did. Mark stepped forward, his fists clenched. And what if you're wrong? What if we open that door and whatever's out there tears us apart? How are you so sure this isn't just cabin fever or some kind of environmental thing? I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself. Because I feel it. The moment I realized the sound wasn't real, it stopped for me. The whispers, the banging, I don't hear them anymore. But you do, don't you? It's still in your head, pushing you to stay. Eliza was trembling, her back pressed against the wall. Even if you're right, Reed, we can't take that chance. We're not opening that door. Mark stepped between me and the entrance, his stance rigid. You're not gonna let that thing in. You want to go out there? Fine. But you're not dragging us with you. The tension in the room was unbearable, the air thick with fear and mistrust. I gritted my teeth, my gaze shifting between them and the sealed door. The banging started again, or at least I assume so, from how they reacted, as if it knew what I was about to do, making them more defensive and ready to hold the line at the door. Get out of my way, I said quietly. Mark shook his head. Over my dead body. Eliza's hand gripped my arm like a vice. He's right. You don't know what's out there. I shook her off, my mind racing. What I do know is whatever's out there hasn't broken in. Not yet. And if I'm right, then we've been locking ourselves in here for no reason, just like the last team. You're gambling all our lives on some theory? What if you're wrong? Mark stepped closer, blocking my path to the door. His body was trembling. I might be, I admitted, my voice cracking. But look at us. We're not going to survive here much longer anyway. The power's unstable, we've lost comms, the cold's creeping in. If we stay, we die. Mark's jaw tightened. better than opening that door and letting whatever's out there tear us apart. Eliza stood behind him, wide-eyed, shaking her head. Please, Reed, don't do this. Their fear was palpable, their desperation infectious. And yet, so was mine. The scratches, the banging, none of it left any evidence. Every sound vanished into the void, leaving nothing but frayed nerves in its wake. I glanced at the faint bloodstains near the lab's door where the previous team had met their end. They hadn't opened the door. They'd listened to the whispers, and they died because of it. I stepped closer to the door, heart hammering in my chest. The control panel blinked steadily, a quiet rhythmic reminder that I held the power to end this madness. Or to doom us all. You're insane, Mark hissed. I heard him lurch forward and felt the impact as he grabbed my shoulder and yanked me away from the panel. I twisted out of his grip, shoving him hard enough to make him stumble. The sound of his boots scraping against the floor echoed loudly in the still air. He caught himself and turned back to me, rage flashing in his eyes. Don't make me stop you, he said, his voice trembling. I stared him down, my hand creeping back toward the panel. I don't think you can. Mark lunged at me again, this time with more force. I managed to sidestep him, slamming my back against the wall near the panel. Eliza cried out behind him, her voice cracking as she begged both of us to stop. But the door's blinking red light held my focus. I swung my arm out, swiping the control panel with the heel of my hand. The red light blinked once, twice, and then turned green. No! Mark roared, diving at me. But it was too late. The sound of the lock disengaging was deafening in the eerie silence. The door shuddered, its seals releasing with a hiss of escaping air. Eliza screamed, scrambling to grab Mark, who was clawing his way toward me as if to undo what I'd just done. I braced myself, every muscle locked in anticipation. The noise inside the station didn't stop. It collapsed. The incessant banging, scratching and whispers vanished instantly, replaced by the howling wind and the Arctic's suffocating stillness. The transition was so abrupt, it felt like stepping from a nightmare into nothingness. No shadowy figures, no claw marks, no monstrous forms, just the stark, blinding white of the snow and the faint howl of the wind. I exhaled, my breath fogging the air in front of me. It's empty, I whispered. Mark froze mid-step, his face a mask of disbelief. Eliza slumped to her knees, her hands covering her face. For a moment, we all stood there, staring into the unbroken expanse of snow. The silence was crushing, not a single sound echoing back from the icy void. There's nothing, I whispered, my words stolen by the wind. Mark looked at me, his face pale and drawn. You don't know that, he muttered weakly, his voice hollow. I stepped toward the open door, the cold biting into my skin. Then, why did it stop? He had no answer. Neither did I. Eliza stepped forward, her arms wrapped tightly around herself. Her face was pale, her eyes wide as she scanned the empty expanse. So, what? We imagined it? All of it? No, I said, my voice trembling but resolute. Not imagined. It was real, just not the way we thought. Mark snapped. You don't know that. It could be hiding. You could have killed us." His voice cracked, raw with anger and fear. "We don't know what's out there. We don't—" He faltered, his gaze drawn to the stark, unbroken snow. The reality began to sink in. The artifact, dull and inert in the corner, caught my eye. Its presence felt heavier now, an ominous void sucking in light and reason. I gestured toward it. "It was never out there," I said. "It was always here. That thing, whatever it is, wanted us locked in, panicking, tearing each other apart. And we almost gave it what it wanted." Mark's face twisted in denial, but Eliza's expression softened. She looked back at the artifact, her brow furrowing. "The other team," she murmured, her voice almost lost in the wind. "That's why we found them like that, with no sign of escape." I nodded, grimly. I stepped fully outside, letting the Arctic cold claw at my face, grounding me in its unrelenting reality. Behind me, Mark slumped into a chair, shaking his head in disbelief. Eliza stood at the threshold, her expression a mixture of relief and devastation. Mark remained inside as we began to salvage what we could, avoiding our gaze. His distrust was palpable. There was nothing I could say to ease it. We were alive, but we'd barely escaped with our sanity intact. The whispers didn't return, but the artifact remained in the corner of the lab. Every time I looked at it, I felt a faint unease, like it was still watching, waiting. Even though the Arctic wind roared around us, the silence inside the station had never felt louder. Evacuation finally arrived 2 days later. A helicopter's distant hum sliced through the icy silence, the sound alien after the oppressive stillness we had endured. By then, we'd cleared the station of what we could. Notes, data, anything that didn't feel tainted by the artifact. Mark stayed withdrawn, barely speaking a word since the door had opened. He avoided looking at Eliza or me, his eyes lingering on the artifact, as though it was still whispering to him. I caught him pacing in front of it late at night, his face blank but his movements frantic, like he was arguing with himself. As a group, we decided to hide the artifact away from the facility in an unmarked location so that even we couldn't find it. We had witnessed what it could do in the most remote location from civilization. We didn't dare imagine what it could do in a populated area. When the research team arrived, they asked about the station's state. I told them we had lost our equipment and that the previous crew had succumbed to madness. I didn't mention the artifact, and neither did Mark or Eliza. Back at the main base, I tried to write my report. Facts, observations, timelines. I stuck to the tangible, but the words felt hollow. How could I describe something so intangible, so invasive, without sounding insane? Eliza sat across from me, staring at her own blank page. Finally, she sighed and leaned back, her eyes hollow. "Are we supposed to pretend it didn't happen?" she asked. I didn't answer. I didn't know how. Mark refused to leave his quarters. He hadn't spoken since we boarded the helicopter. His door remained locked, the faint hum of his portable radio the only sign he was inside. I wondered if he still heard the whispers. Back in civilization, I tried to move on. Eliza transferred to a quieter project in a warmer climate, far from the Arctic. Mark disappeared entirely. Rumors floated among colleagues. He'd left the field, joined some obscure sect, or simply vanished. None of them felt right. None of them felt wrong. And me? I stayed. I couldn't let go of what we'd found, or what had found us. I researched phenomena like it, buried in obscure archives, piecing together scraps of folklore and fringe science. Each time I read about strange sounds, mass paranoia, or unexplainable events, my thoughts returned to the artifact, to the whispers, to the door.